Going up on a Tuesday, it's time for the sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield. We're covering it all today, but we're going to start with our all-star baseball panel, who is previewing the all-star game. DraftKings contributors Gary and Thorne, Nick Fryer, and Matt Meiselman. Guys, before you hit me with your strategy and picks, one very important thing to note. Shohei Ohtani is starting for the American League, but he can only be drafted as a hitter for this contest. Hear me now. He will not accrue any pitching fantasy points. Okay. Now that we've got that one out of the way, Gary, what's your strategy for playing an all-star showdown? Because as the name suggests, everyone is an all-star.
Yeah, this is definitely the most unique slate you're going to get from a showdown sense all season. The most players, some of the more tantalizing salaries, to be perfectly honest. But I think, to me, the two things that stand out, and, as we kind of answer these questions, that will become more apparent, is I think you need to exploit two categories of player. You need to exploit the guys who the fans want to see and will probably be rewarded as such. These are guys like Shohei Ohtani, like Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who were very high in the fan voting and are also hitting very high in their lineups. Maybe those are the guys who have the chance, at least the chance, to get 3 plate appearances in this game. And just saying that's the high watermark. No one's getting a 4th at bat in the All-Star game. The other area that might be a little misrepresented and undervalued is the pitching. Yes, we know that no one's going to go more than 2 innings. It's very likely that no one aside from Max Scherzer is going to pitch 2 innings in this game. And that's even somewhat questionable. But when you've got guys are going to get into the game and have high strikeout rates, like a Josh Hader or like even someone like Chapman, I think you have to take advantage of that fact because they're going to fill the late innings of this game. They're going to pitch in the game, and high floors might mean more than high ceilings in this contest.
All right. Yeah. Nick, what's your take here?
So I am not as interested in the unknown when it comes to pitching. And I do understand Gary's logic when it comes to relief pitchers. We're probably going to see all of those guys, if not most of them. But I don't know exactly which ones we're going to be able to go with here. Max Scherzer and Shohei Ohtani are the only guarantees on the mound tonight. I would think we'll see Gibson and Lance Lynn too, given how well they've done. If I was going to go with a pitcher, it would be Scherzer. But I'm right now tonight, I'm not taking any part in the pitching. Obviously, you got to stick with the starters when it comes to offense as well. I personally, as much as Vladdy G and Shohei are guys who people are going to be focused in on, I'm kind of more interested in the guys who, have something to prove. Those first-time guys, and there are some, big guys who've done really well this season. Of course, they're all-stars, but have really stood out that I feel like, got a little disrespected where they're put in the lineup tonight. And those are the guys, as much as they might only get 2 at-bats, I still think that we're going to get a good shot from them tonight. So those are the guys I'm targeting.
All right. Who are you going to be targeting here, Matt?
So to start with, this all-star game seems unusual to me for 2 key reasons. I think one is what you mentioned with Shohei Ohtani. But I think the key variable to look at for him when building lineups is the fact that he's occupying 2 starting spots for the American League, which means that there's an extra bench player for the American League. So the NL actually has 1 less bench hitter as a result of this. So that means there's less competition for playing time on the NL side. So I'm looking towards the National League bench for hitting more so than the American League. But to Garian's point, I think he had said there's no starting hitter that will get 4 at-bats. I think that that's definitely true, but I do think a bench hitter could end up getting a bunch of at-bats because this is Coors Field, and even if the first few innings are low scoring with the better pitchers going early, we could have an explosion of runs later in the game, and then there's no more bench hitters after the bench to come in. So I'm looking at the National League bench. I'm looking at both benches for offense because if this game starts slow and then there's a ton of offense late, you could get 4 or 5 at bats or 4 or 5 times through the lineup for guys on the benches as the game picks up more scoring later on.
All right. So Nick, who are you going to captain in this game?
So when I'm talking about guys that get disrespected, the first person that I look at is Jesse Winker over in the National League. He's batting, I think he was batting 6th in the lineup tonight, right behind Castellanos. And it's okay. This guy's been outstanding this season. I know the other guys have, but I just feel like when we're talking about big nights, yes, you have Fernando Tatis Jr. and everything, but obviously Acuna is not playing. But Jesse Winker has had some of the biggest games of the season of any hitter. So I don't know. I was kind of surprised to see him down there. I get the brand recognition and everything. But of course, he's got a 395 WOBA, 992 OPS. Most of the AL's pitching staff is made up of righties where he has most of his success. So that's the guy I'm going with at 10.2K.
All right, Matt, who are you going to be going with as your captain?
So there's two main guys I'm interested in. I think Manny Machado and Juan Soto coming off the bench are just, they probably will go a little bit overlooked because the green check mark for the starting lineup is just, it plays a role. And we've seen bench hitters do just fine in all-star games. So the starters get a couple of bats, the bench gets a couple of bats. I'm a little worried Soto might be tired after the home run derby, and he looked tired towards the end of the home run derby. But I think those guys, if I have to pick a starter, I definitely have no issue with Tatis or Vlad. I mean, there's a lot of great players in the All-Star game. But I think going with, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Manny Machado is my guy.
All right, Gary, and who are you going to go with for your captain?
I
Oh. And
Well, they said sorry for inconvenience. Sorry, my building was talking to me.
Oh.
So I think where I'm going to go here, and I know these guys have kind of laid out a couple value options, and there are value options you can stick at captain if you want a more balanced approach. But I think with the amount of value you can find in pitching, you can probably stick one of those top tier guys in your captain spot. And I think the guy to target is probably Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who, Nick talked about, guys wanting to get it done in their first All-Star game and sort of said like, Ohtani and Vlad, whatever. But it's also their first All-Star game. Like, I think they want to prove something. And again, I do think it matters when you're the leading vote getter. I think the managers know that, they understand that, and they're going to say, hey, we have to showcase these guys. And I think for Guerrero in particular, he's kind of underpriced. He's only the sixth most expensive guy on the slate, despite the fact he leads the league in batting average and OPS plus and WRC plus and WOBA. He's hitting second in this lineup. So again, even if he only plays 5 innings, I think there's a realistic chance he gets 3 plate appearances. And I mean, if we want to play the small stats game, which you can if you want to in the All-Star game, he also has 2 home runs off of Max Scherzer so far this season. So I think it's a relatively good matchup in the first inning. And like I said, I think he gets 3 plate appearances, which to me is the golden number.
All right, Matt, talk to me about a stack that you're going to be looking at.
So, yeah, like I said, I think the stack is the bench of the National League, as weird as that sounds, just because I think there's a chance for those guys to get a bunch of extra plate appearances. So that's kind of where I'm looking. Stacking is weird in the All-Star game because if you stack a team, you may be looking at players that aren't in the lineup at the same time as each other. So I feel like the stack is one of 4 things, either of the starters for the American League, bench for the American League, starters for the National League, bench for the National League. It's almost like there are 4 teams playing. So I'm looking to the NL reserves for my stack.
All right, Gary, and what about you? Where are you looking for your stack?
Yeah, again, you have to kind of augment the term stack here from what we normally understand it to be. But I think you can look at small parts of each lineup. And one part that really screams value to me is the 2-3 slot in the National League. You've got Max Muncy, who's incredibly cheap at just $5,800. And then you have Nolan Arenado at just $6,600 hitting third. I was a little surprised to see Arenado was hitting third in this game. But, you've got 2 guys hitting back-to-back. There's the potential to have some counting stats bounce off each other. And I do think you get 2 sets of these guys coming to the plate in tandem. So again, I wouldn't start stacking like the first 4 guys in the batting order. It's probably not feasible to do by salary anyway, but you can maybe take these like 2 or 3 man sections of the lineup and try to trot it out that way.
Yeah, Nick, how are you going to be doing it?
Well, I'm surprised Garen isn't interested in the possible Blue Jays stack that we got tonight with Salvador Perez pincered in between the 2 of them because, I mean, that's his team, right? But I like Teoscar Hernandez tonight and Marcus Semien. When you look at their DK fantasy production throughout the season, Semien is number 3 on this list among all the hitters, only behind Vladdy G and Fernando Tatis Jr. So those, and you can still fit in Vladdy G in your lineup as well, whether you're looking at as a captain or as a utility guy. But I like these 2 at the bottom of the American League lineup, and I'm going to go with them as my stack.
Okay. All right. How about value, guys? We got to talk about value here. It is the All-Star game, but we said there's some enticing salaries here. Garion, where are you looking for yours?
So again, I think the National League pitching staff in particular, just because there's so many high strikeout rate options. And there's also, not to drill this point home, but I think Nick brought it up and it's very important. especially this season where we saw like the entire Astros team just be like, nah, I'm good. And we've had a bunch of pitchers and players just kind of go, yeah, I don't really need to go to the All-Star game this year. I think there is going to be an importance on using guys who actually want to be here and actually want to play. And generally speaking, that means first-time All-Stars, guys who, maybe they think they might not get back to this game and they have to fully utilize this opportunity. And you've got that across the board, really, in the National League pitching staff, aside from Max Scherzer. Like, I think you're going to see Corbin Burns pitch in this game. I think you're going to see Zach Wheeler pitch in this game. Both of those guys also on full rest. So it's not like their managers are calling up the NL squad saying, hey, maybe don't put these guys in the game. I think they're clear. They're only $4,800 each. They both have ridiculous strikeout rates so far this season. Even Freddie Peralta, another first-time All-Star, crazy high strikeout rate. Like, really, when you're talking about using a pitcher in this game, the hope is you can get 2 strikeouts in an inning. That's kind of that's the best thing you can hope for. So all of these guys have the potential to do that. I think you're definitely going to see all 3 of these guys pitch early on in this game, and that's really all you can ask for.
Nick, you look like you're picking up what Garian's putting down.
Yeah, I like his logic with this for sure. I just, I'm apprehensive still when it comes to pitching. I would have liked to have seen Wheeler or Burns maybe start the game this year, and that maybe would have changed my perspective as much as I think Max Scherzer is going to do fine tonight. But if I'm looking for value, the guy who I'm going to go with is the number 9 hitter in the National League lineup. I'm going with Brian Reynolds. And again, I know there's concern how many times he's going to come up to the plate, but this is a guy who was not supposed to be a starter. I cannot believe that I'm talking to you about the Pirates having 2 starters in the lineup this year. What are they, 34 and 56 going into the All-Star break? Absolutely brutal. But Brian Reynolds, this is a guy who, as much as he's been good, good switch hitter, so no issues with matchups or anything like that. I cannot believe that we're seeing a second Pirates bat in the starting lineup tonight. So I'm going to go with this guy at 4K, the minimum price and everything for my value bat.
Matt, who do you like for value?
So I think it makes sense that the pitchers are underpriced, but this is Coors Field, and the over-under for this game is a couple runs higher than what we normally see in an All-Star game. So while the pitchers are cheap enough that if they get a couple strikeouts, they probably make the winning lineup, there's so much downside for the pitchers too. So I think there is upside, but there's also risk there. So I'm not really that interested in pitching. I think the most obvious value play in this game is Max Muncy. Darian mentioned before, he's 5,800 batting second. So he's well underpriced, and it's a positive platoon split for him too. He gets at least one at bat. I mean, he'll get one at bat against Shohei Ohtani. Not sure who will be in second, but Muncy is too good of a power hitter to be that cheap batting second at Coors Field when everyone around him is more expensive. So I think he's the clear value play in my eyes.
All right, let's talk about a fade. Nick, someone you're actively avoiding here.
Yeah, and that's going to be Shohei Ohtani tonight, because as much as I think he could end up being, amped after the disappointment from last night, losing in that double OT battle against Juan Soto in the first round, I also think you're running into risk that maybe he's going to be exhausted after last night. He's dealing with and I know we're worried about his hitting more than his pitching, and he's going to be hitting first. So that does play a factor in the decision-making process. But still, I feel like he's too much of a risk right now. And then we're going to be talking about him a little bit when we get to the sportsbook stuff too, but right now I'm fading Ohtani.
Matt, what do you think? Who are you going to actively avoid?
So I could go with someone else, but I think Ohtani is the right call here. Like I'm totally on board with that. I think there's a better chance that Ohtani only gets 2 plate appearances than, let's say, Vlad Guerrero Jr. or Fernando Tatis, because 1, Ohtani was in the home run derby last night, and 2, he's also pitching in this game. So I think for sure he gets a second at bat, but it seems like it would be unfair for the managerial staff to want to push Ohtani 3 times to the plate when it's like the Angels will not be happy to see that going on, to have their star of their team now with Mike Trout hurt, their budding superstar in the game for longer than probably what he should be. So I think Ohtani only bats twice because he's pitching and also the fatigue of yesterday. And I also think he probably will be, he may not be the highest owned player in this game, but he'll be up there. I mean, it could be Vlad, it could be Tatis, it could be Scherzer, but Shohei Ohtani's ownership in tournaments should be very, very high. So yes, he could hit a home run off Scherzer on the first pitch of the game, and that would be tough if you don't have him. But I do think he's the right call as the fade.
Kieran, these guys are out on Shohei. What about you?
Yeah, I would say the easiest fade for me would just be Trey Turner, whose price point doesn't make a lot of sense. I understand that there's a very likely scenario he plays just as long as any of the starters end up playing. especially considering the National League roster only actually has one other natural shortstop. However, that other natural shortstop is Fernando Tatis Jr. And I think, again, in my mind, especially this season where baseball is really trying to push its young stars, I have a hard time believing Tatis isn't going to get 3 plate appearances in this game, which, Turner probably takes over for Tatis, bats in the leadoff spot for the rest of the game, but that could still only mean 2 plate appearances for someone who, for whatever reason, is $9,600 in a game where I also doubt he's looking to steal many bases. I think Matt was right in the sense that you definitely could end up getting more volume from the bench pieces because this game could go to extras. We have seen a lot of all-star games go to extra innings, like a weird amount. However, I would say with the high total in this game, the likelihood of it being a tie does get a little bit more skewed. So I think you're looking at probably 2 plate appearances for Trey Turner, and that's just not enough at this price point.
All right, thanks you 3. Next up, we're going to preview Game 4 of the NBA Finals. The Bucks took Game 3, and things are getting interesting. Time to hit the hardwood with DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey. We're going to look ahead to Wednesday's Game 4 between the Bucks and Phoenix. Obviously, Kenny, the Suns lead the series 2-1, but after that huge 20-point win at home, guess what? The Bucks are favored again in Game 4 by 4.5 points. So, are you riding with Milwaukee to cover the spread?
I'm not so sure I am, Jesse. Look, I think that what we saw in the Western Conference Finals with the Phoenix Suns was simply a lull, right? They got lucky in Game 2. They didn't really realize it. Riding that high, coming off a 2-0 lead. It looked really flat in Game 3. They lost. They won Game 4, though they didn't play very well. I think that they can learn from their mistakes here in the last series. I think that they're going to buckle up. They are going to play with a sense of urgency. This is a better team. We've seen all postseason long this is a better team. The Milwaukee Bucks managed to just really win on what was a very cold shooting night for Phoenix. I think that some more shots will fall. We talk about shot variance all the time. I think that the variance is in the Suns' favor here. They should hit some more, and they have a very clear, distinct advantage inside. I know that Giannis has been very good, but DeAndre Ayton has been a force all series long. He was just about the only Phoenix Sun other than Jay Crowder, which where did that come from? To have a great Game 3. So I do think that, he continues to show up. Some more shots fall for Devin Booker and Chris Paul. Mikal Bridges also isn't going to score 4 points. And I do think that the recipe is there for the Suns to get back into this one. Maybe they don't win, but they definitely don't lose by more than 4 points.
All right, so the game total set at 220 right now, Kenny. Game 3 went under the total, and it seems like the odds makers have adjusted for this. So do you think we're going to see another under in Game 4, or like you said, is the variance in the Suns' favor? We're going to see more shots hitting.
Yeah, look, I said this. I've said it all postseason long with the Milwaukee Bucks, and I'll say it again. I just really do think that this team has played exceptional defense. And that's the only thing that we can talk about with the Milwaukee Bucks. It's been good all through the postseason. I mean, their offense has been missing, even in that, quote unquote explosion in game 3, just a 123 offensive rating. And really the defense has stepped it up again, all postseason long, one of the best defenses according to the metrics. So I do think that this game goes under. I think that game 2 was a very fluky over. Game 3 was destined to be under really the whole way. It just kind of was, the Bucks just kind of hit a few more shots than I think were expected, and maybe it got a little sweaty. But I think this is another pretty comfortable no sweat under here. I believe in both defenses. I believe in Chris Paul slowing the pace. The pace in both the last 2 games, 94.5 and 97. The pace is going to continue to be slow here, especially coming off a Bucks win. And I do think that the Milwaukee Bucks probably don't have that much more success on offense, probably a little less. So I think that the recipe's right here for an under.
All right, Kenny, which prop catches your eye on the Suns side?
So I was really looking at the third quarter, but we don't have that at DraftKings, and I wanted to kind of use that as my Suns prop. But I really like Mikal Bridges to go over 11.5 points. Look, this is simply a guy that was on fire the first 2 games of the series. We know he's going to play 30 minutes. Without Dario Saric, we know he's going to get a lot of shots. We know he's very important to this team. He's a very talented scorer. To say that, he's going to repeat his game 3 performance when he just had 4 points, and mind you, he didn't really take that many shots, would just kind of be outrageous. I do think that Mikal Bridges is a very good shooter. He's a very important scorer to this team. I think he's going to get a higher volume of shots. And that was one of the reasons that the Suns didn't have a lot of success on offense, is they didn't find Bridges open in the corner. So I think a bigger scoring night is on the horizon for him. And I think that he gets over 11.5 points.
All right, how about a Bucks prop you like in game 4, Kenny? Maybe the under on Giannis's point total?
I mean, maybe. It's kind of getting outrageous, Jesse. 34.5 is a lot. But no, I'm going to go to Pat Connaughton here. Over 7.5 points. Pat Connaughton played 30 minutes in game 3. And you might say, well, blowout, garbage time. No, Pat Connaughton definitely is a big part of this offense. He played 33 minutes in game 2. And he hasn't gone under 8 points since you have to go back to game 5 of the Hawks series, I believe. Maybe even game 4. Every game this series, he's gone over 7.5 points. And really, sadly, this is where the Milwaukee Bucks are here. I do think that this is a situation where they need Pat Connaughton on offense. I think he's one of their most important offensive players, as sad as it is. So I expect him to continue to play, continue to shoot. And 7.5, especially at home where he shoots 3% better from 3, probably a little too low. I'm taking the over there.
All right. Yeah, you're right. That is an interesting state of affairs for the Bucks. All right, lock it in. Any bet for game 4 that you would just lock in right now? Slate approved bet.
Yeah, I'm taking Suns money line, plus 150. That's my slate approved bet. Suns win this game. I think that the public here, they're too fooled here by the Milwaukee Bucks. And look, I know the Clippers are near and dear to my heart. I think everyone fell into the same trap with the Clippers. Clippers were down 2-0 once again. They know how to play in this deficit. They know how to come back. Everyone in the world saying, well, the Bucks, they came back from 2-0 down all postseason long. They'll do it again. Not here. They're just not as good as the Phoenix Suns on offense. They just don't have the scoring. And all it takes is just really one bad shooting night from Chris Middleton. Didn't even really play a good game 3. I know that they won that game, but I'm not really believing in the secondary scores here for Milwaukee. And what I do believe in is a Phoenix Suns team that was top 5 in defensive efficiency all season long, a coach in Monty Williams that knows how to scheme. And I do think that, whether it be playing DeAndre Ayton on Giannis Antetokounmpo a little bit more, I think that they'll figure out a way to make the role players for the Bucks beat them. And I just have no faith in Chris Middleton. No one in the world is able to predict when that guy's going to have a good game. I have no faith in him, saving the Bucks here as long as they can, swarm Antetokounmpo with doubles and maybe put some bigger size on him. I think that the Suns find a way here and close it out in 5 games.
All right. Thank you, Kenny. We'll see what happens. The Open Championship guys teeing off this week, and we got some serious offers in the DK lobby for you. I'm going to tell you all about it when the sweat returns. Welcome back to the Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield. They're DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich and Reed Fowler, and this is PGA Tour Price Check. You know the drill, fellas. You hit me with your favorite DFS plays in these price ranges for the Open Championship. But wait, before we get picks from these guys, though, let me tell you about something awesome. We have three millionaire contests for the Open Championship right now in the DK lobby. Our featured contest is the 2.5 million Fantasy Golf Millionaire, which of course pays out $1 million to first place for just a $10 entry. All three of these contests not only have that $1 million top prize, but the winner also earns a seat to our DraftKings Tournament of Champions live final taking place in January. That's another shot at $1 million. So go check out those contests in the lobby right now while these guys will now help you fill out those lineups. So let's get to it. Jeff, who is your pick in the 10K plus range?
Yeah, no, for me, Jesse, this week, it really does kind of come down to two players, above 10K, and it's Xander Schauffele and it's Brooks Koepka. You look at the record of these two players in the Open Championships, and I'm not just talking about like the Open, the British Open that we're getting this week, but also the US Open. They just excel at these majors. And, Schauffele, obviously T2 here in 2018, but, you look what he's done over his last couple events. I'm going to side with him. He's $700 cheaper than Brooks Koepka. He's gained over 5 strokes on approach in his last 2 PGA starts. He played in Scotland last week, which I really like. I think this is kind of a player that's peaking at the right time. We know he can get hot with the putter. And like I said, he's got some pretty high-end, Open Championship experience. I think you take the savings with Schauffele above 10K. He makes for a good starting point, especially if you want to go balanced. I'm going to make my 10K plus golfer.
All right, Reed, where are you going?
Yeah, Xander's record in these majors is fantastic, but it's not better than Brooks. And I'm not going to I know Jeff likes Brooks too, so I'm not going to argue him on that he's taking Xander, because I think Xander's actually valued nicely both in the betting and in the DFS side finally. Right. But Brooks, in his last 11 majors, Jesse, he's got 4 wins, 3 runner-up finishes, and since 2017, he has 11 top 10 finishes in these majors. We know already. We know what he does here. He says he doesn't even like the course, right? That's what he said. He doesn't even like the course, but still all the confidence is with Brooks. He's getting all these questions about Bryson and the Ryder Cup and so on and so forth. It's just funny. It's fodder for him. It's just Brooks at a major. You don't really need to make it that difficult.
Okay. Well, Reed, how about the 9K range? Maybe this will be a little more difficult. Who do you like?
Yeah, I'm going to keep Louis. I always reserve the Louis talk for Jeff. I don't want to take his steam there, because I do think that Louis is great. And look, there's game theory to it in terms of if you want to play Bryson. I don't think that I will, but I understand that if you want to. But Victor Hovland is the guy that, if we're talking about game theory, GPPs, if we want to win one of those $1 million contests, you're going to need someone like a Victor Hovland who doesn't have a ton of Open experience, just won, as a matter of fact, overseas, coming into this tournament. And look, he's a young player, right? Experience is what you want at the Open Championship, and he doesn't have a lot of it, but he's one of the best ball strikers on tour right now, and he's playing some of the best golf. Kind of harkening back to what he was doing tee to green back, I believe it was early in the, right after we came back from the shutdown. He was one of the best golfers tee to green out there. So if I'm choosing a guy in that $9,000 range, and it's not Jeff's boy in Louis Oosthuizen, it's going to be Victor Hovland for me.
All right, Jeff, talk about Louis.
Yeah, well, look, this 9K range is loaded. There's a million ways you can go. Usti is definitely a player I'm going to be heavily considering and probably using at some point this week. I'm just going to take the easy button here, though, and it's Justin Thomas at 9,600. Look, Justin Thomas is, a top 5 player in the world. This guy has perhaps maybe the best win rate of any of the top players, maybe outside of Dustin Johnson, although he's probably about equal with Dustin Johnson. This guy won the Players, the 5th biggest event in the world back in March. And now he's 9,600. He's cheaper than Jordan Spieth. He's cheaper than Bryson, whose career best finish in an Open is T51 and isn't playing that good. He's cheaper than Xander, who hasn't won in 2 years. This is a disrespectful price to Justin Thomas. This guy finished T8 last week at the Scottish Open. He was T11 at the Open in 2019. He's committed to trying to be a good links player, and it's starting to pay off for him. And now he's way too cheap at under 10K. I think you have to play Justin Thomas at this price. And I know a lot of people want to play Spieth. I do like Jordan Spieth. He's a great open player. Justin Thomas is a better player than Jordan Spieth at this point in their careers. I don't think there's much doubting that if you're asking me. And I think that he's just too cheap in this range. So, Louis, I like the Victor Hovland call, especially for GPPs. I think he'll be lighter owned than people think. But for me, the play in the 9K range is Justin Thomas.
All right, how about the play in the 8K range, Jeff? Who are you going to be going with here?
Yeah, this one is, I mean, there's two players I got my eye on. The first is Webb Simpson, just because he's too cheap at 8,300. But the player I really like is Patrick Cantlay. Again, he's like the 8K version of Justin Thomas. Why is Patrick Cantlay under 9K when you've got guys like Hovland and Hatton, and, you know, especially guys like Hatton and even Louis over 9K? I mean, Patrick Cantlay won at the Memorial, you know, basically a month ago. He's put in really solid performances at the last two majors. So the player's trending very well. He's an all-around player as well. You look at some of his coastal performances on like little par 70s, like the RBC Heritage and Valspar and things like that. They're really solid. I think Patrick Cantlay could end up being just like the value play of this tournament at under 9K. And again, I like Webb Simpson. He's super cheap, but the form advantage goes heavily to Cantlay here. And that's the player I think you got to play in the 8K range.
Reed, what do you think?
Yeah, but Justin Thomas, like going back to that one, Jeff, didn't you see him top the ball on social media at the Scott? Yeah. Oh no. No, I love that JT call. He's severely underpriced, and that's where that's usually when you get the GPP lineups to hit is when you get these really good guys that are underpriced. Paul Casey is my favorite, but I do think he's going to be heavily rostered in this range. You know, win earlier this season, he's played well in back-to-back majors, and I actually can't take credit for this call. It's Rick Gaiman at Rick Rungood. He put me on to Scotty Scheffler, and I think that's a fantastic call with GPPs. If you're taking a look, again, really focusing on these millionaire makers, you're going to have unique lineups. Not every single golfer needs to be unique, but sort of akin to your Webb Simpson call, Jeff. I've played Webb in the last couple of majors, and he's burned me. So I got some PTSD with that. But with Scotty Scheffler, take a look at what he's done as well, not just in terms of the majors, but overseas. Like, he's also a guy young that you don't think should do well on this type of course, but growing up in Texas could be, used to the windy conditions, a la Jordan Spieth and a lot of other guys. And so I do like a Scotty Scheffler. And this 8K range is really tough. Like, to take a move from Jeff Ulrich's repertoire of mentioning a ton of guys in this range. I also like Tommy Fleetwood. Like Fleetwood, his game and temperament sets up well for the Open Championship. So there's going to be some decisions to make in the 8K range. It's my favorite by far in this tournament.
All right, what about the 7K range, Reed? May not be your favorite, but where are you going?
Yeah, I think there's a handful of guys. I think Daniel Berger is severely underpriced at $7,400, but welcome the 20% plus roster percentage for a guy like Berger because he's just way underpriced. I'm actually going Sergio Garcia. I do really like Sergio Garcia. His Open Championship experience and his success is vast. Like, he's got 20 or so Open Championships under his belt. We almost before he won the Masters saw him win the Open Championship. He just missed a ton of putts and he couldn't make it down the stretch. But he's someone that I really like. And if we're going low in that low $7,000 range, I like Brandon Grace. And I don't think I'm alone in that. Great coastal course player. Fantastic when it comes to the majors and recent form. And remember a 62 that he shot. I forget what year it was, Jeff, so hopefully you can help me there. He shot a 62 on Saturday in the Open Championship. Anybody who shoots a 62 in a major tournament and then also in the Open Championship is going to get my attention. So those are the couple of guys I like.
All right, Jeff, what do you think?
I think that was 2017 that he did that, but I'm not 100% sure. I really like Mark Leishman in this range. It's a pretty simple one for me. I think Mark Leishman at 7,700 is a player who it's kind of like Grace. He's a very good Open Championship player. He's got 8 Open Championship appearances. Now he's got a few missed cuts in there as well, but he's also got 3 finishes of T6 or better. Playoff loss here in 2015, not at this venue, but at the Open Championship at St. Andrews. Leishman's been a little bit up or down, but he's coming in with a lot of confidence. Coming off a T3 at the Travelers, really likes the way his game was at. His off the tee game there was really good too. This is a player who, once he gets confidence, you can just see it vibrating through the rest of his game. The putter gets hot. The tee shots stay straight. I think Mark Leishman, this is like the perfect style of event for him as well. We have a shorter course where, if you get hot with the irons and with the putter, which is what Mark Leishman can do, you can really take advantage here and perhaps just jump out and on this field, because this course is quirky. It's going to set off a lot of the top players. And I think a player in this range, like a Leishman, is what we're going to see win this event finally. So love Mark Leishman, love him from the outright betting, but I really like him at 7,700. That's where I want to go first in this range.
All right, real quick, guys, on this last one, who are you looking at under 7K, Jeff?
Yeah, I'm looking at Kevin Kisner at 6,900. It's another player who's got a good Open Championship record, T2 2018, good on approaches and putting. He's really played well his last 2 starts, top 10s. These games coming around. Love Kisner this week.
Reed, under 7K.
Yeah, that was going to be my pick. So I'll go Justin Harding, $6,500. South African. I'm on the South African train here, Jeff. Good worldwide starts over his last handful, and he's shown up on these big stages.
So you like Ernie Els too, then?
I love Ernie Els this week. And why is Charles playing? Is he in this tournament? Because if he is, I'm just going to have an entire South African RSA all the way.
All right, thanks, you two. Heads up, Reed and Jeff will be on Get the Green today following our 2 p.m. sim. They'll go more in depth on the Millionaire contest as well as the sportsbook markets for the Open Championship. Be sure to tune in for that. But we still got to get to our MLB panel's best bets for the All-Star game tonight. That's next. In the meantime, we're sticking with golf. Here's Pat Mayo and Ben Ross taking a deeper dive into the 7K range for Open Championship contests. Take a look.
What do you think Max Homa's track record in major championships is?
I would have, so I know this because I just looked it up before the show, but I would have thought it was okay. I didn't realize it was as dire as it is.
He is 1 for 8 in cuts made in major championships, and his best finish is the 2019 PGA Championship when he was T64.
And I believe he doesn't have any links experience that I could find.
He has no Open Championship appearances. It's funny because I don't necessarily want to write him off because I think that Max Homa is a really good player, but I just look at all of these other now we're getting into Euro range. Which random Euro do you like? For pure sentimentality, and I think that he's playing okay golf, and I think that he's been gearing his entire year around this and the Ryder Cup. I might bet Poulter to win.
Ooh, Poulter. Huh. That is not what I thought you were going to say. I mean, makes cuts. He's got.
Well, you thought I was going to say Guido, right?
Yeah.
Guido's
and I was going to say Wiesberger, my boy, who's right there. Field of Burn. Yeah, Poulter's tough. Poulter and Matt Wallace, I'll tell you, that's another guy I have difficulty with. I think Poulter makes sense in terms of stability. I just don't know exactly. Yeah, I guess he can get in the mix, especially if it's very difficult. But I'd rather play Grayson Noren, I'll say that much.
I like Grace. I like Poulter. Like I said, English at 73. Westwood, I'm going to have some exposure to. And Seabez, it's going to be hard for me not to talk myself into him. He's playing well at major championships that he shouldn't be playing well at. And this is one he should play well at. So why not go for it at $7,400? But there's a couple who is super interesting is Henley.
Yeah, Henley's difficult. I liked him at the U.S. Open a little bit, and he held on as long as he could. He's playing well. He is kind of interesting. I don't know exactly where he falls on the balance scale of how hard I would want it. Certainly he needs to lean on the irons, but really at the end of the day, what he needs to do is get back to his spike putting weeks. That's what makes and breaks Henley.
Do you trust? Do you trust the tournament history? Because I mean, obviously these courses aren't exactly the same, but there's a particular style that the RNA sets up a lot. There's a particular style the USGA sets up for U.S. Opens that are similar traits amongst a lot of these courses. But if you just look at it, Cooch and EVR both are good at these tournaments.
They know how to navigate. EVR is one of the more difficult ones. I don't know what is going on. I mean, he's just in a major slump, and that's putting it lightly. He spiked for 1 week. Then he played the U.S. Open, so no shame in missing that cut. Man, flat 7 for him. I don't know if I can do it.
It's tough.
I really don't.
Yeah, I thought he withdrew from the John Deere, and I just assumed he was going to play in the Scottish, and he was supposed to be in the field, and he just never showed up.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what his deal is. Do you think there's any reason if you build a very aggressive, counterintuitive team with say Bryson and Hovland
Are you gonna
to
say
consider using
Bubba?
Bubba.
I know he's playing well right now, but you got to go look at his Open Championship resume.
It's not good. Would be the too long didn't read version. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I can ultimately do fine. Maybe Woodland then.
Woodland, yes, I can most definitely see that because I think that his game kind of fits. Like we always like Woodland at shorter courses a little bit more. He starts hitting that stinger off the tee. He doesn't need to use, like sometimes when he is asked to use his incredible length, it actually gets him into a lot of problems. And this way he can rein it back just a little bit. I worry that he's one of these weird guys when it comes to scrambling and around the green games. Like he's either like the worst guy in the field or he chips everything in.
That could be useful. I mean, again, this is going against the grain. I think the prudent move is to go to the normal people. I would say go to like Wolf on that team, but I don't think I could do that no matter what. He could have some issues over there.
He could, or this could be a perfect kind of layout for him. It's sort of a mystery when it comes down to Matthew Wolf. Like Kokrak is super cheap. He's playing well. I saw people even talking to him. He's like, he's 125 to 1. He's 150 to 1. I just worry he gets into a bunker, and that's the last we ever see of Jason Duffner or Jason Kokrak. He just retires there.
Yeah, it could be his new home in one of those pop bunkers. Yeah, I mean, his putters bailed him out, but his around the green game, as far as I know, he's not going to be able to putt it out of the bunker. So that's going to be, and then another Euro. He's not playing good. What about, I was going to say Willett, but I don't think that's really relevant.
I mean, Willett's made every cut at the Open the past 5 years.
Maybe it is relevant then. This is where, again, I think depending on how many teams, if you're really condensed up top, you have the luxury of kind of spraying and praying in the lower sevens. And these guys, it's not to say they can't get in the mix. A lot of even Sneds, like I took a long look at Sneds. Don't think I'll ultimately get there, but if they're in the right draw and they fit everything I want, they may be forced into a couple of my lineups.
Zach Johnson would be that guy for me that you're talking about in that range.
Yeah, ZJ. I mean, there's a lot of them here. You've got Cooch, Stenson, Sneds. A lot of them are in that same bucket of guys that have kind of navigated. Even Harmon in a little different, but like in theory, this should fit what he wants to do. I think of this range, this really targeted range, I would be with you with Zach Johnson over most of them. I'm going to give a look to Wiesberger, though. That's a guilty pleasure. It's not Austria, but it's close.
It's not really close.
It's close enough. He doesn't have to fly there. He could drive if he wanted to.
I suppose. That's a long drive. I took the train from Munich to Vienna. That was like a 3-hour train ride.
Well, maybe he's getting some reps. He's probably over there. Is he? I should know this. Is
he's
he
in the
Scotland?
Yeah, he's in the Scottish.
Okay.
He is feeling the burned. He is making
playing the weekend.
Oh yeah, he's playing the weekend. He got through.
Look at that. He's going to be all systems go.
Oh, my guy, Scrivel Me Timbers held on too. Jason Scrivener.
I have not even looked at. The only thing I saw from the Scottish was that guy stealing Rory's club.
That was amazing.
That was weird.
I just like Rom is just laughing the entire time.
Yeah, Rom is in just pure. He doesn't care about anything right now.
Poor Rory's caddy tried to get the club head back from him. And
yeah, Harry needs to. I don't know. That was a weird. Yeah, that guy. I respect that. He gave the club back, but then he tried to steal the dog or whatever that thing was.
Well, there's a weird thing too. Like I saw the reaction to it, and it was mainly from Americans. Like, "Oh my God, the security at this place! Like, they should take that guy out. Like, there should be snipers around." It's like, man, what an American reaction to things.
Yeah, we do love our swift cheaters justice casino style. But yeah, I don't know. That was just weird. That guy was freakishly calm.
Yeah, I think it made like Rory was like, why is this guy so calm? Like, I'm just gonna stand here and like let security eventually come and figure it out. But I don't know, maybe it just feels like it's different in Europe with like this type of stuff where it's like, oh, this drunk guy stumbled onto the course.
Yeah, I mean, they're not. It's just there's a lot of things I'm sure that are very, very different. I think of soccer a lot where they're like shooting flares and doing crazy stuff in the stands.
Final segment of the show. Welcome back to DraftKings contributors Gary and Thorne and Nick Fryer. It is time for All-Star Game. Cover the bases. Favorite sportsbook plays for the MLB All-Star Game tonight, gentlemen. So, first base, National League favorite on the money line, -120. Gary, and do you like the favorite, or would you take the AL at even money?
There is something deep inside me, and it's actually not even that deep, that is just screaming, this is an exhibition game. Just take the even money. Why would you ever bet a favorite, even if they are the home team? But at the same time, I just look at the pitching disparity in this game. Like, we talked about it a lot in the first segment. This game's at Coors Field, and generally you say, okay, well, who is the better offensive players? No. Who is the better pitchers? Who is the guys who can negate contact and really take Coors Field out of play? And if you're telling me that after Max Scherzer, we get into a territory with, again, Corbin Burns, Freddie Peralta, Zach Wheeler, arguably the next three best pitchers in baseball so far this season beyond Jacob deGrom, and the American League's going to what? We've got Lance Lynn and Kyle Gibson going to be filling out like the second, third, fourth, and fifth innings. I just think that's such a massive disparity. So even though in general, I feel like taking the favorite in an exhibition game is really dumb, I am going to be dumb and take the favorite.
Nick, are you also going to be dumb?
Yeah, I'm usually dumb on the show anyway, so I have no problem joining Gary in this one. I thought going into this that I was going to lean towards the AL because they haven't lost since 2012, and they've only lost 3 times since 1997 in the All-Star game. And obviously there's a tie mixed in there. But I thought I liked the AL's lineup a little bit more, but I've kind of flip-flopped there. But like Gary said, it comes down to the pitching staffs. And I'm sorry, when I see Nathan Eovaldi on your pitching staff and Aroldis Chapman, who has struggled of late, I know he was good early in the season, but it's just like, is this really the all-star pitching staff that I'm seeing up from the American League? So I just like the names that we've seen, from the National League side. And that's even with, we're not seeing DeGrom, we're not seeing Darvish, we're not seeing Woodruff, the guys who have stepped up to replace them too. I love this staff, so I'm always going to go with good pitching over good hitting, even I guess especially at Coors Field, where you're going to really need that.
All right, second base, Nick. The total runs for this one is set at 11. Are you going over or under?
Yeah, so this one may seem confusing to some who were watching when we're talking about the showdown portion of the segment, the DFS portion of the show, but I actually am going to go with the under here as much as I'm taking hitters throughout the showdown, because the over for tonight's game has only hit once since, I believe it was since 2015. And they scored 14 runs in that game between the two. And I know last time the All-Star game was held at Coors Field, we saw 21 runs scored, but that was also in 1998. So, we're talking about foreign substances on baseballs now. I think that we had a different type of foreign substance that was being in use back then, whether it was both pitchers and hitters. Anyways, I just like the pitchers more in this all around. I just, when it comes to the showdown portion of it, I don't feel as comfortable like knowing who's going to go out there. But when it comes to just straight up who's, what's the run total going to look like, I trust that the pitchers are going to keep this down as much as they may push the limits. I'm thinking it's going to be 8-9 runs. So I still feel comfortable taking the under there, though.
Gary, what about you? Over or under?
Yeah, I got to back up what Nick is saying here. I think this total is really high, and I get it. It's Coors Field. You're going to have an inflated total. That's just how this thing works. But 11 is a lot of runs for the caliber of pitcher that particularly the National League is going to be rolling out in this game. The hitters are great, but so are the pitchers. So I think when you look at historically in terms of the All-Star game and the total, the under is actually hit, well, in terms of this particular total, the under would have hit in 13 of the last 14 All-Star games. And as Nick alluded to, the one that actually went over in 2015, that game went to extra innings. So it's really hard to score that many runs in an All-Star game when pitchers are of this caliber, because again, once you reach the 5th or 6th inning, think about what sort of transpires there. You lose the starters, so arguably the better offensive players, and now you're just going up against closers for the last half of this game. Maybe 1 or 2 falter, but I just don't see a scenario where this game is like 9-8. I think it's probably more like 5-3 or something in that realm.
Okay, third base, guys. We got a special odds boost courtesy of everyone's favorite DK analyst, Steve Buchanan. 3 or more home runs hit in the All-Star game, boosted from -133 to -120. Gary, and given we are at Coors Field, do you like this boost?
I mean, you always have to like a boost. If anyone follows the DraftKings Sportsbook on Twitter, you know that boosts never lose, and they always come through. Look, it's a fun one. I think if you're watching the All-Star game, you're really hoping that we have this hit the over. You want to see home runs. You want to see cool things happen. But if I'm going to take the under, I sort of have to correlate that and say that I like the under here too. Again, I just think the caliber of pitching the National League is throwing out there. And again, it's not just that they're good pitchers. They're incredible strikeout pitchers, which is really the key to pitching at Coors Field. Even like Herman Marquez, who is the last pitcher on the National League's roster in terms of like actual skill, has had an amazing ERA at Coors Field this season and has been pitching out of his mind the past month. So I just feel like runs are going to be at a bit of a premium tonight, or at least more than people expect.
So you think Steve is a liar? Nick, yes, of course you do, obviously. Nick, what do you think? Do you
Well,
also think Steve is a liar?
My natural reaction is to fade Steve, and it's not because of his analysis. I mean, he does a great job with that, but I feel like I guess it's more of out of emotion. But actually, I am with him tonight as much as I'm with Gary, and I'm taking the under because in 2019 we had 2 home runs. We're at Coors Field, so I would think you're going to at least see one more than what we saw in 2019. We had a ton in 2018. Obviously, that was the run scoring game. 2 in 2017, 3 home runs in 2016, 3 in 2015. So looking at the last 5-6 years, I can't help but think we're going to be right around that. And still, all those years, we're still seeing the under with one exception in 2018. So I still think it's within the realm of possibilities. Just we can't have guys dishing out walks. That's really what's going to come down to. And with most of these pitchers, I would think that's not going to be a problem. So yes, I am going to back Steve's boost as much as like my better mind just says don't do it, but I have to do it here.
Okay, Nick, you got to do it. Now take us home. Any other All-Star game props catching your eye here?
So this one I was waiting for the second that we found out that Ohtani was going to be the starter and the leadoff hitter. For a run to be scored in the first inning, in general, I was thinking, okay, I'm going to go with no here because that hadn't happened. It's been scoreless over the last 3 All-Star games in the first inning, but the 3 before that we did see runs score. But I figured, okay, we're going to see 2 dominant starters. I was actually kind of hoping we would see Scherzer because I feel like he's just going to be out there mean mugging. So we got Scherzer. But then Ohtani is the big X factor in all this. And I'm thinking he's either going to be amped coming into this game, which again, if you think that's going to be the case, then you should have him for DFS. If you don't think he's going to be, then I think on the mound, he's going to be a problem. And then either way, he's going to be responsible for a run scored because of what happened last night. That's why with DFS, I can't back him because I don't know which way it's going to be, but I am confident that we'll see a run scored in the first inning and Shohei Ohtani, good or bad, is going to be responsible for that run being scored.
All right, Gary, and talk to me. Any other props catching your eye?
Yes, I'm going to keep sticking with the under theme here. I'm just going to take the American League team total under. It's set at 5.5. The under is -120. So even if you're someone who doesn't necessarily want to take the under in this game because it is scary, I understand that. It's still Coors Field. It's still a bunch of amazing hitters. I think this is the safer play because, again, if you're going to pick a side here that definitely has the advantage from a pitching perspective, it is the National League. So maybe the NL wins this game like 13-2 or something like that, and the under here hits and the over hits in the game. But I do think this is the safest bet on the board. I don't think the American League is scoring 6 runs tonight.
All right, you two, thank you so much. Appreciate the time. As always, that is going to be a show. We have Madden Sims coming up at 12 to no sim at 4. Then we got 6, 8, and 10. At noon, it all starts with Bengals at Browns. That's going to be Emerson and Christian. As for me, I will be back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. for another show, The Sweat, again, coming at you. So thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Stay tuned for Madden Sims, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Morning, everybody. Here we go. We got ourselves a wild, winny Tuesday. Although the beautiful young ladies are chilling in their little castles we call crates, it is nap time. It is nap time. It is gray and gloomy outside, but we've got the energy, and your face lights up my world. Christian DeAndrea, it's good to see you. I have not been with you for a hot minute. We got a fantastic team with us, too, behind the scenes. Producer Drew, Andrew on the ones and twos. We got JJ. We got Bailey here.
Just Bailey. One name, like Madonna. Just Bailey.
Yeah. Madonna, Seal.
Yeah. Cher.
Who else? Cher. That's a good one.
Retta, if you're a Parks and Rec fan. Iconic.
Yeah. Brittany.
It is Brittany. I don't
know.
Can we say the rest? I don't know. Can we finish that?
Yeah, you could say, you could say the rest, but right now we're going to start off slow. You know, we don't want to come in too hot.
Ease into it.
So what do we have? Five sims today? Is that what's on the docket? Yes. So 5 sims today because we're coming to the end of this season, right? So is this week 18 for most of these guys?
This is the 17th game.
Okay.
This is what will be the difference between a winning record and a losing record for the Cleveland Browns. Would put them in a tiebreaker for the AFC North Championship, which I'm skeptical about these in the real life outcomes. I feel like the winner of the AFC North will have more than 9 wins, but here we are and waiting to see if the Browns can fend off a challenge from a frisky upstart of a Bengals team who I kind of believed in, maybe a little too hard for this sim, Emerson Lapsia. I have Johnny Five Sticks in my lineup. I have AJ Green in my lineup. I have CJ Uzama in my lineup, who had a terrible, awful, very bad, no good game last time I was on one of his sims. The 2 catches, 20 yards, and an absolute banger against the Chiefs. 87 total points in that game. We were 1 field goal away from matching a sim total scoring record. It was lovely.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
That was awesome. When was it? When was that? I've never been on a game like that before.
Last week. It was recent. It was great. It was, I even forget who I was there with. Might have been Moose.
Okay. Well, anyway, we're underway here. It's good to have everybody here in the DK Sim fam. Good Tuesday to you. I forgot who I rostered already, but I can rip through the lineup here in just a moment. I think we ended up getting a good chunk of people. Yeah, good. North of 120 entries. That's fantastic. I went ahead and captained Landry. I got Baker in there. I got Joe Burrow. I got Ross. I got CJU. And then went ahead and put some Siebert in there. Why the hell not?
Yeah. Get that kicker exposure. Jason Rossi somewhere smiling about this one.
That's right. I sent Jason Rossi last night too. He sent a chunk of us a text, said, hey, send me your top 15 baseball movies to me.
15 baseball movies? That's a lot.
I know. First off, I was like, that's really ridiculous, dude. Yeah. That's like really watered down. Just say top 10. Just keep it really, really simple. But I said, okay, I'll do it. I'll play along. I think it's actually nice that you're asking me to be involved with something. It shows that we're friends.
Oh.
And so I sent him 15 of them. I had to think past 10. I said, what the hell's going on here? Anyway, I could get into that a little later if you want, if we need some time to kill. Right now, we may need some because we're a minute in and we already got our first punt.
Yeah. Tyler Boyd run, Joe Mixon run, and then Joe Burrow acting like it's Wild Weather Wednesday, throwing a pass to no one. Oh, look at those clean Browns jerseys, though. These aren't quite the throwbacks, but like they got rid of that weird piping on the legs that just said Browns in big letters, and like the weird shoulder panels, and they went back to the classic look. It's solid. You wouldn't think that brown and orange would go together this well, but they are a Halloween delight in northeastern Ohio.
And it's not this season, it's next season that the NFL is dropping like the one helmet rule, which is going to allow a lot of these teams to bring back some incredible throwbacks, which the Browns have just, haven't the Browns?
Oh, no, you might cut out for the middle of that.
Okay.
You're good.
Hello?
You're back.
Okay. No, I was saying the Did you hear what I said at the beginning? How the NFL next season getting rid of the one helmet rule, so that's going to allow a lot of these teams to bring back some throwbacks. But hasn't the Browns uniform just been the same since the beginning?
Has. And occasionally, when they've tried to change it, they've brought in some alternates, and they never got anywhere. Because I had that sweet old Kessler whiskey vintage mini gumball machine helmet stand, and it's got all these. It's from 1968. And it has this one weird Cleveland Browns helmet that I've never seen before. And it was like a prototype. They were going to wear it. And apparently the players hated it so much, they all peeled the logo off their helmets and just went out for a preseason game and playing Brown instead. So they're like, all right, guess we're not doing this. It was like a weird connected C and a B. And it was basically like something a preschooler would doodle. We think you're good. I feel like if anything,
I'm panicking.
I feel like your mic is picking up on that energy. You got a lot of leftover YMCA energy, and it's shorting out your mic.
Oh yeah. I know. Yeah, incredible morning. Incredible morning at the
You
YMCA.
see our names on there. You're like, I got to live up to the best friend squad standard. I got to be part of the Swole crew out there. So you went out and you went and squatted sets of 315. I hear.
Dude, yes, I was just mashing and pumping and thumping, and I was extremely swollen. I didn't think I was going to be able to make it, but I don't know if either one of these teams is going to make it to the end zone at this point. We're a little more than 3 minutes in here.
This is Sinland taking its revenge on you for canceling Wild Weather Wednesday by giving a de facto Wild Weather Wednesday between Great State.
Yeah, again, wild Winnie Tuesday. You know what I remember as a kid when I'm growing up in Jacksonville and the Jaguars are born. I remember these two, the Bengals and the Jaguars, being, AFC Central foes there from 95 to 2001, and the Browns and the Jags having some classic battles back in the day as well. Those were the days, man. Those were the days. The Jags didn't suck as much.
Yeah. Dude, the state of Ohio went 2 decades without a playoff win. The Browns didn't qualify. The Bengals would get there, and then Marvin Lewis their way right out. It was, it must have been just a weight, a burden off the shoulders for the people, not just in Cleveland, but in Columbus, in Toledo, maybe even in the Cincinnati suburbs. Maybe they felt a little bit of pride in their home state when Cleveland finally brought Ohio an NFL playoff victory.
Yeah. Those were some good days there. Bengals were in the division with the Jaguars, and Jaguars were born. The Browns were in there for the last couple of years. But then so were the Ravens there, 99 to 2001. Shifting things up. That's when Houston moved to Memphis as the Tennessee Oilers in 97. They moved to Nashville in 98, still known as the Oilers for a little bit.
Yeah, it was weird. That's going to be a great throwback uniform. Getting back the old Oilers, oil Derrick helmets with the powder blues. That is a top 3 throwback, I think, going back to the heady days of the Houston Oilers. Pat Patriot up there as well. Creamsicle, Buccaneers, and Tom Brady. I think that's why they're bringing him back. They want to be able to print that Tom Brady throwback Bucs uniform money. But man, Tyler Boyd's been the guy to have here. Almost picks up the first down there.
Yeah, there was an interesting moment last night. Darth Gator, Mark Brunell, Baselli, Fred Taylor. There you go. Keenan McCardell. Go Jimmy Smith. Oh, man. Anywho, so last night I'm sitting there at Nesson. I'm watching the home run derby, and I'm seeing Kenny is getting all worked up on Twitter. As you know, Kenny, we all know him here on the Dream Stream, super emotional. Right. As on the 2nd and 1, nowhere to go there for Joe Mixon. 3rd and inches coming up. And we were debating a little bit during the sweat yesterday. The over-under for longest home run was 519 and a half. That is a mile, dude. Yeah. That was a number I did not think could be reached. It would have to be an absolute perfect swing by Shohei Ohtani, who was going 5'10" in warm-ups and batting practice. I mean, like McGuire went 5'10" in Denver in '98, and he was juiced up. So you're thinking there's no way anyone can hit it this year. And I said, and I got a little too ahead of myself with my dude Glash Daddy, with Glash and with Kenny. And I said, if the over hits, I said, I'll let Glash shave my back.
Oh, no.
And all night, I said, no way, no one's doing it. And then we're taping our show, and all of a sudden, I'm getting some notifications on Twitter, and then the producer gets in my ear because I told him what was going on, and they said, dude, I think Juan Soto just went 520.
Oh.
I said, out of all the guys, it's the 8th seed who goes 520.
Half a foot, 6 inches. What separates you? Oh, man.
And, so my dude, my good friend, my brother from another mother, Glash, who is hanging out on YouTube, is kindly reminding. And it's great because I'm going to go down to Florida. I'm going to see my folks for the first time here since March in a couple weeks. I typically get my back waxed before I go down anyway, so I can lay down just on the beach and have not be like too hairy. And so, I mean, I don't want to Gina here in the next.
So are you? So it's going to be. Is it going to be different for you? I mean, are you concerned about having an itchy back when that hair grows back in, or are you going to just bite the bullet and let Glash wax your back instead? Oh, your mic is out.
Down is if Glash. My back's not that bad. I prefer it to be smooth. I sweat so much. I don't like my clothes sticking to the hair and all that other crap. So, I mean, if Glash wants to turn it into a wax sesh, that's fine. But either way, he could have easily said, "No, I'm not doing this." But we all know what a team he is. And so, you know what? This is you. This is your back. And Glash and I have grown closer over the past few months, especially with him calling Connecticut Sun games on the sports network I work for at night. And so we're basically gonna be like roommates, I also says, will you be shaving Glash's back also? I don't think that's part of the deal, but if he asked me to, I'd do it. I mean, if we're right there, if he needs it done, why the hell not?
Teammates right there, above and beyond. And you didn't even get invited to go watch 9 Fast, 9 Furious with him. Amazing. Oh, your mic is gone completely now. All right, well, while Emerson sorts out the, windstorm happening in his apartment that's going right to his microphone, we're going to watch the Bengals try to, why are you running a sweep with A.J. Green? He is an old man. He's no longer fleet of foot, and he's dealing with injuries. Don't subject him to more of that as he gets stopped for a loss there. 3rd and long coming up. We'll see if the Bengals get off another play before the quarter break here, but it seems unlikely. Still nothing from Emerson. So you're going to get to see me on cam. I thought you might be getting some Emerson Lobster pantomime action on the other side of things. Maybe he would show you his man in a box, his pull the rope, the press the blue. But instead, you guys just get me through one quarter, 0-0. A very wild weather Wednesday type game here on a Tuesday. But Bengals 3rd and long in the red zone will break the scoring drive soon, barring a turnover. Burrow has been bad, 4 of 8 for 47 yards. Baker Mayfield, not much better, 1 for 2 for 14. So neither one of these guys doing much of anything in the first 8 minutes here. On the ground, Joe Mixon, Kareem Hunt, both averaging some decent numbers, but who cares? Neither one is on pace for the bonus. Either guy is going to have to rip one off in order to trend towards that 100-yard bonus line. A lot of weird toss sweeps. A.J. Green, Tyler Boyd both have carries. It's one of the things I do not like about the Madden play calling. So there were some weird guys into their mix for these like toss sweeps and jet sweeps and end arounds, and guys who should not be getting the ball. Your Mercedes Lewis's, your Larry Fitzgeralds, and today your AJ Greens. So not a great start there. Dude, that was a baller home run derby. Obviously, you love watching it in thin air. I personally enjoyed watching my guy, former Madison Mallard, Pete Alonso, go yard about 1 million times. Dude was feeling it too, which was quite possibly the best part there. Like, he wasn't taking it too seriously. He was vibing with the music. He was bobbing his head. He was taking his time out. And Dave Yaus made himself a star. Just perfect bullpen pitching, batting practice pitching from that dude. Even though he did pretty notably plunk Alonso once to brush him off the plate, which I did enjoy to see. Did not affect Peters. All right, we are back to the game here. 3rd and 11. The Bengals going to make it 7-0, or is it going to be 3-0? Oh, he got him, but he could not get the feet down in bounds. Looked like that was AJ Green there, who could not make the veteran catch in the corner of the end zone. Let's take a look. Maybe we're going to get the replay here. Maybe not. No, instead it's going to be a fat Randy. 31-yarder. The cheeseburger walrus out to make the kick. It's up, and it's good. So 3 points for you Bullock owners out there, as Emerson struggles to find a working mic connection. Simon Slays, I don't know the logic behind singing Alice in Chains to woo a potential mate, but I kind of like it. Like, why was it man in the box though? And why wasn't it like, I guess they don't really have any romantic songs. They're mostly about heroin. There are the romance behind heroin. I don't know. Wood might be better. Heaven Beside You. Heaven Beside You would be a good wooing song for a woman. But again, about heroin. Jared points out a good point. Now that Emerson has effectively taken himself out of the game, we can finally give Chirag his props, his proppers for getting rid of Wild Weather Wednesday. We know who the true factor behind that was. Bobblehead is a little bit out of place. For a minute there, Poppy Herb, I was broadcasting from the office, but now that me and the lady friend are both working at same times, like she takes the office, I go back to the dining room table. So I had to put Bob Euchre and Carlos Gomez and Johan Hedberg all back in storage. And right now, I only got this beauty behind me, which is the Christian Yelich 40 dinger, 30 steal club bobblehead. Which, to be fair, a good looking bobble as we get, little Higgins action there. Higgins, useful pickup today, going off at only 5K in the flex. So he was one of the cheaper options out there, giving you nearly 10 points per game. A little bit trick-or-treaty for him. 9 is less than 24 before that, 1.6 before that, and 20.8 before that. So when this price dips, he tends to perform pretty well. If you got in on him, you're happy with the turnout there. He picks up a big first down. 37% owned in the free contest.
Beep, 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 beep.
Oh.
Hello? Hey, does this sound okay?
You're coming through loud and clear.
Am I really? Dude, hold on a second. Let me plug this in. That's crisp. You know what? Man, you know what really annoys me? So I really did nothing. And I think the mic just decided to start working. Hold on.
Did you throw it like an old Nintendo?
I actually did. I don't know. Producer Drew and Andrew are the ones who just could probably tell you they were watching me over here. I'm pulling out all of these old ass mics. Here's the old ass mic that I used to hold when I started these things. And then I have this really good mic that I'll do voiceovers with, like from home. Yeah. But the problem is, like, it does not plug into my Apple computer. Huh. Apple computer doesn't have too many holes that I could, fit into. Anywho, this is a I think I'm back, right? Everything sounds good. Looks like the guys behind the scenes say everything's good. Everything's cool.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, Chat had a good time there. Evans Boney dropped dropping an eagle-eyed cherry reference on us for some reason.
Oh my God! Save tonight, nothing come tomorrow. That was a great one. That was a great little one-hit wonder, right?
Oh yeah, I mean of the Cherry Factory, the family, Eagle Eye, Nene, Buffalo Stance. I mean, they were good for like one song each, and they were bangers.
Simon Slade said Emerson's electric razor charging shorted out his internet. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what my new Glash is going to use. If he's going to go straight, razor, or if he's going to go electric, whatever he wants to do, I'm fine with. I trust him. Okay, well, I'm sorry about that.
I mean, really, you're apologizing to the wrong guy for getting taken out by tech difficulties. You remember the internet, how it used to be here, and how rarely I would get through a full sim unscathed.
You did a great job holding it down, though. Congo Cat mentions it. Yeah. I mean, I was able to listen the whole time during my pods. I'm like, son of a bitch, I'm leaving my co-host hanging out, to dry. And no, you're just there. You stepped it up. You were smooth as can be.
Yeah. I mean,
because it's almost like you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you could have gone off without anyone noticing if it wasn't the quarter break. If anyone can go on 5 minutes breathlessly about nothing, it's your boy right here.
For sure. Which, hey, checked my inbox yesterday, and that's the thing. Even though we haven't been together for some time here on the Dream Stream, I still feel like you are part of me. When Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I get your beautiful email inside my inbox.
Yes, that's actually our slogan over the post route. Put us inside you, the post route. But yeah, it was Sarah, my wonderful and brilliant editor at SB Nation, took this one solo and broke down the 8 teams who could go from worst to first in their divisions. And of course, that included Washington. Of course, it included the Packers, because no one knows what the hell's going on with Aaron Rodgers. No one, of course, it means the Saints, because who's going to be the quarterback there? Could be the Seahawks, because we don't know what the new offensive coordinator is going to look like. Could be the Bills, because maybe COVID just wipes out their whole season. That's really the only thing I could think of there. And could be the Titans if Derrick Henry drops off a little bit. And speaking of Derrick Henry, he's going to be the subject of tomorrow's post route, whether or not he can keep it up in 2021. So be sure to check it out. You can subscribe for free. We'll give you newsletters thrice weekly at postroute.substack.com.
Third and goal here, everybody. Third and goal from the 3. We got a little less than 3 minutes to go in the first half. I love all of you. And you know what? If you love sacks and if you love tied games at 3, which is likely to come, I know. All right. So I'm going to say it, and I do appreciate you recognizing the fight that I put up for the DK Sim fam to eliminate Wild Weather Wednesday, and then Sherrod sliding in, and even Glash has backed me up on that. And Glash is the king of our department here, and knows that without me, Wild Weather Wednesday is not eliminated. But since that dream has come true for many of us, every game I've been on has been hot garbage. I don't know what it is. It's like bad juju or something. I don't know if I have disrupted the universe. Like, why? Why has this happened?
Like I said, man, last Browns game I had 45-42, an absolute banger, an explosion of great play. I think it was Terrell and I on the broadcast. We had no shortage of great plays to talk about. Didn't even have to get into back shaving, and yet now we see this game through roughly 14 minutes, 0 touchdowns, 2 chip shot field goals. I do think it's you. I think you have angered the sim gods, and this is how they're taking it.
Yeah. Terrence says, run it. Why don't talk, shut up, and call the game? Why do you want me to call a 3-3 game right now, bro? Come on, man. What else? Hey, I mean, like, these things are agenda-free, TP. Like, for real, dude. Like, we'll call these plays and stuff like that. Is there anything else, like, you want to talk about? Anything else at all, Terrence? Everything's on the table. The usual suspects here kind of know the drill.
Yeah, I mean,
we dial into the game. We help people with their personal problems. If you have issues in your dating life, we can help you there. Questions about food, football, we can talk about these teams in the real season. But everything's on the table, bro. And it is good to have you here. We got 420 watching right now. We got a fire squad. Just an absolute smoke show squad of the DK Sim fam. 420 watching right now. We're up to 55 likes. We'd love to hit that century mark. Wow, Burrow gets it off right as he is getting taken down. And that's a first down. Giovanni Bernard. TR says, Tony says, so Emerson, would you say that there is a cloud over your head right now? I do. I do feel like there is this cloud of wild weather that has
following you around.
Followed me. And you could ask any of the guys here on the team too, who are located up in the New England area. Since Wild Weather Wednesday got eliminated, the weather here in Boston and New England has been hot garbage. This is like middle of winter weather.
So
we haven't seen the sun in a week.
You cursed yourself in the streams, but you've actually cursed the entire city of Boston with terrible wild weather as well. There's the 101 timeout. So the Bengals driving might give us our first touchdown of the game. We're going to have to wait and see.
Good to hang out and see everybody on Twitch. And you know what I thoroughly enjoy about a lot of the members of our Twitch fam too, and I even see it on the YouTube side, a lot of them have Twitter and are absolutely hilarious over on Twitter. And like last night with the whole over-under longest home run, like side bet thing with Glash. Pretty hilarious. Some of the people chiming in on the thread. It's always good connecting with all you guys and gals, whether it's over on Instagram, whether it's on Twitter, outside of the Dream Stream. It's a good people, man.
I haven't been on Instagram lately. How are the Sassy Springers doing?
Sassy Springers are doing amazing.
Are they sad about the weather that you've caused them to have to go through now?
They don't mind it a whole lot. It's a little cooler, so it is nicer when we go to the dog park, which we will be going on an adventure following this sim.
Yes, I should do the same. Man, we're going to get rain here. Don't want to go to a soggy dog park. Come back. Dog paw prints all over the place. Car ruined. Oof. Well, this is another drive threatening to end in not quite total failure, but disappointment at the very least, as the Bengals into the red zone on a very nice John Ross catch, but Burrow taking the corner sack there, and third and intermediate coming up, clock winding down. What is Cincinnati going to do here with their final timeout? They're just going to run a play. That makes sense.
Well, we found Noah Moon's burner account, and that apparently was Terrence Preston or Peterson. We miss you, Noah, and that positivity. Pour one out for Noah today, DK fam. 3-3, 22 seconds to go. Give me 3 more points. You know, at this stage of the game, where we're at, sign me up for only field goals.
You think this is going to be a game where the crusty cough's going to go to Fat Randy or Siebert?
Yeah. Give me that Siebert action, that Siebert love. My lineup is hot garbage. You know, the way New York City smells in the summer? That is my lineup right now.
Wow. Well, the important thing was that we were able to get a dig in New York City. Terrible place.
It's great to visit. It is. And I remember growing up, being in this business too. You're like, man, I gotta get to New York. You gotta get to that top market. Really, any business. It's the hub. It's the center. I said, the more I kept visiting there, the more I'm like, I got nowhere to walk the springers. I got nowhere to go. My girls need grass. They need to frolic in the fields with the butterflies and the bees and the hummingbirds.
The expense, the traffic. I mean, I've enjoyed my trips out there when I've known people and just can like crash on someone's couch and like, oh, we finally found this nice place and it's kind of a hole in the wall, but the food's good. It's cheap. All right, cool. But like, man, it's too much for me. Not a New York, and possibly, you know, also growing up in New England, like you're just trained, like it's ingrained in your upbringing that New York sucks. The Yankees suck. The Mets we don't care about. The Knicks. Well, you cared about them a little bit in the 90s, but now, you know, maybe they're coming back for a while. It's irrelevant. You learn to hate all things New York, and I think that extended out to the city itself. Like, I can deal with the crowds in Boston. Like, I have no problem, like, walking around in Boston, or, like, I would have no problem living in Boston. But living in New York sounds like an absolute nightmare.
One thing I do love though, man, because I can be a night owl. I love how it really never sleeps. You could go there, you could take a nap all day long, wake up at like 11 o'clock at night, an hour before midnight, and you could go out.
Yeah, that's true.
You can go out with your friends. I love everything around here shuts down at 11, which is probably good. Because I go out anyway.
Hey, what time?
This whole
2?
Oh God, no! At the last call I could find around here is like 1. If you get some places outside the city that have kind of been grandfathered in, you can get like 1:30.
Really?
But most of the time you go around here, you don't see anyone drinking at most of the bars until like past 11:30. But just dialed into stats here real quick.
Yeah.
Tyler Boyd's been the leader in the clubhouse. There's clearly not a whole lot to break down here, everyone. Tyler Boyd, 4 for 40. Gio's got 3 catches, 25 yards. Higgins has 2 for 40. CJ 2 for 20. The law firm, Peoples Jones, 1 for 14. Austin Hoopaloop, 1 for 6, which I saw him at the McGregor fight, I think, over the weekend. He was there with Baker and a few others. Ross, 1 for 21. If you guys don't see any stats like correct right now, it's all good. Still adding up stuff from home. We're also incorporating some, new members of the ops team. The important thing is it's all right in the end. So may not be like up to date, but it'll get there. So just have some patience. I know many of you know that already, but for anyone new here, your patience is appreciated. We also are at 69 likes right now. No one else needs to like the video. We're good. We'll just stay here the rest of the day. 400 people watching, which is a phenomenal crowd to have at high noon on a Tuesday.
Yeah. And I see over there on YouTube, Brian C. going in on me on the Yankees. And 93 beat
they relate on that.
You Boston fans are more tolerable than New York fans. Listen, I just spent about 30 seconds trashing the city of New York simply because I don't like the Yankees. I'm pretty sure I set the bar pretty high for obnoxiousness. I said nothing about your terrible fans, and I embrace the inherent crappiness of being a Boston sports fan. We went from being intolerably loud complainers to intolerably loud celebrators in the span of like 10 years. We are awful either way. And it's kind of wonderful to be a part of and just excruciating to see from a distance or up close.
I do love the food there. You could go there to New York City, anything you want. Anything.
Yeah, that's true.
It was mad expensive though.
Yeah.
We were just, the last weekend we were there was a couple of years ago, went for our anniversary weekend with some friends. I was paying like $9 for like a light beer. Felt like I was at a Red Sox game. Take out like a small loan. just to go to games these days.
Yeah, that's what was killing me. Like, first off, to get into a Bucks finals game out here, standing room only for Game 3, the cheapest get in you could find, $4.99 before fees on StubHub too. So you're looking at like more than $1,000, well over $1,000 if you want to get 2 standing room tickets to go watch the Bucks dismantle the Suns. But on top of that, like, they got the Deer District too. And again, like, not a crowds guy. I don't want to stand in the middle, like, of a sea of fans, just standing outside watching the game. And, like, you got to pay for that as well. And then dropping like 12 to 15 bucks a beer, like, compared to the 18 inside in Milwaukee. Like, they definitely, they took advantage of Milwaukee finally having a good basketball team, having a nice arena. Because I went to we used to go to Bucks games all the time in the Bradley Center. The Bradley Center was fine. It was whatever. It had all the welcoming of a 1970s airport, but like, you could get a beer for like $8 and you could get a ticket for like 15, and everything was fine. It was good. And like, now it's like, I love the fact the Bucks are a great team. I'm not thrilled about having to dip into my savings account to be able to go to a playoff game now. I got in and watched them beat the Celtics back in like 2015 for $20 in the playoffs, in the postseason. It was wonderful. And now that will get me 1.1 beers if I get into the arena.
D. Rusev 82 says, who should I play in my all-star game lineup? And I'm glad you asked, because we have at 5:00 today, 5:00 Eastern time, we have a Major League Baseball edition of the slate with 2 of our best baseball bros as Hoopaloop on the reception. We have a flag in the play. A little pass interference. Okay. Oh, legal block in the back. Great. I definitely know my penalty signs. But Major League Baseball edition of the slate at 5:00. Bukes and Garion will have all of the information you need, like their picks on the sports betting side, what to do on the DFS side, some window to bring all of your questions. I mean, these guys are here for you. And Chargers at the Raiders with Kaufman and Zach will come up at 2. We'll replay the sweat between the 12 and the 2. Get the Green with Reed and Jeff, the second best edition of Get the Green, will arrive at 3:00. Reed and I do a Monday edition of it. He's back in the States now. It's good to have him back. We're planning on playing some golf this weekend with Samir.
Nice.
So it'll probably be like a 6-hour round with Samir. Oh my God. Back in the continental states.
Yeah. Yeah, where do you think Hawaii is?
I hate you, producer Drew, for listening to what I say at times.
How dare you remind me of my own words?
Oh my God, I hate myself. First and goal, come on, there you go. Chubb Muffin into the end zone. We have a touchdown. We have 6 points. We have 6 points, which is like 2 field goals.
Only took about 20 minutes of gameplay, but here we are. It's the Chubbster into the end zone.
43.5% owned in the big showdown, which we had almost 10,000 entries between a large audience watching us on YouTube and the amount of entries in the free showdown. I think people are getting excited for the playoffs here in this season, for this being week 18. This has been really fun, and now we've got to rely on producer Drew to come up with more creative ideas. Don't let us down, man.
Travis Castaneda just turned in. Wow, what a game. Worse than Weather Wednesday games. That is correct. Again, if you're just tuning in, Emerson Lopsy has cursed all of his broadcasts and the city of Boston with terrible ambiance, let's say, by being the one to get Wild Weather Wednesday banned. And Simon Slay is saying that Groupon is a good service for finding tickets to live sporting events. And I've never heard that before. I'm very intrigued. I'm going to have to use that. See if I can Groupon. I guess they had to pivot to something. Concert tickets. Would they do sports too? I gotta look it up now. I'm intrigued. I have not used my Groupon account in, I don't know, 5 years. Remember when that was a big thing? And then restaurants did it because they're like, oh, we got all these Groupon people coming in, and they get all their food for half price, and they hate us. They act very entitled.
Groupon was huge back in the day.
Yeah, and then they went public, and then all the like the copycats sprouted up, like Living Social, and now you don't hear about Groupon or Living Social.
I remember that. I loved it. You go on there, you can get like 2 burritos for $5. I could take a trip to Cancun for like $200. I could go buy a hot tub for $50 or like 30 minutes in a hot tub, you know, somewhere at a spa, maybe a $20 back massage, a couples massage.
But I wouldn't want, like, those vacation deals concern me because I would not want to be on a vacation surrounded by other people who use Groupon, if that makes any sense. It's kind of like the Costco travel deals. Like, I'm not sure if I want to be surrounded by other Costco people when I go out. But, I mean, Costco, I feel like, is a step up from Groupon. You do have the barrier of the entry fee to get in. So maybe Costco travel. I mean, Costco, they advertise it quite a bit. Seems like they got some decent deals.
You know, I was a Sam's Club guy. Growing up. And, you know, our long national nightmare is over recently. All of these establishments. Hungry. Cash and go there and have some lunch. Just kind of make your way around all of the sample stations. Is AJ Green, 2 catches now, 25 yards in this one.
Yeah, your mic was in and out for a minute there. Sounds like you're back, though.
Test.
Yeah. A little scratchy in between, but it might have been that pack of Marlboros I saw you pound through during halftime. Oh, no, now you're out. Now it's gone. Wow. Well, as Emerson goes back to the well and tries to figure out this sad mic situation, you guys get to deal with me for another, I don't know, hopefully just a few minutes, because I feel like we were going to have a good conversation about big box stores and membership clubs and samples. I was very happy to see at my Costco they did bring back real basic samples, like it was like lunch meat and cheese, but still nice to see again as my guy CJ Uzama breaks free for first down. We might be headed towards maybe the difference between a good game and a bad game was Emerson sacrificing his microphone, muting himself for the world. Maybe that's why the Bengals are finally starting to move the ball with some confidence, but not a great day overall. Yeah, I'm really excited to see what Uzama can do for the Bengals this year. Looked like he had a nice connection repartee with Joe Burrow early, but he did get hurt in game 2 that season, so really small sample size. Drew Sample didn't really step up in any meaningful way to kind of grab the reins as tight end 1, despite being a 2019 second-round pick. So a guy the Bengals were kind of relying on who did underwhelm a bit. Uzama, a little bit more of that move tight end, a guy who you can put in motion, that you can motion out to the slot. So 2 tight end sets will not be unheard of in Cincinnati, but they do have that strong receiving core where you want to get Jamar Chase, Tyler Boyd, and T. Higgins. You want to get all 3 of those guys out on the field as much as possible. You can absolutely go empty backfield and put your 2 tight ends, Sample and Uzama, out there with those 3 guys, but I feel like it might be a bit of a tight end battle in Cincinnati, and I think Uzama is going to wind up winning it as Mixon picks up a big first down there on 3rd and short. That's what we haven't seen from this team. 3rd down competence inside the red zone. Oh, is he back? Is he back?
Test.
Oh.
Test. Okay. Is it all right?
I'm hearing you. It sounds right.
Huh.
All right. Well, thank you, Twitch, for not only cheering me on, but dropping me back into the boneless wings or chicken nuggets debate. Again, chicken nuggets and boneless wings are two different vehicles for the chicken breast. The boneless wing, I feel like, is not a mechanically separated slurry of chicken like a chicken nugget is. And that's not to crap on the chicken nugget. I love a good chicken nugget. I like a good chicken slime coated in panko breadcrumb. Actually, the panko crumbs are not my favorite coating. If you get a good breading on a chicken nugget, that can be the difference maker. The panko does not do it for me. However, a good boneless wing always seems to be one proper cut, as Joe.
Hey, touchdown! Touchdown!
RB1's feasting today, Emerson Lazia. Nick Chubb has one, and now Mixon has one. And Mixon, a guy whose value is entirely touchdown dependent. You never really see him run for the rushing bonus. He cedes a lot of playing time to Gio Bernard, but when he hits the end zone, he pays off in a big way. Bengals 13, extra point pending. Browns 10.
Hello?
You good? You good?
Everyone? Hello? Great. Excellent.
We're stable. Goofy's dog. Mixon and Chubb tease. Come on, man. I feel the same. I was looking at my lineup. I was like, maybe I should get Gio Bernard in there. Maybe I should get Nick Chubb in there. No, my only running back is Kareem Hunt, who has been fine. 6 points for like $5K in salary. But my OBJ captain play, bad. John Ross, 1 catch. Jarvis Landry, 1 catch. AJ Green, 2 catches. My lineup is bad. I'd been on such a heater too, Emerson. Like 3 straight sims where I finished in like the top 10 in the DK Sim Fam contest, and yet here we are. I'm going to struggle to crack the top 100.
Pre-showdown, Mayfield was the highest owned, 76%. OBJ was 60%. So highest owned running back, 43%, Nick Chubb. Then you go all the way down. There's Kareem Hunt at 26%. Bernard was 25%. Mixon was 23%. What's up, dude?
I mean, with these who do you pick? I mean, you got to roll the dice. It's not like you got a Dalvin Cook or a Christian McCaffrey, or you don't know who's going to get the call at any given moment with these teams. It's frustrating, but if you guess right, it feels so very good. Guessing right is what we do all the time at the post route. Postroute.substack.com.
I love that for you. I love this for nobody. The fact that it's 13-10. 15-21, 154 yards for Joe Burrow. Baker Mayfield, who was wearing that wacky shirt last week during the match, 8 of 10 for 80 yards. It also looked like he hadn't been outside in quite some time. There's not many people out there who are more pale than yours truly. And
staying in the weight room, getting gains, wearing silk shirts.
Yep. On the ground, Chubb has these are where the only 2 touchdowns have been scored, guys. So Chubb 9 of 29, 1 touchdown. Mixon 8 carries for 43 yards and another touchdown. I honestly think all the equipment issues I'm having. I don't typically do this. I don't, but I'm going to blame my dog because yesterday Georgie was walking through here in the side where there's a bunch of wires, and my wife's been telling me to clean up the wires, and I don't listen. And now yesterday Georgie was walking through. It was like a level in Legends of the Hidden Temple where the kids are trying to make their way through the evil temple, and she got trapped, tangled up, and everything crashing down off the table. The mics have been destroyed. The ring lights, which bring glow to my skin, were falling apart. Everything is broken. The fact that I'm even on the screen right now, it's a Christmas miracle, for crying out loud. But I still love them. I still love them back there. They're my best friends, and they can do no wrong.
So you just spent the past week just tempting fate when it comes to Simland, getting rid of Wild Weather Wednesdays, leaving your cords out there for a poor dog to get tangled up in. Tragic, as We take a look at the stat. I mean, receiving, no one's really doing anything in the receiving game. You need to have both RB1s to be in the money today. Your top receiver right now is CJ Uzomah. He only has like 5 catches for 40 yards. Jarvis Landry, 1 for 20. John Ross, 1 for 21. Austin Hooper, 1 for 6. Odell Beckham Jr., 1 for 15. AJ Green, 2 for 25. I mean, Rashard Higgins is looking like a good punt play right now at 5K because he has 2 catches for 40 yards, and that's better than like 70% of the wideouts in this game so far. Neither quarterback trending toward the bonus, obviously.
Yep.
Between them, they have fewer than 300 passing yards in 3 quarters.
I mean, I told Abby Rizzle that earlier in the YouTube chat. I said, seriously, dude, something's up. Georgie ruined everything. Oh, by the way, Georgie turned 6 months today, so it's like half a birthday. That's the thing. Celebrate everything.
Are you back? Oh, no. Oh, no, you may not be back. All right. Well, as we try to figure out which one of the dogs has grabbed onto his microphone and will not let go. Now, we do get a chance for the Browns to make a comeback here in the 4th quarter. And that's something Baker Mayfield is capable of. He's going to have a lot of pressure on his shoulders this year. But last season, that 11-win campaign, 2 4th-quarter comebacks, 2 game-winning drives, made the most of what he had there. And what I really liked seeing was the best possible outcome. He got linked up with Kevin Stefanski, quarterback whisperer with the Vikings, helped make Case Keenum look great there, helped make Sam Bradford look great there, I believe. I know Pat Shermer got a lot of the credit there. Helped make Kirk Cousins look good up there. So he's a guy who worked behind the scenes to kind of get the most out of these quarterbacks, and he's got a raw talent in Baker Mayfield. So what does he do after Mayfield has that downturn in his sophomore season, right? The Browns, I thought they made the right choice. I liked the Freddie Kitchens hire, even though it was outside the box, right? A guy who'd never been a full-time offensive coordinator anywhere, but he got the most out of Baker Mayfield his rookie year. Mayfield gets a full season to Freddie Kitchens, and what does he do? Oh, he is off. Terrible. 1 more touchdown pass than theirs. 21 interceptions. All right, his completion rate goes down. All his efficiency metrics go down. He is a bottom 3rd starting quarterback. They bring in Stefanski to fix things. What does Stefanski do? He rolls Baker Mayfield out a lot. He takes advantage of Mayfield's ability to throw on the run and goes from there. And it was a wonderful recharge. All right, Mayfield's interception rate dropped by like 60%. It went from 4% down to like 1.5%. His yards per attempt jump up. His efficiency numbers jump up. He has a career best season in both QB rating and passer rating. And more importantly, he leads his Browns to a postseason win. Now, granted, that defense did a lot of the heavy lifting because the Steelers spent the entire wild card game just vomiting down their own shirts. But still, a playoff win's a playoff win. That's something you can build from. And you know what? I don't want to buy the hype because it's the Browns and all they do is disappoint us, Emerson Latzia. But I do think you are looking right now at the 2021 AFC North champions in Cleveland. I love that offseason. I love the moves they made. I love how they reinforced that secondary. I love how they got more athletic at linebacker by going out and getting Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. And I do think picking up that kid out of Northwestern, Newsome at corner is really going to help address a weakness in the secondary. So Browns got better last offseason. That's scary for the rest of the AFC when you consider they already won 11 games last year.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango.
I'm going off of my pods now. Going off of my ear pods. Probably not ideal. I could do the computer mic. Or here we go.
Yeah.
Tell me, does this sound okay? I'm on my pods. But do I go computer mic? Hold on 1 second.
Now I am on the built-in microphone of the computer. Which one sounds better to you?
Okay, so the pods to me sound like you are calling in from the speakerphone to a meeting.
Okay.
But the computer mic sounds like you are calling in from the bathroom while taking a grump.
Okay, so would you rather have me calling in, talking on the speakerphone, or calling from the bathroom?
I think calling from the bathroom is a better effect to me. It's a little echoey. If you kind of like close your eyes and let your mind wander, maybe you're exploring a cave somewhere, doing some spelunking, calling in. Now, what was that? Did someone off in the distance? Is it a chud? Who knows?
I'm going to go off the computer mic based off of Andrew on the ones and twos.
Okay.
Thank you, Abby. I am resilient. I'll do whatever it takes to continue to annoy my amazing friends in the DK Sim fan with all of my awesome equipment issues that are only here because of my dog. That's it.
I mean, again, you're blaming it on the dog when we all know this is Wild Weather Wednesday and the Sim Gods coming back down to punish you. You flew too close to the sun, Icarus. Now your wings have melted and your audio has cut out.
Trey Day, lots is Batman. I'm Batman. All right, what do we have here? 3-point game. 4 minutes to play in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, Bengals trying to run this one out in field goal range. So good news for Fat Randy owners out there. If they score a touchdown, this game's probably over. The Browns are going to end the 2021 Sim season with a losing record. But if not, they're going to have a chance to come back and win this with a Baker Mayfield game winner. Let's see what the Bengals do. You got to imagine they're just going to keep running it. So great news if you got stock in Joe Mixon, Gio Bernard. And right as I say that, they throw a screen pass, gets blown up immediately. It looked like it might have been some pass interference on, was it Sheldon Richardson, maybe Larry Ogunjobi. Either way, the defensive tackle making the play on the ball, which is not what you see often there. And Larry Ogunjobi, quite possibly the greatest player in Charlotte football history, although my guy Alex Highsmith, now with the Steelers, going to have a chance to eclipse him and put that 7 years of D1 football to the test. Gio Bernard gets the call there and loses 3 yards. So congrats on the PPR point. Congrats if you got Fat Randy, because this is going to be a 4-pointer if he can put it through from 48 yards.
Flagrant foul says, I blame everything on the dog. How much do you blame on your dog around your house? As deep bomb, going for it. Randy, ooh. Nailed it.
Wow.
Nailed it.
Wow. That's like when you go to the supermarket and they got all the dented cans on display for cheap. It's ugly.
Oh, yes.
The outcome is fine. You still get your Hormel chili, even if you got to kind of jiggle your can opener a little bit to get it out.
Yeah, but don't they say like the dented cans, it's something like gross inside, something bad for you once a can gets dented? I don't know. That may have been just a thing they said back in the 90s.
I feel like they just didn't want you to save money.
Yeah, could have been the thing,
More money.
All right, so the good news is, I don't know if this has overtime written on it at all, because you score a touchdown, you're going to bang home that extra point. Field goal obviously isn't going to get you into the lead or tied. So the Browns can march this thing downfield and do that thing we like. You guys can do that thing we like right now with 450 people watching. You're all incredibly amazing to us and mean a lot to us.
Well, not only you 69 on Twitch. So we've hit
holy hell
69.
What is happening?
Yeah. Big turnout today. You love to see it. Thank you for showing up, even though this game is butt.
Thank you, Bounce the Cat. Says, when cans contain lead, it would oxidize when damaged. Thank you. I knew I wasn't like way too off. I was off, but not too far off. 5. We need 5 more likes and we get 100. We need this. I need this. My mic's broken. Everything in this apartment is broken.
Yeah. But the good news is, I mean, you sound mysterious right now. You sound.
I love that. That's a great way to describe it. Great adjective. Thank you very much. Hell yeah, we got over it. Damn, I love the DK Sim family.
Oh yeah.
I've spent more time with the DK Sim family than my actual family over the past year and a half. I can't wait to see my parents soon. It'll be the second time in the past year and a half I've seen my parents. I get so excited. I get down there, and then we're eating dinner at like 3:30, 4 o'clock, and my parents, no joke, my parents get ridiculously pissed at me as Kareem Hunt takes the reception there. Baker Mayfield's not even at 150 yards. They get pissed at me still to this day if I call them past 7 o'clock. They are in bed at 7 o'clock. And down in Florida, it's light until like 9 o'clock. We eat dinner at like 4 at the latest. We're the only ones in there because it's that awkward time between like lunch. It's like happy hour before dinner. And then they're in bed at 7. Anywho, yeah, I can't wait to see them.
Hey, so Delfish pointed out that I made an uncharacteristic unforced error there. So Ogunjobi did get there early, but since it was a screen pass and they were behind the line of scrimmage, pass interference would not apply. So good call on that one, Delfish. You are correct, and I goofed that up. Good pull there. Is that ball not completed? Wow. Bengals going to get a chance. They won't get to just straight up kneel this down, but things looking real bad for the Browns right now. Down 6. Bengals in borderline field goal range for Fat Randy, and Cleveland only 2 timeouts. All right, and you guys also point out that apparently dented cans will release some into the cans. Okay.
Yeah, that's what Bounce said over on Twitch.
Yeah. Well, that was a big thing, part of the Erebus expedition. You know, what was that, Longfellow? No, it wasn't Longfellow. Who was it? The expedition, the search for the Northwest Passage, where they lost the Terror and the Erebus up in the ice fields of northern Canada. One of the things they felt was that a big part that played into them losing their minds up there, not just because, you know, it's obviously frigid up there, and they lasted way longer than I could possibly expect anyone, especially someone in the 1800s, to last in sub-zero temperatures. But tin canning was still relatively new. The soldering process was ported out to the lowest bidder because it was a government job by Great Britain, and they feel like there was. They tested the bones once they found them. There were high levels of lead. Was that first down? Is that going to be enough?
I don't know, man. This is getting close. 4th and 2. 4th and 2 now.
Yeah. They felt that since these cans were poorly soldered by a fly-by-night brand new company, lead seeped into the food that these expeditioners were eating, and that helped them. They're going to go for it on 4th and 2.
This is insane. This is absolutely insane. But sign me up for it because we're all insane. It's not a competition. They get it. That's going to be the ball game. Dude.
AJ Green, the veteran with the clutch catch, and the Bengals ruining the Browns' quest to finish above 500.
In the victory formation. Is this it for you today? This your last one?
I'm one and done all week. I actually get Thursday off too. So I'm one and done. Tomorrow I'm one and done. Then I'm taking off immediately to the golf course, which is going to be nice. Hopefully, I'm supposed to get some thunderstorms, so hopefully those will hold off and I'll be able to play 18 holes uninterrupted. But we'll have to wait and see. Today I'm one and done, so I go right from here, right to writing that wonderful new post route. Substack.com, where I'll take a look at whether or not Derrick Henry can do this again and what the numbers say. Honestly, just a gut feeling is, yeah, of course he can. The man's not built like normal human beings. He's not taking the same damage of an Earl Campbell, let's say. And, well, he's just, he's a small tractor, and those tend to run for a long time.
All right. What do you got? Come on. You got some awards to dish out there, my hairy chinchilla.
Oh man, I don't even know. This game was, I mean, who do you really single out for a good performance? The winner of our free roll, Emerson, had 61 points. 61, that's, I
Yep. And June and Bailey also just still going through some stats right now. So you see something missing.
Yeah. Well,
give him a second. Just a moment.
Yeah, I think let's give it to Fat Randy. I mean,
hell yeah.
3 field goals and an extra point. Double digits from Fat Randy. How often are we going to be able to say Randy Bullock was the difference between victory and defeat? 11 points in the flex, though. Under 10% owned. Randy Bullock, you are the postroute.substack.com player of the game. And, oh, man, there are a lot of babysitter Billy candidates, including your microphone.
Yeah, do it. Give it to my mic. And then if you got to give it to an actual player, I'd give it to Landry because he just sucked.
OBJ,
Fat one for me.
OBJ, more than 2/3 owned and 1 catch from 15 yards. I think it's got to be OBJ. He was my captain too. So 1A, Babysitter Billy is going to be your microphone, but 1B is going to be OBJ with John Ross and Jarvis Landry not far behind him. This is a bad sim.
Okay, so coming up next, we've got a replay of the sweat. 2 o'clock will be Koff and Zach for Chargers of the Raiders. You and I are back together again at high noon on Friday. By then, I'll hopefully have a new mic. Hey, the OGs of the DK Sim fam will remember this, Daddy.
Yeah.
I used to hold this thing up right here.
Yeah.
Could be making okay. Could be making a return. That apparently is dead as well. But thank you, producer Drew. Thank you, Andrew, on the ones and twos, and JJ and Bailey. Love you guys. Thanks, DK Sim fam. Sorry about my tech issues, mic issues. Some great crowds, good positivity. Love y'all.
Thanks,
be well. Enjoy a replay of the sweat and the next sim at 2. Adios.
Yes.
Going up on a Tuesday, it's time for the sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield. We're covering it all today, but we're going to start with our all-star baseball panel, who's previewing the all-star game. DraftKings contributors Gary and Thorne, Nick Fryer, and Matt Meiselman. Guys, before you hit me with your strategy and picks, one very important thing to note. Shohei Ohtani is starting for the American League, but he can only be drafted as a hitter for this contest. Hear me now. He will not accrue any pitching fantasy points. Okay. Now that we've got that one out of the way, Gary, what's your strategy for playing an all-star showdown? Because as the name suggests, everyone is an all-star.
Yeah, this is definitely the most unique slate you're going to get from a showdown sense all season. The most players, some of the more tantalizing salaries, to be perfectly honest. But I think, to me, the two things that stand out, and, as we kind of answer these questions, that will become more apparent, is I think you need to exploit 2 categories of player. You need to exploit the guys who the fans want to see and will probably be rewarded as such. These are guys like Shohei Ohtani, like Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who were very high in the fan voting and are also hitting very high in their lineups. Maybe those are the guys who have the chance, at least the chance, to get 3 plate appearances in this game. And just saying that's the high water mark. No one's getting a 4th at bat in the All-Star game. The other area that might be a little misrepresented and undervalued is the pitching. Yes, we know that no one's going to go more than 2 innings. It's very likely that no one aside from Max Scherzer is going to pitch 2 innings in this game. And that's even somewhat questionable. But when you've got guys are going to get into the game and have high strikeout rates, like a Josh Hader or like even someone like Chapman, I think you have to take advantage of that fact because they're going to fill the late innings of this game. They're going to pitch in the game, and high floors might mean more than high ceilings in this contest.
All right, yeah. Nick, what's your take here?
So I am not as interested in the unknown when it comes to pitching, and I do understand Gary's logic when it comes to relief pitchers. We're probably going to see all of those guys, if not most of them, but I don't know exactly which ones we're going to be able to go with here. Max Scherzer and Shohei Ohtani are the only guarantees on the mound tonight. I would think we'll see Gibson and Lance Lynn too, given how well they've done. If I was going to go with a pitcher, it would be Scherzer, but I'm right now tonight, I'm not taking any part in the pitching. Obviously, you got to stick with the starters when it comes to offense as well. I personally, as much as Vladdy G and Shohei are guys who people are going to be focused in on, I'm kind of more interested in the guys who, have something to prove. Those first-time guys, and there are some, big guys who've done really well this season. Of course, they're all-stars, but have really stood out that I feel like, got a little disrespected where they're put in the lineup tonight. And those are the guys, as much as they might only get 2 at-bats, I still think that we're going to get a good shot from them tonight. So those are the guys I'm targeting.
All right. Who are you going to be targeting here, Matt?
So to start with, this All-Star game seems unusual to me for 2 key reasons. I think one is what you mentioned with Shohei Ohtani. But I think the key variable to look at for him when building lineups is the fact that he's occupying 2 starting spots for the American League, which means that there's an extra bench player for the American League. So the NL actually has 1 less bench hitter as a result of this. So that means there's less competition for playing time on the NL side. So I'm looking towards the National League bench for hitting more so than the American League. But to Garian's point, I think he had said there's no starting hitter that will get 4 at-bats. I think that that's definitely true, but I do think a bench hitter could end up getting a bunch of at-bats because this is Coors Field, and even if the first few innings are low scoring with the better pitchers going early, we could have an explosion of runs later in the game, and then there's no more bench hitters after the bench to come in. So I'm looking at the National League bench. I'm looking at both benches for offense because if this game starts slow and then there's a ton of offense late, you could get 4 or 5 at bats or 4 or 5 times through the lineup for guys on the benches as the game picks up more scoring later on.
All right. So Nick, who are you going to captain in this game?
So when I'm talking about guys that get disrespected, the first person that I look at is Jesse Winker over in the National League. He's batting, I think he was batting 6th in the lineup tonight, right behind Castellanos. And it's okay. This guy's been outstanding this season. I know the other guys have, but I just feel like when we're talking about big nights, yes, you have Fernando Tatis Jr. and everything, but obviously Acuna's not playing. But Jesse Winker has had some of the biggest games of the season of any hitter. So I don't know. I was kind of surprised to see him down there. I get the brand recognition and everything. But, of course, he's got a 395 WOBA, 992 OPS. Most of the AL's pitching staff is made up of righties where he has most of his success. So that's the guy I'm going with at 10.2K.
All right, Matt, who are you going to be going with as your captain?
So there's 2 main guys I'm interested in. I think Manny Machado and Juan Soto coming off the bench are just – they probably will go a little bit overlooked because the green check mark for the starting lineup is just, it plays a role, and we've seen bench hitters do just fine in all-star games. So the starters get a couple of bats, the bench gets a couple of bats. I'm a little worried Soto might be tired after the home run derby, and he looked tired towards the end of the home run derby, but I think those guys, if I have to pick a starter, I definitely have no issue with Tatis or Vlad. I mean, there's a lot of great players in the all-star game. But I think going with, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Manny Machado is my guy.
All right, Gary, and who are you going to go with for your captain? Oh. And
Well, they said sorry for inconvenience. Sorry, my building was talking to me.
Oh.
So I think where I'm going to go here, and I know these guys have kind of laid out a couple value options, and there are value options you can stick at captain if you want a more balanced approach. But I think with the amount of value you can find in pitching, you can probably stick one of those top tier guys in your captain spot. And I think the guy to target is probably Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who, Nick talked about, guys wanted to get it done in their first All-Star game and sort of said Ohtani and Vlad, whatever. But it's also their first All-Star game. I think they want to prove something. And again, I do think it matters when you're the leading vote getter. I think the managers know that, they understand that. And they're going to say, hey, we have to showcase these guys. And I think for Guerrero in particular, he's kind of underpriced. He's only the 6th most expensive guy on the slate, despite the fact he leads the league in batting average and OPS plus and WRC plus and WOBA. He's hitting 2nd in this lineup. So again, even if he only plays 5 innings, I think there's a realistic chance he gets 3 plate appearances. And, I mean, if we want to play the small stats game, which you can if you want to in the All-Star game, he also has 2 home runs off of Max Scherzer so far this season. So I think it's a relatively good matchup in the first inning. And like I said, I think he gets 3 plate appearances, which to me is the golden number.
All right, Matt, talk to me about a stack that you're going to be looking at.
So, yeah, like I said, I think the stack is the bench of the National League, as weird as that sounds. Just because I think there's a chance for those guys to get a bunch of extra plate appearances. So that's kind of where I'm looking. Stacking is weird in the All-Star game because if you stack a team, you may be looking at players that aren't in the lineup at the same time as each other. So I feel like the stack is one of four things: either of the starters for the American League, bench for the American League, starters for the National League, bench for the National League. It's almost like there were four teams playing. So I'm looking to the NL reserves for my stack.
All right, Gary, and what about you? Where are you looking for your stack?
Yeah, again, you have to kind of augment the term stack here from what we normally understand it to be. But I think you can look at small parts of each lineup. And one part that really screams value to me is the 2-3 slot in the National League. You've got Max Muncy, who's incredibly cheap at just $5,800. And then you have Nolan Arenado at just $6,600 hitting third. I was a little surprised to see Arenado was hitting third in this game. But, you know, you've got two guys hitting back-to-back. There's the potential to have some counting stats bounce off each other. And I do think you get two sets of these guys coming to the plate in tandem. So, again, I wouldn't start stacking, like, the first four guys in the batting order. It's probably not feasible to do by salary anyway. But you can maybe take these, like, 2 or 3-man sections of the lineup and try to trot it out that way.
Yeah, Nick, how are you going to be doing it?
Well, I'm surprised Garen isn't interested in the possible Blue Jays stack that we got tonight with Salvador Perez pincered in between the two of them because, I mean, that's his team, right? But I like Teoscar Hernandez tonight and Marcus Semien. When you look at their DK fantasy production throughout the season, Semien is number 3 on this list among all the hitters, only behind Vladdy G and Fernando Tatis Jr. So those, and you can still fit in Vladdy G in your lineup as well, whether you're looking at it as a captain or as a utility guy. But I like these two at the bottom of the American League lineup, and I'm going to go with them as my stack.
Okay. All right. How about value, guys? We got to talk about value here. It is the All-Star game, but we said there's some enticing salaries here. Garion, where are you looking for yours?
So again, I think the National League pitching staff in particular, just because there's so many high strikeout rate options. And there's also, not to drill this point home, but I think Nick brought it up and it's very important, especially this season where we saw like the entire Astros team just be like, nah, I'm good. And we've had a bunch of pitchers and players just kind of go, yeah, I don't really need to go to the All-Star game this year. I think there is going to be an importance on using guys who actually want to be here and actually want to play. And generally speaking, that means first-time All-Stars. Guys who, you know, maybe they think they might not get back to this game and they have to fully utilize this opportunity. And you've got that across the board, really, in the National League pitching staff, aside from Max Scherzer. Like, I think you're going to see Corbin Burns pitch in this game. I think you're going to see Zach Wheeler pitch in this game. Both of those guys also on full rest. So it's not like their managers are calling up the NL squad saying, hey, maybe don't put these guys in the game. I think they're clear. They're only $4,800 each. They both have ridiculous strikeout rates so far this season. Even Freddie Peralta, another first-time All-Star, crazy high strikeout rate. Like, really, when you're talking about using a pitcher in this game, the hope is you can get 2 strikeouts in an inning. That's kind of that's the best thing you can hope for. So all of these guys have the potential to do that. I think you're definitely going to see all 3 of these guys pitch early on in this game, and that's really all you can ask for.
Nick, you look like you're picking up what Garion's putting down.
Yeah, I like his logic with this for sure. I just, I'm apprehensive still when it comes to pitching. I would have liked to have seen Wheeler or Burns maybe start the game this year, and that maybe would have changed my perspective, as much as I think Max Scherzer is going to do fine tonight. But if I'm looking for value, the guy who I'm going to go with is the number 9 hitter in the National League lineup. I'm going with Brian Reynolds. And now, again, I know there's concern how many times he's going to come up to the plate, but this is a guy who was not supposed to be a starter. I cannot believe that I'm talking to you about the Pirates having 2 starters in the lineup this year. What are they, 34 and 56 going into the All-Star break? Absolutely brutal. But Brian Reynolds, this is a guy who, as much as he's been good, good switch hitter, so no issues with matchups or anything like that, I cannot believe that we're seeing a second Pirates bat in the starting lineup tonight. So I'm going to go with this guy at 4K, the minimum price and everything for my value bat.
Matt, who do you like for value?
So I think it makes sense that the pitchers are underpriced, but this is Coors Field, and the over-under for this game is a couple runs higher than what we normally see in an All-Star game. So while the pitchers are cheap enough that if they get a couple strikeouts, they probably make the winning lineup, there's so much downside for the pitchers too. So I think there is upside, but there's also risk there. So I'm not really that interested in pitching. I think the most obvious value play in this game is Max Muncy. Garion mentioned before he's 5,800 batting second, so he's well underpriced, and it's a positive platoon split for him too. He gets at least one at bat. I mean, he'll get one at bat against Shohei Ohtani. Not sure who will be in second, but Muncy is too good of a power hitter to be that cheap batting second at Coors Field when everyone around him is more expensive. So I think he's the clear value play in my eyes.
All right, let's talk about a fade. Nick, someone you're actively avoiding here.
Yeah, and that's going to be Shohei Ohtani tonight, because as much as I think he could end up being, amped after the disappointment from last night, losing in that double OT battle against Juan Soto in the first round, I also think you're running into risk that maybe he's going to be exhausted after last night. He's dealing with and I know we're worried about his hitting more than his pitching, and he's going to be hitting first, so that does play a factor in the decision-making process. But still, I feel like he's too much of a risk right now, and then we're going to be talking about him a little bit when we get to the sportsbook stuff too, but right now I'm fading Ohtani.
Matt, what do you think? Who are you going to actively avoid?
So I could go with someone else, but I think Ohtani is the right call here. I'm totally on board with that. I think there's a better chance that Ohtani only gets 2 plate appearances than, let's say, Vlad Guerrero Jr. or Fernando Tatis, because 1, Ohtani was in the home run derby last night, and 2, he's also pitching in this game. So I think for sure he gets a second at bat, but it seems like it would be unfair for the managerial staff to want to push Ohtani 3 times to the plate when it's like the Angels will not be happy to see that going on, to have their star of their team now with Mike Trout hurt, their budding superstar in the game for longer than probably what he should be. So I think Ohtani only bats twice because he's pitching and also the fatigue of yesterday. And I also think he probably will be – he may not be the highest owned player in this game, but he'll be up there. I mean, it could be Vlad, it could be Tatis, it could be Scherzer, but Shohei Ohtani's ownership in tournaments should be very, very high. So, yes, he could hit a home run off Scherzer on the first pitch of the game, and that would be tough if you don't have him. But I do think he's the right call as the fade.
Kieran, these guys are out on Shohei. What about you?
Yeah, I would say the easiest fade for me would just be Trey Turner, whose price point doesn't make a lot of sense. I understand that there's a very likely scenario he plays just as long as any of the starters end up playing, especially considering the National League roster only actually has one other natural shortstop. However, that other natural shortstop is Fernando Tatis Jr. And I think, again, in my mind, especially this season where baseball is really trying to push its young stars, I have a hard time believing Tatis isn't going to get 3 plate appearances in this game, which, Turner probably takes over for Tatis, bats in the leadoff spot for the rest of the game, but that could still only mean 2 plate appearances for someone who, for whatever reason, is $9,600 in a game where I also doubt he's looking to steal many bases. I think Matt was right in the sense that you definitely could end up getting more volume from the bench pieces because this game could go to extras. We have seen a lot of all-star games go to extra innings, like a weird amount. However, I would say with the high total in this game, the likelihood of it being a tie does get a little bit more skewed. So I think you're looking at probably 2 plate appearances for Trey Turner, and that's just not enough at this price point.
All right, thanks you 3. Next up, we're going to preview Game 4 of the NBA Finals. The Bucks took Game 3, and things are getting interesting. time to hit the hardwood with DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey. We're going to look ahead to Wednesday's game 4 between the Bucks and Phoenix. Obviously, Kenny, the Suns lead the series 2-1, but after that huge 20-point win at home, guess what? The Bucks are favored again in game 4 by 4.5 points. So, are you riding with Milwaukee to cover the spread?
I'm not so sure I am, Jesse. Look, I think that what we saw in the Western Conference Finals with the Phoenix Suns was simply a lull, right? They got lucky in game 2. They didn't really realize it. Riding that high, coming off a 2-0 lead. It looked really flat in game 3. They lost. They won game 4, though they didn't play very well. I think that they can learn from their mistakes here in the last series. I think that they're going to buckle up. They are going to play with a sense of urgency. This is a better team. We've seen all postseason long this is a better team. The Milwaukee Bucks managed to just really win on what was a very cold shooting night for Phoenix. I think that some more shots will fall. We talk about shot variance all the time. I think that the variance is in the Suns' favor here. They should hit some more, and they have a very clear, distinct advantage inside. I know that Giannis has been very good, but DeAndre Ayton has been a force all series long. He was just about the only Phoenix Sun other than Jay Crowder, which where did that come from? To have a great game 3. So I do think that, he continues to show up. Some more shots fall for Devin Booker and Chris Paul. Mikal Bridges also isn't going to score 4 points. And I do think that the recipe is there for the Suns to get back into this one. Maybe they don't win, but they definitely don't lose by more than 4 points.
All right, so the game total set at 220 right now, Kenny. Game 3 went under the total, and it seems like the odds makers have adjusted for this. So do you think we're going to see another under in game 4, or like you said, is the variance in the Suns' favor? We're going to see more shots hitting.
Yeah, look, I said this. I've said it all postseason long with the Milwaukee Bucks, and I'll say it again. I just really do think that this team has played exceptional defense. And that's the only thing that we can talk about with the Milwaukee Bucks. It's been good all through the postseason. I mean, their offense has been missing, even in that, quote unquote explosion in game 3, just a 123 offensive rating. And really, the defense has stepped it up. Again, all postseason long, one of the best defenses according to the metrics. So I do think that this game goes under. I think that game 2 was a very fluky over. Game 3 was destined to be under really the whole way. It just kind of was, the Bucks just kind of hit a few more shots than I think were expected, and maybe it got a little sweaty. But I think this is another pretty comfortable no sweat under here. I believe in both defenses. I believe in Chris Paul slowing the pace. The pace in both the last 2 games, 94.5 and 97. The pace is going to continue to be slow here, especially coming off a Bucks win. And I do think that the Milwaukee Bucks probably don't have that much more success on offense, probably a little less. So I think that the recipe's right here for an under.
All right, Kenny, which prop catches your eye on the Suns side?
So I was really looking at the third quarter, but we don't have that at DraftKings, and I wanted to kind of use that as my Suns prop. But I really like Mikal Bridges to go over 11.5 points. Look, this is simply a guy that was on fire the first 2 games of the series. We know he's going to play 30 minutes. Without Dario Saric, we know he's going to get a lot of shots. We know he's very important to this team. He's a very talented scorer. To say that he's going to repeat his game 3 performance when he just had 4 points, and mind you, he didn't really take that many shots, would just kind of be outrageous. I do think that Mikal Bridges is a very good shooter. He's a very important scorer to this team. I think he's going to get a higher volume of shots. I think that was one of the reasons that the Suns didn't have a lot of success on offense, is they didn't find Bridges open in the corner. So I think a bigger scoring night is on the horizon for him, and I think that he gets over 11.5 points.
All right, how about a Bucks prop you like in game 4, Kenny? Maybe the under on Giannis's point total?
I mean, maybe. It's kind of getting outrageous, Jesse. 34.5 is a lot. But no, I'm going to go to Pat Connaughton here. Over 7.5 points. Pat Connaughton played 30 minutes in game 3, and you might say, well, blowout, garbage time. No, Pat Connaughton definitely is a big part of this offense. He played 33 minutes in game 2, and he hasn't gone under 8 points since you have to go back to game 5 of the Hawks series, I believe, maybe even game 4. Every game this series, he's gone over 7.5 points. And really, sadly, this is where the Milwaukee Bucks are here. I do think that this is a situation where they need Pat Connaughton on offense. I think he's one of their most important offensive players, as sad as it is. So I expect him to continue to play, continue to shoot. And 7.5, especially at home where he shoots 3% better from 3, probably a little too low. I'm taking the over there.
All right. Yeah, you're right. That is an interesting state of affairs for the Bucks. All right, lock it in. Any bet for game 4 that you would just lock in right now? Slate approved bet.
Yeah, I'm taking Suns money line, plus 150. That's my slate approved bet. Suns win this game. I think that the public here, they're too fooled here by the Milwaukee Bucks. And look, I know the Clippers are near and dear to my heart. I think everyone fell into the same trap with the Clippers. Clippers were down 2-0 once again. They know how to play in this deficit. They know how to come back. Everyone in the world said, well, the Bucks, they came back from 2-0 down all postseason long. They'll do it again. Not here. They're just not as good as the Phoenix Suns on offense. They just don't have the scoring, and all it takes is just really one bad shooting night from Chris Middleton. Didn't even really play a good game 3. I know that they won that game, but I'm not really believing in the secondary scores here for Milwaukee. And what I do believe in is a Phoenix Suns team that was top 5 in defensive efficiency all season long, a coach in Monty Williams that knows how to scheme. And I do think that, whether it be playing DeAndre Ayton on Giannis Antetokounmpo a little bit more, I think that they'll figure out a way to make the role players for the Bucks beat them. And I just have no faith in Chris Middleton. No one in the world is able to predict when that guy's going to have a good game. I have no faith in him, saving the Bucks here as long as they can, swarm Antetokounmpo with doubles and maybe put some bigger size on him. I think that the Suns find a way here and close it out in 5 games.
All right. Thank you, Kenny. We'll see what happens. The Open Championship guys teeing off this week, and we got some serious offers in the DK lobby for you. I'm going to tell you all about it when the sweat returns. Welcome back to the Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield. They're DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich and Reed Fowler, and this is PGA Tour Price Check. You know the drill, fellas. You hit me with your favorite DFS plays in these price ranges for the Open Championship. But wait, before we get picks from these guys, though, let me tell you about something awesome. We have three millionaire contests for the Open Championship right now in the DK lobby. Our featured contest is the 2.5 million Fantasy Golf Millionaire, which of course pays out $1 million to first place for just a $10 entry. All 3 of these contests not only have that $1 million top prize, but the winner also earns a seat to our DraftKings Tournament of Champions live final taking place in January. That's another shot at $1 million. So go check out those contests in the lobby right now while these guys will now help you fill out those lineups. So let's get to it. Jeff, who is your pick in the 10K plus range?
Yeah, no, for me, Jesse, this week, it really does kind of come down to 2 players, above 10K. And it's Xander Schauffele and it's Brooks Koepka. You look at the record of these 2 players in the Open Championships. And I'm not just talking about like the Open, the British Open that we're getting this week, but also the US Open. They just excel at these majors. And, Schauffele, obviously T2 year in 2018, but you look what he's done over his last couple events. I'm going to side with him. He's $700 cheaper than Brooks Koepka. He's gained over 5 strokes on approach in his last 2 PGA starts. He played in Scotland last week, which I really like. I think this is kind of a player that's peaking at the right time. We know he can get hot with the putter. And like I said, he's got some pretty high-end, Open Championship experience. I think you take the savings with Schauffele above 10K. He makes for a good starting point, especially if you want to go balanced. I'm going to make my 10K plus golfer.
All right, Reed, where are you going?
Yeah, Xander's record in these majors is fantastic, but it's not better than Brooks. And I'm not going to I know Jeff likes Brooks too, so I'm not going to argue him on that he's taking Xander, because I think Xander's actually valued nicely both in the betting and on the DFS side finally, right? But Brooks, in his last 11 majors, Jesse, he's got 4 wins 3 runner-up finishes, and excuse me, since 2017, he has 11 top 10 finishes in these majors. Like we know already, we know what he does here. He says he doesn't even like the course, right? Like that's what he said. He doesn't even like the course, but still all the confidence is with Brooks. He's getting all these questions about Bryson and the Ryder Cup and so on and so forth. It's just funny. It's fodder for him. It's just Brooks at a major. You don't really need to make it that difficult.
Okay. Well, Reed, how about the 9K range? Maybe this will be a little more difficult. Who do you like?
Yeah, I'm going to keep Louis. I always reserve the Louis talk for Jeff. I don't want to take his steam there because I do think that Louis is great. And look, there's game theory to it in terms of if you want to play Bryson. I don't think that I will, but I understand that if you want to. But Victor Hovland is the guy that, if we're talking about game theory, GPPs, if we want to win one of those $1 million contests, you're going to need someone like a Victor Hovland who doesn't have a ton of open experience, just won, as a matter of fact, overseas, coming into this tournament. And look, like he's a young player, right? Experience is what you want at the Open Championship. And he doesn't have a lot of it, but he's one of the best ball strikers on tour right now. And he's playing some of the best golf, kind of harkening back to what he was doing tee to green back, I believe it was early in the, right after we came back from the shutdown. He was one of the best golfers tee to green out there. So if I'm choosing a guy in that $9,000 range, and it's not Jeff's boy in Louis Oosthuizen, it's going to be Victor Hovland for me.
All right, Jeff, talk about Louis.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, this 9K range is loaded. There's a million ways you can go. Usti is definitely a player I'm going to be heavily considering and probably using at some point this week. I'm just going to take the easy button here, though, and it's Justin Thomas at 9,600. Look, Justin Thomas is, a top 5 player in the world. This guy has perhaps maybe the best win rate of any of the top players, maybe outside of Dustin Johnson, although he's probably about equal with Dustin Johnson. This guy won the Players, like the 5th biggest event in the world back in March, and now he's 9,600. He's cheaper than Jordan Spieth. He's cheaper than Bryson, whose career best finish in an Open is T51 and isn't playing that good. He's cheaper than Xander, who hasn't won in 2 years. This is a disrespectful price to Justin Thomas. This guy finished T8 last week at the Scottish Open. He was T11 at the Open in 2019. He's committed to trying to be a good links player, and it's starting to pay off for him. And now he's way too cheap at under 10K. I think you have to play Justin Thomas at this price. And I know a lot of people want to play Spieth. I do like Jordan Spieth. He's a great Open player. Justin Thomas is a better player than Jordan Spieth at this point in their careers. I don't think there's much doubting that if you're asking me. And I think that he's just too cheap in this range. So, Louis, I like the Victor Hovland call, especially for GPPs. I think he'll be lighter owned than people think. But for me, the play in the 9K range is Justin Thomas.
All right, how about the play in the 8K range, Jeff? Who are you going to be going with here?
Yeah, this one is, there's 2 players I got my eye on. The first is Webb Simpson, just because he's too cheap at 800. But the player I really like is Patrick Cantlay. Again, he's like the 8K version of Justin Thomas. Why is Patrick Cantlay under 9K when you've got guys like Hovland and Hatton, especially guys like Hatton and even Louis over 9K? I mean, Patrick Cantlay won at the Memorial, basically a month ago. He's put in really solid performances at the last 2 majors. So the player's trending very well. He's an all-around player as well. You look at some of his coastal performances on like little par 70s, like the RBC Heritage and Valspar and things like that. They're really solid. I think Patrick Cantlay could end up being just like the value play of this tournament at under 9K. And again, I like Webb Simpson. He's super cheap, but the form advantage goes heavily to Cantlay here. And that's the player I think you got to play in the 8K range.
Reed, what do you think?
Yeah, but Justin Thomas, going back to that one, Jeff, didn't you see him top the ball on social media at the Scottish? Yeah. Oh no. No, I love that JT call. He's severely underpriced, and that's where that's usually when you get the GPP lineups to hit is when you get these really good guys that are underpriced. Paul Casey is my favorite, but I do think he's going to be heavily rostered in this range. A win earlier this season, he's played well in back-to-back majors, and I actually can't take credit for this call. It's Rick Gaiman at Rick Rungood. He put me on to Scotty Scheffler, and I think that's a fantastic call with GPPs. If you're taking a look, again, really focusing on these millionaire makers, you're going to have unique lineups. Not every single golfer needs to be unique, but sort of akin to your Webb Simpson call, Jeff. I played Webb in the last couple of majors, and he's burned me. So I got some PTSD with that. But with Scotty Scheffler, take a look at what he's done as well, not just in terms of the majors, but overseas. Like, he's also a guy young that you don't think should do well on this type of course. But growing up in Texas, could be, used to the windy conditions, a la Jordan Spieth and a lot of other guys. And so I do like a Scotty Scheffler. And this 8K range is really tough. Like, to take a move from Jeff Ulrich's repertoire of mentioning a ton of guys in this range. I also like Tommy Fleetwood. Like Fleetwood, his game and temperament sets up well for the Open Championship. So there's going to be some decisions to make in the 8K range. It's my favorite by far in this tournament.
All right, what about the 7K range, Reed? May not be your favorite, but where are you going?
Yeah, I think there's a handful of guys. I think Daniel Berger is severely underpriced at $7,400, but welcome the 20% plus roster percentage for a guy like Berger because he's just way underpriced. I'm actually going Sergio Garcia. I do really like Sergio Garcia. His Open Championship experience and his success is vast. Like he's got 20 or so Open Championships under his belt. We almost before he won the Masters saw him win the Open Championship. He just missed a ton of putts and he couldn't make it down the stretch. But he's someone that I really like. And if we're going low in that low $7,000 range, I like Brandon Grace. And I don't think I'm alone in that. Great coastal course player, fantastic when it comes to the majors and recent form. And remember a 62 that he shot. And I forget what year it was, Jeff. So hopefully you can help me there. He shot a 62 on Saturday in the Open Championship. Anybody who shoots a 62 in a major tournament and then also in the Open Championship is going to get my attention. So those are a couple of guys I like.
All right, Jeff, what do you think?
I think that was 2017 that he did that, but I'm not 100% sure. I really like Mark Leishman in this range. It's a pretty simple one for me. I think Mark Leishman at 7,700 is a player who it's kind of like Grace. He's a very good Open Championship player. He's got 8 Open Championship appearances. Now he's got a few missed cuts in there as well, but he's also got 3 finishes of T6 or better. Playoff loss here in 2015, not at this venue, but at the Open Championship at St. Andrews. Leishman's been a little bit up or down, but he's coming in with a lot of confidence. Coming off a T3 at the Travelers, really likes the way his game was at. His off the tee game there was really good too. This is a player who once he gets confidence, you can just see it vibrating through the rest of his game. The putter gets hot. The tee shots stay straight. I think Mark Leishman, this is the perfect style of event for him as well. We have a shorter course where, if you get hot with the irons and with the putter, which is what Mark Leishman can do, you can really take advantage here and perhaps just jump out and on this field because this course is quirky. It's going to set off a lot of the top players. And I think a player in this range like a Leishman is what we're going to see win this event finally. So love Mark Leishman, love him from the outright betting, but I really like him at 7,700. That's where I want to go first in this range.
All right, real quick, guys, on this last one, who are you looking at under 7K, Jeff?
Yeah, I'm looking at Kevin Kisner at 6,900. It's another player who's got a good Open Championship record, T2 2018, good on approaches and putting. He's really played well his last 2 starts, top 10s. These games coming around. Love Kisner this week.
Reed under 7K.
Yeah, that was going to be my pick. So I'll go Justin Harding, $6,500. South African. I'm on the South African train here, Jeff. Good worldwide starts over his last handful, and he's shown up on these big stages.
So you like Ernie Els too, then?
I love Ernie Els this week. And why is Charles playing? Is he in this tournament? Because if he is, I'm just going to have an entire South African RSA all the way.
All right, thanks, you two. Heads up, Reed and Jeff will be on Get the Green today following our 2 p.m. sim. They'll go more in depth on the Millionaire contest as well as the sportsbook markets for the Open Championship. Be sure to tune in for that. But we still got to get to our MLB panel's best bets for the All-Star game tonight. That's next. In the meantime, we're sticking with golf. Here's Pat Mayo and Ben Rossi taking a deeper dive into the 7K range for Open Championship contests. Take a look.
What do you think Max Homa's track record in major championships is?
I would have, so I know this because I just looked it up before the show, but I would have thought it was okay. I didn't realize it was as dire as it is.
He is 1 for 8 in cuts made in major championships, and his best finish is the 2019 PGA Championship when he was T64.
And I believe he doesn't have any links experience that I could find.
He has no Open Championship appearances. It's funny because I don't necessarily want to write him off because I think that Max Homa is a really good player, but I just look at all of these other now we're getting into Euro range. Which random Euro do you like? For pure sentimentality, and I think that he's playing okay golf, and I think that he's been gearing his entire year around this and the Ryder Cup. I might bet Poulter to win.
Ooh, Poulter. Huh. That is not what I thought you were going to say. I mean, makes cuts. He's got.
Well, you thought I was going to say Guido, right?
Yeah.
Guido's
And
great.
I was going to say Wiesberger, my boy, who's right there. Field of burn. Yeah, Poulter's tough. Poulter and Matt Wallace, I'll tell you, that's another guy I have difficulty with. I think Poulter makes sense in terms of stability. I just don't know exactly. Yeah, I guess he can get in the mix, especially if it's very difficult. But I'd rather play Grace and Noren. I'll say that much.
I like Grace. I like Poulter. Like I said, English at 73. Westwood, I'm going to have some exposure to. And Seabez, it's going to be hard for me not to talk myself into him. He's playing well at major championships that he shouldn't be playing well at. And this is one he should play well at. So why not go for it at $7,400? Like, but there's a couple like kind of, you know, who was super interesting is Henley.
Yeah, Henley's difficult. You know, I liked him at the U.S. Open a little bit, and he held on as long as he could. He's playing well. He is kind of interesting. I don't know exactly where he falls on the balance scale of like how hard I would want it. Certainly he needs to lean on the irons, but really at the end of the day, what he needs to do is get back to his like spike putting weeks. That's what makes and breaks Henley.
Do you trust? Do you trust the tournament history? Because I mean, obviously these courses aren't exactly the same, but there's a particular style that the RNA sets up a lot. Like there's a particular style the USGA sets up for U.S. Opens that are similar traits amongst a lot of these courses. But if you just look at it, like Cooch and EVR both are good at these tournaments.
They know how to navigate. EVR is one of the more difficult ones. I don't know what is going on. I mean, he's just in a major slump, and that's putting it lightly. He spiked for 1 week, then he played the U.S. Open, so no like shame in missing that cut. Man, flat 7 for him. I don't know if I can do it.
It's tough.
I really don't.
Yeah, I thought like he withdrew from the John Deere, and I just assumed he was going to play in the Scottish, and he was like supposed to be in the field, and he just never showed up.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what his deal is. Do you think there's any reason if you build like a very aggressive, counterintuitive team with like, say, Bryson and Hovland,
are you going to say
consider using
Bubba? I know he's playing well right now, but you got to go look at his Open Championship resume.
It's not good. Would be the too long didn't read version. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I can ultimately do fine. Maybe Woodland then.
Woodland, yes, I can most definitely see that because I think that his game kind of fits. Like we always like Woodland at shorter courses a little bit more. He starts hitting that stinger off the tee. He doesn't need to use like sometimes when he is asked to use his incredible length, it actually gets him into a lot of problems. And this way he can rein it back just a little bit. I worry that he's one of these weird guys when it comes to scrambling and around the green games. Like he's either like the worst guy in the field or he chips everything in.
That could be useful. I mean, again, this is going against the grain. I think the prudent move is to go to the normal people. I would say go to like Wolf on that team, but I don't think I could do that no matter what. He could have some issues over there.
He could, or this could be a perfect kind of layout for him. It's sort of a mystery when it comes down to Matthew Wolf. Like Kokrak is super cheap. He's playing well. I saw people even talking to him. He's like, he's 125 to 1. He's 150 to 1. I just worry he gets into a bunker, and that's the last we ever see of Jason Duffner or Jason Kokrak. He just retires there.
Yeah, it could be his new home in one of those pop bunkers. Yeah, I mean his putters bailed him out, but his around the green game, as far as I know, he's not going to be able to putt it out of the bunker. So that's going to be, and then another Euro. He's not playing good. What about, I was going to say Willett, but I don't think that's really relevant.
I mean, Willett's made every cut at the Open the past 5 years.
Maybe it is relevant then. This is where, again, I think depending on how many teams, if you're really condensed up top, you have the luxury of kind of spraying and praying in the lower sevens. And these guys, it's not to say they can't get in the mix. A lot of even Sneds, like I took a long look at Sneds. Don't think I'll ultimately get there, but if they're in the right draw and they fit everything I want, they may be forced into a couple of my lineups.
Zach Johnson would be that guy for me that you're talking about in that range.
Yeah, ZJ. I mean, there's a lot of them here. You've got Cooch, Stenson, Sneds. A lot of them are in that same bucket. of guys that have kind of navigated. Even Harmon in a little different, but like in theory, this should fit what he wants to do. I think of this range, this really targeted range, I would be with you with Zach Johnson over most of them. I'm going to give a look to Wiesberger, though. It's a guilty pleasure. It's not Austria, but it's close.
It's not really close.
It's close enough. He doesn't have to fly there. He could drive if he wanted to.
I suppose. That's a long drive. I took the train from Munich to Vienna. That was like a 3-hour train ride.
Well, maybe he's getting some reps. He's probably over there. Is he? I should know this. Is he in Scotland?
Yeah, he's in the Scottish.
Okay.
He is feeling the burned. He is making
playing the weekend.
Oh yeah, he's playing the weekend. He got through.
Look at that. He's going to be all systems go.
Oh, my guy, Scrivel Me Timbers held on too. Jason Scrivener.
I have not even looked at. The only thing I saw from the Scottish was that guy stealing Rory's club.
That was amazing.
That was weird.
I just like Rom is just laughing the entire time.
Yeah, Rom is in just pure. He doesn't care about anything right now.
Poor Rory's caddy tried to get the club head back from him. And
yeah, Harry needs to. I don't know. That was a weird. Yeah, that guy. I respect that. He gave the club back, but then he tried to steal the dog or whatever that thing was.
Well, there's a weird thing too. Like I saw the reaction to it, and it was mainly from Americans. Like, "Oh my God, the security at this place! Like, they should take that guy out. Like, there should be snipers around." It's like, man, what an American reaction to things.
Yeah, we do love our swift cheaters justice casino style. But yeah, I don't know. That was just weird. That guy was freakishly calm.
Yeah, I think it made like Rory was like, why is this guy so calm? Like, I'm just gonna stand here and like let security eventually come and figure it out. But I don't know, maybe it just feels like it's different in Europe with like this type of stuff where this drunk guy stumbled onto the course.
Yeah, I mean they're not. It's just there's a lot of things I'm sure that are very, very different. I think of soccer a lot where they're like shooting flares and doing crazy stuff in the stands.
Final segment of the show. Welcome back to
What is up, DK Sim fam? Let's get this party started. I will be joined by Adam Kaufman at some point when he decides to roll in, and that is fine. We will be excited to join him when he is available. Right now, though, let's get ready for the sim. We've got a good one here at 2 o'clock, AFC West. We have the Raiders against the Chargers. And the Chargers lead the division and can wrap up that division with a win here. It would also put them in a three-way tie for the top seed in the AFC. A lot of tiebreaker scenarios and things we can talk about as we go through if we have some time, if that's what you guys want to talk about. Some fun stuff happening as we get ready for the playoffs, which starts tomorrow. So, yeah, we are talking about playoffs right here. But, yeah, let's talk about my lineup. My lineup today, Hunter Henry in the captain spot. Did that to save a little bit of salary because I do have a pretty heavy Charger stack. Austin Eckler, Justin Herbert, Keenan Allen, and that Chargers DST. My one representative from the Raiders, Jalen Richard. So that is my lineup for today. We'll see what Koff did with his lineup when he is ready to roll. But Hunter Henry, my captain, in a very heavy Charger stack. This Raiders defense has struggled. They have not been good, and they are one of the worst teams in our Madden simulated season, but looking to finish out their season with a win here.
So I believe we're supposed to call him New Patriot Hunter Henry. That is
sure.
Yeah, that's what my contract calls for. Anytime somebody is
right
New
ahead.
Patriot, then obviously in Simland we got to do that. So that's your lineup. Here's what I did for the Madden Matinee. There are still balls carrying in Colorado free roll is what we went with because there might be. I mean, only BK can tell us one way or the other. I went with Mike Williams in the captain spot. He's in about half the lineups, but I think I was not alone in people looking at him as something of a value play at captain because he is 15.4% owned in the captain slot. 11,100 is the cost. And then from there, and obviously it being a showdown, we do have some overlap. I have Austin Eckler, like everybody else. He's about 90% owned, 36% the captain spot. So he is certainly the chalk today. I have Keenan Allen, Tyrell Williams, Hunter Henry as well, New Patriot, and Joe Reed is something of a punt play, although arguably Hunter Henry, based on ownership, is more of a punt play, but I've got both those guys in there, so we'll see. You know what surprises me, though, Zach Thompson?
Hunter Henry's ownership is lower than Joe Reed?
Yes, but also...
Aside from that,
but in that same vein, is that Tyrell Williams' ownership is lower than both of theirs. He is only 25% owned.
So in our 136 entry, there are still balls carrying in Colorado free roll. I think I'm the only one that has Hunter Henry in the captain spot, 0.7%. So we can do the math there, but I'm pretty sure that means it's me.
All right.
And that's it.
You know what? Because it is Hunter Henry, I am rooting for you. Brian C. Coffin, ZT, the professor. Sometimes he's called the brofessor on a tacky Tuesday. Where the bleep do I sign? As people know, sign with that like button. Zach Thompson, who is repping the gear, man. He is still rocking that Valley shirt. Truth be told, he's worn it since the finals started. He has not taken it off since the NBA finals began, and I appreciate the dedication. I should have worn mine. And if in fact, because Zach we were starting to get into this just a little bit in our Slack channel, if the Suns do go out and lose Game 4, I think I should be held responsible. Yeah, I think it's my fault. That's exactly it.
Yeah, I'm on tomorrow game day, but you are not on this. Our paths do not overlap, so I figured we had to rep today. There is Hunter Henry with the catch on the board. No shutout here.
Right,
we are
beautiful.
okay.
Zach Morris's trash says, "Woo, love you guys, and we love you. Smash that like."
It is good to have everybody here.
You told me you're with Tara Lynn tomorrow, so she can at least wear her T-shirt with a sun on it, and you two can rep Phoenix one way or the other.
There we go. So I have not actually been in the virtual booth with her, like on camera. Like we've always done she's the producer.
Not even part of a 3-person booth?
Correct. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So that'll be fun. Look, they're just going to get Hunter Henry involved any way they can, even with a rush, but no yards. So no fantasy impact there. Yeah. So not even as a 3-person booth. So that'll be fun.
I feel like I should point this out then to be, well, I don't know if I'm being kind to you, kind to her, kind to both of you. Either way, I guess I'm just getting you ready. So I was on with her yesterday, and it was not a 3-person booth. It was as Will Smith once said, just the two of us. And I asked her, "Are you comfortable yet? You've done enough of these. Are you comfortable being in the lead chair yet?" And she said, "Oh God, no." So you, not unlike opening up this sim as I was a moment late, you are going to have to be in charge tomorrow working with Tara Lynn.
We'll figure it out. I'm not.
You don't think so?
I think we will be just fine.
I'm not worried about either of you. That's not where I was going. I'm not concerned.
Okay.
Someone does need to take the reins. As Hunter Henry, another grab, and be that first voice. It's going to have to be you. She doesn't want it.
I'm happy to do it. That's fine. I can flex. I can flow. I'll just try not to be too distracted by the Open Championship, which it won't be happening yet, but, people pinging me with questions and stuff for their lineup. Getting ready. It's going to be fun.
And
I know you're not a huge golf fan, but are you excited at all for the Open Championship? You're going to be watching that? I mean, I know the times get a little weird, but...
They do, especially with, the early locking it at midnight, which is interesting. But like you said, I'm not a huge golf guy. That being said, I like DFS golf, so I'll certainly be following along with respect to my lineup, and I will tune in here and there. I'm never, unless it's like, Masters Sunday kind of thing. I'm never really glued to the television. And I know this should be no different. It's still a major, and if it's not one major, it's another major. They're equally important, although there is really nothing quite like the Masters.
Yeah, I was going to say the Masters feels like it's a little bit bigger time.
Yeah,
but...
it's just a little bit different. What concerns me though, ZT, is we just have, dare I say, no chance of filling the Moose Classic Open bonanza. Jeff created
a contest.
Said
that out loud.
Jeff created a contest. He went big because it's a major, and I get it. He should have. He did the right thing. He went big. 200 entries.
Yeah.
Only 61 of 200 right now.
And when did he create it?
Early enough. He did it. He did it a couple days ago. It's not like he just did it this morning. It's been out there. I think like Drew says, stop with the contest shaming. That's not, it may come out that way. That's not what I'm doing. What I'm trying to do is bring attention. Let's make this happen, because I think to get to 200 for any contest, like 200 is not, like the one time I created a 200 person contest, we had to really talk that thing up, and I was not alone. You were part of it. Like, people were talking it up on sims I wasn't on, because 200's a big number. So for this major, let's make that happen. Let's get in. It's $1 to enter, $27 top prize, because there's a payout to the top 20 spots. Looks like lock has now moved to originally it was midnight. Now it's moved back to Thursday is the field goal's good at 1:35 a.m.
Right, because they did release tee times, so that usually adjusts a little bit back.
Yeah, so you got an extra 90 minutes. Let's fill this
and
thing up.
those 90 minutes between 12 and 1:30 a.m. are really important.
It depends where you are in the world. Like for me and you, not such a big deal. But if you're in Hawaii, that might matter.
There you go. Yep. If you're in Guam, that is prime time.
This is what I'm saying. So go ahead, everybody. Jump into that contest. Let's fill that thing up. Let's do it for Moose. Let's do it for each other, because we all want to compete together.
Yep. For sure. Get your lineups in there. I have not entered that yet, so I'm going to do that after this sim. I will go reserve my entry. I've started working on some lineups, but haven't finalized yet where I'm going. But definitely some players I like a lot.
I had a nice chat with Jason Sobel from the Action Network today, which people will be able to see on the Dream stream here at some point, probably tomorrow on the Sweat, in addition to maybe some other points as well, getting his long shots that he liked, his favorites that he liked or didn't like, who he's staying away from. I told him we were going to cut this part out of the interview, but the guy that he was fading this week, DraftKings own Bryson DeChambeau.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he doesn't like DeChambeau with the way he's hitting the ball lately here for this tournament.
It is hard to like him as far as with the caddy change too. There's just a lot of variables.
Yeah,
and I mean, so we've seen Bryson overcome all those like variables and win anyway. And even before he won the U.S. Open, there was a lot of question marks around whether he could win a major like that. He overwhelmed the field and ran away with it, as we see Waller with a nice catch for a first down as the Raiders continue to march on down the field. So I think there were a lot of those questions. I think he overcame a lot of those and has looked really good late. Not lately. His super recent form has not been good, but further back, he was right there again at the U.S. Open before things unraveled on him. And then since then, I mean, decent at the Travelers, not great, and then really struggled with the Rocket Mortgage and then has the caddy switch. So there's a lot of reasons not to like Bryson. The one reason that you might want to think about it, though, is he's probably going to have really low ownership. You probably won't get as low ownership on him because of all those factors I just mentioned. And if you're looking for almost a contrarian play, if we could call him that, at just under 10K, he does have the potential, just because of how differently he plays than everybody else. I think he probably wins going away in certain scenarios. And here's what I mean by that. He plays so differently than everybody else. Like we saw at the US Open 2 years ago, he takes different lines. He sees things a little bit differently. So he's always going to be an outlier, whether that's good or bad, right? So if you get the right week and you get him on the week where his approach fits the course and the conditions, and I know the wind is a huge factor we're going to hear about all week long. When he's at his best and everything lines up, he's unbeatable. The question is, are you going to get that this week or not? And that's the question that everybody would love the answer to, because then you know whether to play him or not. But I do think as a contrarian play, because everybody is so down on him, you're going to get low ownership on Bryson this week. That being said, he is not my top pick. If I had to make one pick, I actually think Xander Schauffele comes into this nice and low key. He got so much hype at the PGA Championship, so much of it's his home course. It's, he's so perfectly set up for this. He's been so close so many times. He comes into this one nice and under the radar, and I actually think it is very well set up for him. I think he will do well this week. And he's kind of my one pick. If I had to pick one player to win, I feel like he's not getting the hype he deserves after finishing 10th at the Scottish Open last week.
How do you feel about Shane Lowry, who is, of course, the defending champ? Now, when I say that, remember the Open Championship returning from a hiatus, of course, because of the pandemic. So he last won 2 years ago at this point. But he, got that extra time, as Jason talked about, with the Claret Jug, so good for him. But now he's got to put it on the line. He is by no means a favorite to go out and win this thing. He's not a super long shot either, but he is the defending champ. How do you feel about Lowry? As we know, just very inconsistent with his performance in recent majors.
Right, very inconsistent. He did have a tie for fourth at the PGA 2 majors ago before a tie for 65th at the U.S. Open. So made the cut in both of them, but did not perform as well at Torrey Pines there at the U.S. Open. But did do pretty well in the Irish Open a couple weeks ago, top 25 there. I do think this style and the links setup here fits his game well. I do think he's a great play at under 8K if you're looking for somebody who's going to make the cut. Like if you're trying to put together a 6 of 6 lineup, which I know we've talked about, that's always your goal, to get all 6 of your guys through the cut. I
feel like that should be everybody's goal.
Right, but if you're looking to, if you want to win the Moose Open, you've got to start with that, but you've also got to try and get the winner, right? If you're looking at a GPP style scoring like that, you need 6 of 6, but you've got to have the winner as well. So you've got to pay up for, if you think, for example, if you think Schauffele is the winner, he's got to be in your lineup, and then you balance around that. Lowry at under 8K, I think, is a great DFS play. I don't think he's going to win. I mean, I wouldn't take him to win, but I think he'll be right there. We almost had a safety.
Almost. So close. My safety sense was tingling.
Tingling. There you go. Yeah, so that's where I would say. That's what I would say with Lowry. I think he's a great pick to make the cut. I think he'll have a solid week, probably a top 25 finish. I'd be comfortable with predicting for him, but I don't think he's going to win. Just there is so many top golfers in pretty good form coming into this that I would not pick him to win, but I do think he'll have a strong finish. I like Jordan Spieth a lot in this. I feel like the course fits him really well. He's been super popular in a lot of the write-ups on Playbook and in other places. A lot of people are high on Spieth, which is great. I mean, but he is going to have very high ownership because of that. I still like him, though. I think he's going to do very well.
We got the Drew Stack, producer Drew, our technical director, Bailey and June in ops, couple newer members of our group. So, yes, do be patient with regard to the scoring because, of course, it is manual. We appreciate you. It is a situation where you haven't missed too much offensively because it is 3-0 to this point with Badgley with the points. And, of course, the DSTs are performing well. We'll give you the lowdown on some of the details for the QBs, running backs, and pass catchers. Herbert at 57 passing to Carr's 23. We will look at the rushers and receivers as well.
Herbert 4 of 9, Carr 2 of 5. So both under 50% completion rates at this point. Not good. There's no weather here. We're indoors, people. It's just not very accurate passing.
Yeah, on a tacky Tuesday, as Brian called it.
There you go. Austin Eckler has run for 24 yards. Did not get the score, though. Did have a chance there down by the goal line. Not on the goal line, but inside the 10 and did not convert that. On the Vegas side, not good. Jacobs, 2 carries for 1 yard loss, 2 yards on 1 carry for Jalen Richard. Hunter Henry, my boy, 47 yards on 3 catches. My captain and the only person who captained him in the smaller showdown. Williams with 1 catch for 9. I know he was in your lineup. That's Williams, Tyrell, not Williams, Mike, who has 1 catch for 10 yards.
He is my
Waller.
I've got
your
cap. I've got the Williams stack. We've got the Drew stack collectively. I've got the Williams stack.
I like it. And Darren Waller, the one other catch in this game for 14 yards. You didn't have Waller, did you? I tried to get Waller in, but just didn't work salary-wise with the other players that I prioritized above him.
Yeah, I don't have him. I really like to include Darren Waller too when there's an opportunity. He's a fairly consistent producer in these sims and never at an insane price, or very rarely is he priced up. So yeah, I like him a lot. 69 for Herbert now, nice. And how about your guy Henry, 4 for 59. So you weren't kidding when you said he has been the most effective pass catcher by a wide margin. That continues to open up quarter number 2. ZT, AK, the Drew Stack, Bailey, June, all here hanging out with you. Virtual Vegas, Allegiant Stadium. I'm told, I hear it is absolutely beautiful. Love to make the trip at some point in time.
Let's
go.
Handoff
Reckler and lost a yard.
I'll go with you.
Sounds great.
Do it.
Let's get a whole bunch of us.
I like it. We'll do the next Sim Super Bowl there or something. I don't know.
After this coming one, of course.
Oh, of course. Yeah, no, I'm busy. I can't make that happen that fast. That's coming up fast.
One is right around the corner. For anyone, and I know I've mentioned this, and I assume some of the other commentators have as well, it is a different kind of schedule this week because of the playoffs, as we very nearly are at the end of our 2021 Madden simulated season with the real life schedule, and we can look at the standings, and Zach can break down the surprises and how teams have fared so far, because I know he, among others, very on top of this. But today is the last day of the season, the regular season, and it is tomorrow, fortunately for all of you. So we will miss the 4 o'clock sim. After this, there's no sim at 4 o'clock, but we will be back for 6, 8, and 10. Some combination of us. I'll have you at 6, Flash at 8 and 10. Kenny, Tom, and Jeff will be along the way as well. But after Zach and I are done here, there's no 4 o'clock. Tomorrow, you get back to all sims. You will have day-long sims.
Right, because it's Wild Card Wednesday. It's not Wild Weather Wednesday, but Wild Card Wednesday.
Which is even better. That's what the people want.
That's right.
That's what the people are looking for. It's Wild Card Wednesday. I like that. Where weather will absolutely not be a factor. So you will have wild card matchups, 2 versus 7, 3 versus 6, 4 versus 5, and all the way through, obviously, between noon and roughly midnight Eastern time. But then Thursday, Zach and I will be reunited for a divisional playoff game. You will only have Sims Thursday at 2, 4, 8, and 10. There are no Sims at 12 and 6. Just Sims at 2, 4, 8, and 10 divisional playoff games. At Friday, 12 and 2, you will then have some loser Sims, some consolation Sims at 12 and 2. Nothing at 4. Yeah, nothing at 4. That's why we put Emerson and Glash on those. Nothing at 4. Friday, I know I got to try and switch my schedule so I can get on those. At 6 and 8 on Friday, we will have AFC NFC Championship games. 10 o'clock, no sim, but you will have the American Ultimate Disc League action, so make sure you do not miss that. And then come Saturday, we will have the consolation game for the runners-up in the AFC and NFC at 2 o'clock. And then at 8 o'clock, the Simper Bowl, as alluded to by Zach. The Simper Bowl, we will see who is competing for that one Saturday at 8 o'clock. And then Sunday, we get back to the 42-7, as I like to call it, the full day of Sims. So it is kind of a wonky schedule because of the postseason in the coming days, but that's how you will find us.
We will be here. All kinds of good stuff. And the Chargers will be a part of that. Win or lose this contest, they are headed to the postseason. With a win, they do wrap up the AFC West. If they lose, they fall into a potential tie with the Chiefs, who play tonight. If the Chiefs beat the Broncos, which they would be favored. We won't say it's a lock because we've seen weird things happen. But if the Chiefs win and the Chargers lose this game, they would tie for the division. And it's a complicated tiebreaker procedure. We were trying to run it down beforehand. It gets weird and common opponents and stuff. But hopefully the Chargers just take care of business and then we don't have to worry about that. Justin Herbert doing all he can inside the 5. 23-yard rush.
Says, the Valley T-shirt guys, neat. The jealousy from this guy. He just can't handle it. Although first time playing Fortnite on Twitch, says Koff is wearing his Valley shirt. It's just the screen print he ironed on fell off. That's true. Yeah, the knockoff Valley shirt did not make an appearance today because I've got to re-faux stitch it.
I'm not mad at Glash. Glash is mad at me about the shirt thing, but I really don't care. He continues to rant against it. Somebody told me he was ranting and demanding an apology for like when he dressed up. I guess he didn't feel like, I don't know.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about because I was on with him. He was talking about it. He felt that everyone, when he'd dress up as Andy Reid or Matt Patricia or Cam Newton, Tom Brady, whatever, that we were all.
I interviewed him. I played his game. I did this with him.
He
I
felt
don't understand
that, well, maybe it was an attack on me and more so than you. But he felt we were coming at him, and then we went and stole his gimmick and played dress up with Valley T-shirts. And I said, well, these are not the same thing as Austin Eckler with a touchdown. I said, we are just supporting the basketball team we like. We weren't pretending to be somebody else. I said, if nothing else, come at me for when I was rocking jerseys every sim. That would make sense. But the Valley T-shirt thing doesn't quite add up.
Eckler for the touchdown there. First score of the game puts the Chargers up multiple scores now, 10-0, and makes a lot of people happy because he's owned in 79% of lineups in the free showdown in the captain spot in 31.2% of those lineups. The numbers on these helmets look like somebody wrote them on with a Sharpie, but that's a different discussion. At least, thank you for articulating Glash's point. I had only heard secondhand what he was upset about, and now I get it. That makes sense. I played. I mean, I did the dress up thing with him. We wore windbreakers and rain gear, and
you guys were
did this.
I forgot all about that for the weather.
But we're good. I enjoyed that. I had no problem with that. I had no problem with it when he did it, and I mean, I'm sorry if I seemed to, but I didn't. And I have. If he wants to do that, to me, it brought some variety. I was good with it. I did the weather thing with him. That was kind of fun. I don't dress up. I mean, I don't look like Andy Reid or whatever. I did Albert Pujols with him. I dressed as Albert Pujols with him for a sim once after he got cut. Anyway, yeah.
You've been getting
I'm not
that
dressing
for a
up.
long time here in Simland.
Yeah, that's true. Like since I started. That and Klay Thompson back when Klay was more in the news. Then he got hurt.
Adam in the chat, not to be confused with me, and
yeah.
he also has a Phillies logo for an avatar, says,
nice.
What was the Eagles' record? Did they make the playoffs?
That is a good question. They were 9-8. They would have made the playoffs if they beat the Cowboys in their last game of the season, which was, I believe, on Sunday. They played the Cowboys. The Cowboys kicked a late 50-plus yard field goal to beat the Eagles and move to 9-8 as well. So those two teams tied for first in the NFC East. The Cowboys won both of their regular season matchups head-to-head. So they have the tiebreaker, and the Cowboys win the division. However, there is still hope for you Eagles fans. If the Rams tonight beat the 49ers, we have chaos. Because what that means is there are 4 teams that tie with a 9-8 record. The Eagles, the Rams, the 49ers, and the Bears all would have a 9-8 record for the final wild card spot. And that is a very complicated tiebreaker procedure that I am not going to try to do on air or actually at all. I'm going to let ops figure out who wins that tiebreaker because they're much better at it than me. And they will tell us who emerges out of that. If the 49ers win, the 49ers get the last wild card and that's it. The Eagles are at home. But if there is that tiebreaker, wild things could happen. It also depends on like strength of schedule and some other things, which I mean it gets deep into the tiebreaker scenarios to separate those 4 teams.
Do you feel with this looming for the first time ever 17-game regular season that is an indication of things to come, that's what we're going to be looking at, come week 18 of the real life regular season?
Will there be the same logjam of teams right around 500?
Yeah,
I think there will be
a whole bunch of
more
9-8 clubs that we're looking at a deep tiebreaker scenario.
So I think that there will be more separation than we have in our current standings. You can see those current standings on playbook.draftkings.com. Just look for the picture of the Super Bowl. It's like an overhead shot of the Super Bowl stadium. And click on that. You'll see all the current standings. If you look at those, there are probably more teams than will be actually right around that 8, 9, 10 wins. Most of the league, quite honestly, is 8, 9, 10 wins. So I think you'll see more separation, but I do also think that you will end up with some of these tie situations where things will get complicated for that last wild card spot, maybe the last 2 wild card spots. I think it will allow more teams to be in it longer. So I think in general, it's going to be a little bit like the NBA, and I know it's not the exact same, but with the NBA expanding out their playoffs this past year, and we've talked about that a lot, but I think it will have sort of the same effect where that extra spot, a longer season by 1 game, keeps more teams alive in the playoff hunt deeper, and I think that's a good thing in general for the sport in that it makes more meaningful games, and we've seen that in these sims. There's very few sims that don't have any playoff implication for either team. I mean, this one has nothing for the Raiders. They're out for sure. But the Chargers, there's still a lot of playoff implications for. And obviously then as a result of the Chargers, I mean, the Chiefs are impacted by it. The Titans and the Patriots are impacted by it because if the Chargers lose this game, which, I mean, they're winning right now, but if they lose, then it's just the Patriots and Titans that have 11 wins, and the Titans win the tiebreaker. They get the number 1 seed. The Patriots would then play on Wild Card Wednesday tomorrow. If it's a 3-way tie, again, things get complicated, and you have to go pretty deep to figure out who wins that, and I have not done that yet. We will see if that does become a reality. Punt here for the Raiders.
While we have that, the artist formerly known as Brother Phil, coming at me with defense. If Glash is still hanging out in the chat, Brother Phil says, Glash put on a veritable clinic on bandwagon fandom with the Bucks last postseason, while it was you, Coffee, that remained loyal to your Patriots. Duly noted. So as to getting on you about your Valley tees while he was wearing a pirate hat, well, I've mentioned it to him already. Thank you, Brother Phil.
Okay. I think I followed most of that.
Yeah, for the most part.
It took me a little bit because you said Bucks, and I immediately thought BUCKS, the basketball team, not Bucks BUCS, because I'm not looking at the comment here, not the football team.
Yeah.
I don't really think it's necessarily the same thing, right? Like to me, whether I cheer for the Bucks or not, and whether I cheer for the Suns or not, I'm not sure that has anything to do. One has anything to do with the other. The Celtics were never going to make a run. They are my normal basketball team. And after they were eliminated, or after it was very clear they were going to be eliminated, you and I said we were cheering for the Suns. So that's and
I think Glass should just go.
The shirts were great
at this point.
But the shirts were great, right? Like, to me, the shirts were awesome. They looked great. Well, yeah, the real ones were anyway. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about mine.
But I like the design and the shirt, like as just a design and as a shirt to wear, right? And I like them during the regular season and always thought they looked good. I liked several of the. They don't call them Connect because the City Connect is an MLB thing. What does Nike call the?
I think they just call them city jerseys.
City jerseys?
Yeah.
I like a lot of those designs. I actually like the Cream City ones too. So, I mean, if you had said, let's get a Cream City Bucks jersey, I'd be like, cool, let's do it.
You know what I said? We've talked about this before, but I still kind of can't believe it when I see them in action. And I felt more strongly about it than you. But that I really like these T-shirts, and I just don't like the actual jerseys. And it should
you still don't like the jerseys?
No, I really don't. And it shouldn't be that different. It really shouldn't be. And yet, for some reason, I just don't get
That is a very interesting take. I'm not sure I understand why that is.
Yeah, I can't.
Can you explain it at all, or just no?
I really can't articulate it. It's just something my eyes and brain have decided together. And my voice was not included.
So here's something that may be similar or may not be, but this is maybe a corollary. I love the Southside White Sox jerseys.
Sure. Yeah,
as a shirt or as a jersey, they look great. But I don't love them with the black pants. When they wear them with the black pants, it just feels like a lot to me. It just feels like a lot of very black.
Much of one color.
Yeah. So, I would buy and wear one of those shirts, or wear with jeans or shorts or whatever. But I wouldn't wear it with black pinstripe pants as well. So I don't know if that's maybe part of it. Like maybe there's something with the short combo that you're not loving as much.
Maybe, although
I don't know.
It's not. I mean, it goes both ways in baseball. Sometimes it matches, sometimes it doesn't. Your tops and your bottoms. In basketball, your top and bottom, they always match. So that shouldn't have anything to do with it. But maybe on some level it does.
Yeah.
Well, there aren't too many, right? There aren't too many exceptions to where the jersey top doesn't match the jersey shorts. Well, not jersey shorts, but shorts. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. I'm trying to think. Are there? I feel like there have been some exceptions, but not very many. Maybe there's been none.
Yeah, none that I can really come up with. Maybe there are. We can Google around. It's 10-0. Chargers at the half are in front in virtual Vegas. Jason says, I like to talk crap and have fun. I know y'all are tired of me saying it, but could someone give me clarity as to why y'all play on arcade instead of simulation? Zach, I'm not saying you were part of the team to actually make those decisions, but maybe you can better articulate the reason one way or the other. It's, we were on simulation mode way back at the beginning, well over a year ago, and then obviously moved to arcade mode in the interest of more scoring, which I realize this particular sim has not yet produced, but that was the
that's a good point. This is not a good time to talk about.
But that was the general reason. Is it any more than that?
It was to increase scoring. The simulation mode tends to be much lower scoring and does not have as many big plays. Arcade mode is designed to have big plays, whether that is long touchdowns, whether that is turnovers, those kind of things. Those are all bumped up a little bit. and the simulation mode has more incomplete passes, more short runs for no gain, more those kinds of less exciting plays. And as a result, arcade mode just created more stats and more excitement in the game. That's why it's called arcade mode. And it also did eliminate the injuries, which are still technically turned on, but we end up with the top players in top positions. The other difference between simulation and arcade is that the fatigue of the top players is not as, it doesn't happen as much. So what happens in simulation mode is you end up with more substitutions, and you end up with more backup running backs carrying the ball, or backup receivers in there after a long gain for a receiver. Let's say Tyreek Hill rips off a 50-yard pass. He would go to the sideline for the next play. And nobody wants that for your fantasy players to be on the sideline. I think the breaking point, whatever, it was a 6-0 game between the Eagles and the Cowboys that ended with just 2 field goals. And then there was a last-minute touchdown, so it ended up being 7-6 final score. And it was just a pretty, very slow-moving game overall. These arcade mode games can sometimes be low-scoring, but they still have decent amounts of yardage most of the time, and enough big plays kind of going each way that it does result in a more entertaining overall product for fantasy purposes. So that's why we made the switch. I mean, that's why. Whether you agree with it or like it or not, that is the reasoning behind it.
Jeffrey says, whoa. Are we switching modes? Cough CT? No, we were talking about, and as Crackle Smack says, great summary, Zach. And it was. We were talking about a move that we already did make from
way back in the day.
Way back, like well over a year ago, from simulation mode to arcade mode. We were doing simulation mode when it was still 3 sims a day versus 6, when it was 6-minute quarters versus 8. You know, it was a long time ago. You have dug up a mismatch on jerseys and shorts, and yeah, it's ugly.
I got another one here. Hold on.
That's Atlanta, right?
That is Atlanta. Yep.
Red
I've also
tops
got
and black bottoms.
Yep. This one's possibly even worse.
Killa asking about the final score for the Cleveland game. 16-10, Cincinnati. The Bengals won that one. Oh, goodness gracious. Chicago with red tops and blue shorts. That's terrible. You're right.
Pretty bad.
That is worse.
It's pretty bad. They most of the time match, yes, but there are some times they don't, and then you go, yeah, they probably should. They probably should.
Folks, smash that like button, huh? We're closing in on 150. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button if you're watching along on YouTube. If you're with us on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings, give us a follow there. If you're watching anywhere else, well, thank you for watching. But come on over to the chat, interact with us. You know, as much as we like to be in the Game Center or DK Nation, DK Playbook, wherever you are, come to the chat. Be with us on YouTube or Twitch.
So somebody in the chat just said, wish we knew what the standings were. Well, let me tell you how to find those. If you type Madden Sim Season Standings into Google, the top return is on DK Nation. It says Madden 21 Simulated Football Season Standings, Results, and Standings. And there you go. It's right there. You click on that. They're all right there for you, updated every morning. I update them myself. So you can type in a number of things, but the way to get there, easiest, Madden Sim Season Standings, first link.
For those asking about scoring, though, for this particular contest, remember it is manual scoring, has to be updated by humans, and we do have a couple of newer members of our ops team who are getting comfortable with the whole process, obviously, and getting everything updated. Rest assured, nothing will be finalized, no payouts will be made or anything like that until every last catch and yard and rush and pass and everything has been inputted, so fret not. Everything will be updated. Hank Ruggs with that grab. 3rd and 2, coming from the 22, about 5 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Zach Thompson, Adam Kaufman, we got the Drew Stack, our ops squad, all happy to be here with you.
See if the Raiders can make this a game here with a Ooh. Thought that was picked and going the other way there for a moment, but it was Waller with the snag, kind of coming back the wrong direction. Derwin James with the tackle there, which puts him in the zone. That'll be big for the Chargers to get him back. Of course, missed all of last season with an injury.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't he get that in preseason? I want to say like in, not preseason because there wasn't any games, but like
Right.
before the season started.
I believe so, but I'd have to look it up to double check.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's supposed to be back and ready to roll this season.
Daryl
Yes.
Kraft is asking, forgive me if
We
y'all
are.
answered this, but are you having Madden Sim playoffs this season? Sure are. We ran it down a little bit earlier in the sim, the full detail.
You got here just in time because they start tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. We will have Wild Card Wednesday, as Zach deemed it, or dubbed it. It is, Sims coming at you Eastern time, 12, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. And there will be all Wild Card playoff games all day tomorrow. No weather. Wild Weather Wednesday is as dead as Skip Perkins. And then come Thursday and Friday and Saturday, you will have the rest of the postseason. Divisional round games, conference championships, and of course, the Simper Bowl, which concludes this Madden Sim season at 8 o'clock Saturday night. I'll be with you with Tom Carroll for that one.
There you go. Derwin James, just to wrap that up, he did tear his meniscus and needed surgery in September of last year, missed the entire season. This offseason, the Chargers exercised his fifth-year team option for 2022. He has returned to offseason activities and will play this year and next year for the Chargers under his current contract. Very key contributor on that Chargers defense, and getting him back will be huge for them. Chargers are a team a lot of people like to take a significant step forward with the continued growth of Justin Herbert this coming season.
10-3 game. 2nd and 7 from the 29 on the way. It is Chargers ball. It is interesting, some of the different modes in Madden. Like even, I'll watch my 8-year-old play his franchise mode, and arcade mode on the highest level, playing all Madden arcade mode.
Yeah,
he will thump the computer. I mean,
really?
Yeah, absolute, crushes the computer. And it's not, he's not going undefeated, but he's winning the Super Bowl every year when he's on arcade mode, even at the highest level.
Difficulty. Yep.
Yeah, highest difficulty. Thank you. But you go to simulation mode, because I had him try it, and he can still win, just not as regularly, and it's much tougher.
Yeah.
It's not, blowout central.
Right. And I think in simulation mode, and I don't play a ton of Madden, so that would be, somebody may know better, but I'm pretty sure that in simulation mode, it depends much more what your specific player ratings are, and not as much when you hit what button, if that makes sense.
Sure.
It's more about the players, which makes sense if it's simulation mode. In this case, though, it is computer on computer, so that doesn't matter because we're not hitting any buttons.
Right. 2:20 left third quarter, 1st and 10 coming up from midfield. Cena says, I got an MLB All-Star contest if anyone wants to join. Good time to bring that up, Cena. I created a contest. It's already filled, and it's a smaller one. There were just 50 people, but it did fill up. And I'm curious. I'm curious selfishly. I'm curious for the people as well. I turn to you, Zach. It really is. I mean, there's so many variables when it comes to building a DFS All-Star game lineup. We were doing our watch-along for the Home Run Derby last night, and I was talking to Steve Buchanan about it, and obviously Glash was there as well, so we had the 3-person booth going. I asked Bukes for his strategy, and he said, you really just have to, if you're trying to win a GPP, obviously you're going to get as many starters in as you can, because those guys are going to be out there, whether it's for 1 at-bat, 2 at-bats, maybe in some, back in the day, starters might even have 3 at-bats. It's less likely days. But, what you really need to do is pick 1 or 2 guys, just 1 or 2 guys that you believe are going to come off the bench and hope you hit it with those 2 guys. And that can be the difference for you. What is your general strategy when building a DFS lineup for an all-star game for baseball?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many variables, like you said, and like Steve pointed out, just so many things to consider. You've got guys coming out early. Your starters aren't going to play the whole game, so you definitely, in a regular MLB showdown, you would never play anyone who's not in the starting line. Never. But in this, you can, and you should find a couple players off the bench who you think are going to come off and have a big impact. It really, I mean, there are so many variables to consider. And I think because of that, everybody is to some degree hit or miss. I did build a lineup just for some fun contest that I'm in, on the side, nothing major. I am a huge fan of some of the guys that are in the All-Star game. So like for me, example, Devers. I love Devers. I'm like a big Devers fan. One of my son's favorite players. So I have Devers in my lineup just because I'm a fan of Devers. So I guess for me, it is more of who do I want to do well and who do I want to enjoy even more cheering for, right? So Guerrero is another guy. I like cheering for that guy. He's fun. He hits the ball 3 miles. So, and maybe more up there. So I went with players that I enjoy cheering for because there is such a high hit or miss potential in the game. And I stayed away from all pitchers because pitchers stood like, why? Like, nope. Right. The only way a pitcher would be worth it is if you happen to get the pitcher with the win, right? Like if you could somehow nail the pitcher with the win, then okay, good for you. You get it.
I mean, that just feels impossible.
It's not going to be one of the starters, right? Like it's not.
No, each pitcher is going to have, or each team's going to have, 7, 8, maybe 9 pitchers.
Right. So it's just, did you randomly pick the one inning, the guy who had the one inning that he needed to have?
Or third of an inning in some cases.
That's true. Yeah, it could be somebody who pitches even less. We got a close one here. It's 10-3 as we come to the end of the third quarter. Eckler has the only touchdown, 43 yards on the ground. The leading rusher in this game to this point is Justin Herbert. 3 carries for 50 yards for him. My boy, Hunter Henry, 6 catches for 67 yards, is the receiver with the most catches and the most yards. Your boy, Mike Williams, just behind him, 5 for 54. So I fully expect you to catch and pass me in this fourth quarter. Waller, 4 for 24. Allen, 4 for 49. Again, no receiving touchdowns. Also of note, Eckler does have 1 catch for 3 yards.
I know stats are not fully up to date yet. Again, it's manual scoring, so be patient. But at the last update, where things stand right now, we are both top 10.
Nice.
So, look at us. Huh?
There we go.
Nailing our less chalky captains so far.
So far. Yep, so far. And I do have the Chargers DST, too, which is helpful. Did you play a defense? You did not, right?
I did not.
You don't usually do defense.
No, not typically. If it's, Seattle, somebody like that, then every once in a while.
Hey, Hunter
comes the Patriots.
Yep. Patriots are good. Seattle's good tonight. Seattle against Arizona is a really good defense to play. Arizona tends to turn the ball over a little bit with Kyler Murray, and Seattle's defense has just been insane. They're on the board tonight, looking to lock up the number 1 seed with a win over the Cardinals.
First and goal from the 8. Herbert sacked. 6-yard loss. Collins picking up that sack for the Raiders DST. Second and goal coming. It's 10-3 Raiders are trailing. Chargers in front. Raiders trying to even things up.
Chargers trying to put the game, I won't say out of reach because there's still a lot of time left here in the fourth, but
it would feel like it the way this thing's going though, huh?
Well, and the Raiders have scored 3 points in 3 quarters, so asking them to score 10 points in the last 7 minutes would seem like a big ask. And that would be best case scenario for them. They could be about to go down 14. And it looks like Eckler's going to get it down inside the 5 to the 3, where he will get stopped to set up third and goal.
He's got a touchdown, 53 on the ground.
Yep. And that 1 catch for just 3 yards. So not a lot in the receiving department, but still one of the better plays of the day to this point. In 79% of lineups in the larger free roll. We mentioned Herbert with all those rushing yards. He is in 56% of free roll lineups. Touchdown. And it's neither one of our captains. It's Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen is owned in 39.7% of free roll lineups, 7.3% captaincy for him.
I did not captain him, but I do have him, so that's going to help me out
here.
All right. Well, so we're both going to be aided a little bit, although neither one of us has Herbert, right?
I have Herbert. As well.
You do have Herbert, so you'll get the stack points. There you go.
Stack them up. I have the full Charger stack in this one.
ZT.
I actually had all of them at one point, and I was like, "Yeah, this feels a little like you obviously have to have one Raider." Right. I had Renfro and all the Chargers. I was like, "Yeah, that feels a little." I had Herbert as my captain at that point. I was like, "Yeah, I probably need to balance this out a wee bit."
Speaking of stacks, we got the Drew stack. Producer Drew.
Drew stack.
Technical director Drew. They are different Drews.
Mm-hmm.
Bailey and June and Ops. We're all hanging out with you. 17-3. Chargers leading, north of 400 people watching. Just on the YouTube, smash that like. Let's get to one big push for 200, huh? Hit the like, hit the subscribe button. We appreciate it. Now, speaking of baseball, I don't know how much you watched or how glued you were or weren't to the home run derby last night. Obviously, I was doing a watch along with Glash and Buttes, but even independent of that, I had it on when I was doing the sim. I kept watching after our watch along show during the 10 o'clock sim. It was really as compelling a home run derby, as compelling an event as we have had in several years, as far as I can remember. I mean,
for sure.
Growing up, I loved the home run derby, and it was so much fun in the 90s, and some of the stars that participated in it. The event was not dead.
Ken Griffey Jr.
It was, for sure, last back-to-back winner before, obviously, Pete Alonso going ham last night with his 74 total home runs across all the rounds and edging Trey Mancini. But last night was just maybe, there were just so many different facets, right? Like Alonso having the time of his life, and
Ohtani and Mancini.
And the Ohtani and Soto double overtime, the swing off, the showdown that they had. It was really great. It was really cool. Trevor Story, the hometown representative.
Yep. He was my pick. He was my long shot pick.
Well, and had some deep shots as well. It was a really, really fun event last night.
It was. I watched a lot of it. I was not glued to the entire thing. I was kind of in and out doing some other things, working on some other projects, but I did get to see a lot of it. It's funny, the Little League coaches had quite the watch along text chain going about it. But it was pretty fun, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I think it's always fun to see the stars of the game in a more relaxed environment where they're trying to put on a show, and that's exactly what they did. I felt like, Alonso was great, obviously defending his title. Mancini getting there, a great story. Got to kind of highlight that a little bit, which was fun. And then, like you said, story of the hometown kid, and Ohtani and Soto. Although that was in the first round, that might be. Like, sometimes there are home run derbies where you're like, yeah, that was the one where Josh Hamilton hit all the home runs, but then he actually didn't win. It feels like that. It might be.
That's the thing that you wind up remembering.
Right. Yeah. Alonso won, and obviously the back-to-back winners, the back-to-back wins make him very memorable for that. But that's always going to be the Ohtani Soto one for me, just because that's what stands out as kind of that memorable moment.
Yeah. I agree with that. It's funny with all the stuff that we saw last night. I don't want to say nobody's talking about it. Obviously, it's been brought up. But the fact that Alonso had 35 homers in round one is barely mentioned after everything else that happened last night.
Yep.
And that's just an outrageous total.
It's insane.
He was ranking them with ease.
And it felt like 35 because he was good at that point. Like, he could have kept going. It felt
right.
It felt like he just pull everything right down that just effortlessly.
And especially, and I'm sure you saw this on social media after, it was all over Twitter. The Mets bullpen coach, former Red Sox employee Dave Jouse, was the pitcher to Pete Alonso. Each player gets to choose his pitcher. He went with Dave Jouse. And Jouse, at 64 years old, you look at the shot graph or whatever that thing is called, the pitch graph, everything, everything was on the black. Every pitch he threw was right down the middle. incredibly impressive.
Yep. And the speed was almost identical too. Just like across the board, it was so reliable for Alonso to get in that groove and just crush everything in that one spot. That's all he needed to do. He did it impressively. Oh, I did not know that he threw to Nomar in the Derby in '99.
No, I didn't know that either. It's a fun fact.
Second career for him, I guess.
I guess so, at least. I mean, maybe he threw for him a couple years ago, last time Alonso won.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's done the last 2 years for him, if I remember correctly. But yep.
Drew, the other Drew. That was technical director Drew that brought up that point. Producer Drew says, didn't Nomar have 4 that year? Hey, cold water Drew, listen. It's not Wes Welker, right? Like he can't pitch the ball and hit the ball at the same time.
And hit the home run. Come on now.
Yeah. And plus, it was a totally different format, too. It wasn't the time format. It was the outs format.
That's right. Yeah.
Maybe Nomar just never got into a groove. This is how Alonso got his groove back.
Yeah. There you go.
Like Stella. Same deal.
Same exact thing. Somehow. Not at all.
Somehow. Drew Joust has probably been beating himself up.
But didn't Joust throw for Alonso last year?
He must have.
I think so.
Here we go. 19.
19, right. Last year, obviously, there wasn't.
Yeah. Alonso, talking about it post-game, said he isn't sure if he's going to participate next year in LA as far as going for the three-peat. Remember, they were calling it the repeat Alonso.
Right.
He's not sure if he's going to go for the three-peat, but he feels he's already solidified himself as one of, if not the best home run derby hitters of all time.
And his bats are cool. He's got the cool bats, right? The painted bats. Those are pretty sweet.
Oh, Drew says it was Alonso's cousin.
Oh.
Why wouldn't he go back to his cousin then if he won a couple of years ago? Why is he messing with it and going with Joust? Not that
It's hard to argue with. I was going to say it's hard to argue with the results.
No, I just mean going in. It was funny listening to Alonso. Like, Alonso's a kid. How old is he? Like 24, 25?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, he's a kid. And so listening to him after, he said teammates were saying, man, like, don't you feel disrespected? Like, you're the defending champ and you're the 5 seed or whatever he was. Right. And he just kept saying to people, no, because I'm going to win. He was so certain and easy to say after the fact, obviously, but just listening to him and that swagger, and I appreciate it. It's like he was just so certain he was going to win the event. He didn't care. Like, whatever. Make me whatever seed you want. All I got to do is out-homer people.
All I got to do is hit 35 in the first round, and I can go against anybody you want.
Right.
And he did. The end.
17-3. Chargers leading. Raiders ball. Trying to get some garbage points here late in the fourth quarter. Remember, no 4 o'clock sim today. There's a sim at 6. I'll be back for that. Hanging out with, let's see, who am I with? With Kenny Deuce. Niners and Rams in a couple hours.
That's a big one. Niners win and they go. Rams win, and there's a 4-way tie for the last wild card spot.
There you go.
So that'll get weird if the Rams win. My Pete Alonso story is that last year, or 19, his rookie year, we did a DK Live season-long fantasy baseball league. And I drafted Alonso with the last pick of the last round because he had a huge spring training, but nobody expected him to make the team. Mm-hmm. And I drafted him at the end because one of the other guys who worked and still works with us there on DK Live is a huge Mets fan. And I picked him literally thinking, I will trade him to this other guy and get something. Like, I'll wait till he has a couple home run game and try and just auction him off because as a Mets fan, he'll want him.
And Alonso went on to have and Nelson Aguilar, another new
Nelson Aguilar.
You were saying.
And I offered it to him week 1 after he had a good start. And he was like, nah, I don't think he's going to last. It's like, okay, I'll just keep him then. And he was amazing. He had like
later.
50 homers. Yeah. He ended up being the steal of the draft, which I won that year because I had Alonso and Acuna, and they both went off.
The absolute, I would say, I don't know about you, the most bonkers stat that I came across last night, and this was all over Twitter, I'm sure you saw it, was that in his 3-year career, he's in his 3rd major league season, his 3-year career, just career baseball earnings, because of obviously, being young, rookie, arbitration, whatever, like his career earnings are right around $1.5 million. For 3 seasons playing for the Mets, he has made $2 million winning a pair of home run derbies. He has made more money in 2 nights than he's made across 3 seasons playing Major League Baseball.
Don't cry for him, Adam. He'll be okay.
Oh, I'm not crying for him. I just think
he'll be all right.
It's much less a oh poor Pete, much more of a my goodness, like good on you for making the most of an opportunity.
That's true. That's if you want to look at it that way, that is definitely true. And he will get paid once he gets to where he is.
Absolutely.
Arbitration eligible, and obviously if he hits free agency or if the Mets bring him back and buy out his free agency, whatever, he will be just fine. Definitely one of the rising stars in the game. And I do think, the Mets were kind of a disappointment last season in the shortened season, and he didn't do great and kind of fell off the radar a little bit for fantasy purposes, but always somebody to consider for your DraftKings lineup just because he brings that power potential, which is so huge. He's got such a high ceiling. And apparently enjoys playing in Denver as well. Just throwing that out there. Eckler with the carry there brings us to the 2-minute warning. The Raiders opting to kick it deep after the Aguilar touchdown. 12.3% Aguilar owned, 0.3 captain. Doesn't happen very often that he is involved, but he did get the touchdown there. So the former Patriot, or the new Patriot, I just had the wrong one.
17-10 Chargers. More great content coming up right after this sim that you do not want to miss. Live content right here. You can stick around in the chat. You can look ahead to the Open Championship. We'll get the green coming your way.
You.
Jeff Ulrich, Sweet Tea, Reed T. Fowler. They'll be along with you.
All kinds of good content. Getting you ready for this weekend's major. Tee times. You guys breaking down tee times and stuff, I hope. Justin Herbert with the run there.
There have been a fair amount of golf questions in the chat today during the sim, so I hope all of you will
there you go.
Get the green after this and save those questions, whether or not we address them. Send them right to Reed and Moose so that these guys can get on it for you as well. One timeout left for the Raiders. $1:46 to go. 1st and 10. It's a handoff as it's clock killing mode here for the Chargers. And Eckler. Short game. There's that final timeout.
All right, let's take a look at these awards here.
Yes, sir. What do you got?
And not a lot of points. It might be Herbert because he's added a bunch of rushing yards, and he does have the 1 passing score. Eckler not getting a ton of yards here.
I mean, you can make a case for your captain.
I could.
I think other people could as well. 12 in the flex. 30% ownership. You can make a case for Keenan Allen. He's got a touchdown, very low owned.
Lower ownership on Henry than Allen. I have Allen in a flex spot, so yeah, he's a little bit higher total, right? I'm trying to do the math in my head. Allen has 15 in a flex spot. What does Henry have in a flex spot? 12, 13?
Are you looking at Henry in the flex? Has 12.7, yeah. And Allen has 15.2. But they are priced, pretty differently.
Very differently, yeah.
$100. captain percentage is 8% difference between those two as well.
Mm-hmm. I think I might go with Hunter Henry. Not a huge game.
Like I said, make a case.
Yep. It's not a huge game, but low ownership and with a low scoring game, 17-10 overall. And really the Raiders touchdown didn't help anybody. Nelson Aguilar, so low ownership, so not very helpful to anyone. So there's really only 2 touchdowns that made fantasy difference. And that was the Eckler run and the Allen catch. I'm going to go with Hunter Henry as the player of the game in this one. The Chargers do wrap up the AFC West with this win as well, so they will be part of that 3-way tie for the top spot in the AFC heading into our playoffs, which start tomorrow. The Not My Kid Award for this one, I will pull that up.
I mean, Eckler was garbage.
He was.
Very
he did have
high
the touchdown, though.
Yeah.
He had the touchdown. So
Henry Ruggs is certainly worthy of consideration.
Yeah. Joe Reed didn't have a catch. He was in a lot of lineups.
Yeah.
Jacobs was not in very many lineups, but did not have many yards either. Oh, you know who it is? I'm sorry. Tyrell Williams, wide receiver 1, 2 catches, 9 yards.
Yeah, it's not good.
Not good.
Mm-mm.
That's your Waller wasn't great either, but he was slightly better than Williams. So Williams is the Not My Kid Award winner for this one.
Only a quarter of lineups, though, for old Tyrell.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? There is more scoring coming for him, too. So he ended up 3 for 61, which is much more respectable. Much more respectable there. So I'm not sure. Should we reevaluate that?
I don't think it's that big a deal. It's really just for the purposes of our spreadsheet. But
all right. We'll get it to these guys for the golf. That's what everybody wants at this point.
Exactly.
Anyway.
No, it is time for just about everybody to get to the green, including us.
That's right.
Rest assured, this particular contest is going to sit right there in all of your contest tabs until everything is finalized. All the manual scoring is updated. So do be patient. And then obviously once that is, properly finalized, you will have your payouts and everything else. Or if it's just the free roll, we can find out exactly, how well Zach did and whether he went and took this thing from all of us. I know he was in contention for a while. We want to thank the Truth Stack, as well as June, Bailey, everybody else. It is time to get to the green with no 4 o'clock sim on the way. These guys, they can take their sweet time, old sweet tea and moose, with the Open Championship after 2 years.
The green's farther away. They need more time to get us there.
That's right. Get after it, fellas. Reed, Jeff. Zach, we'll see you soon.
Cough. Has anyone ever coined the cough's cough? Because I feel like, on a lot of these, you get a little verklempt.
Yeah.
You get a little.
I get choked up.
Yeah.
Knowing that I won't get to talk for the next 2 hours.
Yeah. I know we have hash brown cough drops, but there's got to be something in there. We'll workshop it because you're right. We got 14 hours on this show, Jeff. It's you and me, baby. We're talking about the last major. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Sun's not in 4, I guess. Right, Cough? But at the same time, we have more important matters to attend to, which is the Open Championship for Jeff and I. It's called the British Open. But for you young kids out there, it's just the Open Championship. But there's a lot to speak about. Jeff, you and I always do this every, what is today, Wednesday? Tuesday? I don't even know. Tuesday. Tuesday. And so, again, this is, and depending on which side of the coin you're on, which side of the pond you're on, this is one of the best Get the Green shows that we have in our, what Brendan Glasheen calls our programming. So, Jeff, this is, we always talk about this every single week when we do these Q&As about the course, about the tournament itself. This one is unique because it's the Open Championship. There's a lot of talk about the course itself. So give us a breakdown, because we have a little bit more time. Give us a breakdown of Royal St. George's and something maybe that you're looking at as I pull up the screen share, something that you're looking at that most people right now aren't looking at or not paying attention to.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously the last time we saw Royal St. George's, it was in 2011. Darren Clark won that year. It was, a very interesting year, played tough. 5 under par was the winning score. I believe it was 1 under par when Ben Curtis won at the same venue in 2003. So the last 2 Opens played here incredibly tough scoring. It's a traditional link style course, but the one thing about St. George's is like it's got the bunkers here are legit. Like they're harder or the hardest on the open rota. So that's one thing. I mean, like when you hit it in one, it's kind of game over. You've got the fescue, you got smaller greens here as well than kind of normal. So I'm kind of interested to see how this plays with the modern players. I honestly don't have a very good memory of 2011, but I think the biggest thing is, you want to emphasize certain stats and stuff, but this kind of feels like it's going to come down to a bit of a war of attrition, and you're probably going to see someone, like some kind of veteran just come in and maybe storm the gate. So I feel like people are probably overlooking a little bit too many of like the kind of mid-range plays here and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think that if you want to try and get an edge, this week, maybe it's through the weather, maybe it's through, looking at certain stats as well. But I think the main thing is, looking at experience here, again, is probably going to shine through at the Open.
Yeah, you and I mentioned it on the Sweat earlier today, and we'll kind of elaborate on some of the stuff that we had because we're pressed for time on those shows, and so we can only get a couple of answers out, and then the reasons for those answers. But you mentioned the weather draw because that's going to be something, and the conditions this week. The course itself, right? Paul, like you mentioned, the pop bunkers, the uneven lies, the undulations on the greens, the fescue everywhere, the greens being 40% bent, 60% fescue. What does that even mean? It means it's slower greens, right? It's going to be slower than the average greens that these guys play on the PGA Tour. But in terms of that, do you have, because I know ZT was talking about the tee times and the tee draws and then the weather that comes with it. I'm always a huge proponent of waiting until the very last moment possible for me. Like I want to do it before I go to bed with enough time, obviously, to make sure my lineups are set. But are you looking at the weather all the way up until Wednesday evening before this tournament starts based off of that? Because we've seen guys like Louis back in 2010 be on a really good tee draw, right? Yep. And that's why, not why he won, but that was a huge proponent of it. It was a huge advantage. You see that every year with the Open Championship. So are you going to be doing that as well, waiting till the very end?
Yep. At least especially with like main lineups, single entry and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think you could still, you don't want to overthink it. And just looking at the weather this week, we might as well address it right off the top.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like anything crazy is going to happen in terms of like a weather draw, but honestly, it doesn't take much. Like all it takes is for the wind to get up a couple miles per hour, say in one wave, and then die down a couple miles per hour, like 2 hours later. And all of a sudden you do have kind of a wind advantage. It's a link style. It's right off the sea. It's right off the North Sea.
Yeah.
If the wind does die down 5 miles per hour for a wave, it's going to make a big difference. That's just the way it's going to go. That's pretty much what it's like on almost every links course in the Open Rota. So nothing different here. Definitely something, again, I think you should pay attention to this week. This is probably one of the only weeks you should really be actually looking at the weather. Just, when you're on an open course by the sea, like I said, those 5 mile per hour wind swings, it's going to be huge. Now, again, it doesn't look like anything crazy. So I'm not expecting like a massive wave split where one wave is basically shut out, but you never know. And again, we're only on Tuesday. We got over 24 hours before it starts. If you nailed it, you don't want to really make any decisions until tomorrow, at least in your core lineups. You can have players you want exposure to. If you want to go overweight on players, that's fine. I don't think you necessarily want to change that too much based on the weather because, again, it's not an extreme weather situation, but, make some decisions if you're making like 10, 100 lineups, whatever. Leave those core lineups like for Wednesday because those are the ones, those probably the more important ones anyways, and those are the ones that'll be easier to change. So
guys, I just put in the chat, I don't know if that link works. I think this is my first chat ever in the YouTube. I just put the weather, the link to the wind finder. It's Sandwich Bay. I mean, this is essentially right off the coast, south of London. Like you mentioned, Jeff, it's going to be windy. The wind gusts. Links don't work on YouTube. Great. Anyway, just copy and paste that. But like that's the thing that you have to realize, that the wind gusts, like you mentioned, Jeff, even like a 10 mile per hour, benign, like on the coast is going to play a difference. And like you mentioned, the plus or minus 5 miles, 7 miles per hour is going to make a difference. It's not going to be something where you see like, here in the States where, yes, if we have wind, it affects it, but it's wind and then it's also the type of greens, right? Yep. It's if they're hard greens and it's windy, that's what the pros really don't like because they can't control the shot and they get all mad and they get all bent out of shape and they don't like it. And we've heard a lot of guys mention that they don't like this, right? Fitzy said that he, doesn't necessarily prefer this course. Yep. Brooks said he doesn't like it, but too bad, right? That's open championship golf. Guys aren't going to like it. But you have to go into it being like, I don't like this. And that's why I like some of these guys that we'll get to, that the mentality, the temperament, that's well fit for this course and for this major. But the guru, our guy, 805, asks Jeff, is Kirk a good, cheap option?
Yeah, I mean, you look down in that range, right? I think you got Jimmy Walker down there. Sam Burns is going to be the guy most people go to. I would probably play Kirk over him myself. Again, we're talking about veteran stuff. This course is going to be, I think of Sam Burns' game, and he sprays it off the tee. The short game's good, but it can get a little wild. The putting's really good. If he shows up and starts spraying it off the tee, though, and like the short game isn't sharp, like Sam Burns is one of those guys who could easily he could pop off quickly. I feel like Kirk is the better play. He's been really sharp around the greens, which is, I get everyone's going to miss the green here. The green and regulation percentages, and again, we're talking about things people aren't considering. Everyone's missing the green this week. Green and regulation percentages here in the last 2 times was played under 56%. Reed mentioned it. Ooh. Course is going to play firm. It's tough to control the ball in the wind, and the greens are small and tough to hit here. And there's just bunkers that run off. It's going to be tough. I think I'd rather take a guy like Kirk this week. I know Burns is a better player, tee to green, but I feel like that around the green savvy, stuff like that. And, like Kirk is fine. Like he's been really good. So yeah, I'm definitely in on Chris Kirk. My only reason for not playing him is just if this is not the style of build I want to use. But I actually think Kirk he's playing really good. Like I said, I think he actually sets up well for this course specifically in the Open Rota. And that's who I would go to 100%. He had a really good time at the Rocket Mortgage. He looked really good.
Yeah, good call on that. $6,400. If you just take a look at his stats, they're not going to really impress you, right? He's 50th in strokes gained total the last 24 rounds. If you're looking at Fantasy National, nothing really jumps out at you, but also nothing really is glaringly bad from Kirk.
And if you look at his long-term form too, Reed, like last 50 rounds, and like tee to green approach, he's still up there, like top 30 in a lot of those stats. So he's just played well, like all around this year. Chris Kirk is definitely in play, like absolutely. And like I said, I would even play him over Sam Burns personally, at least in big GPPs. I really feel like that's the play. Ownership comes into play for cash games. You might just want to eat this Burns chalk, but I wouldn't play Sam Burns in a cash game anyways. But
top 20, 2014. Sorry to cut you off there, Jeff. Top 20 in 2014 at Royal Liverpool, where he gained close to 7.5 strokes total. He missed the cut in 2016. But again, right, like how much is enough experience? Yeah. Right. And do you bog yourself down? Because like I mentioned earlier on the sweat, like there's a lot. And then with Emerson yesterday, there's a lot you can do in terms of game theory this week where every single person is going to say, well, you need experience. I'm one of them. You're also one of them. So is everybody else who does this for a living. Is experience is key because all the trends fit that, right? And when you're writing an article and when you're trying to build a case for a player, those things all help at the same time when you're there to click submit, when you're there to choose your lineups. Man, Victor Holland staring you in the face at $9,100 at his roster percentage that's coming in projected nowhere near what his talent level is, right? It's more near what this tournament is calling for in his experience. But same with like Kirk, right? A guy I like down there is Justin Harding, but he's young. He's a young kid. Like he doesn't have maybe the same type of mentality that not if, but when things go bad, how can you get back into it? And I think Kirk's it's a great call for Guru. So yeah, if you like that, especially Burns, like what do you think Burns is going to be? Like his roster percentage?
I don't think it's going to be crazy just because when players are that cheap, like people it's almost like their brain goes, it's like, oh, this guy can't be good because he's so cheap. And also Burns doesn't have a ton of open experience. So, I think people will shy away from him a little bit because of that. He was pretty good over in Scotland last week, but I think he'll probably, he might push 10%, but I don't even think it's going to be that high. Like if you want to play Sam Burns, I wouldn't worry about him being overly chalky. I mean, he's not going to be like a top 3 player or anything like that. But yeah, he could get up there. I could be wrong about this too, but I don't think he's going to be that expensive or that owned. 8 to 10%.
Yeah,
I'll say 8%.
Must be. This is something where you and I, Jeff, have to take a loser lap for doing this, because must be he touted Phil at the PGA, I believe. Or it was one of these.
He didn't tout Phil. He asked me about Phil.
Okay, he didn't tout, excuse me. He asked about Phil. He brought it up, and then Phil won, and then he claimed that we hate old people because we didn't like Phil. So question, because that's worth bearing, because Phil Mickelson screwed us all, except for himself, asks, any Darren Clark this week in all caps?
No.
Big D Clark, man. No? 2011 champ?
No.
Defending his title.
Pretty sure Darren Clark has let himself go again as well. I know he got in shape there for a couple of years, but 6,300. If you play Darren Clark over Sam Burns, you've gone loco. Let's just put
Hey, look at this though. Last start, Timber Tech on the Champions Tour in October. First.
In
Jeff.
October.
In October. No, the Silver Fox D Clark, he won at, what was he, 200 to 1? And like a lot of stuff happened. DJ, he farmed his ball. I forget what hole it was on the par 5.
Yeah,
he farmed it. Yeah, 14. And what do you get? Double bogey or triple? And then at that point, Clark was up by 4 to play.
Yeah, Thomas Bjorn took 3 shots to get out of a bunker too.
Yeah,
Both
but
imploded. Yeah.
To that point, must be, I will say that this tournament and then this course specifically can lend itself to a Darren Clark type of player.
Oh, absolutely.
Winning, right? Because of that.
There's lots of Darren Clark type players like that. I mean, they're not all 42 and they're not all going to be 300 to 1 or something, but in that vein, I mean, absolutely. There's players like that. We mentioned Kisner this morning. I think he's kind of, a veteran people are forgetting about, but there's other players like that. Matt Kuchar.
That's right. The Cooch.
Same age. No one's expecting to do anything this week.
This is your chance. Talk about Cooch, baby. Let's go.
Kuchar is a guy I might just tonight. I'm probably just going to throw a few bucks on. It feels so much like that kind of event. Matt Kuchar's gone miscut, T50, miscut. I think he had a withdraw in there too. That's the form that Darren Clark basically had before he won the his major here, and similar type players, just good kind of game managers, and I don't know, man.
Yeah, look, 200 to 1 or plus 20,000 on DK Sportsbook for Matty. We know he plays well at coastal courses, right? He won the OHL. He won the Mayakoba, the infamous Mayakoba, where a little stingy on the old gratuity, but that's all right. Neither here nor there. That's not what we're talking about. Been a terrible putter, right, over the last 3 rounds. He's gained strokes in 3 of his last 5. But you're right. I mean, 18th at RBC, miscut the Masters, miscut at PGA. He hasn't made a cut at a major yet this season. But look, neither has Kisner. Kisner hasn't made a cut, but we like him. Kisner's coming into a little bit better form, but you're right, man. Kuchar sticks around. If we're trying to predict winning score, right, I think that's sort of a fool's errand because we don't know the conditions. They can switch day to day, hour to hour. That winning score could be anywhere from what Darren Clark and what these guys want at a -2 to the minus around 11, 12 even, right? If we get some sunny, couple hours of sunny pocket here or there, we could see some of these guys really go off and hit those and attack the pins, like a Bryson. So yeah, I don't mind Kuchar. That guy for me though, Jeff, I'm not going super deep with that type of guy, but it's Sergio. I mentioned Sergio on the sweat a little bit. I believe he's where is he? I know he's not that deep because if he was, I'd be all over it. 70. So at plus 7,000, Sergio is enticing. Brendan Grace for me is someone that I really like and the whole industry likes. But boy, you look like Sergio's record at the Open, Jeff. I knew it was good. I didn't know it was this good. The guy's rattled off I don't know how many top 5s at the Open Championship, but he's been stellar and he should have won in 2007. Like he came runner-up 2007, and he was just a terrible putter that week.
Yeah, he probably should have won a couple times this
Yeah.
event. He's a great open player. You're dead on. Yeah, Brandon Grace, also a pretty good open player. We talked about him this morning, but yeah, Sergio, a class above Brandon Grace in terms of player. Different salaries, but yeah, plus 7,000, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's the kind of player I'm kind of targeting. If I'm being dead honest, like in that range, I prefer Mark Leishman if I'm doing an outright or even for DFS. But Sergio is like a very close number 2 to me in that range. Like I kind of went back and forth on them at the beginning of the week, but I'll be using Leishman, but like Sergio, I may even use them together, right? Like that's how close it is. So definitely up there.
Yeah.
I really like that play. You're looking at that 7,600 range. You have options. You have options everywhere this week because the pricing is soft. You could go with like a Jason Day, like a 1% owned Jason Day.
Yeah.
You could go with like a low owned Lee Westwood. You could eat the chalk with Daniel Berger, but I think Sergio kind of gives you the best of both worlds. I think Leishman kind of does too. And that you're getting a player in form who's played well recently, getting a great open player, and he's not that expensive. So, he's not going to be overly chalky. Neither is Leishman, quite frankly. Berger will be, a guy like Fitzpatrick will be, but these guys in between Fitzpatrick and Berger, they're not going to be that. None of them are going to be that owned. You can go really low owned with like a Jason Day, but Sergio and Leishman, and I don't want to throw Answer in there, but he's obviously a very good player. But like those guys, Neiman, I'm not sure on Neiman, but just his projections, he might be up there. It wouldn't shock me, but those two guys, Sergio and Leishman especially, like really good targets this week for me.
You mentioned, and we'll get to your question, Guru, in a little bit about JT because Jeff likes JT, but I want to get to a couple of things first. One, you mentioned in the show that, especially with Leishman, irons and putter, right? If you have one or two of those things or both at the same time, then that's the key. And Abraham Answer, he's up there in both of those categories.
He really feels like a player who should really like this course.
Yeah.
Like, to me, I don't know.
Yeah. A Neiman, I bet Neiman like back at when he was at TOC and he almost won. I'm like, oh, this guy plays great in the wind.
Yeah.
So I got him like at 125, which is nice. He's got a snowball's chance and to win this because of the lack of experience, but he's a talented player, really good win player. So you do like that. But JJ, Jay Just Us or Justice, Danny Willett or Terrell Hatton. Did you? And then did you see that thing where he and Ian Poulter tried to get a hole in one? It's on the European Tour's Twitter page. It's really funny. So go check that out. But Willett or Hatton this week? Two very differently priced players.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if I'm looking at Willett's range, I like Danny Willett. Like this is the type
Who doesn't
of
like Danny?
you want to use Danny Willett,
Yeah.
right? But I'm probably not going to use him. Just you look at his range, the 7,200 range. There's multiple guys I want to play. I'll play Russell Henley there. Again, just top 20, playing really well. Feels like he's one big putting week away. Again, a coastal par 70 course for Russell Henley. Like I really think Russell Henley is alive to win this event. I really do. And Ian Poulter's playing well too. You have Alex Noren up there. Like I just can't click on Danny Willett this week. I'm much more interested in Tara Hatton. Played last week in Scotland. This is the type of open champion, this type of major venue. I feel like Hatton really has a chance where things could get ugly. You saw him at the Palmetto, kind of similar tournament where things kind of got ugly on the weekend, and he just kind of stormed his way up. Other people weren't playing that good, and it feels like just a sloppy type of event where Hatton could do the same thing. I think Hatton is very live this week. I like Hatton a lot. That's actually pretty much. I like Hatton a lot. He is right above Patrick Cantlay, which sucks, but maybe you play both.
Yeah.
I don't know. That kind of feels like the week. Maybe it is, but to just go with that, maybe just fade all the top guys. But I like Hatton a lot more than Willett. Willett's an interesting dart throw, but I'm not a player I even feel like I have to have mixed in. I feel like Hatton has a legit shot to win here and could really pay off.
Yeah, he's there at plus 3,500 on the DK Sportsbook for an outright. A guy that I like and been well documented. Paul Casey, like Jeff mentioned, Patrick Cantlay is also right there. But again, right, like Hatton is a guy that you want. He's got links experience, got success in the Euro Tour. Didn't he win the Alfred Dunhill as well?
Yeah,
he
did.
And that's been a corollary of the Open Championship for quite some time.
Yeah, he's
So,
won some links tournaments for sure. Hatton has. He knows his way
Yeah.
around. Like it's no big deal for him. Absolutely.
yeah, and he's like Jeff mentioned, he's a grinder. A 71 at Congaree. Like Congaree is not the same as Royal St. George, but a 71 in round one, then just storm all the way up for a T2. And look what he did at the Masters as well. He was hot garbage to start that.
Yeah.
And had a good finish. So that if things don't go well for Hatton, he is going to grind. And with anything, right? Any one of these guys can miss the cut. That's not like that's an obvious statement, right? Anyone can miss the cut, especially here. But when you're talking about ranges, because that's probably the better question to ask. Of these two ranges, which guy do you like better? And it sounds like Hatton might inch out Willett in that question. Not necessarily your favorite in that range, but if you have to choose between the two, it looks like Hatton's that guy.
Absolutely. Yeah. I prefer Hatton of those two.
Yeah. Question here, Guru asks, JT viable this week? So Jeff, give us the rundown for JT, because I know you like him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Justin Thomas has a good short game. I think he's committed himself to like trying to be good at this event. You saw in 2019, he came over, played the Scottish, and he was T11. At what was like a pretty windy event. I mean, that's like his best result. I think he gained a lot of confidence from it. He's doing the same thing. Another top 10 last week in Scotland. I'm about it. I mean, he's sharpened up the putter a little bit. His game seems to be flowing. He had a pretty good U.S. Open. Like there's nothing here that says like we're on the downturn. If anything, it feels like he's turned the corner lately, because he did have a bit of a slump mid-year after that Players win. Missed a cut at the PGA, Wells Fargo, Charles Schwab, like just did nothing for like a month and a half, and then popped off a bit at the U.S. Open and then last week. So I feel like JT is potentially, he's in for a good week. I could see himself getting in the mix. Is he my pick to win? I'm not betting him, but absolutely for DFS, he's way underpriced, like way underpriced. Xander should never be more expensive than JT. I don't think with the way Dustin is playing, he should be more expensive than JT. And I'd even argue McIlroy. I don't really care about McIlroy's Open Championship record. I mean, he hasn't played better than JT all year, really. So, what are we giving like Rory this much credit for? Like $1,300 more? That's ridiculous. So, JT way underpriced, and it's nice too because everyone's going to play Spieth. So you're not even going to get like a chalky Justin Thomas at 9,600, which he should be. He should be like the Uber chalk. So
he's the third ranked golfer in the world.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much. It's like almost all we need to say on that point. That's all we need to say.
Right, like you mentioned, the guys around him. You have to do some arbitrage. Like take a look at the guys around him in DFS and on the betting market. Like that's Colin Morikawa, sure, Xander, DJ Roy. Like, come on, JT should be near Brooks. Doesn't matter what his experience is in terms of their win equity, right? Like that's what it should be. But because of recent form or lack thereof, you see him there. At what is he here? 2,000. So doubling up 2x, which for Justin Thomas is really, really nice. Would we be surprised? No, not at all. Not at all if JT won this. Viper says feelings on our guy, Christian Bezuidenhout, winner of the Alfred Dunhill. Yeah. I'm all about the South Africans this week, Jeff.
I think he won the South African Alfred.
Oh, was it?
But not the Links version. But yeah,
not the Links. Yeah.
I mean, Bezuidenhout's got a fantastic short game. Again, I think as a Links setup, this is going to be a really good one for Bezuidenhout. Again, he's got pretty good irons, and he's just like around the greens and putting. There's like no one better. I mean, like legitimately, he's like a top 10 player in the world. Like he's like the South African Jordan Spieth in a lot of ways in that regard. Spieth has better long game, but around the greens, absolutely, you can get it done. I think he's a good play. I think if you're in that range and you want like a low and pivot off Daniel Berger, or you want to play someone with Berger who's loaned, Bezuidenhout's that guy, man. Absolutely. I think with the way it's set up, you look at that range, you probably shouldn't play Harris English and Daniel Berger, but if you want to play one of them and mix it up with your next pick, Bezuidenhout is the guy. Like that's for me. Grace is down there. He'll get owned too, and that's fine. Grace is good, but I almost feel like this course might almost set up better for Bezuidenhout. So, there's lots of options down there, but that's a guy. Maybe you got 100 lineups, you put him in 6, you're like double the field, some kind of thing. That's good. That's a player I would want some exposure to for sure. Just in that.
Yeah. Right now in Fantasy National, if you're taking a look at that for Ross percentage, if you use FanShare, whatever you use, definitely use that. He's coming in a sub 10%, Jeff, Jeff's not even there. So I'm talking to Ghost Jeff. Sub 10%, but like going off of that too, right? $7,400. Garrett Higo is someone too that obviously Juan Congaree is a great player. He had a lot of steam coming into Congaree, but since then it's, I believe, 3 missed cuts since that win. He's someone too that you could definitely put in a lineup. 4 or 5% roster percentage. Same thing. We know the talent is there, but very little experience at the Open Championship. If that, I don't think he's played in a single one.
No.
Maybe as an amateur. Yeah, so
it could be as an amateur. I haven't double checked either. I'm just not that interested in him because, like, at some point we have to start cutting these guys out. I mean, like, there's too many. We could sit here and consider everyone at this range. I'm not playing Molinari. I'm not going to play Higo. Probably not going to play Bobby Mack, even though he's a great Lynx player. I just don't like the setup. I'd rather play Bezuidenhout. So that's how I'm looking at those pivots. Berger's considered, English, obviously. Those 3 guys, like with Bezuidenhout, those will be the guys I consider in that range. And then when you get lower down, again, you got to make even more picks here because we've got another crop of players like Poulter, Henley, all these guys who you could consider playing. But look, you got to make some decisions, right? Like Higo doesn't have the experience, not playing good. There's so many other guys in this range you can consider. That's someone I'm just going to be out on. It's just, again, you can't play everyone. So,
CJ says, Jeff, tell Reed to get with the program and use Twitch. He can post his links here. His post didn't even show up in YouTube. Let me see if I still have it up. Oh, there we go. There we go, CJ. I got the link in Twitch. It actually works. And then CJ asked, do they only play 3 rounds in other countries instead of 4 rounds sometimes? And then Jeff obviously answered that question over there on Twitch. But a lot of good questions. One that I have for you, Jeff, is we talked about the weather, we talked about the course, roster construction. This is something that is always interesting to me at a major the tournament. The natural instinct, or the instinct, I should say, because all instincts are natural. The instinct is to play a balanced lineup because there's so much talent, and the cheaper prices, like the Burgers of the world, are in our minds mispriced. But what are you doing for this? Let's obviously, if you want to win the Millie Maker, one of the 3 Millie Makers, what is your roster construction like? What are you leaning towards right now?
Yeah, so I mean, I don't think you need to go like one way or the other just to be unique. I mean, there's plenty of ways to go about it. We know who the chalk's going to be. It'll be like Berger, English down there, Spieth up top. Xandro gets some ownership. John Rahm's going to be, chalky too. So, you want to go balanced, just maybe avoid Spieth, maybe use a guy like even Louis. You'll have pretty low ownership up there, and maybe like a Cantlay or a Hatton. I mean, you can still do that. And there's pivots at all range, which is kind of nice. Right. So, but yeah, if you're interested in going stars and scrubs, you could use one of those chalky players, but mix them with like a very long pick, like a Christian Kirk or Chris Kirk, or there's just so many ways to get unique lineups this week. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be one way or the other. You can basically just play who you want. That's how soft the pricing is. So that's the nice part about it. I don't think you necessarily have to worry about, I want to construct this way. Now, if you're going stars and scrubs, like I think Rory is going to be probably drastically under-owned compared to like Rahm and Schauffele. So that's nice. And Brooks as well. I forgot he was in that range. And, again, Spieth is going to suck some ownership away from guys below him, like Hovland, Morikawa, and probably Hatton the most. So, yeah, you can go really balanced. You could start with like Hatton even, like that's how deep the field is. That's how soft the pricing is. You could start with Hatton and go like as low as like Sergio and just fill out a roster from there. And I'm tinkering with all ideas still right now. I mean, obviously we want to see the draw and the weather and stuff too, but everything's on the table. I mean, you can pretty much go anyway this week. That's how soft the pricing is. That's kind of fun these weeks, to be honest.
Yeah, must be. And then I'll get to yours, JJ, in a little bit. Your question about defending champ, about Shane Lowry. Yep. Yeah, he's playing well. Must be has a couple of guys in this mid 8K range. Finau, he says, I'm feeling Finau this week, all caps. Also Webb Simpson, all caps. So of the two, if Mustbe's trying to decide between the two, I believe you like Webb Simpson. You mentioned him on the sweat, but for all of us who weren't, or for all of you guys who weren't there on the sweat, Give us a little lesson on Webb Simpson this week.
I mean, both these guys are really cheap compared to what we usually see.
Yeah.
Like really cheap. Pretty sure this is the cheapest price on Webb Simpson all year. Yeah, I mean,
you know where I'm going.
Yeah, I know where you're going. This setup for Finau, I guess it just worries me enough. I feel like, again, a coastal par 70 course, I got to take Webb Simpson here, man. Like, yeah. I just feel like these are the kind of courses he dominates at. Now, his recent form is going to keep people off him, but, like 8,300 Webb Simpson. I mean, in a normal, if he had any form, he feels like he'd be 20% owned this week. He might not even crack 10% ownership. I'm about that. I will take a shot with Webb Simpson this week. Absolutely. That is a guy I would put, I would feel okay taking a shot with. If you're going to go with like a guy who's a little bit out of form, looked a little bit sketchy, Webb Simpson is the top player to do it on. He's just so cheap. He doesn't cost that much. Even if he gets like a T30, a T25, he's not going to kill you at this price. So,
right.
I really feel like, like this course, this setup, this is where it's take a shot. I will say this. I like Adam Scott more. No one's talking about Adam Scott this week.
Right.
You guys, like, is there a reason? Like, you talked about Sergio's open record, Reed. Go look at Adam Scott's open record. He's got one missed cut in his last 11 starts. He was runner-up in 2012. He was like top 5 2 other years.
Yeah, like that's why this 8K range is fantastic. And you talked about making cuts, right? Like Webb Simpson, he was my first star. Like he was the first guy I was like, yeah, I want Webb Simpson. But then obviously Finau, you look at his record. Tommy Fleetwood is a favorite of mine. And then Scotty Scheffler. I'm kind of on the Rick Rungood. I'm kind of on the gaming train there. That Scotty Scheffler could provide you some roster relief in terms of ownership, and you're still getting a really, really good player. Where I kind of want to mix and match, right? I kind of like, this is something that, again, going to the roster construction question, is you can make one that is heavy in, right, like open experience. You can make one that's heavy in, like a contrarian build where you see some of these guys like the Scotts, like the Schefflers, and then you can make one that is like all young guys. Because we really don't know, or you can make a hybrid of the two, right? So you really don't know how this is all going to shake out because of the weather conditions. We're here to teach you and to give you guys some guidance into what we think about the players. But again, going back to that specific range, boy, from that 8,000 to 84, like I want to play all those guys. Adam Scott, like when you take a look at his like slow putting, like putting on slow greens, I think Scott is like one of the best.
Yeah.
Or like Sergio, like one of these two guys is like one of the best. And you talk about like wind, Sergio is like one of the best. Right. Like, and Scott's actually doing it with his putter, Jeff. Like, that's the thing that kind of scares me.
Yeah.
Is like right now Scott's doing it with his putter. So I like all these guys, but I had to make some cuts. And Webb and Scott, the two guys, are the ones that I make cuts. And look, Finau, you got to play the brand. Finau's going to be in every lineup.
I mean,
well, not every lineup. Not every lineup.
Finau is like a major like lock. So again, that's why I say, I mean, it's really close between him and Webb. I almost feel like Finau is the better upside. He just top 10s in majors so often that it almost just doesn't even matter. Like, you shouldn't even look at the course with Finau. You should just play him at the majors. If you've done that since like the last 5 years, he's paid off for you way more times than he hasn't. So
yeah,
like I said, him and Webb, ridiculously cheap. Really going to watch their ownership projections. I know Webb is like trending like well under 10%, which really makes him interesting. So.
All right, it's a season that says, "Oh, I was dealing with like an injury, like a wrist or back." You're like, "Oh, that makes sense," because there's no reason why one of the best iron players are. Like, sure, like golf is hard. # golf is hard. We know that, but Webb Simpson has been one of the most consistent players on the PGA Tour after he changed his putting. He's been one of the more consistent putters and routinely underappreciated of how good he really is and what he does for our lineups. But getting to Shane Lowry, defending champ Shane Lowry, getting some buzz, getting a lot of buzz, Jeff. How do you feel about back-to-back? Because that's only happened, like a handful of times guys have won back-to-back Open champions.
No, I mean, Lowry's
championships.
Really solid player. He's playing good this year. Like, he's looked good in a lot of spots. I mean, the only thing I have to say about Lowry is like, does the pressure get to him, right? Like, it's hard to defend an Open Championship, and the variance gets up, and he gets in one pot bunker early, and then he starts to press, and it's like, oh man. But I mean, him and Fitzpatrick are going to be the chalk in this range. I don't think there's any doubt. And I look up, and like, there's Adam Scott, who I already mentioned, who no one's going to play. There's Mark Leishman down there, who, you know, coming in with the good form, very good iron open player, and is cheaper and is going to be way lesser owned. I feel like both Lowry and Fitzpatrick probably going to be just fades for me this week, just off ownership purposes alone. Again, you can play the narrative that it's like the pressure of the defending champ, and I don't really want to play him for that reason alone, if I'm being honest. But you know, there's other reasons not to go on these guys either. I mean, Fitzpatrick is like one of the top 3 owned players. There's no chance I'm playing him. No, I don't. He'd have to be like 7K for me to consider him, not 79. There's way too many equal talented players in this range for me to trust Matthew Fitzpatrick. He's a good player. It's just I'm not taking him as like the major chalk. There's no way I'm playing Matt Fitzpatrick as the major chalk. So him and Lowry, both kind of ownership fades, I think, for me right now.
Yeah, he's played well last week. Wanted to rush over to see his team, his fellow countrymen be very close to winning Euro 2020.
Right.
Very, very close. But and congrats to Italy for winning that. But if you take a look at that range, no one's giving any love to Cam Smith for obvious reasons. But right, Australian players.
Like, what are the obvious
like his form is not that great. But I was gonna say, but I'm gonna say, like, it's not not at all. But like I'm saying, like, this is the stuff you have to think about, right?
Yeah.
Is you don't necessarily, because everybody wants to play a certain player, right? It's the same as like it's easy for us to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna play that guy because everybody else is playing him, because that's just human nature, is that we want to follow the pack. But Cam Smith, I'm not a great bent grass green putter, but like what did he gain? Almost 5 strokes with his irons at the Travelers. Mm-hmm. He's played links style court, windy conditions growing up in Australia. Yep. One of the reasons of the many that we like Mark Leishman, that you like Mark Leishman, Adam Scott, these Australian golfers play these courses well. They play, courses in Texas well because of the wind, because of the style of golf course. So he's another one, right, that you have to consider. And again, we're not going to name all the names, but like, that's the thing about Shane Lowry, is that it's so hard to do that back to back. And like this is probably the best chance of since Tiger, which is weird to say, since Tiger, for a player to go back to back in a major, because like Shane Lowry right now is playing well. His game sets up for the Open Championship, and he plays well on links courses. So I do like it, but like you mentioned, get ready for like 15% roster percentage at that price tag when there's a lot of guys around him that we would rather play.
Yeah, pretty much.
So Jason London asks, would you advise playing Kirk and Burns in the same lineup, going super cheap?
I mean, you could do it.
That is bold.
I'm just trying to see what do you have left over if you play those two.
Let's see. Burns was 63, right?
You'd have 93 left over.
It's not bad.
And then you could just that's fantastic. It's just
you can go a lot of places.
You can pretty much do whatever you want this week. I mean, I think that's on the table for sure. I mean, I think it would be a little bit unique to play both. I would probably say like just dip in one. I already kind of said I kind of prefer Chris Kirk this week. But yeah, you can do that. I mean, those are the two guys under 6,500 that I would absolutely consider. I know Reed threw out Justin Harding, who I think that's a good call as well. It's 6,500. Someone else who's in play. Yeah, you can do that. I mean, absolutely. At the very least, it's going to give you a super unique build, right?
Oh yeah.
Probably wouldn't do it for a main lineup. I don't know if I want to trust Kirk and Burns to like get me like top 30s, but yeah. Those guys are in play. Absolutely. Those are the two guys under 6,500 I'm targeting. So you want to do a massive stars and scrubs lineup. That's where I would go at the very least. I don't think, again, with how soft the pricing is, I don't think there's necessarily a lineup construction that is like way too crazy this week, unless you're using unless you're just being ridiculous and using like Ricard Karlberg and like Aaron Pike, which is ridiculous, obviously. But
Cole Hammer in your lineup?
yeah, you can just do that.
No, Jeff, 2019, here are the top 6 scorers in DraftKings with their salary. Shane Lowry was 7,900. Tommy Fleetwood, 97. Lee Westwood, 74. Danny Willett, number 4 there at 75. My guy, Tony Anthony Finau, 78. And then Brooks at 11.4. So, it's kind of a pseudo like stars and scrubs, right? 3 guys in the 7K. And then you obviously had Brooks and Tommy Fleetwood. But again, that's just less than 2019. Royal Portrush circumstances, course, very different, right? Like that's a different set of circumstances. So just because we have that, it doesn't necessarily mean, because if you go down, right, Ricky Fowler was there, John Rahm, Bobby Mack, Tyrell Hatton, JT, 2 other guys in the 10K range were still in the top 10 in DraftKings scoring. So look, if you want to do that, I think that's fine, because the reason why you want to play those 2 guys down there is to probably get 2 of these guys in the 10K range. And then, if you're getting two of them, right, and you go Xander, or if you go Brooks and DJ, or Rory and DJ, like, that's an extremely contrarian build. But boy, if you do it, not a lot of other people are going to have that lineup.
Actually, Gene Burmeister at 6,100 is playable too. I just realized.
Yeah, Domino Joe asks, who's your favorite under 65 other than Bernsey?
Yeah, I mean, I would go. Okay, I mean, I'll make this really simple, because there's basically 3 players I would play, and it would go Kirk, Burns, Burmeister at 6,100. Burmeister played last week. He actually won earlier in the year. I forgot about that. He's a decent player, but when he's in form, he hits it a mile off the tee. T35 last week, last 3 rounds, all under 69.
Yep.
Yeah. He's absolutely playable, man. 6,100. So
no love for
under 6,500. That's probably where I'd go. I actually played Vermin too. God, Vermin's down there. Johannes Vermin.
Yeah, Carlos Ortiz, putting maven. I don't know about Carlos Ortiz.
I wouldn't play Ortiz at an Open.
No, no.
Personally, I wouldn't. I would play these. Yeah, Johannes Vermin though. God, yeah. Missing all these guys now.
Oh, Kitayama's been playing.
Okay, so there's 4 players I would play. Johannes Vermin, Dean Burmeister, Christian Kirk, and Sam Burns.
There you go.
And I'm going to leave it at that. That's it.
Yeah, and again,
Scrivener.
Scrivs? We had a question about Scrivs yesterday.
Scrivener's in play too.
Jeff really likes the 6K.
I mean, this is what happens when the pricing gets us soft. Like, legitimately, you can just go. Like I said, I mean, the person asking me, like Kirk and Burns, you could probably even go deeper than that if you wanted. Like, it's really, really soft this week, which is cool. Again, it's fun. But yeah, there's no lineup stars and scrubs. It's too crazy this week. I've given you like 4 different players down there under 6,500.
CJ _71 gets a text from at first time playing Fortnite. Says, at the fantasy grind, can you ask them if they're playing Fitzpatrick? No, we're not. At least I'm not, CJ. So you can pass that. Yeah. So both of us aren't playing Fitzpatrick. So you can pass that message along your first time playing Fortnite. So Jeff is going to build 6 guys in the 6K range. It's really exciting. It's going to leave 20K on the board. The Guru asks, a little love for Guido at 71. The Guides?
Yeah, I mean, Guido, absolutely, dude. I mean, you can play him. Great
Big
form.
lead.
A little bit like I haven't checked his Open Championship record, but he's held his form a little bit better than Higo of late. You could certainly go there just for that reason alone. Let's check up on his Open Championship record.
Do you think Guido was partying hard when Italy won the Euros?
Ooh, that's a good point. Yeah, he's never played in the Open. He's only played in 1 major, but it was a T4 at the US Open. So,
yeah, just recently.
I don't know.
This one's tough.
These Euro guys they're really good. They're gonna burn out. And I don't mean like they're not gonna play good like the rest of their lives. I just mean like the runs are gonna end, and like Higo, like it's gonna be like, okay, he's missed like 3 of his last 4 cuts. There's too many good players down here, PGA Tour players, for me to just be like, yeah, like you got to play Guido. I mean, get up to Russell Henley. That's my advice. I'll stick with it. I like Russell Henley playing extremely well right now. He's one of the best short iron players in the game. His short game is clicking again. I'm telling you, if his putter gets hot, he's going to have a chance to win this week. I'm 100%.
It could go either way with the Italians and the Euro 2020.
Yeah,
go either way.
I actually feel like that's a good point Reed made.
So
I don't know if I want to be playing Italian players this week.
Yeah, they might be on a week long party, but and rightfully so. But I mean, he was talking about Guido. Just look at his past worldwide finishes; it's pretty stellar. At the Aberdeen top 35, Travelers T13. Like Jeff mentioned, the Open a top 5, and then back-to-back runners-up. Again, all like the 4, like there were 3: the Scottish, and then the Himmerland, and then the Belfry, the British Masters on the Euro side. But man, the guy's playing hot. So that's something that you got to figure out. I'd say go up to Norin at 72. That'd be my thing as well. Is I like Norin at $7,200. But like if you want to play Guido and make us look like complete hammerheads, then I'm all for it, man. Because Guido, I like him a lot. Getting close. Remember, there's no 4 p.m. sim, so we're getting close. We'll answer all you guys' questions. And then CJ, if you have any more questions from first time playing Fortnite, obviously let us know. If he's away from the computer right now, if he's got his away message up on Instant Messenger, we can definitely take some questions for him as well. But again, Jeff, when I take a look at this too, and I'm looking at outrights, because we talked a lot about DFS, and I know you posted it on Twitter on your outrights. How are you attacking this? Because I get this question quite a bit. Like, how are you attacking this, your betting card this week? We know that this tournament lends itself to guys that are deeper in odds, right? Because of what we talked about already. So how are you building your card this week? Are you looking at that mid range? Are you playing at least one stud from up there? Are you heavy on the longer shots? Yeah. And then of those guys, I know you've kind of mentioned the guys that you're betting right now, but what's your strategy in terms of betting? And then we can wrap after this.
Yeah, no, for sure. I got like 5-10 minutes here, but for me, it's, again, we're looking at this and we've said it like 3 times. We think it's a wide open event. We think the course could be, subject us to like a lot of crazy stuff, and it's going to bring a lot of people in. And again, you don't have to be a big hitter to win here. So I started, I got a collection of guys, at 3 figures, and I'm talking like plus 10,000 or better. I bet Henley. I got some Kisner action. Keimer I threw in there. Ricky, a guy we haven't talked about yet, but a guy I do like this week, Ricky, at plus 8,000. So I got a basket of players like up there. Then I bet Leishman pretty hard. I really feel like the plus 6, plus 7,000 you're getting on Mark Leishman, whatever his price is on DraftKings Sportsbook. You just look at him in the odds. He's bigger than Tommy Fleetwood. He's not double, but I mean, Tommy Fleetwood's plus 4,000, Scotty Scheffler's plus 5,000, Adam Scott's plus 5,000, Webb Simpson's plus 5,500. Leishman's coming off a T3. This is a guy who's lost in the playoff in the Open. He's got great Open Championship experience. He's really not getting any respect in the odds this week. That's a guy I really feel like, in terms of just best mid-range value, Mark Leishman is it. That is the guy I'll put my foot down and say, like, you want one target in that range, that's it, Mark Leishman. So I went heavy on him. I'm still deciding on a couple guys up front. I really debated just betting JT at plus 2,000 because I feel like when his price gets to plus 2,000, you should bet him. But I'm just not sure I want to bet anyone that short in this event. I really am not. I'm not even sure I want to bet anyone at like plus 3,000. It's just one of those crazy events where I feel like you give yourself exposure to some more guys at longer odds. Maybe take some top 10s on guys like, Leash or Henry or Ricky Fowler, and you go from there. So I don't know. Is there any players like in that range or even like a little bit shorter that you're really high on? I can get behind some of these guys. I haven't pulled the trigger yet. I'm looking pretty hard at Patrick Cantlay. I'll say that. He's plus 3,500. I think it's a very big price for Patrick Cantlay.
Yeah. Paul Casey is a guy for me. I just like where his game's at right now. I like, how his game and just the experience sets up here. I'd say 35 is a little short. I think he opened, earlier in the week at maybe 40. Probably not, if I'm remembering correctly. I think he's been at this number, but he's the one guy at 35 that I really like in that range. You just take a look at his experience and what he's done so far, and the majors as well, and in these big tournaments. Good coastal player. He's played well this season on these coastal courses like Pebble. Obviously played well at the Players, even in Valspar, windy courses. Right, we usually see these guys play well. These Europeans play well in Florida because they have experience and just mentally and physically with that. If I'm taking anybody from the top, anybody below that, and I agree with you, Jeff. Like it's Brooks. Like Brooks, when he was, I think, closer to 18, or essentially like double your money, double your investment. Like that's crazy talk. Like Brooks is someone that, we already laid out his record since 2017, 11 top 10s, 4 wins, 3 runners up. Like that's unbelievable. So even at like 18, 16, I still think there's some value there. But I'm with you, man. Tommy Fleetwood, I got closer to plus 5,000. I love his mentality. I love his disposition for this tournament. He's only gotten better each year since 2017. I think Berger is also a value there. But I'm going to lean towards Tommy. And if we're talking about long shots, I love the Leishman call. I just, in terms of the guys that I already have, I didn't get to that. Noren and Grace for me are the guys in this range that I really like. Grace probably more of like, Noren more of like a top 10 bet. So
sure. No, I like the Noren call as well. He's someone I almost clicked, but his odds were a little bit shorter than guys like Henley and Kisner. And I didn't get there, but it might be. I might just add like a guy like Alex Noren, or maybe might even add Brandon Grace, and that's it. Like instead of adding one guy at plus 2,000, again, you give yourself exposure to more guys in an event that it just feels like it's wide open for players like a Grace or a Noren to make a run. So
yeah, and save some because of that. Just because towards the end or in the middle of this tournament, things could switch drastically, right? It's just that's what this tournament's all about. So, Jeff, that'll do it. We went 1 minute over 4 p.m. I know you got to run here. After this is going to be a replay of the sweat. But remember, early lock for DFS because this is an early tournament. So make sure you guys set those lineups early. Follow Jeff at the Fantasy Grind. Follow me at Reed T. Fowler on Twitter. Thank you guys and good luck. Any questions? Hit us up.
Gary and Thorne and Nick Fryer. It is time for All-Star Game Cover the bases. Favorite sportsbook plays for the MLB All-Star Game tonight, gentlemen. So, first base, National League favorite on the money line, minus 120. Gary, and do you like the favorite, or would you take the AL at even money?
There is something deep inside me, and it's actually not even that deep, that is just screaming, this is an exhibition game. Just take the even money. Why would you ever bet a favorite, even if they are the home team? But at the same time, I just look at the pitching disparity in this game. Like, we talked about it a lot in the first segment. This game's at Coors Field, and generally you say, okay, well, who is the better offensive players? No. Who is the better pitchers? Who is the guys who can negate contact and really take Coors Field out of play? And if you're telling me that after Max Scherzer, we get into a territory with, again, Corbin Burns, Freddie Peralta, Zach Wheeler, arguably the next 3 best pitchers in baseball so far this season beyond Jacob deGrom, and the American League's going to what? We've got Lance Lynn and Kyle Gibson going to be filling out like the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th innings. I just think that's such a massive disparity. So even though in general, I feel like taking the favorite in an exhibition game is really dumb, I am going to be dumb and take the favorite.
Nick, are you also going to be dumb?
Yeah, I'm usually dumb on this show anyway, so I have no problem joining Gary in this one. I thought going into this that I was going to lean towards the AL because they haven't lost since 2012, and they've only lost 3 times since 1997 in the All-Star game. And obviously there's a tie mixed in there. But I thought I liked the AL's lineup a little bit more, but I've kind of flip-flopped there. But like Gary said, it comes down to the pitching staffs. And I'm sorry, when I see Nathan Eovaldi on your pitching staff and Aroldis Chapman, who has struggled of late, I know he was good early in the season, but it's just like, is this really the all-star pitching staff that I'm seeing up from the American League? So I just like the names that we've seen, from the National League side. And that's even with, we're not seeing DeGrom, we're not seeing Darvish, we're not seeing Woodruff, the guys who have stepped up to replace them too. I love this staff. So I'm always going to go with good pitching over good hitting, even I guess especially at Coors where you're going to really need that.
All right, second base, Nick. The total runs for this one is set at 11. Are you going over or under?
Yeah, so this one may seem confusing to some who were watching when we're talking about the showdown portion of the segment, the DFS portion of the show, but I actually am going to go with the under here as much as I'm taking hitters throughout the showdown because the over for tonight's game has only hit once since I believe it was since 2015, and they scored 14 runs in that game between the two. And I know last time the All-Star game was held at Coors Field, we saw 21 runs scored, but that was also in 1998. So we're talking about foreign substances on baseballs now. I think that we had a different type of foreign substance that was being used back then, whether it was both pitchers and hitters. Anyways, I just like the pitchers more in this all around. I just, when it comes to the showdown portion of it, I don't feel as comfortable like knowing who's going to go out there. But when it comes to just straight up who's, what's the run total going to look like, I trust that the pitchers are going to keep this down as much as they may push the limits. I'm thinking it's going to be 8-9 runs. So I still feel comfortable taking the under there, though.
Kieran, what about you? Over or under?
Yeah, I got to back up what Nick is saying here. I think this total is really high, and I get it. It's Coors Field. You're going to have an inflated total. That's just how this thing works. But 11 is a lot of runs for the caliber of pitcher that particularly the National League is going to be rolling out in this game. The hitters are great, but so are the pitchers. So I think when you look at historically in terms of the All-Star game and the total, the under is actually hit. Well, in terms of this particular total, the under would have hit in 13 of the last 14 All-Star games. And as Nick alluded to, the one that actually went over in 2015, that game went to extra innings. So it's really hard to score that many runs in an All-Star game when pitchers are of this caliber because, again, once you reach the 5th or 6th inning, think about what sort of transpires there. You lose the starters, so arguably the better offensive players, and now you're just going up against closers for the last half of this game. Maybe one or two falter, but I just don't see a scenario where this game is like 9-8. I think it's probably more like 5-3 or something in that realm.
Okay, third base, guys. We got a special odds boost courtesy of everyone's favorite DK analyst, Steve Buchanan. 3 or more home runs hit in the All-Star game, boosted from -133 to -120. Garion, given we are at Coors Field, do you like this boost?
I mean, you always have to like a boost. If anyone follows the DraftKings Sportsbook on Twitter, you know that boosts never lose, and they always come through. Look, it's a fun one. I think if you're watching the All-Star game, you're really hoping that we have this hit the over. You want to see home runs. You want to see cool things happen. But if I'm going to take the under, I sort of have to correlate that and say that I like the under here too. Again, I just think the caliber of pitching the National League is throwing out there. And again, it's not just that they're good pitchers. They're incredible strikeout pitchers, which is really the key to pitching at Coors Field. Even like German Marquez, who is the last pitcher on the National League's roster in terms of like actual skill, has had an amazing ERA at Coors Field this season and has been pitching out of his mind the past month. So I just feel like runs are going to be at a bit of a premium tonight, or at least more than people expect.
So you think Steve is a liar. Nick, yes, of course you do, obviously. Nick, what do you think? Do you also think Steve is a liar?
My natural reaction is to fade Steve, and it's not because of his analysis. I mean, he does a great job with that, but I feel like I guess it's more out of emotion. But actually, I am with him tonight as much as I'm with Gary, and I'm taking the under because in 2019, we had 2 home runs. We're at Coors Field, so I would think you're going to at least see one more than what we saw in 2019. We had a ton in 2018. Obviously, that was the run-scoring game. 2 in 2017, 3 home runs in 2016, 3 in 2015. So looking at the last 5-6 years, I can't help but think we're going to be right around that. And still, all those years, we're still seeing the under with one exception in 2018. So I still think it's within the realm of possibilities. Just we can't have guys dishing out walks. That's really what's going to come down to. And with most of these pitchers, I would think that's not going to be a problem. So yes, I am going to back Steve's boost as much as like my better mind just says don't do it, but I have to do it here.
Okay, Nick, you got to do it. Now take us home. Any other All-Star game props catching your eye here?
So this one I was waiting for the second that we found out that Ohtani was going to be the starter and the leadoff hitter. For a run to be scored in the first inning. In general, I was thinking, okay, I'm going to go with no here because that hadn't happened. It's been scoreless over the last 3 All-Star games in the first inning, but the 3 before that we did see runs score. But I figured, okay, we're going to see 2 dominant starters. I was actually kind of hoping we would see Scherzer because I feel like he's just going to be out there mean mugging. So we got Scherzer. But then Otani is the big X factor in all this. And I'm thinking he's either going to be amped coming into this game, which again, if you think that's going to be the case, then you should have him for DFS. If you don't think he's going to be, then I think on the mound, he's going to be a problem. And then he'll be, either way, he's going to be responsible for a run scored because of what happened last night. That's why with DFS, I can't back him because I don't know which way it's going to be, but I am confident that we'll see a run scored in the first inning, and Shohei Otani, good or bad, is going to be responsible for that run being scored.
All right, Gary, and talk to me. Any other props catching your eye?
Yes, I'm going to keep sticking with the under theme here. I'm just going to take the American League team total under. It's set at 5.5. The under is -120. So even if you're someone who doesn't necessarily want to take the under in this game because it is scary, I understand that. It's still Coors Field. It's still a bunch of amazing hitters. I think this is the safer play because, again, if you're going to pick a side here that definitely has the advantage from a pitching perspective, it is the National League. So maybe the NL wins this game like 13-2 or something like that, and the under here hits and the over hits in the game. But I do think this is the safest bet on the board. I don't think the American League is scoring 6 runs tonight.
All right, you two, thank you so much. Appreciate the time. As always, that is going to be a show. We have Madden Sims coming up at 12-2, no Sim at 4. Then we got 6, 8, and 10. At noon, it all starts with Bengals at Browns. That's going to be Emerson and Christian. As for me, I will be back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. for another show, The Sweat, again, coming at you. So thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Stay tuned for Madden Sims, and we'll see you tomorrow. Going up on a Tuesday, it's time for The Sweat. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield. We're covering it all today, but we're going to start with our all-star baseball panel, who's previewing the all-star game. DraftKings contributors Gary and Thorne, Nick Fryer, and Matt Meiselman. Guys, before you hit me with your strategy and picks, one very important thing to note. Shohei Otani is starting for the American League, but he can only be drafted as a hitter for this contest. Hear me now. He will not accrue any pitching fantasy points. Okay, now that we've got that one out of the way, Gary, what's your strategy for playing an all-star showdown? Because as the name suggests, everyone is an all-star.
Yeah, this is definitely the most unique slate you're going to get from a showdown sense all season. The most players, some of the more tantalizing salaries, to be perfectly honest. But I think, to me, the two things that stand out, and, as we kind of answer these questions, that will become more apparent, is I think you need to exploit two categories of player. You need to exploit the guys who the fans want to see and will probably be rewarded as such. These are guys like Shohei Otani, like Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who were very high in the fan voting and are also hitting very high in their lineups. Those are the guys who have the chance, at least the chance, to get 3 plate appearances in this game. And just saying that's the high watermark. No one's getting a 4th at bat in the All-Star game. The other area that might be a little misrepresented and undervalued is the pitching. Yes, we know that no one's going to go more than 2 innings. It's very likely that no one aside from Max Scherzer is going to pitch 2 innings in this game, and that's even somewhat questionable. But when you've got guys are going to get into the game and have high strikeout rates, like a Josh Hader or like even someone like Chapman, I think you have to take advantage of that fact because they're going to fill the late innings of this game. They're going to pitch in the game, and high floors might mean more than high ceilings in this contest.
All right, yeah. Nick, what's your take here?
So I am not as interested in the unknown when it comes to pitching, and I do understand Gary's logic when it comes to relief pitchers. We're probably going to see all of those guys, if not most of them, but I don't know exactly which ones we're going to be able to go with here. Max Scherzer and Shohei Otani are the only guarantees on the mound tonight. I would think we'll see Gibson and Lance Lynn too, given how well they've done. If I was going to go with a pitcher, it would be Scherzer, but I'm right now tonight, I'm not taking any part in the pitching. Obviously, you got to stick with the starters when it comes to offense as well. I personally, as much as Vladdy G and Shohei are guys who people are going to be focused in on, I'm kind of more interested in the guys who, have something to prove. Those first-time guys, and there are some, big guys who've done really well this season. Of course, they're all-stars, but have really stood out that I feel like, got a little disrespected where they're put in the lineup tonight. And those are the guys, as much as they might only get 2 at-bats, I still think that we're going to get a good shot from them tonight. So those are the guys I'm targeting.
All right. Who are you going to be targeting here, Matt?
So to start with, this all-star game seems unusual to me for 2 key reasons. I think one is what you mentioned with Shohei Otani. But I think the key variable to look at for him when building lineups is the fact that he's occupying 2 starting spots for the American League, which means that there's an extra bench player for the American League. So the NL actually has one less bench hitter as a result of this. So that means there's less competition for playing time on the NL side. So I'm looking towards the National League bench for hitting more so than the American League. But to Garian's point, I think he had said there's no starting hitter that will get 4 at-bats. I think that that's definitely true, but I do think a bench hitter could end up getting a bunch of at-bats because this is Coors Field, and even if the first few innings are low scoring with the better pitchers going early, we could have an explosion of runs later in the game, and then there's no more bench hitters after the bench to come in. So I'm looking at the National League bench. I'm looking at both benches for offense because if this game starts slow and then there's a ton of offense late, you could get 4 or 5 at bats or 4 or 5 times through the lineup for guys on the benches as the game picks up more scoring later on.
All right. So, Nick, who are you going to captain in this game?
So when I'm talking about guys that get disrespected, the first person that I look at is Jesse Winker over in the National League. He's batting, I think he was batting 6th in the lineup tonight, right behind Castellanos. And it's okay. This guy's been outstanding this season. I know the other guys have, but I mean, I just feel like when we're talking about big nights, yes, you have Fernando Tatis Jr. and everything, but obviously Acuna's not playing. But Jesse Winker has had some of the biggest games of the season of any hitter. So I don't know. I was kind of surprised to see him down there. I get the brand recognition and everything. But of course, he's got a 395 WOBA, 992 OPS. Most of the AL's pitching staff is made up of righties where he has most of his success. So that's the guy I'm going with at 10.2K.
All right, Matt, who are you going to be going with as your captain?
So there's 2 main guys I'm interested in. I think Manny Machado and Juan Soto coming off the bench are just, they probably will go a little bit overlooked because the green check mark for the starting lineup is just, it plays a role, and we've seen bench hitters do just fine in all-star games. So if the starters get a couple of bats, the bench gets a couple of bats. I'm a little worried Soto might be tired after the home run derby, and he looked tired towards the end of the home run derby, but I think those guys, if I have to pick a starter, I definitely have no issue with Tatis or Vlad. I mean, there's a lot of great players in the all-star game. But I think going with, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Manny Machado is my guy.
All right, Gary, and who are you going to go with for your captain?
Oh.
And
well, they said sorry for inconvenience. Sorry, my building was talking to me.
Oh.
So I think where I'm going to go here, and I know these guys have kind of laid out a couple value options, and there are value options you can stick a captain if you want a more balanced approach. But I think with the amount of value you can find in pitching, you can probably stick one of those top tier guys in your captain spot. And I think the guy to target is probably Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who, Nick talked about, guys wanted to get it done in their first All-Star game and sort of said like, Ohtani and Vlad, whatever. But it's also their first All-Star game. Like, I think they want to prove something. And again, I do think it matters when you're the leading vote getter. I think the managers know that, they understand that, and they're going to say, hey, we have to showcase these guys. And I think for Guerrero in particular, he's kind of underpriced. He's only the 6th most expensive guy on the slate, despite the fact he leads the league in batting average and OPS plus and WRC plus and WOBA. He's hitting second in this lineup. So again, even if he only plays 5 innings, I think there's a realistic chance he gets 3 plate appearances. And I mean, if we want to play the small stats game, which you can if you want to in the All-Star game, he also has 2 home runs off of Max Scherzer so far this season. So I think it's a relatively good matchup in the first inning. And like I said, I think he gets 3 plate appearances, which to me is the golden number.
All right, Matt, talk to me about a stack that you're going to be looking at.
So, yeah, like I said, I think the stack is the bench of the National League, as weird as that sounds, just because I think there's a chance for those guys to get a bunch of extra plate appearances. So that's kind of where I'm looking. Stacking is weird in the All-Star game because if you stack a team, you may be looking at players that aren't in the lineup at the same time as each other. So I feel like the stack is one of 4 things, either of the starters for the American League, bench for the American League, starters for the National League, bench for the National League. It's almost like there were 4 teams playing. So I'm looking to the NL reserves for my stack.
All right, Gary, and what about you? Where are you looking for your stack?
Yeah, again, you have to kind of augment the term stack here from what we normally understand it to be. But I think you can look at small parts of each lineup. And one part that really screams value to me is the 2-3 slot in the National League. You've got Max Muncy, who's incredibly cheap at just $5,800. And then you have Nolan Arenado, at just $6,600 hitting third. I was a little surprised to see Arenado was hitting third in this game. But, you know, you've got two guys hitting back-to-back. There's the potential to have some counting stats bounce off each other. And I do think you get two sets of these guys coming to the plate in tandem. So, again, I wouldn't start stacking like the first four guys in the batting order. It's probably not feasible to do by salary anyway. But you can maybe take these like 2 or 3 man sections of the lineup and try to trot it out that way.
Yeah, Nick, how are you going to be doing it?
Well, I'm surprised Garion isn't interested in the possible Blue Jays stack that we got tonight with Salvador Perez pincered in between the two of them because, I mean, that's his team, right? But I like Teoscar Hernandez tonight and Marcus Semien. When you look at their DK fantasy production throughout the season, Semien is number 3 on this list among all the hitters, only behind Vladdy G and Fernando Tatis Jr. So those, and you can still fit in Vladdy G in your lineup as well, whether you're looking at as a captain or as a utility guy. But I like these two at the bottom of the American League lineup, and I'm going to go with them as my stack.
Okay. All right. How about value, guys? We got to talk about value here. It is the All-Star game, but we said there's some enticing salaries here. Garion, where are you looking for yours?
So again, I think the National League pitching staff in particular, just because there's so many high strikeout rate options. And there's also, not to drill this point home, but I think Nick brought it up and it's very important, especially this season where we saw like the entire Astros team just be like, nah, I'm good. And we've had a bunch of pitchers and players just kind of go, yeah, I don't really need to go to the All-Star game this year. I think there is going to be an importance on using guys who actually want to be here and actually want to play. And generally speaking, that means first-time All-Stars. Guys who, you know, maybe they think they might not get back to this game and they have to fully utilize this opportunity. And you've got that across the board, really, in the National League pitching staff, aside from Max Scherzer. Like, I think you're going to see Corbin Burns pitch in this game. I think you're going to see Zach Wheeler pitch in this game. Both of those guys also on full rest. So it's not like their managers are calling up the NL squad saying, hey, maybe don't put these guys in the game. I think they're clear. They're only $4,800 each. They both have ridiculous strikeout rates so far this season. Even Freddie Peralta, another first-time All-Star, crazy high strikeout rate. Like, really, when you're talking about using a pitcher in this game, the hope is you can get 2 strikeouts in an inning. That's kind of that's the best thing you can hope for. So all of these guys have the potential to do that. I think you're definitely going to see all 3 of these guys pitch early on in this game, and that's really all you can ask for.
Nick, you look like you're picking up what Garion's putting down.
Yeah, I like his logic with this for sure. I just, I'm apprehensive still when it comes to pitching. I would have liked to have seen Wheeler or Burns maybe start the game this year, and that maybe would have changed my perspective, as much as I think Max Scherzer is going to do fine tonight. But if I'm looking for value, the guy who I'm going to go with is the number 9 hitter in the National League lineup. I'm going with Brian Reynolds. And again, I know there's concern how many times he's going to come up to the plate, but this is a guy who was not supposed to be a starter. I cannot believe that I'm talking to you about the Pirates having 2 starters in the lineup this year. What are they, 34 and 56 going into the All-Star break? Absolutely brutal. But Brian Reynolds, this is a guy who, as much as he's been good, good switch hitter, so no issues with matchups or anything like that. I cannot believe that we're seeing a second Pirates bat in the starting lineup tonight. So I'm going to go with this guy at 4K, the minimum price and everything for my value bat.
Matt, who do you like for value?
So I think it makes sense that the pitchers are underpriced, but this is Coors Field, and the over-under for this game is a couple runs higher than what we normally see in an All-Star game. So while the pitchers are cheap enough that if they get a couple strikeouts, they probably make the winning lineup, there's so much downside for the pitchers too. So I think there is upside, but there's also risk there. So I'm not really that interested in pitching. I think the most obvious value play in this game is Max Muncy. Garion mentioned before he's 5,800 batting second, so he's well underpriced, and it's a positive platoon split for him too. He gets at least 1 at bat. I mean, he'll get 1 at bat against Shohei Ohtani. Not sure who will be in second, but Muncy is too good of a power hitter to be that cheap batting second at Coors Field when everyone around him is more expensive. So I think he's the clear value play in my eyes.
All right, let's talk about a fade. Nick, someone you're actively avoiding here.
Yeah, and that's going to be Shohei Ohtani tonight, because as much as I think he could end up being, amped after the disappointment from last night, losing in that double OT battle against Juan Soto in the first round, I also think you're running into risk that maybe he's going to be exhausted after last night. He's dealing with and I know we're worried about his hitting more than his pitching, and he's going to be hitting first, so that does play a factor in the decision-making process. But still, I feel like he's too much of a risk right now, and then We're going to be talking about him a little bit when we get to the sportsbook stuff too, but right now I'm fading Ohtani.
Matt, what do you think? Who are you going to actively avoid?
So I could go with someone else, but I think Ohtani is the right call here. Like I'm totally on board with that. I think there's a better chance that Ohtani only gets 2 plate appearances than, let's say, Vlad Guerrero Jr. or Fernando Tatis, because 1, Ohtani was in the home run derby last night, and 2, he's also pitching in this game. So I think for sure he gets a second at bat, but it seems like it would be unfair for the managerial staff to want to push Ohtani 3 times to the plate when it's like the Angels will not be happy to see that going on, to have their star of their team now with Mike Trout hurt, their budding superstar in the game for longer than probably what he should be. So I think Ohtani only bats twice because he's pitching and also the fatigue of yesterday. And I also think he probably will be, he may not be the highest owned player in this game, but he'll be up there. I mean, it could be Vlad, it could be Tatis, it could be Scherzer, but Shohei Ohtani's ownership in tournaments should be very, very high. So yes, he could hit a home run off Scherzer on the first pitch of the game, and that would be tough if you don't have him. But I do think he's the right call as the fade.
Kieran, these guys are out on Shohei. What about you?
Yeah, I would say the easiest fade for me would just be Trey Turner, whose price point doesn't make a lot of sense. I understand that there's a very likely scenario he plays just as long as any of the starters end up playing, especially considering the National League roster only actually has one other natural shortstop. However, that other natural shortstop is Fernando Tatis Jr. And I think, again, in my mind, especially this season where baseball is really trying to push its young stars, I have a hard time believing Tatis isn't going to get 3 plate appearances in this game, which, Turner probably takes over for Tatis, bats in the leadoff spot for the rest of the game, but that could still only mean 2 plate appearances for someone who, for whatever reason, is $9,600 in a game where I also doubt he's looking to steal many bases. I think Matt was right in the sense that you definitely could end up getting more volume from the bench pieces because this game could go to extras. We have seen a lot of all-star games go to extra innings, like a weird amount. However, I would say with the high total in this game, the likelihood of it being a tie does get a little bit more skewed. So I think you're looking at probably 2 plate appearances for Trey Turner, and that's just not enough at this price point.
All right, thanks you 3. Next up, we're going to preview Game 4 of the NBA Finals. The Bucks took Game 3, and things are getting interesting. Time to hit the hardwood with DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey. We're going to look ahead to Wednesday's Game 4 between the Bucks and Phoenix. Obviously, Kenny, the Suns lead the series 2-1, but after that huge 20-point win at home, guess what? The Bucks are favored again in Game 4 by 4.5 points. So, are you riding with Milwaukee to cover the spread?
I'm not so sure I am, Jesse. Look, I think that what we saw in the Western Conference Finals with the Phoenix Suns was simply a lull, right? They got lucky in Game 2. They didn't really realize it. Riding that high, coming off a 2-0 lead. They looked really flat in Game 3. They lost. They won Game 4, though they didn't play very well. I think that they can learn from their mistakes here in the last series. I think that they're going to buckle up. They are going to play with a sense of urgency. This is a better team. We've seen all postseason long this is a better team. The Milwaukee Bucks managed to just really win on what was a very cold shooting night for Phoenix. I think that some more shots will fall. We talk about shot variance all the time. I think that the variance is in the Suns' favor here. They should hit some more, and they have a very clear, distinct advantage inside. I know that Giannis has been very good, but DeAndre Ayton has been a force all series long. He was just about the only Phoenix Sun other than Jay Crowder, which where did that come from? To have a great game 3. So I do think that, he continues to show up. Some more shots fall for Devin Booker and Chris Paul. Mikal Bridges also isn't going to score 4 points. And I do think that the recipe is there for the Suns to get back into this one. Maybe they don't win, but they definitely don't lose by more than 4 points.
All right, so the game total set at 220 right now, Kenny. Game 3 went under the total, and it seems like the odds makers have adjusted for this. So do you think we're going to see another under in game 4? Or like you said, is the variance in the Suns' favor? We're going to see more shots hitting.
Yeah, look, I said this. I've said it all postseason long with the Milwaukee Bucks, and I'll say it again. I just really do think that this team has played exceptional defense. That's the only thing that we can talk about with the Milwaukee Bucks. It's been good all through the postseason. I mean, their offense has been missing, even in that, quote unquote explosion in game 3, just a 123 offensive rating. And really, the defense has stepped it up. Again, all postseason long, one of the best defenses according to the metrics. So I do think that this game goes under. I think that game 2 was a very fluky over. Game 3 was destined to be under really the whole way. It just kind of was, the Bucks just kind of hit a few more shots than I think were expected, and maybe it got a little sweaty. But I think this is another pretty comfortable no sweat under here. I believe in both defenses. I believe in Chris Paul slowing the pace. The pace in both the last 2 games, 94.5 and 97. The pace is going to continue to be slow here, especially coming off a Bucks win. And I do think that the Milwaukee Bucks probably don't have that much more success on offense, probably a little less. So I think that the recipe's right here for an under.
All right, Kenny, which prop catches your eye on the Suns side?
So I was really looking at the third quarter, but we don't have that at DraftKings, and I wanted to kind of use that as my Suns prop. But I really like Mikal Bridges to go over 11.5 points. Look, this is simply a guy that was on fire the first 2 games of the series. We know he's going to play 30 minutes. Without Dario Saric, we know he's going to get a lot of shots. We know he's very important to this team. He's a very talented scorer. To say that he's going to repeat his game 3 performance when he just had 4 points, and mind you, he didn't really take that many shots, would just kind of be outrageous. I do think that Mikal Bridges is a very good shooter. He's a very important scorer to this team. I think he's going to get a higher volume of shots. I think that was one of the reasons that the Suns didn't have a lot of success on offense, is they didn't find Bridges open in the corner. So I think a bigger scoring night is on the horizon for him, and I think that he gets over 11.5 points.
All right, how about a Bucks prop you like in game 4, Kenny? Maybe the under on Giannis's point total?
I mean, maybe. It's kind of getting outrageous, Jesse. 34.5 is a lot. But no, I'm going to go to Pat Connaughton here. Over 7.5 points. Pat Connaughton played 30 minutes in game 3, and you might say, well, blowout, garbage time. No, Pat Connaughton definitely is a big part of this offense. He played 33 minutes in game 2, and he hasn't gone under 8 points since you have to go back to game 5 of the Hawks series, I believe, maybe even game 4. Every game in this series, he's gone over 7.5 points. And really, sadly, this is where the Milwaukee Bucks are here. I do think that this is a situation where they need Pat Connaughton on offense. I think he's one of their most important offensive players, as sad as it is. So I expect him to continue to play, continue to shoot. And 7.5, especially at home where he shoots 3% better from 3, probably a little too low. I'm taking the over there.
All right. Yeah, you're right. That is an interesting state of affairs for the Bucks. All right, lock it in. Any bet for game 4 that you would just lock in right now? Slate approved bet.
Yeah, I'm taking Suns money line, plus 150. That's my slate approved bet. Suns win this game. I think that the public here, they're too fooled here by the Milwaukee Bucks. And look, I know the Clippers are near and dear to my heart. I think everyone fell into the same trap with the Clippers. Clippers were down 2-0 once again. They know how to play in this deficit. They know how to come back. Everyone in the world saying, well, the Bucks, they came back from 2-0 down all postseason long. They'll do it again. Not here. They're just not as good as the Phoenix Suns on offense. They just don't have the scoring. And all it takes is just really one bad shooting night from Chris Middleton. didn't even really play a good game 3. I know that they won that game, but I'm not really believing in the secondary scores here for Milwaukee. And what I do believe in is a Phoenix Suns team that was top 5 in defensive efficiency all season long, a coach in Monty Williams that knows how to scheme. And I do think that, whether it be playing DeAndre Ayton on Giannis Antetokounmpo a little bit more, I think that they'll figure out a way to make the role players for the Bucks beat them. And I just have no faith in Chris Middleton. No one in the world is able to predict when that guy's going to have a good game. I have no faith in him, saving the Bucks here as long as they can, swarm Antetokounmpo with doubles and maybe put some bigger size on him. I think that the Suns find a way here and close it out in 5 games.
All right. Thank you, Kenny. We'll see what happens. The Open Championship guys teeing off this week, and we got some serious offers in the DK lobby for you. I'm going to tell you all about it when the sweat returns. Welcome back to the Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield. They're DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich and Reed Fowler, and this is PGA Tour Price Check. You know the drill, fellas. You hit me with your favorite DFS plays in these price ranges for the Open Championship. But wait, before we get picks from these guys, though, let me tell you about something awesome. We have three millionaire contests for the Open Championship right now in the DK lobby. Our featured contest is the 2.5 million Fantasy Golf Millionaire, which of course pays out $1 million to first place for just a $10 entry. All 3 of these contests not only have that $1 million top prize, but the winner also earns a seat to our DraftKings Tournament of Champions live final taking place in January. That's another shot at $1 million. So go check out those contests in the lobby right now while these guys will now help you fill out those lineups. So let's get to it. Jeff, who is your pick in the 10K plus range?
Yeah, no, for me, Jesse, this week, it really does kind of come down to 2 players, above 10K. And it's Xander Schauffele and it's Brooks Koepka. You look at the record of these 2 players in the Open Championships. And I'm not just talking about like the Open, the British Open that we're getting this week, but also the US Open. They just excel at these majors. And, Schauffele, obviously T2 year in 2018. But, you look what he's done over his last couple events. I'm going to side with him. He's $700 cheaper than Brooks Koepka. He's gained over 5 strokes on approach in his last 2 PGA starts. He played in Scotland last week, which I really like. I think this is kind of a player that's peaking at the right time. We know he can get hot with the putter. And like I said, he's got some pretty high-end, Open Championship experience. I think you take the savings with Schauffele above 10K. He makes for a good starting point, especially if you want to go balanced. I'm going to make my 10K plus golfer.
All right, Reed, where are you going?
Yeah, Xander's record in these majors is fantastic, but it's not better than Brooks. And I'm not going to I know Jeff likes Brooks too, so I'm not going to argue him on that he's taking Xander because I think Xander's actually valued nicely both in the betting and on the DFS side finally. Right. But Brooks, in his last 11 majors, Jesse, he's got 4 wins, 3 runner-up finishes, and since 2017, he has 11 top 10 finishes in these majors. Like we know already, we know what he does here. He says he doesn't even like the course, right? Like that's what he said. He doesn't even like the course, but still all the confidence is with Brooks. He's getting all these questions about Bryson and the Ryder Cup and so on and so forth. It's just funny. It's fodder for him. It's just Brooks at a major. You don't really need to make it that difficult.
Okay. Well, Reed, how about the 9K range? Maybe this will be a little more difficult. Who do you like?
Yeah, I'm going to keep Louis. I always reserve the Louis talk for Jeff. I don't want to take his steam there because I do think that Louis is great. And look, there's game theory to it in terms of if you want to play Bryson. I don't think that I will, but I understand that if you want to. But Victor Hovland is the guy that, if we're talking about game theory, GPPs, if we want to win one of those $1 million contests, you're going to need someone like a Victor Hovland who doesn't have a ton of open experience, just won, as a matter of fact, overseas, coming into this tournament. And look, like, he's a young player, right? Experience is what you want at the Open Championship. And he doesn't have a lot of it, but he's one of the best ball strikers on tour right now. And he's playing some of the best golf, kind of harkening back to what he was doing tee to green back, I believe it was early in the, right after we came back from the shutdown. He was one of the best golfers tee to green out there. So if I'm choosing a guy in that $9,000 range, and it's not Jeff's boy in Louis Oosthuizen, it's going to be Victor Hovland for me.
All right, Jeff, talk about Louis.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, this 9K range is loaded. There's a million ways you can go. Usti is definitely a player I'm going to be heavily considering and probably using at some point this week. I'm just going to take the easy button here, though, and it's Justin Thomas at 9,600. Look, Justin Thomas is, a top 5 player in the world. This guy has a perhaps maybe the best win rate of any of the top players, maybe outside of Dustin Johnson, although he's probably about equal with Dustin Johnson. This guy won the Players, like the 5th biggest event in the world back in March, and now he's 9,600. He's cheaper than Jordan Spieth. He's cheaper than Bryson, whose career best finish in an Open is T51 and isn't playing that good. He's cheaper than Xander, who hasn't won in 2 years. This is a disrespectful price to Justin Thomas. This guy finished T8 last week at the Scottish Open. He was T11 at the Open in 2019. He's committed to trying to be a good links player, and it's starting to pay off for him. And now he's way too cheap at under 10K. I think you have to play Justin Thomas at this price. And I know a lot of people want to play Spieth. I do like Jordan Spieth. He's a great Open player. Justin Thomas is a better player than Jordan Spieth at this point in their careers. I don't think there's much doubting that, if you're asking me. And I think that he's just too cheap in this range. So, Louis, I like the Victor Hovland call, especially for GPPs. I think he'll be lighter owned than people think. But for me, the play in the 9K range is Justin Thomas.
All right, how about the play in the 8K range, Jeff? Who are you going to be going with here?
Yeah, this one is, I mean, there's 2 players I got my eye on. The first is Webb Simpson, just because he's too cheap at 8,700. But the player I really like is Patrick Cantlay. Again, he's like the 8K version of Justin Thomas. Why is Patrick Cantlay under 9K when you've got guys like Hovland and Hatton, especially guys like Hatton and even Louis over 9K? I mean, Patrick Cantlay won at the Memorial, basically a month ago. He's put in really solid performances at the last 2 majors. So the player's trending very well. He's an all-around player as well. You look at some of his coastal performances on like little par 70s, like the RBC Heritage and Valspar and things like that. They're really solid. I think Patrick Cantlay could end up being just like the value play of this tournament at under 9K. And again, I like Webb Simpson. He's super cheap, but the form advantage goes heavily to Cantlay here. And that's the player I think you got to play in the 8K range.
Reed, what do you think?
Yeah, but Justin Thomas, going back to that one, Jeff, didn't you see him top the ball on social media at the Scottish? Yeah. Oh no. No, I love that JT call. He's severely underpriced, and that's where that's usually when you get the GPP lineups to hit is when you get these really good guys that are underpriced. Paul Casey is my favorite, but I do think he's going to be heavily rostered in this range. A win earlier this season, he's played well in back-to-back majors, and I actually can't take credit for this call. It's Rick Gaiman at Rick Rungood. He put me on to Scotty Scheffler, and I think that's a fantastic call with GPPs. If you're taking a look, again, really focusing on these millionaire makers, you're going to have unique lineups. Not every single golfer needs to be unique, but sort of akin to your Webb Simpson call, Jeff. I've played Webb in the last couple of majors, and he's burned me. So I got some PTSD with that. But with Scotty Scheffler, take a look at what he's done as well, not just in terms of the majors, but overseas. Like, he's also a guy young that you don't think should do well on this type of course, but growing up in Texas could be, used to the windy conditions, a la Jordan Spieth and a lot of other guys. And so I do like a Scotty Scheffler. And this 8K range is really tough. Like, to take a move from Jeff Ulrich's repertoire of mentioning a ton of guys in this range. I also like Tommy Fleetwood. His game and temperament sets up well for the Open Championship. So there's going to be some decisions to make in the 8K range. It's my favorite by far in this tournament.
All right, what about the 7K range, Reed? May not be your favorite, but where are you going?
Yeah, I think there's a handful of guys. I think Daniel Berger is severely underpriced at $7,400, but welcome the 20% plus roster percentage for a guy like Berger because he's just way underpriced. I'm actually going Sergio Garcia. I do really like Sergio Garcia. His Open Championship experience and his success is vast. Like he's got like 20 or so Open Championships under his belt. We almost before he won the Masters saw him win the Open Championship. He just missed a ton of putts and he couldn't make it down the stretch. But he's someone that I really like. And if we're going low in that low $7,000 range, I like Brandon Grace, and I don't think I'm alone in that. Great coastal course player, fantastic when it comes to the majors and recent form. And remember a 62 that he shot. And I forget what year it was, Jeff. So hopefully you can help me there. He shot a 62 on Saturday in the Open Championship. Anybody who shoots a 62 in a major tournament and then also in the Open Championship is going to get my attention. So those are a couple of guys I like.
All right, Jeff, what do you think?
I think that was 2017 that he did that, but I'm not 100% sure. I really like Mark Leishman in this range. It's a pretty simple one for me. I think Mark Leishman at 7,700 is a player who it's kind of like Grace. He's a very good Open Championship player. You know, he's got 8 Open Championship appearances. Now he's got a few missed cuts in there as well, but he's also got 3 finishes of T6 or better. Playoff loss here in 2015, not at this venue, but at the Open Championship at St. Andrews. Leishman's been a little bit up or down, but he's coming in with a lot of confidence. Coming off a T3 at the Travelers, really likes the way his game was at. His off the tee game there was really good too. This is a player who, once he gets confidence, like you can just see it vibrating through the rest of his game. The putter gets hot. The tee shots stay straight. I think Mark Leishman, this is like the perfect style of event for him as well. You know, we have a shorter course where, if you get hot with the irons and with the putter, which is what Mark Leishman can do, you can really take advantage here and perhaps just jump out and on this field because this course is quirky. It's going to set off a lot of the top players. And I think a player in this range, like a Leishman, is what we're going to see win this event finally. So love Mark Leishman, love him from the outright betting, but I really like him at 7,700. That's where I want to go first in this range.
All right, real quick, guys, on this last one, who are you looking at under 7K, Jeff?
Yeah, I'm looking at Kevin Kisner at 6,900. It's another player who's got a good Open Championship record, T2 2018, good on approaches and putting. He's really played well his last 2 starts, top 10s. These games coming around. Love Kisner this week.
Reed under 7K.
Yeah, that was going to be my pick. So I'll go Justin Harding, $6,500. South African. I'm on the South African train here, Jeff. Good worldwide starts over his last handful, and he's shown up on these big stages.
So you like Ernie Els too, then?
I love Ernie Els this week. And why is Charles playing? Is he in this tournament? Because if he is, I'm just going to have an entire South African RSA all the way.
All right, thanks, you two. Heads up, Reed and Jeff will be on Get the Green today following our 2 p.m. sim. They'll go more in depth on the Millionaire contest as well as the sportsbook markets for the Open Championship. Be sure to tune in for that. But we still got to get to our MLB panel's best bets for the All-Star game tonight. That's next. In the meantime, we're sticking with golf. Here's Pat Mayo and Ben Ross taking a deeper dive into the 7K range for Open Championship contest. Take a look.
What do you think Max Homa's track record in major championships is?
I would have, so I know this because I just looked it up before the show, but I would have thought it was okay. I didn't realize it was as dire as it is.
He is 1 for 8 in cuts made in major championships, and his best finish is the 2019 PGA Championship when he was T64.
And I believe he doesn't have any links experience that I could find.
He has no Open Championship appearances. It's funny because I don't necessarily want to write him off because I think that Max Homa is a really good player, but I just look at all of these other now we're getting into Euro range. Which random Euro do you like? For pure sentimentality, and I think that he's playing okay golf, and I think that he's been gearing his entire year around this and the Ryder Cup. I might bet Poulter to win.
Ooh, Poulter. Huh. That is not what I thought you were going to say. I mean, makes cuts. He's got.
Well, you thought I was going to say Guido, right?
Yeah.
Guido's
and I was going to say Wiesberger, my boy, who's right there, Field of Burn. Yeah, Poulter's tough. Poulter and Matt Wallace, I'll tell you, that's another guy I have difficulty with. I think Poulter makes sense in terms of stability. I just don't know exactly. Yeah, I guess he can get in the mix, especially if it's very difficult. But I'd rather play Grayson Noren, I'll say that much.
I like Grace. I like Poulter. Like I said, English at 73. Westwood, I'm going to have some exposure to. And Seabez, it's going to be hard for me not to talk myself into him. He's playing well at major championships that he shouldn't be playing well at. And this is one he should play well at. So why not go for it at $7,400? Like, but there's a couple like kind of, you know, who is super interesting is Henley.
Yeah, Henley's difficult. You know, I liked him at the U.S. Open a little bit, and he held on as long as he could. He's playing well. He is kind of interesting. I don't know exactly where he falls on the balance scale of like how hard I would want it. Certainly he needs to lean on the irons, but really at the end of the day, what he needs to do is get back to his like spike putting weeks. That's what makes and breaks Henley.
Do you trust? Do you trust the tournament history? Because I mean, obviously these courses aren't exactly the same, but there's a particular style that the RNA sets up a lot. Like there's a particular style the USGA sets up for U.S. Opens that are similar traits amongst a lot of these courses. But if you just look at it, like Cooch and EVR both are good at these tournaments.
They know how to navigate. EVR is one of the more difficult ones. I don't know what is going on. I mean, he's just in a major slump, and that's putting it lightly. He spiked for 1 week, then he played the U.S. Open, so no like shame in missing that cut. Man, flat 7 for him. I don't know if I can do it.
It's tough.
I really don't.
Yeah, I thought like he withdrew from the John Deere, and I just assumed he was going to play in the Scottish, and he was like supposed to be in the field, and he just never showed up.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what his deal is. Do you think there's any reason if you build like a very aggressive, counterintuitive team with like, say, Bryson and Hovland,
are you going to say
consider using
Bubba?
Bubba.
I know he's playing well right now, but you got to go look at his Open Championship resume.
It's not good. Would be the too long didn't read version. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I can ultimately do fine. Maybe Woodland then.
Woodland, yes, I can most definitely see that because I think that his game kind of fits. Like we always like Woodland at shorter courses a little bit more. He starts hitting that stinger off the tee. He doesn't need to use like sometimes when he is asked to use his incredible length, it actually gets him into a lot of problems. And this way he can rein it back just a little bit. I worry that he's one of these weird guys when it comes to scrambling and around the green games. Like he's either like the worst guy in the field or he chips everything in.
That could be useful. I mean, again, this is going against the grain. I think the prudent move is to go to the normal people. I would say go to like Wolf on that team, but I don't think I could do that no matter what. He could have some issues over there.
He could, or this could be a perfect kind of layout for him. It's sort of a mystery when it comes down to Matthew Wolf. Like Kokrak is super cheap. He's playing well. I saw people even talking to me. He's like, he's 125 to 1. He's 150 to 1. I just worry he gets into a bunker, and that's the last we ever see of Jason Duffner or Jason Kokrak. He just retires there.
Yeah, it could be his new home in one of those pop bunkers. Yeah, I mean, his putters bailed him out, but his around the green game, as far as I know, he's not going to be able to putt it out of the bunker. So that's going to be, and then another Euro. He's not playing good. What about, I was going to say Willett, but I don't think that's really relevant.
I mean, Willett's made every cut at the Open the past 5 years.
Maybe it is relevant then. This is where, again, I think depending on how many teams, if you're really condensed up top, you have the luxury of kind of spraying and praying in the lower sevens. And these guys, it's not to say they can't get in the mix. A lot of even Sneds, like I took a long look at Sneds. Don't think I'll ultimately get there, but if they're in the right draw and they fit everything I want, they may be forced into a couple of my lineups.
Zach Johnson would be that guy for me that you're talking about in that range.
Yeah, ZJ. I mean, there's a lot of them here. You've got Cooch, Stenson, Sneds. A lot of them are in that same bucket of guys that have kind of navigated. Even Harmon in a little different, but like in theory, this should fit what he wants to do. I think of this range, this really targeted range, I would be with you with Zach Johnson over most of them. I'm going to give a look to Wiesberger, though. That's a guilty pleasure. It's not Austria, but it's close.
It's not really close.
It's close enough. He doesn't have to fly there. He could drive if he wanted to.
I suppose. That's a long drive. I took the train from Munich to Vienna. That was like a 3-hour train ride.
Well, maybe he's getting some reps. He's probably over there. Is he? I should know this. Is
He's
he
in the
Scotland?
Yeah, he's in the Scottish.
Okay.
He is feeling the burned. He is
Is
making
he playing the weekend?
Oh yeah, he's playing the weekend. He got through.
Look at that. He's going to be all systems go.
Oh, my guy, Scrivel Me Timbers held on too. Jason Scrivener.
I have not even looked at. The only thing I saw from the Scottish was that guy stealing Rory's club.
That was amazing.
That was weird.
I just like Rom is just laughing the entire time.
Yeah, Rom is in just pure. He doesn't care about anything right now.
Poor Rory's caddy tried to get the club head back from him. And
yeah, Harry needs to. I don't know. That was a weird. Yeah, that guy. I respect that. Gave the club back, but then he tried to steal the dog or whatever that thing was.
Well, there's a weird thing too. Like I saw the reaction to it, and it was mainly from Americans. Like, "Oh my God, the security at this place! Like, they should take that guy out. Like, there should be snipers around." It's like, man, what an American reaction to things.
Yeah, we do. We do love our swift cheaters justice casino style. But yeah, I don't know. That was just weird. That guy was freakishly calm.
Yeah, I think it made like Rory was like, "Why is this guy so calm? Like, I'm just gonna stand here and like let security eventually come and figure it out." But I don't know, maybe it just feels like it's different in Europe with like this type of stuff where it's like, oh, this drunk guy stumbled onto the course.
Yeah, I mean they're not. It's just there's a lot of things I'm sure that are very very different. I think of soccer a lot where they're like shooting flares and doing crazy stuff in the stands.
Final segment of the show. Welcome back to DraftKings contributors Gary and Thorne and Nick Fryer. It is time for All-Star Game cover the bases. Favorite sportsbook plays for the MLB All-Star Game tonight, gentlemen. So, first base, National League favorite on the money line, minus 120. Gary, do you like the favorite, or would you take the AL at even money?
There is something deep inside me, and it's actually not even that deep, that is just screaming, this is an exhibition game. Just take the even money. Why would you ever bet a favorite, even if they are the home team? But at the same time, I just look at the pitching disparity in this game. Like, you know, we talked about it a lot in the first segment. This game's at Coors Field, and generally you say, okay, well, who is the better offensive players? No. Who is the better pitchers? Who is the guys who can negate contact and really take Coors Field out of play? And if you're telling me that after Max Scherzer, we get into a territory with, again, Corbin Burns, Freddie Peralta, Zach Wheeler, arguably the next three best pitchers in baseball so far this season beyond Jacob deGrom, and the American League's going to what? We've got Lance Lynn and Kyle Gibson going to be filling out like the second, third, fourth, and fifth innings. I just think that's such a massive disparity. So even though in general I feel like taking the favorite in an exhibition game is really dumb, I am going to be dumb and take the favorite.
Nick, are you also going to be dumb?
Yeah, I'm usually dumb on this show anyway, so I have no problem joining Gary in this one. I thought going into this that I was going to lean towards the AL because they haven't lost since 2012, and they've only lost 3 times since 1997 in the All-Star game. And obviously there's a tie mixed in there. But I thought I liked the AL's lineup a little bit more, but I've kind of flip-flopped there. But like Gary said, it comes down to the pitching staffs. And I'm sorry, when I see Nathan Eovaldi on your pitching staff and Aroldis Chapman, who has struggled of late, I know he was good early in the season, but it's just like, is this really the all-star pitching staff that I'm seeing up from the American League? So I just like the names that we've seen, from the National League side. And that's even with, we're not seeing DeGrom, we're not seeing Darvish, we're not seeing Woodruff, the guys who have stepped up to replace them too. I love this staff, so I'm always going to go with good pitching over good hitting, even I guess especially at Coors Field where you're going to really need that.
All right, second base, Nick. The total runs for this one is set at 11. Are you going over or under?
Yeah, so this one may seem confusing to some where who were watching when we're talking about the showdown portion of the segment, the DFS portion of the show, but I actually am going to go with the under here as much as I'm taking hitters throughout the showdown because the over for tonight's game has only hit once since, I believe it was since 2015, and they scored 14 runs in that game between the two. And I know last time the All-Star game was held at Coors Field, we saw 21 runs scored, but that was also in 1998. So, we're talking about foreign substances on baseballs now. I think that we had a different type of foreign substance that was being used back then, whether it was both pitchers and hitters. Anyways, I just like the pitchers more in this all around. I just, when it comes to the showdown portion of it, I don't feel as comfortable like knowing who's going to go out there. But when it comes to just straight up who's, what's the run total going to look like? I trust that the pitchers are going to keep this down as much as they may push the limits. I'm thinking it's going to be 8-9 runs. So I still feel comfortable taking the under there, though.
Gary, what about you? Over or under?
Yeah, I got to back up what Nick is saying here. I think this total is really high, and I get it. It's Coors Field. You're going to have an inflated total. That's just how this thing works. But 11 is a lot of runs for the caliber of pitcher that particularly the National League is going to be rolling out in this game. The hitters are great, but so are the pitchers. So I think when you look at historically in terms of the All-Star game and the total, the under is actually hit. Well, in terms of this particular total, the under would have hit in 13 of the last 14 All-Star games. And as Nick alluded to, the one that actually went over in 2015, that game went to extra innings. So it's really hard to score that many runs in an All-Star game when pitchers are of this caliber because, again, once you reach the 5th or 6th inning, think about what sort of transpires there. You lose the starters, so arguably the better offensive players, and now you're just going up against closers for the last half of this game. Maybe 1 or 2 falter, but I just don't see a scenario where this game is like 9-8. I think it's probably more like 5-3 or something in that realm.
Okay, third base, guys. We got a special odds boost courtesy of everyone's favorite DK analyst, Steve Buchanan. 3 or more home runs hit in the All-Star game, boosted from -133 to -120. Gary, and given we are at Coors Field, do you like this boost?
I mean, you always have to like a boost. If anyone follows the DraftKings Sportsbook on Twitter, you know that boosts never lose, and they always come through. Look, it's a fun one. I think if you're watching the All-Star game, you're really hoping that we have this hit the over. You want to see home runs. You want to see cool things happen. But if I'm going to take the under, I sort of have to correlate that and say that I like the under here too. Again, I just think the caliber of pitching the National League is throwing out there. And again, it's not just that they're good pitchers. They're incredible strikeout pitchers, which is really the key to pitching at Coors Field. Even like German Marquez, who is the last pitcher on the National League's roster in terms of like actual skill, has had an amazing ERA at Coors Field this season and has been pitching out of his mind the past month. So I just feel like runs are going to be at a bit of a premium tonight, or at least more than people expect.
So you think Steve is a liar. Nick, yes, of course you do, obviously. Nick, what do you think? Do you also think Steve is a liar?
My natural reaction is to fade Steve, and it's not because of his analysis. I mean, he does a great job with that, but I feel like it's more out of emotion. But actually, I am with him tonight as much as I'm with Gary, and I'm taking the under because in 2019 we had 2 home runs. We're at Coors Field, so I would think you're going to at least see 1 more than what we saw in 2019. We had a ton in 2018. Obviously, that was the run scoring game. 2 in 2017, 3 home runs in 2016, 3 in 2015. So looking at the last 5-6 years, I can't help but think we're going to be right around that. And still, all those years, we're still seeing the under with one exception in 2018. So I still think it's within the realm of possibilities. Just we can't have guys dishing out walks. That's really what's going to come down to. And with most of these pitchers, I would think that's not going to be a problem. So, yes, I am going to back Steve's boost as much as like my better mind just says don't do it, but I have to do it here.
Okay, Nick, you got to do it. Now take us home. Any other All-Star game props catching your eye here?
So this one I was waiting for the second that we found out that Ohtani was going to be the starter and the leadoff hitter. For a run to be scored in the first inning, in general, I was thinking, okay, I'm going to go with no here because that hadn't happened. It had been scoreless over the last 3 All-Star games in the first inning, but the 3 before that we did see runs score. But I figured, okay, we're going to see 2 dominant starters. I was actually kind of hoping we would see Scherzer because I feel like he's just going to be out there mean mugging. So we got Scherzer. But then Ohtani is the big X factor in all this. And I'm thinking he's either going to be amped coming into this game, which, again, if you think that's going to be the case, then you should have him for DFS. If you don't think he's going to be, then I think on the mound he's going to be a problem. And then he'll be either way, he's going to be responsible for a run scored because of what happened last night. That's why with DFS I can't back him because I don't know which way it's going to be. But I am confident that we'll see a run scored in the first inning. And Shohei Ohtani, good or bad, is going to be responsible for that run being scored.
All right, Gary, and talk to me. Any other props catching your eye?
Yes, I'm going to keep sticking with the under theme here. I'm just going to take the American League team total under. It's set at 5.5. The under is -120. So even if you're someone who doesn't necessarily want to take the under in this game because it is scary, I understand that. It's still Coors Field. It's still a bunch of amazing hitters. I think this is the safer play because, again, if you're going to pick a side here that definitely has the advantage from a pitching perspective, it is the National League. So maybe the NL wins this game like 13-2 or something like that, and the under here hits and the over hits in the game. But I do think this is the safest bet on the board. I don't think the American League is scoring 6 runs tonight.
All right, you two, thank you so much. Appreciate the time. As always, that is going to be a show. We have Madden Sims coming up at 12 to no sim at 4. Then we got 6, 8, and 10. At noon, it all starts with Bengals at Browns. That's going to be Emerson and Christian. As for me, I will be back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. for another show, The Sweat, again, coming at you. So thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Stay tuned for Madden Sims, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, it's a special edition, special edition of Pre-Lock Live as we get ready for the All-Star game here tonight. Home Run Derby, amazingly entertaining last night, Garion. I was never a big fan of the Home Run Derby dating back to a few years ago. I am totally enamored into it. I love the format. I love the time. I didn't like the outs. So I always like the time. But after the Home Run Derby comes what everybody's been waiting for, and that's the All-Star game that we're getting here tonight. The American League has dominated this game for the good portion of 6-7 years now, I think it is, that the American League has won. You actually like the National League to win tonight. We'll get into that in just a little bit. But we have plenty to talk about here. We have, of course, daily fantasy contests over up on the DraftKings lobby, including the $250K All-Star Showdown, $50K to first place. This is obviously in the showdown format with the captain and then 5 utility spots that you can pick from. And then, of course, there's plenty to bet over on the DraftKings Sportsbook as well. So a little bit of a shortened version here of Pre-Lock Live, but we're going to be talking about all the All-Star angles for this one. And we might as well start with the daily fantasy aspect here. Garion has an article over on DraftKings Playbook that you can actually go and check out because he has you covered for this slate. So Garion's going to have a lot of information he can talk about, probably more than I can. So thankfully he took care of that one. But let's start off right off the jump here. You like the National League to take this one. You like them to kind of break the cold spell that they've been going through.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the natural inclination, and it's probably a justified inclination when you're dealing with an exhibition game like this, is probably bet on the team with better odds. So I can understand why people are maybe leaning towards the American League, but I just think that the National League and their abundance of pitching, it's just such a lopsided category when you line up these two rosters. I mean, we don't really know how the pitching is going to play out. I think we can probably guess that there'll be a lot of closers used in the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings. So that's all kind of interchangeable. I mean, I know Aroldis Chapman's been shaky lately, but you're still dealing with really, really good relief pitching. But those first 6 innings, I think there's a case to be made that the National League is going to throw out some combination of Max Scherzer. You're probably going to get Freddie Peralta, Corbin Burns, Zach Wheeler, where the American League, I mean, it's a great story that Shohei Ohtani is leading off and starting this game for the American League. But fact of the matter, Shohei Ohtani probably hasn't been an all-star caliber pitcher so far this season. Then you've got like Kyle Gibson and, nothing against Lance Lynn, but Lance Lynn's not better than Zach Wheeler or Corbin Burns. So I don't know. I just think the National League probably wins this game in the first 6 innings just because you can't usually say in an all-star game one team is far superior than the other in a particular facet of the game, but I think you can say that definitively here tonight.
Yeah, for sure, too. And then it's important to note, too, that, Shohei Ohtani can do it all when he's playing the game, but he can't do it all on DraftKings. He is only getting hitting stats tonight. So if you are rostering Shohei Ohtani, you will not accrue any of the pitching stats. So make sure that that is in your mind when you're drafting here. But I actually think that that's better off because, for somebody who just was in the home run derby, I can't imagine Ohtani's going more than 2 innings max. And that even might be somewhat generous, saying that he might go, at least 2 innings. So I think it's actually better off that he's in the leadoff spot here too. I'm just going to go right out on a limb and say Ohtani's probably my favorite fade of this showdown slate just because of the hype that he's getting. He's only going to be hitter. He's hitting leadoff. So I feel like, we might see him for like a quick cup of tea here. He gets his first inning in pitching, he gets his first at bat, and then I'm probably wouldn't be surprised if they yank him right out of this because regardless of all the hype that's around him, this has been a busy man over the All-Star weekend. This is not somebody you see in the home run derby and then he's starting the first inning and then he's going to lead off in the next inning. You don't see that ever. So I wouldn't be surprised if, they get their Polaroids of Ohtani doing all that he does, and then he's on the bench for the rest of the night.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I think in general, my sort of philosophy on this slate, I mean, this is one of the rare slates where I'll say narrative is probably more important than statistics. I do think there's some value to be mined from like the quote unquote faces of baseball. Like I think when you look at someone like Fernando Tatis Jr., I think Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is a really good example of this because I don't know why he's only the 6th most expensive player, but he is.
Right. Right.
But I think, especially now, like I don't know how much pressure like Rob Manfred is putting on these managers. It might not be any at all. But I do think the fans want to see a particular trio or pet of players. And when it comes to Guerrero in particular, who led all of baseball in fan voting, and he's hitting second in the lineup for the American League, I think he's one of the guys, and I think you can put Tatis in this category as well, who's probably going to get 3 plate appearances in this game. And for an all-star game, that's a lot of plate appearances. Generally, you're looking at 2 at most, probably just 1 is like a defensive replacement late. But I think Tatis, I think Guerrero, and I also think a kind of like sleepy sneaker name, I think Nolan Arenado could maybe get 3 plate appearances in this game too. Because for as much as like Herman Marquez is the Rockies all-star in this game, Nolan Arenado is really Colorado's all-star in this game. Yeah. And he's also going to have the support of the crowd. Like how rare is it that we have a guy going back to his like quote unquote hometown, home stadium thing where the fans don't absolutely detest him because he demanded a trade. This was just the Rockies organization being cheap. So the fans are still 100% behind Arenado. I think everyone's going to want to see him. And I think Dave Roberts might placate to that. But to your point, I think Ohtani is the exception to the let's do things the fans want to have done because this guy just participated in the home run derby. He was so tired after doing that second tiebreaker last night. He's going to pitch the first inning. He's going to get a plate appearance. Maybe he gets 2. Like it wouldn't shock me if he also hit in the 3rd or the 4th. Yep. But I think by pitching an inning, that's going to be his like quote unquote 3rd plate appearance. I don't think he's going to last that much longer. And also like the DH slot is the easiest place to get guys at bats in this game. Yep. And the American League has, is it 3 other DHs or is it just Nelson Cruz and JD Martinez? Like there's a lot of DHs on the American League too.
I think it's just the 2, but I could be wrong. I think it is just the 2 that you mentioned with Cruz and JD Martinez. That's obviously something to watch on that one. In your article, you did specifically say that, looking at the captain spot there, you did like Vladimir Guerrero Jr. for obvious reasons. Going against Max Scherzer too, who's had issues with home runs for the better part of a couple of years now. Home runs have been an issue for Max Scherzer, but there was one name that I found interesting, and that was Max Muncy that you had as in the captain spot here, going against Ohtani, so you would get that early matchup. Sell me on Muncy a little bit here because he wasn't even on my brain at all. And then I kind of read your article a little bit, and I go, okay, I actually could roll with that a little bit.
Yeah, I guess the worry here is he wouldn't fall into the category of someone I think is going to get 3 plate appearances. It's probably just going to be the 2. But he's hitting second. I think Dave Roberts sort of like undid the fans wrong of not giving this guy a starting slot by having him be the starting DH for the National League. He comes into this game leading all National League players in expected WOBA. He's having an incredible season. So you get Muncy. You're probably only going to get 2 plate appearances, but he's surrounded by really good hitters. And he's definitely going to have a plate appearance against Shohei Ohtani. And we've kind of talked about this. Like, if you're under the impression that Ohtani is going to come into this game tired, we've seen Ohtani struggle in the first inning of games in the past.
Yeah.
And he specifically tends to struggle with left-handed bats. They've hit 5 to 6 home runs he's given up so far this season. Much better WOBA for left-handed bats against versus right-handed bats. So I think Muncie's in a pretty nice spot, but this again mostly just comes down to price point. Like, he's under $6,000 as a utility option. That's just kind of crazy for someone who's hitting second in the National League lineup.
Well, and it's funny too that you bring up the price point here, because you look at all of these guys here, and the starting pitcher, who is Max Scherzer, by the way, is the 4th cheapest guy on this slate. He's only more expensive than Adam Frazier, Teoscar Hernandez, and Brian Reynolds. Like, it's kind of amazing too. But you have to realize that with these starting pitchers, you're lucky if you get more than 2 innings out of this. And we're also in Coors Field. You have to keep that in mind too as well. The over/under for this game is set at 11. It opened originally at 10.5. It's moved to 11. The All-Star game has historically gone under some of these totals. I don't think that's going to happen here tonight. I think we're going to see, the offensive surge that we've been seeing at Coors Field all season long. One of the important things, though, about these showdown slates, and this is not something you would normally do on a classic slate, but you uncheck that remove non-probable players. And then it kind of opens up the entire roster of all the guys that are playing here. It is so crucial, in my opinion, to do this and take some guys that are going to come into this game theoretically later, because that's where the differentiation is going to come from. That's where you're going to gain the edge on these showdown slates. And you mentioned some of these guys, like, Freddie Peralta could be in later in the game. We could see Corbin Burns later in the game. Some of these guys that are going to come out of the bullpen, these high upside strikeout guys like a Corbin Burns, potentially come in, strike out the side, and leave.
Yeah.
That's something you need to be looking at here. And I think it's so crucial that you're doing that and expanding your horizons here and expanding to some of these guys that are not going to be starting the game, because unlike any other game, you're going to see a massive amount of movement of guys coming in and out of the game here too. And you kind of brought that up too in some of your value plays here. One of your favorite value plays is Corbin Burns and Zach Wheeler. So just kind of go through that mentality there a little bit here by using some of these guys that have that, the circle with the line through it to say that they're not starting, but we're actually interested in using these guys in our lineup tonight.
Yeah, I think the give and take with using some of these pitchers, particularly National League pitchers, is there is I wouldn't say a decent chance, but there's a slight chance that someone like Zach Wheeler doesn't appear in this game, or someone like Corbin Burns doesn't pitch in this game. However, I think those 2 guys in particular are relatively safe bets because of 2 reasons. One, they both haven't pitched since Wednesday. So there's there's no manager calling up Dave Roberts before the game going, hey, this guy pitched on Friday. Like, I'd prefer it if you really didn't use him in this game today.
Yep.
And they're also both first-time All-Stars. And I think that actually matters. Like, we're about to watch an All-Star game where the Houston Astros literally as a franchise were just like, nah, I'm good. We'll see you guys on Friday. Like, there are people who don't want to play in this game and don't care to play in this game for various reasons. But I think the guys who are making their first All-Star team are the ones that Dave Roberts can kind of go, okay, they want to be here. They want to play. And I think Burns, I think Wheeler, to a lesser extent, Freddie Peralta. I mean, he checks all the same boxes. He did pitch on Saturday. That is one thing to kind of put out there. Maybe they won't go to him. And German Marquez, I made the joke earlier that Nolan Arenado is actually the Rockies All-Star representative, but it is Marquez. Marquez is going to be the one wearing a Rockies jersey. And in Colorado, the manager is going to want to put the lone Rocky All-Star in the game. That's kind of like the one fan service thing we know is going to happen. So I would say Marquez doesn't fall into the same categories as other guys. He doesn't have a 30% strikeout rate. So the upside isn't quite the same. But he has been pitching amazingly the past month, so he could definitely also factor in. And I think if anyone has like 100% odds, he's definitely pitching in this game. It would probably be Marquez.
Yeah, and just talk back on Wheeler real quick too. He's actually been one of the most dominant pitchers since the whole sticky stuff thing happened on June 21st. He's actually been one of the guys who's been one of the best here too. I want to get your quick opinion on this because you've brought up Dave Roberts' name a couple times. Kevin Cash is obviously on the side for the American League. Do you lean toward any of those guys because they already have that built-in relationship? So Dave Roberts is going to favor some of the Dodgers players. Kevin Cash obviously favors some of his members on the Rays. Does that come into your build at all, or is that just kind of, one of those little non-factors you don't really pay too much attention to?
It's funny. I think it can go both ways, right? Like, I think there is some perception that they could do the favor to get the guys in the game, but I also think there's sort of like a, hey, Skip, I really don't want to play tonight. And he'll be like, yeah, cool. I didn't want you to play tonight either. Who I really see that working with. I mean, it could be Walker Buehler. Like, there's a chance that he just in this game. But I think when I talk about Nolan Arenado and how I kind of like him as a value option as well, because, he's going to get 3 plate appearances, in my opinion. The other thing to think about in that capacity is the 2 other third basemen on the National League roster are both guys who weren't voted into the game. They were replacements in Manny Machado and Justin Turner. Now, Turner definitely deserved to be an all-star anyway, but Turner's like 38 years old. He's been here before. Like, I kind of get the impression that like Turner's happy to be there and wave to the fans and get his like all-star star on his baseball reference page, but I don't think he wants to play in this game. So I think like that's a scenario where the Dave Roberts Dodgers relationship could almost work in reverse, where Turner shows up and he's just like, Roberts looks over at the end of the dugout and he's just like, nah, I'm good. It's cool. So that's maybe where I would go with that.
Okay, so looking at this whole thing here, obviously you need to have a captain in here. We've already mentioned that a couple of guys that you like is Vlad Guerrero, Max Muncy. Overall, from the utility spot, where do you think that you're landing here? What is one of your favorite players on this one? Obviously, there's not a lot of stats we can look into. We don't really know the matchups. There's a lot of ifs, ands, or buts when it comes to making your lineup here. But just kind of looking at the grand scheme here, just looking at price points, is there anybody that kind of jumped out at you and you're like, you know what, regardless of what happens here, I'm going to get X player in my lineup tonight?
I think I've mentioned a lot of them. I think my favorite values are Muncy and Arenado and Wheeler and Burns. However, if you're looking for someone who is the absolute minimum, because most of the guys who are priced at the minimum are relievers, who again I think probably pitch in this game, but there's nothing assured about that. But I think Brian Reynolds. I mean, it's kind of interesting. Reynolds sort of quietly has been one of the best hitters in baseball since mid-May. I mean, his numbers, you can see them right now for the season, are incredible, but he got off to a slow start. So think about how good he's been the last 7-8 weeks. And where usually we would hold someone batting ninth against them, it's sort of, again, this impression that you're probably not going to have a lot of guys getting 3 plate appearances. So it doesn't really matter how you get your 2 plate appearances or when you get your 2 plate appearances. But Brian Reynolds was selected by Dave Roberts to be the starting outfielder in this game in place of Ronald Acuna. And I feel like he's earned that honor. And what goes with that honor is you get 2 plate appearances. So Reynolds is probably going to hit as much as, I don't know, Marcus Semien or whoever in this game. Like, it doesn't matter where they are in the lineup. So the fact you're getting Reynolds for the absolute minimum at $4,000 is pretty enticing.
Reynolds should also be making somebody pretty happy at the trade deadline. Hint, hint, Pirates. Unload your guys. Please let them free and let the world see Brian Reynolds for who he is. Stop holding him hostage.
Situation. He's probably got a couple more years of team control, doesn't he?
I know, but I'm just trying to do him a favor. I'm trying to do him a solid. You know? Get him off the Pirates. Okay. Let's switch over to the sports book. That's kind of enough DFS talk. Let's talk about the sports betting side a little bit here. Almost dead even on the money line here. The National League, our favorite in this one, -115. American League, not too far behind, -105. Like we mentioned, the over-under at 11 feels high when you think of all the high-profile names that will be taking the mound tonight, but we are at Coors Field. And we do see what happens when people throw meatballs in Coors Field. They absolutely go way beyond anything. Shout out Juan Soto hitting that 520 home run, 520-foot home run last night. Absolute bomb. And Joey Gallo got screwed because the guy who was throwing the pitches sucked. looking at the board here.
Man, we should say that though. Like, PSA to ourselves next year. Like I've got to do more like investigative effort.
Yeah.
Who is throwing the batting practice? Because every year I bet this thing, and every year it starts, and I'm like, oh God, I forgot to like look into if an 87-year-old man is throwing BP for this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like Matt Olson, dude, get yourself a guy who throws more than like one pitch every 10 seconds. My God.
Dude. I was on the watch along for the home run derby last night, and we were watching this live. So my reaction, and we already got one in the chat there. My reaction was genuine. How upset I was. Whoever's throwing a Matt Olson would throw a pitch, and then he turned into a fan. He was like, "Wow, that's a far one.
Yeah,
look at that one go." It's like, dude, your job is to throw the ball, not you can watch it after. You know,
and he only had one ball in his hand. Like there were the Mets guy. The Mets. I mean, he was like 65, granted, but like he had it down pat. But he had like 3 balls in his left hand, and he was just ready to like chuck 10 every 7 seconds. It was great.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Yep. I'm just saying, the old man who was throwing a Matt Olson, figure out what DVR is, and then you can watch the home runs after you're done throwing to him. Don't watch them live. Shout out Matt Olson. You got screwed. Joey Gallo also. Okay. Looking at this board, I already know you like the National League, so I'm not even going to bother asking you what money line you want to take here, because I know you're going to take the National League. I'm still siding with the American League. Getting very close to even money, I will take that any day of the week. Not that you're getting a bad line on the National League by any means, and the National League definitely has the advantage, I would say, when you look at that roster from top to bottom here. I still kind of lean the American League on this one. Where do you stand on the over-under, though? Because at 10, I'd be like, okay, I'll take the over. At 11, I'm like, now we're getting a little too high. A little too high.
Yeah, it's tough.
No pun intended.
It's tough. I do think I lean towards the under. And I know obviously like Coors Field plays such a massive part in this, but I think it's worth noting that if this had been the over-under for the past 14 All-Star games, it would have hit once.
Yeah.
And this is a season that has been defined by pitching. So I think it would be, I don't know, not justified, but I think it would be almost right to have a low-scoring All-Star game. But I would say if you don't have a huge lean one way or the other on the total for this game, because again, I lean under, but I really could be talked into either side of this.
Yeah.
I think the better bet for me is bet the American League team total to the under.
Sure.
It's at 5.5.
Yep.
It just seems high. Like if this game goes under, it's because the National League pitched well.
Yes.
So kind of cut out the middleman and just focus on that aspect would be my interpretation of this.
And if you look at this too, I just brought up the team totals here. Both teams set at 5.5, obviously. But the under for the American League has the most juice out of all the bets that you can take, all 4 here at -125 to go under 5.5 runs. For a team total, I would say that's pretty heavy. For a team total, because usually you see these at -110, -150, -125 for an under on a team total, I'd say is pretty heavy. That's usually, it doesn't get that high there. So there's something to consider there. So with that mentality then, Garen, could I interest you in the -1.5 run line for the National League? Because you get +150 on that one. So if the National League is going under 5.5,
yeah,
and so now we're kind of getting to the territory of the +150 for the -1.5 run line.
I mean, why not, right? If you're going to bet on the exhibition game anyway, you might as well get it at +150.
What the hell?
Let's go with the run line here. Why not?
It's just money. I mean, who cares? You can get some more in a couple of weeks when you get paid again. And what's the big deal? You run out, you just replenish next week. It's all good.
Matt Olson again and get upset. It's
I hit Soto over Ohtani, but that was about it. That was about it. Unless you caught my odds boost, which was an insane odds boost, over 240 home runs hit at +425.
That was great.
Well, you had to catch it fast.
Yes. No, that was you know what? I was very right about a couple things, but it wasn't things you could like bet on. Like I was very accurate in my assessment that Salvador Perez would have a really, really good performance, but he would still lose because Pete Alonso is a home run hitting machine. Well,
can you imagine
for that?
Can you imagine going to the first round of the home run derby? You hit over 25 home runs and you still lose? Like, that's awful. That's absolutely awful. And real quick, talk about things that you can't bet on. Here's something we can talk about real quick that you can't bet on. Do they check pitchers tonight?
Ooh, you know what? I think they make I think in the first inning it becomes like a bit of comedy, and I think too because you've had two of the guys who have kind of been the faces of these interactions, like two of the 5 most memorable pitchers being checked people were Max Scherzer, who completely blew up, and I feel like he can kind of put on like a bit of a show, like maybe he can toss his glove, or maybe he even gets tossed from the game because he already pitched and he doesn't care, like. That could be kind of fun. And then you've got Ohtani, who was like the diametric opposite to Scherzer that week because he like just smiling and was like, yeah, cool. Check my glove. I don't care. I'm happy to be here. Yeah, actually, like let's get a Gary and odds boost going here. Plus 20,000 that Max Scherzer comically gets himself tossed from the game during a first inning substance check. That is what I want my odds boost to be.
I'm going to Slack the sportsbook team and see what we can do.
Okay.
There's a lot of props that you can go into. I'm not going to get into too many here, but I thought these were actually kind of fun ones that you could see over here. Will a home run derby contestant hit a home run? Yes, plus 170. No, 220. Will there be a triple? Plus 110. No, on minus 130. Kind of close odds on that. I was surprised that wasn't a little heavily weighted more. And will there be an out at third base? There's a hell of a sweat that you have to go. Yes, at plus 250. No, at 320. Like, oh my goodness, like that. Those are some. Those are some plays to kind of look at there too. Have you gone through the board here a little bit? Is there anything that you kind of like that? Any props that you were kind of looking at that you maybe thinking about taking here tonight?
I'll be honest. I was looking for these all day and I couldn't really find any. So I think these have been posted relatively recently. I will say in terms of like the All-Star Game props in particular, the 3 that we just saw, the triple at plus 110 is pretty enticing. Coors Field is, as we saw last night, is massive. Like if you hit one out to the right center field gap, you can run forever. And there's a lot of guys with a lot of speed in this game. So yeah, I think actually, will there be a triple plus 110 is a pretty nice prop.
Yeah, there's a lot that you can bet on here too. You can kind of take a look here. Some really unique ones you can take a look at over on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Obviously, barring what state you're into, some available in some states, some in the other. So do keep that in mind as you're looking at these here too. So obviously just go on DraftKings Sportsbook all the way up to game time. Then, of course, there'll be live lines too as well. You can live bet the All-Star Game. That'll be taking place as well. Real quick, before we kind of wrap up here, we're at basically the halfway point. The halfway point is the All-Star Game at this portion. Looking at some of these futures real quick, is there anything that still stands out to you? I really quickly just wanted to hit on the Cy Young Award.
Sure.
And how you can still get a good number on anybody but Garrett Cole, because for whatever reason, he's still minus 130. Nobody knows why. We don't know why this hasn't changed, but that's probably the worst number you could get on him for a guy who can't pitch right now. And in that realm, you can still get plus money on guys like Carlos Rodon. You can still get plus money on Lance Lynn. You can get 20-1 odd for Shane Bieber, 30-1 for Nathan Eovaldi. Somebody is going to take the American League Cy Young, and I'm going to tell you right now, it's not Garrett Cole. So looking at this board right now, is there anybody that kind of, catches your eye? Rodon's probably the easy answer.
Yeah.
But plus 225 isn't the best odds, but the American League is so wide open. This is why I wanted to bring this up, because on this board, there's going to be a winner and you're going to get them at a decent number. But if Cole goes out one more time and he gets hit hard one more time, that is going to shift to plus money. I'm surprised it hasn't already, because he was minus 170 prior to the last time he was out. Then he fell to 130.
Yeah.
That change is coming soon.
Yeah, it is odd that his odds fell after that dominant start against Houston. You would have thought that maybe there'd be a little bit more in the opposite direction. But I think of these guys, Rodon is interesting, and he's probably the best option. But, plus 225 at this point. Maybe there's a world where he and Lynn sort of split the ballot a little bit, just being guys in the same team. So Chris Bassett at 30-1 is at least noteworthy. I mean, Bassett's been pitching exceedingly well all season long. There is a little bit of the West Coast bias thing at work here. No one stays up late enough to watch Chris Bassett, so no one really knows how good he's been. But, in a scenario where the Athletics, win the National League West, catch up to the Astros, which is not crazy. It's probably not going to happen, but it's not crazy. Bassett is probably the reason or one of the biggest reasons that happens. But this board is tough. I mean, even you could look at Kyle Gibson at 35-1 and say, well, this guy's, I mean, his ERA is immaculate. But the thing with some of these guys, and Gibson's kind of like the big culprit here, there's a chance he's just traded to the National League in the next 2 weeks. So you have to be careful with some of these bets.
Yep, for sure. I definitely agree with that too, but I just really want to quickly get your thoughts on that too, because like I said, I feel like this is absolutely wide open here. I do have an odds boost to
60-1. That's
say one more time.
Dylan Bundy is still like top 15 odds, which
That's
just
amazing.
goes back to our conversation about the All-Star game and the lack of pitching in the American League.
Yep. It's wild how lopsided it is right now, too. Just real quick, I wanted to point out, I have another odds boost up over on the DraftKings Sportsbook. If 3 or more home runs are hit tonight, you can get minus 120 on that. If you want to take one of the odds boosts, like I mentioned, we did very good last night, obviously, with over 240 home runs. That almost hit in the first round alone. So that wasn't even a sweat if you took it, and you got some really good money on that. So if you want to do a sweat a little home runs tonight, you can take a look at that one as well. Coming up here tonight, 6 p.m. sim, which is going to be coming up next, 49ers at Rams. You got Kaufman and Kenny on that one. Shout out to 720 Red Dog saying he's going to bet $1 on the MLB All-Star game tonight. $1. My man, I hope you turn that into at least 2. Because if you're going to go out on a limb and bet $1, I hope you can double your money. 2x value on that one. So good luck to you on that bet there, man. That's going to do it for Garion and myself. I will be back, I think, with Matt LaMarca on Friday. It's been a hot minute since we've done these shows. My basement got flooded, and then, scheduling, and then All-Star game. Jerry and I were both surprised about doing this show today, but we're here and we did it, and we brought some good information. So what's going to happen when LaMarca and I are prepared to do a show? I mean, a plethora of information there. So make sure to tune in on Friday. That will come right after the 4 p.m. Sims. We'll be on around 5 o'clock here on Friday, getting ready for the return of MLB action. It does return on Thursday, full slate going on Friday. So we'll be there to do that one. For Gary and Thorne, I'm Steve Buchanan. We'll catch you on Friday.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back in here on the Dream Stream. We have got a few more Madden Sims coming your way, and including the Major League Baseball All-Star Game that is on the horizon. Lots to talk about there, DFS and beyond, but with Kenny Ducey. For the first time in quite a while here in Simland, I am Adam Kaufman, and Kenny, just before we come on, says, Kauf, you know I'm mad at you, right? I didn't know. I didn't know. So
you know why. You know what you did.
Let's just air it all out.
You know what you did.
I usually.
And I want to ask you why you did it.
You know the funny thing is, usually I do know what I did. In this case, I'm completely in the dark.
You know what you did.
I'm eager to know. The last the last thing that I remember, but I don't think this is it. As
you call
lineups,
the early bird special. Is the 4 o'clock sim, according to you anyway.
Yeah, it should.
Now you just decided that the 6 o'clock sim was going to be the early bird special. I am exhausted. I've had a long day. There is nothing about this that is early. This is late. This is what's the opposite of a bird? A fish? This is the late fish special.
Wait, does a bird have an
No,
opposite?
sorry, not special. The ordinary late fish.
No,
That's what the 6 p.m. sim is.
In fairness, I was very tired when I made the contest. I'm very tired right now. Probably more tired now than when I created the contest. But I do know in my on-air, parsed mind, it should have been the happy hour special, not the early bird special. I deeply apologize. It's not the. I thought that at least when you brought up the early bird,
everything's the early bird special. That's what you think.
I thought that when you brought up the early bird special, you were going to say, "Koff, I thought we've been over this. This is the snack hour. This is the 4 o'clock snack attack or whatever." But obviously that wouldn't be right either because it is 6 Eastern. It is the happy hour sim. So you're right. That's my bad. That's my bad. And I apologize.
It is your bad.
I apologize. Nevertheless, the post-colon quoted section still stands, which is hello, Kenneth. How long has it been, my friend, since we've been together here in Simland? Weeks.
I mean, it might be a month.
I don't know if it's been a full
feels like a month.
but it has absolutely been weeks. Because I think it preceded my vacation. And even that at this point in time was a couple weeks back.
I think it's probably been a month.
Chris Adams, who is he's had a day in the chat, that's a nice long pickup here for the Rams. Malcolm Brown, 22 on the ground. Chris says, bold prediction. The simulation will have scoring issues throughout the night. What's the over-under on how many times they will use the excuse of manual scoring? So listen, Chris, and I'm not advocating for you to be put in timeout again or anything like that. Obviously, if you get inappropriate, that will happen. But earlier today, yes, we had a couple of newer members of our ops team who are still learning the ropes, going through the whole process. All of our people have been through that, who have.
Yep, I have. Pat has on ops.
It's quite a, there's a learning curve for sure. Everyone has been through it. But rest assured, Chris, if it will make you and others feel better, for the late classic, these 3 games tonight, we got undercover boss Tom T. Pike,
PP,
who is very, very much experienced, and through that ringer, he is long beyond the point of the learning curve. So if there's a problem tonight, I won't hesitate to blame Tom. I'll put it right on Tom. No pressure, Tom. Tom knows what he's doing. I'm not.
Oof. Speaking of no pressure, what a throw.
21-yard pickup into the hands of Robert Woods, Bobby Trees, Rob Forrest, a man of many names and someone that I wish I had put in my lineup, and I typically do when the Rams are involved. I didn't. Here's what I did do. Cooper Kupp is my captain. 43% owned in the smaller contest, 154 entries, only 2.6 in that captain spot.
I don't like most your captain.
Basically,
like
everybody has. That ball caught and stopped at the 1. Oh, so close. 2nd and inches.
Who was that?
So
Higbee?
close. It was Tyler Higbee, who is not in my lineup either.
I have.
So it's Kupp and captain, Mostert, Kittle, Reynolds, Samuel, Pettis.
I have Josh Reynolds in my captain spot, Raheem Mostert, Burt, Burt Meadows as we get Daryl Henderson.
Score.
Okay.
Yep.
Burt Meadows. I have Malcolm Brown, Kendrick Bourne, Cooper Kupp.
So touchdown Rams. And Chris, I see you in the chat, not to worry. We love you as well. And I get it. I get it. Nobody wants to have any sort of setbacks, right? Whether it's slow scoring, crummy internet, whatever. You know, anything dumb that the commentators say, any number of things.
Do we think that Team USA is going to lose again tonight?
Go ahead.
Do we think Team USA is going to lose again tonight, everybody?
Well, Jason Tatum's not playing. They're holding him out with a sore knee, apparently. I guess my question for you would be, and I know a lot of people are making a big deal out of this, the 0-2 start, losing to, who was the first one? Serbia? And then the second one was Australia last night, and now...
Well, no, Nigeria was the first one.
Oh, Nigeria, right. And then who were they playing tonight?
Argentina.
Argentina tonight. So, I guess it just kind of comes back to, are you alarmed? You know, do you feel like the U.S.
Yes, that's literally what I'm saying.
But I'm not like I'm not making a mountain out of a molehill with exhibition outcomes. Not that I think that there's definitively this switch to be flipped, but are you truly alarmed by whether they win or lose an exhibition game before, obviously?
Yeah, I mean, remember how many problems we had? We had to have the redeem team because Team USA wouldn't win enough games, weren't playing well enough.
Sure. I mean, they have talent. There's no doubt they have talent.
Right. We've always had the most talent in the world. That's the thing. But
I think you do need to acknowledge, and I don't mean you personally, the royal you, I think you do need to acknowledge, though, that some of the other countries have bridged the gap. I was going to say caught up, and that wouldn't be fair because the U.S. is still the most talented team overall. But
they have not bridged the gap. What it is it's just, you know, there's good players from other places in the world, but they still haven't really bridged that gap. I mean, it's,
I think
still
there
pretty
are some,
significant.
I think there are some teams that are much closer to the U.S. than they were, say,
maybe
a dozen
the
years
U.S.
ago.
Maybe the U.S. now.
Well, that's what we're talking about. We're talking
But
about
like
now.
the team that is on the field now.
Right, but that's what we're talking about.
Like the United States.
I realize LeBron is not there.
That's
Harden's
my
not there,
point.
whomever.
If we had our team there, like if no one dropped out, if people actually prioritized the Olympics, then there would be no comparison between these two countries.
Right, but we can only
like a country like Nigeria, for example, like they have improved greatly over the last 2 weeks or 2 years or whatever, 2 decades. I don't know, however many years you want to say. You're right about that. The thing is, it's. I mean, bridging the gap makes it sound like, they could make like. No, I just don't even think there's still a comparison to be made between the two nations. Like bridging the gap makes it feel like, oh yeah, they could be competitive. Like no. The United States has a pretty tough team.
Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman. We got Mike, our
Not
producer.
our best. Sorry.
P. Fry, the man in ops. I know I shouted out undercover boss Tom before, but I just want I want Tom to be feeling the pressure because he is the undercover boss. He does a little bit of everything. He's our technical director, though. In truth, P. Fry, Patrick is our man that is getting it done in ops for you, so not to worry.
Beat on walk says hook 'em. Mr. Robinson saying that the NBA teams just didn't go shopping overseas until 20 years ago. I mean, some of that's true, but I also do think that, EuroLeague, for example, has just absolutely taken off in popularity. And I think that makes it a lot easier for someone who is, really good at basketball, growing up in Lithuania or Latvia in some cases now. Like, you could go play in Spain, you could go play in like Germany, or Israel. Like, you could play in some of those leagues. You could be on a team that ends up playing in the Euro League, and that's like, the Euro League is awesome. The Euro League is basic.
Kenny's internet acting up on us. 4th and inches. They're going for it from the 37. Easy first down. A ton more. Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
37-yard rushing touchdown. Raheem Mostert. It's almost like the virtual Niners and Kyle Shanahan said, Kenny, hang on. We just want to show you something. Touchdown, San Fran. About to be tied up.
Mostert froze like I did.
Right?
There's a, I think there's a direct correlation. Someone above me poured out some sort of water was poured out from the floor above me onto my air conditioner, and as soon as that happened, the internet went choppy.
Somebody in the floor above you poured water onto your air conditioner?
Something happened up there. I don't know if it was on the roof or something happened. Maybe the air conditioner dumped water. I don't really know what happened. All I know is that water fell onto my AC. It happens all the time. And I'm starting to see a correlation between that happening and my internet bugging. I wonder if it's like someone
New York.
Someone on the roof fiddling with the wires, or I mean, I have Verizon Fios, so in theory I shouldn't really be affected, but TP said it's Flash.
Could be. 7-all late first quarter. I hear the sirens. They're coming. Andrew L., let's hope it was just water. Mike Bauer is skeptical of your story. Abby Rizzle says when Kenny's net freezes out, maybe we all get a trophy.
What a knee slapper. Bossman 4523 asking if he is winning yet.
Eddie P on
Whatever that
DK, Casey K33, and Rob Rand. Three-way tie for first currently with Mostert, unsurprisingly, in the captain spot. He has about 17 points there right now. Goff 7 of 8, closing in on 100 passing yards here in quarter number 1. 1st and 10 on the way from midfield. It was Bob Trees, 3 for 48. Man, I don't know why I faded him. I even looked at it. I thought about it. I'm going to go with Cooper Kupp, like an idiot.
Burt Lumber.
Burt Lumber.
Oh, boy, here we go.
I like that.
Water's dropping.
I like that. So we got Robert Woods, Bobby Trees, Rob Forrest, and Burt Lumber.
What did I say before? I think I said Burt something else.
I don't remember now. Beauty of us being on the internet and the dream stream, though, is technically we could go back. We could check. That's why we need an intern. Incomplete pass.
I had a good one. It sort of sounded like Burt Reynolds. It was like Burt. Oh, man, what was it?
Rosal said you're going to need that hospital Wi-Fi again.
I mean, the hospital Wi-Fi might be what I'm doing in a second here. It was Burt.
You think about it. Goff 91 passing, 41 for Garoppolo. It's a 7-all game right now. Rushing touchdowns each team. Raheem Mostert, of course, had that 37-yard pickup on 4th and inches, and that's it. That's all he's got. 1 for 37 right now. Malcolm Brown, 1 for 22. Darrell Henderson with something of a vulture score, 1 for 1, so he has the touchdown on the Rams side. We'll look at the pass catchers as well. P-Fry, you keeping up with all this? We want to make sure the manual scoring is up to date because I don't want to upset.
Do you ever call anyone by their first name or by their real name, or do you just say
it's very
made up nicknames?
Yeah, I mean it's rare. I mean even my wife I don't call by her first name. 4 for 57.
What do you call her? Oh, how you
Yes,
doing, HL? Like
yes,
that?
I call my wife Tara Lynn's initials. That's right. Reynolds 2 for 14, 2 for 9 for New Patriot Kendrick Bourne. Pettis 1 for 13. Robbie Sticks says the Guru. Is that what you went with?
No.
Okay. Well,
It was
we got another-
Bert. Yeah, it was
another
Bert
one, I guess.
something. Bert. I can't. It sounded like Burt Reynolds, but it wasn't. It was like.
I do call you Kenny more often than not. Sometimes, you know,
You
it's,
do. You
it's
do.
Duckman. It's Deuce.
Duckman. I do like Duckman.
Yeah. Our leader is Mackins 20 right now by about a point. Stats are updated. See that, Chris? Got you. Got you.
Malcolm Brown, my guy. I picked up Malcolm Brown. So far, so good. 27 yards. It's about all you can ask for, Malcolm Brown. Right?
Get as much Malcolm Brown as you can, folks. I mean, the guy is not far from pacing for a bonus. $720. To be fair, I was watching a Letterkenny To Be Fair montage on YouTube last night. It was like 5 minutes of To Be Fair sketches. I don't know why I was looking at that, but I was. You a Letterkenny guy, Kenny? I
Never
mean,
seen
your
it.
name.
Never seen it.
Now I feel like you need to check it out. The Guru says Bert Twiggles. Did you say Bert Twigs by any chance?
No, it was. I'm gonna. You know what? I'm just gonna have to go back and watch it. It's the only way. I'm just gonna have to watch it.
Yeah, gotta go back. Brandon keeps he's shouting out Bobby Twigs. Are you sure you didn't say Twigs? I kind of like.
I will
Twigs
say.
as
I will
another
say. I
one.
kind of like the ordinary late fish, though. That's what I like as the.
Robbie Redwood. That's a good one, Steven. Robbie Redwood. I want to make a list of all these. I need to actually write these down. I wonder if anyone's ever had this conversation with Robert Woods in real life. Are you aware of all of your potential aliases? These should all, like, if I were the voice of the Rams, these would be coming out often, like all the time. Bobby Trees, Rob Forrest.
Oh, Joker got it.
Robbie Twigs.
Burt Metals. That's what I said. Burt Metals.
Thank you.
Because you know how golfers have woods, but now they call them medals. Like
there
I got
you
my
go.
3 medal.
There you go.
Burt Metals. That's what I said.
2-yard line for Henderson.
Look
bidding
look
for
at
another
Choker,
one.
man.
Bobby Twigs.
Shout out to Choker. What a find by Choker.
Robbie
Thank you.
Redwood. Oh, they're just so good. Hey, I'm going to write all these down. 2nd and goal from the 2. Robert Woods. Bobby Twigs.
What did I? What was the one? Burt Lumber.
Burt Lumber. What was the? What was yours again? Burt
Metals. Because it sounds like Burt Reynolds.
Yeah.
What's another fun way we can say? You have Bob Forrest. You could say Rob. I think Rob Twigs is a good one.
Touchdown! There you go, Cooper Kupp. Maybe I'm not such an idiot after all. Touchdown, Rams.
It's annoying. I do have Cooper Kupp, but I just don't have him in my captain spot. Robbie Redwood.
All right, so
what about I'm gonna look up nicknames for Bob.
Bobby Birch. Yeah, that's the thing. We need more variety on Robert.
How about
Robert,
Bill?
Bobby Trees, Rob Forrest, Burt Lumber, Burt Metals, Robbie Redwood, Bobby Twig.
101 cute nicknames for Robert. This is a mom site. Yeah. We got Birdie, Beto, Bob, Rip, Robbie. Robbie is this one.
Yeah, we got Robbie Redwood.
Roberti. I'm gonna mute that.
That's 42.
Robeson, Roberto.
Rob Sticks. Yeah, we can add that.
Well, no, don't do Rob Sticks. Do Robbie Sticks.
Well, now we got.
Do Robbie Sticks. Well, no. What did we do? What did we do?
Robbie Redwood.
Okay, and then what did we do? We did Bob Twiggs. Is that right?
So I've got Bobby Trees, Robert Woods, obviously, Bob Twiggs, Burt Lumber, Burt Metals, Robbie Redwood, Rob Forrest, Robbie Sticks.
Okay, how about let's see. How about Roberto something? Or we could do Bobo.
Yeah, I was thinking of Bobo.
Booby. Or
Bobo and Roberto have to be included for sure. Look at that gain. George Kittle zigzagging his way to the 29.
I hate George Kittle.
Almost at 100 passing now. Jimmy Garoppolo.
Ruby.
James.
Robin.
I mean, instead of Robbie Redwood, we could do Roberto Redwood.
Robin's like a whole different name, man. What the heck?
Bobby Loggins. Yeah, we gotta. There needs to be a Bobo and a Roberto. How about Roberto Lumber instead of Burt Lumber? If we're gonna have Burt Metals.
No. I want my Burt Lumber and Burt Metals. I want them both.
You want them both?
Just don't put them next to each other.
So greedy. Third and 5 from the 24. 3 minutes to go opening half. 14-7 Rams. Another completion to Kittle. Garoppolo up to 108. Third catch for a man named George. Bob Logs. Yeah, we should include Logs. How about Bobo Logs?
Bobo Logs is good.
That's a good one. And that's a touchdown. George Kittle drive, everybody. That's what that was. Robert, don't call me Tiger Woods. Bobby Evergreen, says the guru. $7:20 it is, all Madden. To answer your question. 14 all as we approach the 2-minute warning here in the opening half. Big drive for George Kittle. DeMac Lyon is in front by about 3 points.
Shout out to DeMac Lyon.
Henderson, captain for him. Mostert, Woods, Kittle, Cup, and the Niners DST. How am I not doing better? I've got Cup. I've got Kittle. I've got Mostert. Unfortunately, I also have Reynolds, Samuel, and Pettis. 72nd place for me. Where are you?
Not good. 98th. I have gotten nothing out of Kendrick Bourne. I'm pretty happy with what I've gotten out of Malcolm Brown, and Josh Reynolds could be doing more. Need those Rams to step it up. So I kind of went big on the Rams, and losing 2 yards for Malcolm Brown, not going to help.
Maybe Roberto Logs.
I like Birdo better than Roberto.
Birdo?
That's just me. Yeah.
Well, then we can use one for Roberto. So I've got Robert Woods, Bobby Trees, Bob Twigs, Rob Forrest, Burt Lumber, Bobo Logs, Robbie Redwood, Burt Metals, Robbie Sticks, and Birdo Logs. Man of many names. That's 10 right there.
That's a better use of your time than coming up with nicknames for DraftKings personalities, I feel like.
Is it though?
I think it is, yeah.
I'm just curious, as we've reached baseball's All-Star break, if you'd like to apologize to me for one of any number of things, but among them,
The Red Sox. The Red Sox. I absolutely slandered the Red Sox because I was verbal.
I mean, you slandered their offense, which
well, you said that they were really good, and I said
they'd be a top
no.
offense.
Right, I was like, you got your blinders
You're a
on because
homer,
you're a Red
yeah.
Sox fan. I'm not a homer. I hate the Yankees.
No. You were
I
calling me a homer. That's what.
Right.
That's
Well, I mean, you are a homer. Like, let's be real. But
I mean, sometimes
you were right about the Red Sox. You're right.
You were incredibly dismissive. I mean, outright offensive.
Well, they don't have
Xander
a lineup that
Xander Bogaerts
that jumps off
arguably
the
the
page.
best shortstop in all of baseball.
He is. Yeah. You're not wrong.
Thank you. Do we have that Smash Lana?
He's not wrong, folks. Adam Kaufman is wrong about a lot of things, but about the Red Sox, he was correct.
Thank you. Good
Please
enough
don't
for me.
ever call
Good
it
enough for me.
the early bird special again. Signed, Kenny. I can't believe that you how did that not get picked? Did you see that?
So close.
Oh man, I could have picked that ball.
Let's create a character and put Kenny in the game.
For real, how did you not pick that? Mike Bauer said, Kenny, you could admit it and apologize. I did. I'm saying I had good reason to doubt Adam. But the fact of the matter is I should have not. I should not have
I tried to join earlier today, but was too late. Yeah, the people had to have it, Mike. The people had to have it. I'll tell you what.
Michael says Turner and Tatis are better right now. What do you think about that? Than Bogaerts?
Better than Bogaerts?
Yeah. What do you think?
Not right now. Not right now. At this moment.
I mean, it's interesting.
Chris Adams is very happy with you, P. Fry. Keep it up. This manual scoring moving like fire.
Let's check it out here. Let's check it out.
Joker.
Here are the numbers. How about this?
Timeout for you. Don't worry.
Let's go to all leagues.
All leagues.
Let's go to shortstops.
Shortstops.
And let's sort by OPS.
Can we smash that like, folks?
Hitters.
While Kenny's doing his math.
Okay.
Smash that like, hit the subscribe button if you're watching here on the YouTube.
I'm just a guy asking a question. Who is the leader?
He's just a girl.
In OPS. It's Fernando Tatis
Loves the guy, hoping
Jr.
that guy will love her right back. Happy Rizzo.
Wait, I just completely. So Tatis is number 1 in OPS by a lot. By a lot over Xander Bogaerts. He's got a much higher slugging percentage.
What do you got?
So is ISO, right? Because you isolate the power out of there. 370, Bogaerts at 224, which is very good, but not nearly the level of Tatis. And his on base percentage is slightly lower than Bogaerts, as is his batting average. And while he does walk more and get on base more, he's striking out 10% more of the time than Xander Bogaerts is. So right off the bat, to me, it's a very tough comparison. I prefer guys that are not that are not striking out as much, but he runs more than Xander Bogaerts. He has more weighted stolen bases.
What's his, OPS plus, the two of those guys, or WAR, or whatever,
WRC
metric
plus.
you'd like to use as we
Tatis
reach the half.
is at 168. Bogart's at 149.
Okay.
And WRC plus, weighted runs created plus. So,
Must be, in fairness, he didn't say he's not a homer overall. He just said he's not a Yankees homer.
I'm not a Yankees fan.
Jets homer.
I'm 100% a Jets homer. I didn't say I was not a homer. I said you're a Red Sox homer, and I don't like the Yankees. I have no reason to hate the Red Sox. Why don't we watch some sweat? How about that? Let's watch some people sweat.
157 passing at the break, a touchdown, one for Goff as well. He has 122. It's 14-all. It's been a fun, competitive sim here early on. Mostert, he's got that 37-yard touchdown run. We'd like to see more, though. Just 3 for 42 for him. Darrell Henderson, 4 for 10 with that touchdown.
Yeah.
Malcolm Brown, 3 for 25. And we'll look at the pass catchers very quickly. And I can tell you here that, let's see. Check out the backs, the tight ends.
We're waiting. Oh, yeah. You got to let the ops team get in there, get those numbers, double check them before we move on. Okay.
All right. So our leading receiver is your guy, Burt Lumber, 5 for 7.
No, it's not.
He is. Well,
George Kittle is.
I'm sorry. He has the most catches. George Kittle is 4 for 81. And he does have the most yards. There's no defending that or no disputing that. He has a touchdown. Cooper Kupp, what an awful captain, but at least he has a score. 1 for 3 for him. Reynolds, 3 for 27, 4 for 22 for Mostert. Getting a little stuff done in the air as well. All right, earlier today on the Sweat, the All-Star Game, Major League Baseball All-Star Game is coming your way in about an hour. Gary Thorne and Nick Fryer, they will cover the bases, folks. Preview tonight's All-Star Game from Denver, Colorado, and after that, we'll come back, second half of this one, get Kenny's thoughts on that game as well. Take it away, fellas.
The Suns lead the series 2-1, but after that huge 20-point win at home, guess what? The Bucks are favored again in Game 4 by 4.5 points. So, are you riding with Milwaukee to cover the spread?
I'm not so sure I am, Jesse. Look, I think that what we saw in the Western Conference Finals with the Phoenix Suns was simply a lull, right? They got lucky in Game 2. They didn't really realize it. Riding that high, coming off a 2-0 lead. It looked really flat in Game 3. They lost. They won Game 4, though they didn't play very well. I think that they can learn from their mistakes here in the last series. I think that they're going to buckle up. They are going to play with a sense of urgency. This is a better team. We've seen all postseason long this is a better team. The Milwaukee Bucks managed to just really win on what was a very cold shooting night for Phoenix. I think that some more shots will fall. We talk about shot variance all the time. I think that the variance is in the Suns' favor here. They should hit some more, and they have a very clear, distinct advantage inside. I know that Giannis has been very good, but DeAndre Ayton has been a force all series long. He was just about the only Phoenix Sun other than Jay Crowder, which where did that come from? To have a great Game 3. So I do think that, he continues to show up. Some more shots fall for Devin Booker and Chris Paul. Mikal Bridges also isn't going to score 4 points. And I do think that the recipe is there for the Suns to get back into this one. Maybe they don't win, but they definitely don't lose by more than 4 points.
Would you look at that? Kenny Ducey. He was involved in the clip.
Was I?
Our guys. What's that?
I wasn't involved in the clip.
Well, you were involved in the clip that we ran. I can tell you that much.
I don't think I was.
14-all. I'm looking at my YouTube right here. I see it. I see you.
Oh, so we talked about the Game 2 of Game 4 of the finals.
Well, all right. I mean, here's what I can tell you.
I thought you had just introed us talking about the All-Star game.
Well, I did, but accidents happen. And that's okay. It's just more you. It's the Kenny Ducey sim.
Yeah, look, that was me. Yeah, that was definitely me.
If you missed it earlier, folks, that's on you. That's what that comes down to. You had your chance. You should have watched the Sweat back when it was on originally, and you could have had all the great knowledge for tonight.
Yeah.
Don't worry, or just scroll all the way back to the beginning of the YouTube.
You could literally just rewind it and watch.
Yeah, you can watch it if you want to that way as well. All right, so once again, As Mike Bauer said, it was like 2 minutes of Ducey saying the Suns will cover. The Sweat comes your way 11 to noon Eastern time. That is in the morning, 11 a.m. to noon, Monday through Friday, right here on the Dream Stream YouTube and Twitch channels. You want to make sure you check it out. So, 14 all.
I gotta get something off my chest.
SoFi Stadium. I can only imagine. Please.
Yeah, I gotta say something because I'm a little peeved at Major League Baseball after what happened last night with the home run derby. Now, if people who know me, okay, people who watch, who have followed me on Twitter for years know that I've been very big on the home run derby rules. In 2019, when Bryce Harper, he was allowed to hit after this ball, before his ball had landed and ended up advancing around. I thought it was ridiculous. I think that it is, to me, the home run derby is an event that I really love. It's one of my favorite days of the year, if not my favorite day. It might be my favorite day.
Home run derby day is your favorite day.
The home run derby. And I care a lot about it. I care a lot about who wins. I love watching the competition. And frankly, I love the new format. I thought the new format, when they introduced it, what was it, like 5 years ago? Amazing. Yeah. Amazing. Absolutely great. No, yeah, with the clock. I think that it's great to see how many you can hit, as opposed to the 10 out thing or whatever. Although I do kind of miss the outs. But anyway, I digress. So I was shocked. Okay, I went in literally tweeting about this. I was talking to someone was like, oh, I hope that, someone cheats tonight and swings before the ball lands. And I was like, they better not. I'm going to yell about it. And then they announced, like, right when the derby started, that they were completely done with that rule. That they were like, they didn't care anymore about, if the ball landed. And then the guys, like, you can just keep swinging, swing as many times as you want, which was insane. They didn't even tell anybody. They just decided at the beginning, right? So anyway, takes a bit of soda water. If you're gonna have rules for the home run derby, what about my supporters? That's what must be high said. Mike Bizzle said Salvador Perez was a terrible pick. Salvador Perez had the best first round of anybody, not named Pete Alonso. He had an amazing first round, and that was my point. Was that he is completely underrated, but he wasn't even that big of an underdog to Pete Alonso. If you talk to the people that are trusted to come up with the probabilities of someone winning, it wasn't like it was that big of a discrepancy. And I thought that, he was going to show up, and he absolutely did. It was a great showing. But look, I mean, the bottom line here, what I wanted to say, Mike Bizzle distracted me or whoever. Congo Cab says, oh my goodness, here comes a rant no one cares about. The bottom line is, they let Trey Mancini hit a ball after the buzzer had sounded, and they counted the home run. And they should not have counted it. And it ended up being one home run that separated Mancini and Matt Olson. And then later on in the night, you had Joey Gallo hit one just after the buzzer, and it was the same amount of time, if you watch the clips back to back, and they didn't count it. And they let the hometown guy, Trevor Story, advance by one home run. Gallo would have tied him. So I just don't understand what they're doing, not counting that home run. And conversely, counting Trey Mancini's that came after the pitcher, the ball was in the pitcher's hands for at least 2 seconds before he was, before he released it and Mancini hit the home run. They let Mancini, they counted the home run just because everyone said count it. They didn't hold up their own rules, but then they did later. And I just want a little bit of consistency. If we're going to give them a little bit of a window, a little bit of a grace period, fine by me. Just be consistent. It's like an umpire who has a tight zone or a wide zone. Just be consistent the whole time, right? Just didn't understand why they let that home run count. And if he doesn't advance, maybe Matt Olson wins that derby. If Joey Gallo is able to hit that home run, tie Trevor Story, maybe he goes on and wins the home run derby. We just don't know that. So,
would you have wanted a different champ other than Pete Alonso? Not, and I don't ask that as
my captain scores, no
Josh Reynolds touchdown. I don't ask that based on how you might have felt going into the contest. Like, we all had our picks of plenty of people were obviously pulling for the favorite, Ohtani. A lot of, people were in on the story being the hometown guy. People were in on Mancini and the comeback story. Obviously Alonso going for the back-to-back. Like, everybody had his own narrative in one way or another. But after we saw what we saw, would you have rathered a champ other than Alonso, or did it feel like just kind of a perfect night?
No, definitely not. I thought that it was. I mean, Pete Alonso cares more about that event than anybody.
There's no question.
More than me, as much as I was saying, that I care about the event. I think Pete Alonso cares more than anybody. So, it was amazing.
Well, I mean,
to see what he did last night.
Twitter. This guy's made, $1.5 million, just shy of that in his career earnings as a baseball player for the Mets, and $2 million winning home run derbies.
And that's what makes it crazy. That's what makes it amazing that he donated the money that he won the first time around.
All of it?
I believe he donated half the money, if I'm not mistaken. I'm gonna look it up now.
Yeah, that is impressive, though. I'm with
He
you.
donated just part of it, so I don't know how much, but it was. I mean, he donated some of it, but that is what I like. Yeah, he gave up 10% of it, which is pretty nice. But look, that's what I what I really respect about this, because that guy actually, he's one of the people that maybe needs it, and he was able to give it away.
Second and 12, and 8-yard pickup. Garoppolo up to 192 passing, 3rd and 4 on the way. It is 21-14. Rams in front after that long Josh Reynolds touchdown, which has Brian Liza in front right now with Robbie Redwood in the captain spot. Mostert, Goff, Kittle, Gould, and Sloman stacking the kickers, combining for 5 points right there. Kendrick Bourne, your guy, with that catch, first down pickup. Third grab has 17. Yeah, I was just getting a kick out of listening to Alonso post-game, because there's, it's easy to forget. Old man like me. These professional athletes, a lot of them, these youngsters, I mean, they're kids. Like, he's what?
Yeah.
25 years old, something like that. And was just, to your point, so excited. And I get it. Like, I would be too. I'd be excited at any age to win that thing. He was so excited to win that contest, and, being asked about next year, whether he's going to participate in LA or not. And, he probably will, but right now saying he's not sure. But he feels he's already established himself as maybe the best home run derby champ there's ever been. And I'm not, my own personal bias won't go there yet, because I just, I grew up in my era, and I was obsessed with Griffey, and Griffey was a back-to-back champ, and you can make a case for a lot of different guys, but the rules were different too. Like, how many, you had 74 home runs by Pete Alonso last night across all his rounds. 74 home runs. But if the format had been different back in the day, how many would Griffey have hit? How many would McGuire have hit? How many of, fill in the blank with Slugger X? Who knows?
Yep.
Who knows? Those guys get into a rhythm and they are hot. Where I will give Alonso boatloads of credit, though, is unlike some of the guys last night, that dude stepped into the box in a rhythm. There was no, take a minute to feel it out. Like, he just popped in and was fired. And it was so much fun to watch.
I mean, I was talking about the rule where you don't have to wait anymore. I mean, that guy just kept swinging. That was the crazy thing about it.
Yeah, Brandon, Alonso was just having a good time vibing to music and casually crushing homers. That was that was one of the cool things that you saw on TV, was they'd cut to him in between pitches or when they used the timeouts. And yeah, he's just bobbleheading away at the plate, rocking out to Biggie and whatever other artists from New York that he was playing. And It was awesome. It was great. He really was just having the time of his life, taking a time out just to incite the crowd and get everybody amped up so he could turn around and beat whoever he was going against in that round. It was great. Very cool. Although I do wonder if, even more than that, if it'll be the Ohtani Soto bout that will be the thing that is remembered from last night's event more than any other. But we'll see.
I mean, that was pretty crazy too. I mean, I thought that was you rarely see that. So
yeah, a little double overtime.
And he hit the longest homer in home run derby history as well during that showdown. So that was impressive.
John says, Alonso brought me home a cool 550. Good on you, man. That's great. Mostert 7 for 52, a touchdown. Henderson 4 for 10. He has a score. Garoppolo bonus is in play. He has 225 in the air right now through 3. Fourth quarter on the way. We'll give you the pass catchers very quickly. Take a little looks at Burt Meadows, 6 for 79. Robert Woods is your leading pass catcher, just shy in the yards department to George Kittle. 4 for 81. He has a touchdown. 5 for 57 for Samuel. 5 for 24 for Mostert. 4 for 74 and a touchdown for Josh Reynolds. All right, we're going to try this again because heaven forbid we give you just that much Kenny. We're going to give you a Kenny break for 90 seconds or so and talk about the All-Star game tonight. Gary and Thorne, Nick Fryer covering the bases on tonight's All-Star game out in Denver, Colorado with BK in attendance. Brandon Cristal, that was earlier today on The Sweat, and you get to live it right now.
There is something deep inside me, and it's actually not even that deep, that is just screaming, this is an exhibition game, just take the even money. Why would you ever bet a favorite, even if they are the home team? But at the same time, I just look at the pitching disparity in this game. Like, we talked about it a lot in the first segment. This game's at Coors Field, and generally you say, okay, well, who is the better offensive players? No. Who is the better pitchers? Who is the guys who can negate contact and really take Coors Field out of play? And if you're telling me that after Max Scherzer, we get into a territory with, again, Corbin Burns, Freddie Peralta, Zach Wheeler, arguably the next 3 best pitchers in baseball so far this season beyond Jacob deGrom, and the American League's going to what? We've got Lance Lynn and Kyle Gibson going to be filling out like the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th innings. I just think that's such a massive disparity. So even though in general, I feel like taking the favorite in an exhibition game is really dumb, I am going to be dumb and take the favorite.
Nick, are you also going to be dumb?
Yeah, I'm usually dumb on this show anyway, so I have no problem joining Gary in this one. I thought going into this that I was going to lean towards the AL because they haven't lost since 2012, and they've only lost 3 times since 1997 in the All-Star game. And obviously there's a tie mixed in there. But I thought I liked the AL's lineup a little bit more, but I've kind of flip-flopped there. But like Gary said, it comes down to the pitching staffs. And I'm sorry, when I see Nathan Eovaldi on your pitching staff and Aroldis Chapman, who has struggled of late, I know he was good early in the season, but it's just like, is this really the all-star pitching staff that I'm seeing from the American League? So I just like the names that we've seen, from the National League side. And that's even with, we're not seeing DeGrom, we're not seeing Darvish, we're not seeing Woodruff, the guys who have stepped up to replace them too. I love this staff. So I'm always going to go with good pitching over good hitting, even I guess especially at Coors Field where you're going to really need that.
All right, excellent. Again, The Sweat comes your way 11 a.m. to noon, Monday through Friday. That is weekdays. You should check it out here on the YouTube and Twitch channels. Large number of our regular commentators and crew part of that show on a daily basis, including Kenny, but he wasn't on that clip. Kenny Ducey, Adam Costa. Right. We got Mike, T. Pike, P. Fry, all hanging out with you folks. 21-14 Rams in front, 3 quarters in, early 4th. See if the Niners can even this thing up. So we heard there, Kenny, from obviously Fryer. We heard from Garion, and now I want your thoughts. I want your thoughts on the All-Star game from a DFS perspective. I was asking Zach Thompson about it earlier, the professor, talked to Bukes about it during our Home Run Derby watch-along last night. How does one begin to set a DFS contest lineup for a Major League Baseball All-Star game? Tricky endeavor.
Yeah, it's difficult, but I will say that, look, objectively, being completely objective here, the American League has a far better lineup than the National League. Far better. I mean, the names in the American League lineup are just, they if you look at the collective ex-WOBA for the American League, the starters anyway, it's higher than the National League. But just looking at the numbers, names, I mean, you have so many people having amazing seasons competing for MVP. A guy like Marcus Semien is a guy that, hitting in the heart of the order, he would be having an MVP-like season if it weren't for his teammate, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., playing so well, Rafael Devers and Xander Bogaerts, your boy, playing so well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's difficult for me. I do kind of like some of the NL bench bats. Like if I'm playing this, like I kind of, to be honest, I kind of have some interest in taking, a guy that's going to come off the bench maybe and have a couple of bats. It is kind of difficult to project out, how much guys are going to play, but the starters are only going to have 2 at bats. So it's kind of a crapshoot. Like if you're trying to save money, are you going to take Cedric Mullins, or, maybe do you want to take a guy like Nelson Cruz, who you're just like hoping that they put him in against a lefty and he hits a home run? Very possible. Sal Perez is underpriced, I think. I think that's simply, an outrageous price, because Sal Perez is probably going to play a lot of the game. I think he's going to play most of the game. So I would rather stick with him, and maybe you get Mike Zunino with a late pinch hitting appearance for a home run or something. But it is a really wild contest to fill out a lineup for, that's for sure, because there's just no guarantees that your guys are going to get the same amount of at bats. And I guess, like I said, like maybe Justin Turner is a guy that I'm looking at, because he's one of the most talented hitters in the National League to me, and maybe they put him in for a couple of bats, or Chris Bryant as well, because the starters on the National League are not very good.
So here's what I decided to do, barring any adjustments. Now, I'm not going to give you the lineup in full, obviously. Can't do that. Lineup's locked in about 40 minutes. But I will tell you my strategy. I don't know that I feel good about it. It's we'll see. I mean, you give me your thoughts, obviously. And I left a little money on the table, which, whatever, it's a showdown, that happens. But I have all starters, all bats in my flex. And I have what might be, because I don't know definitively, but what might be a relief pitcher in the captain spot.
A relief pitcher?
Well, a relief pitcher in that he's not starting the game. It's not Ohtani. It's not Scherzer.
Yikes.
So, I'm banking on this guy coming in, maybe getting a couple strikeouts, and hoping to luck my way into a win, basically. Because, with any hitter, and I'm sure, like if we'll see how it looks in 5 hours or whatever it is, I'm sure the winning lineup of the larger contests, and maybe even my smaller contests, will have a Tatis or a guy like that in the captain spot who, drove in a couple runs in his couple at bats, and that'll just be the way it unfolds. But if you're trying to win a GPP, however big or small, you might have to go with something that's a little more fluky, like a pitcher in the captain spot.
It's definitely an interesting proposal, but I don't know if I could do it. I mean, I just don't love a lot of the pitchers. That's the thing.
Have you made the lineup
Especially on the
yet?
American League. No, I have not. Especially on the American League side, though. I'm not a huge fan. Because of in the post sticky stuff era, I'm not ready to like roll with Cole. What's the deal with Ohtani? So can you roster him twice?
Shohei Ohtani, you can only roster as a hitter. You cannot you will not get pitching points. You will not accumulate pitching points for him on DraftKings tonight. So he could go out and have just a wild first inning striking out the side. Doesn't matter. If you roster him, it is to do whatever he does at the plate.
Jordan just said Ducey read my mind about Cruz and Perez. Look, I'm saying Sal Perez is very underpriced here, considering I think he's probably a lock to play more of the game than pretty much all of his teammates in the starting lineup. And like I said, I mean, it's all about finding that guy who's going to come off the bench, who's a home run threat, who might have a big double. And it's about weighing, like, well, do I want that? Am I willing to pay? Am I really going to pay for JT Realmuto at $8,400? Or like I said, am I going to pay down a little bit, get a Justin Turner? I don't really like down. I mean, maybe get a Chris Taylor. A lot of positional flexibility with Chris Taylor, so that if he pinch hits, they'll probably put him in the field. Maybe he moves around a little bit. But yeah, Cruz is probably my favorite because obviously being nicknamed the boomstick, you're gonna get the potential for a home run. I think that's a sneaky play tonight. I really do. Nelson Cruz.
Well, to your point, David said I have all home run hitters. Is that, do you kind of go with that boom or bust strategy? Just go put as much pop in your lineup as possible and go with that?
I don't know about that. Because, I mean, really, most of these guys are home run hitters. That's why it's... I don't know if that's like a strategy. I mean, I also will say, like, without Mike Trout this year, Tatis is essentially Trout where, are you going to pay all the way up for the best hitter in the game and the best hitter in this specific game? It's a lot of money. It's definitely a lot of money. I don't know if I want to pay all the way for Freeman, Ohtani, and Tatis. Like, I think the most money I'd probably spend here would probably be Rafael Devers. I really like Devers. I think that he is the real deal. Or Vladdy. I mean, you get a $1,500 discount in the captain spot by taking Vladdy, $1,300 normally if you just want to take him instead of Tatis. I mean, that's pretty good.
Sure. Debo closing in on the bonus. Kendrick Bourne, 6 for 46.
Jesse Winker also, $6,800. You got to have him in your lineup. Jesse Winker.
Jesse Winker, huh?
Yeah.
I don't have him. I do not have him. Another reception. Niners trying to win this thing late. Final 90 seconds. No, they're going to call that incomplete. 3rd and 8.
Been a good sim though. I'm in 59th. Not exactly where I want to be, but having a pretty good one. If Malcolm Brown did anything, that'd be great. Or Kendrick Bourne. Get another Cats movie.
Another incomplete pass. Garoppolo from the 37
Where are
is
you?
288. And you're not going to go for a field
You're in
goal right
17th.
here.
Okay. I got all the DK people up here. DKT Pike is above me. You're, let's see, you're 2.5 points ahead of me.
That's what I'm trying to do, just live in front of you here. Garoppolo, let's go, buddy. To the end zone, right corner, traffic, touchdown!
Oh!
Raheem Mostert, a 37-yard touchdown run earlier, a 37-yard touchdown catch right now. Niners in front.
Wow. A stunner right there. Raheem Mostert. High pointing the ball in triple coverage. Are you kidding me?
Suddenly, Raheem to the stream, the real deal.
Everybody falling back now. I'm in 73rd after that catch, even though I do have Raheem Mostert.
And that's the bonus for Jimmy Garoppolo as well, which he does not do often here in Simland, folks. My, oh my, 24-21. Down to our final 78 seconds. Very good. See what the Rams got in them. They move quickly with all their timeouts. It's possible we can get a little overtime. Is that your pup?
Dog likes it.
Dog likes it. Dog's in. Dog is all in.
Oh, boy.
First down run, getting out.
Yeah, Darrell Henderson Jr.
Stopping the clock. With 1:09 to go, 1st and 10, all timeouts still available. That was huge. Huge. Goff, another completion, another first. Look at him, Bobby Trees to the 50. Use
Burt
a timeout.
Meadows.
Use a timeout. Clock still ticking down. 50 seconds left. 1st and 10 going no huddle. Again from midfield, right on top of that Ram logo, virtual sci-fi. Goff, back. Sack.
Oh, that is bad.
Nick Bosa, first of the day. Brutal.
Tough one right there for the Los Angeles Rams, trying to make up some ground. They do have those explosive vertical threats. We'll see maybe a big play here. You know, every single comeback in these Madden Sims, there's a big, like, huge play, a 4th down conversion, a big catch. That was pretty nice right there. I guess he didn't get out of bounds, though. What's going on with that?
One timeout left for the Rams. 3rd and 10 from the 50. Warner, after that last, tackled his third. 27 seconds left in regulation, in need of field goal distance. Still got about, boy, I mean, like to get another 20 yards to feel decent about it. Goff alone in the backfield. Surveys, looks right. Straight ahead with the pass completed to the third.
Oh, did he get it? No, he didn't get it.
Josh Reynolds dropped it. Oh, man.
Oh, unreal scenes.
Right here, gonna try again.
This is an auto conversion right here, Koff. I'd stake my entire career on it. Yep. This is an auto conversion.
Kenny's future in the dream stream depends on this.
That's right. Auto
4th and 10,
conversion.
Goff to the right into traffic.
Told you, it's automatic. It's automatic.
Reynolds makes up for it, and Kenny gets to keep his job.
I wasn't even worried for 1 second, Koff. It's automatic. Every single time you got a big drive late, there's always one ridiculous 4th down conversion. There it was right there. Josh Reynolds. Dog going crazy in the background.
All over the place. And a timeout. Shanahan doesn't like what he's
Kyle
thinking.
Shanahan. I wouldn't be happy either if I were Kyle Shanahan.
I guess playing it smart is going for the field goal and not even dancing around with the possibility of running out of time in regulation here. That's what Shanahan's thinking, going to ice the kicker, but we'll see what the Rams and
you have
virtual
time to throw to the end zone if you want. They have time. They don't need to do this. I hope they miss. Just for that.
Got it. Tie game. Giraffe King. Deustradamus.
Easy, man. It's easy. Wasn't worried for 1 second.
Evan said you're just going to start doing this until you get to quit.
The guru said, why is Tart celebrating? Jamie Tart?
July 23rd, he comes back. Ted Lasso, right around the corner. Everybody re-up those Apple TV subscriptions.
Come on, let's break a return here. Let's do it.
I'm calling for Mostert to run for 56 in OT. Final play. It's a handoff. Mostert and picks up 8 as 55. So only going to need 45, Sean, in the extra session. If you're new, here's how this works. Whichever team starts with the ball, touchdown wins it. Field goal gives the other team an opportunity to tie or win. If we remain tied, be it 24-all or 27-all after each team has had one possession, sudden death. There are no ties in Simland. Going to be the Niners starting with the ball first after the Rams kick it off. Josh Bias. What's up, Koff?
All right,
Arky is
let's go.
too excited to sit down. Arky. Down, Arky.
Harkey.
Yeah, it's Josh's dog. Unless he's just been messing with me the whole time and it's his child. That'd be rude, huh? Arky, sit. Garoppolo, 328, couple of touchdowns. 2nd and 7 from the 30. Arky.
Yeah, I'm regretting not rostering Jimmy Garoppolo right about now.
Sean Preston says, Koff, who's third? Usually when someone asks that, they're in third. But I will take a look at our leaderboard. The don't call it the early bird special or the 4 o'clock happy hour, snack hour, or whatever the heck it is. It is the happy hour sim. Tell you what, Sean, Meager's in third right now. DW Nasty in front by about 3 points. Germ into second place. I am 48th, nowhere near the front. How about you?
I am sort of near the front. I'm 43rd. I'm higher than you. That's all that really matters, right?
There you go. The chat will tell you that's rare. Pass to the right side, completed to the
Kittle.
33.
What a joke.
Got to think based on their field position, we're going to get a punt here. DW Nasty. Koff, who's first? You are, sir. You are. Keep it up.
Congratulations, Mr. Nasty.
You nasty. Punts away. Next points in this game win. Deep in their own territory.
Great punt.
This is safety range, folks. How about a walk-off?
Johnny
safety to
Hecker
win
on the
it?
sidelines. Jealous.
Zeroing in on Robbie Redwood. 1st and 10 from the 4. Goff. Pass is completed. Good for a first and more. Out to almost the 20. They're going to call it there. 3:02 bonus for Goff.
That was
Munt.
Johnny Munt.
Munt.
Are you serious? I was waiting for him to show the name. I was like, that wasn't
Munt.
Higbee.
No, that was not Higbee. Oh, Jay Munt. There's Higbee.
That was Higbee.
AT Poker, you can dance if you want to. Yeah, we didn't get it, unfortunately. Smash that like if you're having fun. A little free football. Closing in on 200. Hit the like. Hit the subscribe button. Appreciate you being with us. YouTube, Twitch, wherever you're finding us. All-Star game about 20 minutes away, which with network means probably
you
about
almost
40
broke
minutes.
it, Koff. You almost broke it.
3rd and
That
2.
would've been sweet.
Well, if they don't convert here, we're going to get another punt. See what the Rams can do.
It was a big play. Big play.
Big play.
They're serious. They convert here.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, what are you doing?
Didn't pan out for Brown there.
Ball going to go back to the 49ers in a shuka. That time, Johnny Hecker, look at him. Boom, that punt. Oh, my goodness. It went all the way to the end zone.
It's a little too far.
But how long did he kick? That was like from his end. Didn't he just punt that from his end zone? Am I losing my mind?
He can do whatever he wants.
Did he just punt that end zone to end zone?
It's his.
No, he was at his own. He was at his own 12. He kicked it from his own 12 into the end zone. That's an insane punt. Sorry, that's insane. Oh yes, let's go.
Aaron Donald sack back to the 6.
You love to see Jimmy Garoppolo get sacked.
Feed Munt, says Fidelis. Garoppolo.
Nice.
Woof.
Nice.
331 for him, though. What a day. Doesn't get the bonus option, as mentioned before. Germ has jumped back in front without Garoppolo in that leading lineup. Not a popular play today. Certainly a contender for the Krusty Koff Award winner. 28% owned, has about 25 points in the flex, but hard to ignore what Mostert is doing today, and Jared Goff as well. Josh Reynolds, too. Wow. 4th and 16. Let's do it again. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Producer Mike, undercover boss Tom, our technical director, P. Fry, Patrick and Ops. Surprised Patrick's not winning. Elite at building these lineups. Maybe we'll just take you right on up to the All-Star game. Goff from the 19, plenty of room in front of him, nearly picked. Goff has 3:09, 2nd and 10 from the 19 coming. Remember, clock is not a thing in overtime. Doesn't matter. We're playing until we have a winner.
Always important to remember. We've had some sims that I've been a part of. The clock's been real weird.
We've had triple OTs in the past a number of times. I can't remember if we've ever had 4. I know we've had 3 several times. Been part of several of those.
Yeah, it's always just very difficult to figure out what's gonna, like, how the clock is technically working. It's difficult, like, because it doesn't follow real life rules. So at the end of one overtime, you assume that, like, oh, they're gonna reset, they're gonna, but they don't. I thought that was Bobby Stumps that made that catch.
Bobby Stumps, that's another one. Bobo Stumps.
This is pretty bad. 4th and inches.
What is
this
that,
is going to go to the goal line for sure, right?
Overtime.
Johnny Hecker, that was not a great punt. He could do better than that.
Not by Hecker standards.
Punted it from his 12 to the goal line, and then came back and punted from his own, like, 15 to the 10. I don't get that at all.
First and 10 from the 16.
Oh, that's it. That's game.
Go ahead, Raheem. Go ahead.
Ah.
The 36. He's up to 75. Needs another 25 for the rushing bonus after that 20-yard run.
My question becomes, how do, like, there are so many good scorers, so many high scorers now. How are people fitting them all in their line?
I don't think they are. Like
yeah, I wonder, like, how much of it. I mean, but they're. I mean, I'm getting usurped by lineups with Mostert in them. I guess because he's in the captain spot. But if Mostert's in your captain spot, TP said, according to Germ, you just add Gerald Everett. If Mostert's in your captain spot, that is a ton of money that you have committed to him. And that's what I'm wondering. I'm like, okay, well, then you can't get, I mean, can you get Woods and Reynolds? And, like, there's just a lot of guys you
Reynolds
gotta get
is
in
cheap.
there.
Your lead lineup with Germ right now is Reynolds at captain, Mostert, Goff, Woods, Kittle, Everett, who is a goose egg at 2.6%.
I'm definitely going to need Kendrick Bourne, by the way. Definitely need Kendrick Bourne to do anything here. Come on, Kendrick Bourne. I'm with, I think Abby Russo said that. Abby Wilson needs Bourne in motion.
3rd and 3 from the 43.
Nope, didn't go to
Garoppolo
Bourne.
completes it beyond midfield. He's up to 350. Nice job extending the drive here. 1st and 10 coming from the 46 now. Debo, 8 for
think that this is
105.
game.
Another man in the bonus.
I think this is game right here.
Samuel getting into the bonus could alter these lineups as well.
TP agrees.
And it does. DW Nasty has jumped back in front. He nasty.
They are too far into Rams territory at this point.
Charlie says, I got a lineup with tons of TDs. I'm still out of it. LOL. I hear you, man. Handoff. Mostert. 6-yard pickup. He has
It'd be a
57 now.
57-yard field goal here. Now, the important thing to remember is, just so it's not shocking, sometimes the teams on the field do play like it's the end of a period. So, like, they might run this clock down and then kick a field goal. If they're going to play, they might play for a field goal here.
Oof.
They might rush the field goal at the end of the clock.
3rd and 4 now.
Just letting everybody know.
Niners do
If they
have a
kick a field
timeout.
goal on like 1st down, that's why.
Rickavelli Lane wants a bomb to Debo.
See, there's the timeout. Because the teams on the field don't know that we just keep playing after the clock expires.
Right. Mostert still at 87.
Also, just like what a fluky field goal target line. That is absolutely not accurate.
Jimmy. Oh, wide open. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Stops the clock from the 25. 7 for 61 for Kendrick Bourne, and that is very comfortable field goal range now.
Oh my
Robbie
God, that's
Gould.
Kendrick Bourne. So where are you now? I'm behind you. I'm 56. You're 49. And it looks like that's where we're gonna end things.
Yeah, they're just going for the win here to close out overtime. Miami Misfits, we see you on Twitch. We see you.
Should be the ball game right here.
Speaking of Tater, it says Tater Toots. Speaking of, where's Tater Hater been? I haven't seen Tater Hater in months. Kicks up for the win. Gold got it. 27-24. San Fran walks off the winner to end its regular season. Playoffs begin tomorrow, folks.
All right. Well, I have some awards to give out. My
Yes, you do.
Ducey's disappointment today has to be Mr. Shoot, I don't know if I want to give it to him. Nah, I'll just do it because every single person in this game seemed to score some points. Except,
Tyler Higbee was awful. If you want to
except
go
for
with-
Dante Pettis. Dante
Dante
Pettis in
Pettis.
our
Oh, yeah.
in our contest was over 52% owned, $5,400, 3 catches for 24 yards. Despicable performance.
Far and away the worst
Dante
part of my
Pettis.
lineup, that's for sure.
Yeah. Ducey's disappointment of the day. Now, do you want me to? Are you going to have your feelings hurt if I don't call it the Krusty Coffin player of the game?
You could never hurt my feelings. You
Are
can
you
call
sure?
it Ducey's Delight or whatever you want to go with.
All right, I'm going to say Ducey's Donut.
Ducey's Donut.
I'm handing
Wouldn't that
out.
be a bad thing?
I don't know. Ducey's Delight here has to go to Josh Reynolds. I think Josh Reynolds, right? I'm just checking. Oh,
I mean,
no, I'll give it to Jimmy Garoppolo. I'll give it to Jimmy Garoppolo.
Monster. Garoppolo for sure.
I'm going to give it to Jimmy Garoppolo because it was a very unexpected performance. Hit the passing bonus.
Yeah.
2 passing touchdowns, only $8,800 in your flex. Very nice performance for Jimmy G, even though I don't think he's very good. Very good performance today. Hard to argue with it.
25.6 for Garoppolo unofficially. Our guy Patrick is going over the final numbers, the manual scoring. We'll get everything done for you, obviously. We've Joshua, see you, buddy. Lindenbaum says the Dante Pettis hot streak is done. Yeah, 5 points today. Not great. Certainly worthy of that babysitter Billy / Ducey's disappointment. Producer Mike, never a disappointment, nor undercover boss Tom. We like you just the same, my friend. Patrick and Ops, as mentioned. Kenny Ducey and Adam Kaufman here with you for the last time this evening. But rest assured, you
We'll
will
be
hear from
back
both of us
together
again.
soon. Yeah, we'll do
Kenny
it.
will
We'll do it
be
again.
on tomorrow. He's got the wild card 2 versus 7 once the final standings are looked at. You'll be with Jeff Ulrich at 6 o'clock, same time tomorrow. That is the happy hour sim, not to worry. I've got you for the first 2 with Christian and BK for, let's see. Yeah, the nooner and the 2. Big day of wild card action tomorrow.
Hey, I gotta give some very important breaking news.
Yes.
Very important, and this is not sarcasm. Tweet from the DK CX team. The start time of tonight's All-Star game has been moved from 7:30 to 8:05. Lock is now 8:05. It is not 7:30. Everybody, rest assured, you got an extra half hour or 40 minutes as it may be right here to get your lineups in. Lock is at 8:05 p.m. now. 7:30 p.m. No longer the lock time for the All-Star game, according to the DraftKings Twitter account.
Man, start this game already, huh? Well, I guess it does give us more time, the people out there, to think about the All-Star game.
It also was never the first pitch was never supposed to be 8 o'clock or 7:30.
No,
and I
but
thought that
maybe it
everyone
would've
knew
been
that,
like
but I guess not.
7:45. That
Right.
would have been nice. All right, you got a couple more sims coming your way tonight, folks. Those are Brendan Glashy and Tom Carroll for Chiefs Broncos at 8, about 40 minutes from now. I guess they'll start just prior to the All-Star game. Glash and Moose, Jeff Ulrich, Seahawks Cardinals, Madden After Dark. That is at 10 o'clock. So, again, thanks to our crew. Want to tell you that coming up next year on the DK Dream Stream, Ross Tucker, you may know him, former offensive lineman in the NFL, joined by another former NFL offensive lineman, Jeff Schwartz, to break down everything you know about, you guess it, offensive lineman. That's coming up now.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Monster Monday presented by DraftKings, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. It is a new, absolutely glorious week here on the Ross Tucker Podcast Network. We are diving into the Power 5 conferences, the 10 best players in each conference with Emery Hunt on the College Draft Podcast. Make sure you check that out. College football will be here in like 7 weeks. No, my math is terrible. Like 5 or 6 weeks, I think they have a game, like August 20th or something insane. Get fired up. Speaking of insane, this O-line Masterminds event that I still haven't gotten to, it's been 4 years now. It's growing. It looks epic. I watch all the videos from it. I got to go, but I didn't go. So I'll be joined momentarily by my brother from another mother, Jeff Schwartz, one of my buddies, huge fan of Jeff and all his work he does across a bunch of platforms. We've got sort of similar things going on the media side. He was there. I think maybe he's been there every year. I don't know, but I want to get to the bottom of this. Like, are these guys really helping other people? Do the young guys have to pay to be there? Like, I just got a bunch of questions, and I figured a lot of you do as well, because I'm sure you've seen about this O-line Masterminds event on social media as well. It's a new week, so speaking of social media, we'll have a new Spread the Word winner via social media at Ross Tucker NFL or at Ross Tucker Pod, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Just engage in any way. Easiest contest I'm aware of. Sponsor confirmation email winner. Love our sponsors. Love HelloFresh. I'm obsessed with my Raycon earbuds, riding my bike around everywhere, especially down at the beach. Amazing. I listen to 80s and 90s greatest hits and just fly. It's like, I'm like, when Eye of the Tiger comes on, I could win the Tour de France. I'm just telling you that I could win the Tour de France if Eye of the Tiger was in my ears on my Raycon earbuds the entire time. We'll have the YouTube shout-out winner as well, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Today's patron shout out, Ben Mullins. We've gotten a bunch more patrons recently. I think somebody wants to be in the DraftKings best ball draft with me and Joe. I see you, Ben Mullins. I feel you. I read you. I see you. I also see Big Show time. It's Jeff Schwartz.
The Big Show.
All right. So, Jeff, I never like it when I go on a show and a guy says, he's everywhere now. Ross, what are all the things that you're doing? But a lot of times my stuff does switch, and a lot of times your stuff does switch, and nobody knows what you're actually doing now better than you. And it also gives you a chance to promote what you're doing, like the unbelievable video series that you just finished up, which was amazing, by the way. I loved it. I'm jealous. Jealous isn't the right word. I'm envious. I just think it's so cool that you got to get with those guys. So anyway, what are you doing right now, Jeff? Hello.
Yes, hello. It is a glorious week, like you said. College football, by the way, August 28th, the big boys start. It's UCLA plays that weekend. So I'm excited for college football, just as you are. Yeah, I do a lot of things. I hope to one day do less things at one specific place. We're working on that, but my podcast, Jeff Schwartz is Smarter Than You, that's out there. You're right, the Big Boys Club. We did that with 5 drafted linemen, and we got a great year, right? Panay Sewell, number 1 tackle. Rashawn Slater, number 2 tackle. Creed Humphreys, the first center off the board, I believe. Trey Smith was a steal by the Chiefs, and Quinn Miners, who everyone loves, out of Division III Wisconsin Whitewater, 3rd-round pick of the Broncos. So we went through kind of a Gruden-style quarterback camp. We did that for those guys. That's on YouTube. Go to my Twitter at Jeff Schwartz. I linked to all, I think it's 11 videos now that we had. We had one big show. We broke it up down into different in different segments. And then I know you're big into gambling. I do a lot of that. Hope to have an announcement soon on where I'm doing it for this season. But yeah, I'm everywhere. This is where the game is, right, Ross? You have to kind of piece together things for a little bit of time until you find a home. So I enjoy it. It's fun. And yeah, Masterminds in Dallas is the greatest thing ever. And you need to show up. You have an open invite. You can come anytime you want.
Okay. By the way, it's funny. I think my email question today, I usually take one email question a day. I think my email question from a listener is, would you rather do all the stuff you're doing or just be at one place on a regular TV rotation, which I think is very interesting. Let's dive into the O-Line Masterminds event. I'll get to that email question a little bit later. So I'm very familiar with it, but we got thousands of listeners. Some of these people might have no idea what I'm even talking about. So let's start very generic. What is the O-Line Masterminds event, Jeff?
Yeah, so it's a bunch of offensive linemen that get together and just talk shop. If you recall, Von Miller started the Pass Rush Summit, I believe 1 year before Masterminds was started. He's done it 5 years now. We've done it 4. And what happened, the way this started was Lane Johnson was talking as kind of the talking heads on one of those NFL Top 100 videos. I think it might have even been about Von Miller. And he said essentially that, look, there's a lot of pass rushers now over the right tackle. There used to not be. We need to get together and talk about how to defeat them. And so my buddy Duke Manyweather, who trains all these college guys and a bunch of the pros, trains up to 40 offensive linemen that are in the NFL. He trained Lane. He hit up Lane, hey, Lane, let's put this together. So they started putting together masterminds. The first year was small. It was mostly veterans and guys that played a long time. Year 2 grew a little bit more. Now, year 3 was a COVID year, so less guys showed up. And this year, Ross, we had 160 guys there. And we had the best part about this year's edition was the young guys, right? There were, I counted maybe 7 players in that room, 7 to 8 that had played more than 5 years. And half of those guys feel like retired guys. Me, Brian Baldinger was there, Owen Kreutz was there. And then we had my brother, and we had Teron Armstead and Ryan Jensen, Lane Johnson, Charles Leno. I think those were like the 5 guys, 5 to 8 guys that played more than 5 or 6 years in the NFL. The rest were young guys, man, college guys, some high school kids, some young NFL players. And we just get together and just share knowledge, man. If you pick up one thing from the event that can help you stop a defensive lineman, it's a success.
Okay. So, is anybody invited, or do you have to get? I know you said I have an open invite, but is anybody invited? Do you have to pay? How does that part of it work? Wait, is this a money making event? I'm just curious about the logistics.
Yeah, so it's invite only essentially. Duke will invite you, or you can ask for an invite. I've had plenty of people ask for invites. I send it to Duke. Duke invites everyone to come. We don't pay anyone to show up. You don't have to pay to get in the seminar, but you have to find your way to Dallas, and he has room blocks at hotels, and there's opportunities to go to dinner, and there's sponsors there that you can get some free swag from and meet some people. Look, even that we had shoe companies there and helmet manufacturers and protein and energy drinks. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities to network with people and kind of just see, if anything can help you in your journey. And look, not just offensive linemen. We had rehab people there that spoke to us about taking care of your body and the ways you can rehab and prehab and work out. We had a mental health expert there as well to talk about making sure your mind is as strong as you are physically in the weight room. And so it's an all-encompassing event. And yeah, man, you just have to, Ross, if you want to come, you let me know. Duke sends you an invite. Like, it's that simple. You show up, you don't show up. No one's paying you to come. You just, we had college head coaches there. We had a former NFL offensive line coaches there. We had current college O-line coaches there. We had media members there. Like, it's everyone's there to learn, man, and have fun and have some camaraderie.
That is awesome on so many levels. And I got like a million questions as you're talking here. The prehab rehab thing, this is going to take us a little bit of a different direction, but I got to talk to you about this. Were you a cold tub guy?
I was a guy that liked to contrast. So you go hot, cold, but I didn't do it like every day. Like, I wasn't like, I didn't need that for recovery. I did a lot during training camp. But there are guys that sit in the cold tub for like 15 minutes a day. I feel like if you do that every day, that effect kind of wears off.
So I posted this on social media recently, just Twitter. I got to do it to Instagram and Facebook. It like popped up on Men's Health on my Twitter feed. And I read the article. The latest science, Jeff, is that going in a cold tub doesn't help you and it actually hurts you. Like, the inflammation, like you need the inflammation. That is how your body repairs. And going in the cold tub just slows the repairing process. Jeff, when I was a rookie, I saw the older guys like Ben Coleman and Matt Campbell going in the cold tub. I went in for 20 minutes every day my entire career. Every day. I went and I always had a bad back. So I went like almost up to my nipples.
Oh,
okay. I went almost up to my nipples in whatever 40-degree water, 50-degree water it is for 20 minutes every day. And not only did it not help my career, it hurt my career. And Jeff, I'm very upset about this.
Yeah, like I said, I just did contrast during training camp, and maybe like on Mondays after a game, I'd kind of get in the contrast. Again, that gets like, it's hot for a minute, cold for a minute, hot for a minute, cold for a minute, then I would be done. I never, it just never felt like it. 20 minutes in a cold tub, I never felt much better. I just felt much colder. And when my ankle was jacked up, I'd have to ice that in a trash bucket every day, just so I could basically walk after practice. But look, Ross, you know this. A month later, we're gonna have a research saying the cold tub is the way to go. It's the only way to help your body get back into shape to play. So these studies go back and forth. It's more about what works for you, and this is why Masterminds is so great, right? No one's there to tell you how to do something, but we can give you suggestions on how to do it, right? When you hear Lane Johnson talk about how he rehabs or how he prehabs, how he prepares for a season, you hear my brother talk about it. You hear we had a former NFL trainer in the room. You hear another specialist. And so if you take away one thing that helps you, that in my opinion is the most important thing, right? If someone says, hey, this is the way I did things, and you do that, then that works. For example, one thing that was brought up, and I did this during my career, later in my career, and it really helped, is the idea of lifting on Mondays after games, right? Guys are sore, they don't want to do it. It's a great way to get inflammation out of your body and get your body back moving and start feeling better if you lift on Monday. So after games, I started doing this in my 6th year. I would do my legs on Monday. And I'm not back there putting 500 on the bar, but just getting that flush out with your legs felt great. And then Tuesdays, I just go push a sled. No weight on the sled, go up and down the field about 10 yards, 15 yards. So we talked about different ways to do that. And that's one thing that if you took away from that was, hey, I should lift on Mondays and Tuesdays. All the veterans said that. Like they all went in there like, look, I lift on Mondays, I lift on Tuesdays. Again, not a heavy lift, but if you took one thing away from that and that was it, and that helped your body better prepare to play the next Sunday, then it's a win to come for the seminar.
That is what the research says. That promotes like the inflammation, like that promotes the healing process.
Yes.
Cold tub slows it down. I spent inordinate amount of time in my life making my career worse. I mean, maybe I would have been like Larry Allen. Like maybe, I mean, Jeff, maybe I could have been like unbelievable. I sabotaged my own career. Speaking of your brother, by the way, is there like what is his status right now? I didn't even ask you. I wasn't even going to ask you that, and then you mentioned him. He's a free agent, right?
Yeah, he's rehabbing his back injury still, and camp's getting close. So we'll see who calls and what he decides to do. Obviously, I don't know what the spots are available now for tackle, and obviously at the rate that he would like to be paid to play that position, we'll find out. There's obviously camp injuries and whatnot. And we'll see how it goes for him. He looked good. He's healthy. I think he's ready to go if a team wants to sign him.
Is there any chance he would just say, I'm not going to, somebody tries to sign him for whatever, I'm not going to play for that much and I'm just done?
I think there's a possibility for that. I mean, if you're going from, from what is he making, $9-10 million a year and someone pays you $3 million and it's on a 1-year contract, I don't know. I mean, that's the thing when you get older, right, is do you want to play just that one more season for X amount of money, or do you want to sign a 2 or 3 year deal? Like, if you are as good as him, the signing a 1 year deal for $2 or $3 million after you've made 9 or 10 for multiple years in a row, I don't know. It doesn't feel like a lot of veterans might go that path, especially guys like him. So we'll find out if teams need right tackles, if they're willing to pay him. But yeah, I mean, look, he's made 4 All Pros. He won a Super Bowl. He's the best right tackle in the NFL for many years. I think he's comfortable with that.
So there will be an injury and he will have an opportunity if he wants it. I am fascinated. Like, I could do a whole article on these decisions. Like, your brother in 9 years, just from base salary and stuff, has made a little over $43 million. Okay. Yes. So let's just say, with the other stuff, let's just say he's got over $20 million in the bank account. I always think it's interesting. Like, on the one hand, if he plays for $3 million after taxes, let's just say it's 1.5. What else is he going to do this year for 1.5 million? For $3 million, right? Like, there's nothing else your brother's going to do this year in the next 4 months for $3 million. On the other hand, $1.5 million probably doesn't make that much of a difference in his life with how much money he's already made, and another injury or re-injuring the back does make a big difference in his life. I always think these decisions at this stage are just for guys that have been that successful, made that much money, are really interesting.
And I think a lot of times guys do it for the Super Bowl ring. He's already won his Super Bowl ring, right? He doesn't have to go take less money to secure a legacy. And we say that often, man. Look, I would have done it in my career. I'm sure you would have done it in your career. Hey, I'll take less than I'm worth if I have a chance to win a Super Bowl, right? Because you didn't win a Super Bowl, right? I don't think I didn't either. I mean, in my career, at the end of my career, as beat up as I was, if someone was like, hey, you take less money to go win a Super Bowl, I think we'd all do it, right? We see a lot of veterans do this all the time. Take less money, go to the Patriots, go to the Chiefs. We've seen players do that as well. And you win that Super Bowl, and then your legacy's set. So for him, I'm not sure, unless the team is Super Bowl ready now, and that is kind of like the Chiefs or Tampa Bay. I mean, there's not a lot of teams I think you could say, hey, we're ready to win this year. Maybe the Bills and the Browns, I feel like, are pretty good contenders. The Packers possibly as well. If Rodgers, I think, will come back, and he'll be there pretty soon. Otherwise, I don't see him going to play for a bad team for $1.5 million or $3 million. That doesn't feel like something he'd want to do, or really I would even advise him to do.
2 more questions. One is, the weird thing I think is, how it was when we were players. There are some veterans that would help the young guys, during practice and camp. The other guys that wouldn't, they weren't about to help a guy that might take their job or that might be able to beat them out at some point. They weren't helping that kid. Other guys were like, yeah, man, do this, do that. The thing I think is interesting about the masterminds is, like, you're helping guys. You're like Lane Johnson, right? You said Mitchell Schwartz is the best right tackle in the NFL. I think Lane Johnson thinks he is, right? So like, do you really want to help the guy that you're competing with for first team All Pro? Like, do you want to give him advice, or even like, let's say Rashawn Slater was there and
he was there,
Becton and the other guy. Do you really want to help the guy you're competing with? First of all, he's on a different team. Second of all, like that's who you're competing with for Pro Bowls and All Pro and stuff.
What's interesting about the Slater is Slater and my brother talked for a long time. Like we had breakout sessions where we kind of met as a group and we talked some things over, watched some film, and then we did breakout sessions and kind of the veterans led. Ryan Jensen led a big one, and Teron Armstead, and my brother and Rashawn were off to the side talking for a long time. And the next day too did the same thing. Look, a lot of guys that are there are very secure with who they are as a player. I mean, they've been there a long time. Like I mentioned, there's a lot of veterans there. But also something that we take away every year from this is there's different ways to do things, right? So you mentioned Lane and my brother. They're two different players, right? The techniques they use to stop someone are totally different. So Lane is not going to get something from my brother technique-wise that's going to change the way he plays. Maybe a preparation, maybe a way Mitch studies the game. But again, I don't think Lane is going to take that from my brother. And my brother doesn't play like Lane either, right? He doesn't take that big first kick. He's not a big, strong double under guy like Lane is. So the things that Lane is talking about, how to stop a certain pass rusher, is not my brother's going to do, right? Mitch is very patient. That's why I think he's really good against Von Miller and these hands guys, right? That you have to use your hands. Mitch doesn't show his hands very well. He vertical sets, which Lane does a little bit of it, but they get there in a different way. And so there's nothing that those two guys specifically were going to take from each other that's going to really change each other's games. I think it's the young guys that hear, okay, this is a way you can do it. This is another way you can do it. That's something that we preach is that, Ross, you know this. There's not one way to block a guy, right? And I think that in the O-line community, we often get too, especially in the lower level, we're like, there's one way to do things. There's not one way to do things, right? Everyone plays a little bit different. Now, there's certain principles: hands inside, right? Elbows inside. Head over the knees, like bend your hips. There's certain things that make sense on how to get into a block and make you successful. But there's some guys that throw two-hand haymakers. There's some guys that independent hand uses. There's some guys that punch and grab or grab with like double under, right? So guys do it differently. So I think what we take away from this seminar is there's many different ways to do it, and it's okay if you do it differently than someone else. But the principles of hand placement and finish and where your feet are supposed to be are all kind of the same.
Jeff, that was, I think, the best thing you've said so far. I totally agree. Look, I had 9 offensive line coaches. Okay,
I had 6, yeah.
And Jeff, none of them were the exact same. And in
Correct.
fact, some of them, their whole thesis was like total opposite. Like Jim McNally, everything was on an angle. Like if you weren't on an angle, you're doing it wrong. Joe Bugle, your shoulders better be square or he's going to kill you. And it's total opposite. McNally would be like, why are your shoulders square? And Bugle would be like, why are your shoulders up? I'm like, ah! Like another thing, between the cold tub and 9 O-line, if I just had one O-line coach and no cold tub, I'd be in the Hall of Fame right now. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
I'm kidding, obviously, but I'll give you an example. I think vertical setting is one of the dumbest things there is. Like I could never do that. I have short arms. I would never give a guy that much of a running at me.
Correct.
I played all 5. I was a close the distance guy.
Same.
I was get out to him and start the fight as soon as possible.
Correct.
I don't know how you vertical set and stop the bull like these guys do. You give the guy a 5-yard running at you, but somehow your brother evidently does it. And I just think, and like there are coaches that are like, you got a vertical set. You got a vertical set. I would have gotten my butt run over if I vertical set. I had to jump that dude, and I had to jump that dude now.
Well, I mean, Mitch learned from Joe Thomas, right? He was there in Cleveland when Joe was there, and Joe was a vertical set guy too. Right now, Joe can mix it up, and so does Mitch, right? But I'm with you. Like I played some tackle in my career. It's where I started at. Third down vertical set. I'm like, I can't. I'm not good at that. And Mitch, every time I watch Mitch play, the most interesting thing is like guys are just going to bull rush him back to the quarterback. He's setting straight back, and they never do it. Like his anchor, and it's the way it's unbelievable, Ross. I don't know how he does it. I mean, he sets straight back like on third down. I don't know. I don't know how he does it. I could never do it. And to your point, like I wouldn't advise probably 90% of the NFL to vertical set, but he does it. Lane does it. I mean, I don't know. These guys I played with Jordan Gross in Carolina. Jordan Gross with vertical set like a madman. He was great at it. It takes a lot of skill to be able to make contact kind of as you're drifting backwards, really you're not really in a power angle, right? You're just kind of going back and you're trying to anchor, and it's an incredible skill he has.
Check him out on social media at Jeff Schwartz. One of my favorite guests. I have him on a couple times a year because he's an absolute stud. And when I saw the O-line mastermind stuff, I just had a bunch of questions. I figured a lot of you guys did as well. Jeff, thank you so much for coming on the show. Again, if you check out Jeff on social, you can find out all the stuff he's doing. Those videos that are amazing, his podcast. We'll find out where he's doing the betting stuff this year at Jeff Schwartz. Thanks, man.
Take care, buddy.
Man, that was awesome. That was like a mini O-line masterminds right there. How about the mastermind that is the guy that created Raycon earbuds? First of all, great sponsor to get in on the best ball draft. Great sponsor. Secondly, this has been a game changer in my life. So I had never been a huge earbud guy because I usually work out at home. Well, I've been spending a lot of time on a bunch of weekends at the beach, and I've been riding my bike a lot, and I needed some music. So I got my Raycon earbuds. I put them in. Dude, I'm telling you, my workouts have improved by like 10 to 15%. Not only that, if I go for like a walk on the beach, and I do like walks on the beach, I do push-ups, you will see me with my blue Raycon earbuds in, and I will be like talking to my wife or talking to my mom. Incredible. I mean, the phone quality is incredible. Raycon's offering 15% off all their products for my listeners. That's you. Here's what you got to do to go get it. Go to buyraycon.com/Tucker. There you'll get 15% off your entire Raycon order. And it's such a good deal, you'll want to grab a pair and a spare. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Tucker. buyraycon.com/Tucker.
Tuck's Takes.
All right, good morning, Ross. Not a good weekend in the legal department for the NFL. Chiefs defensive end Frank Clark formally charged with possession of an assault weapon, and Falcons cut linebacker Barkevious Mingo after he was charged with indecency with a child.
So we can talk to Andrew about this on Wednesday, Andrew Brandt, but I already saw his tweet. There was not enough talent for Barkevious Mingo to merit tolerance for this. You know, obviously he's come out and said this is from a couple years ago and he's totally innocent, and the legal process will unfold now. But the Falcons, he wasn't worth it to them to stand by him as he goes through this process. If this were Grady Jarrett or Matt Ryan, I think it'd probably be a little different. They'd probably, but also they know those guys more. Mingo, they just got. As for Frank Clark, we talked about this before. Look, let those among us that haven't had an Uzi or Lamborghini, let them cast the first stone, okay? Which one of us hasn't gotten pulled over with an Uzi or a Lamborghini? I just think that they're being real. I'm kidding, obviously. Hopefully, now I get an email. Oh, it's not anything to joke about, or whatever. You guys know I'm making light of it. It's not funny. We'll see what happens. I would guess Frank Clark, one way or the other, misses some football games this year.
Tuck's Takes.
On the positive side, Scott Hansen re-signed a multi-year deal with the NFL Network to host the NFL Red Zone channel.
7 hours of commercial-free football starts now. Look, I don't talk about media stuff that much on this show. I talk about football, right? But I love the NFL Red Zone channel. On Sundays, that's where I usually am. I'm watching the Red Zone channel because I want to talk about all your teams. I think it's a tremendous product. I think Hansen does a remarkable job, and I'm glad. I hope he's the guy for as long as I'm watching football.
Tuck's Takes.
And lastly, the Washington football team will have a new name and logo early 2022. This is according to team president Jason Wright.
So I got to get Jason on the show at some point, and I am fascinated, like I'm sure a lot of people are, very intrigued to find out what the team name is, what the logo will be. Makes it sound like it'll be a new team, a new logo, and a new name. And since they didn't get the trademark protection of Washington football team, it probably will be. I think I've got a couple more spots for the best ball. So if you buy the Raycon earbuds or you do the Warby Parker home try-on, a couple people did that. But I think I got one more Warby Parker home try-on spot. I said the first 3 people that did that Warby Parker home try-on deal, you were in. The patrons can get in. We're going to have a lot of people. I'm announcing 6 people to be in the best ball against me and Joe over the next two weeks of the Fantasy Feast podcast. So that'll be it. That'll be the final 6. And then we go. We'll do another one in August. We'll do a season-long draft as well. Let's get to an email, Brian.
Ever wanted to ask an NFL player a question? Well, here's your chance. It's time to Ask Ross.
The email address is ross@rosstucker.com. If you ever take advantage of any sponsor and send it to me, I guarantee to read and respond to your email on the show. Go ahead, Bright.
Ross, for your career, would you rather have multiple podcasts, investments in radio and Army games, or would you rather have a regular TV rotation? Like when you were when you were called a wannabe Mark Schlereth, tribute to the old jokes. That is from Ted.
Hashtag Daddy Soda. I love it, Ted. You know, Ted, I think I'm just a happy person, but I love my life pretty much just the way it is. Like, I love my life. I have tremendous gratitude for the things I have in my life. Now, like if CBS, who I work for, ever said, we want you to do the SEC games or we want you to do an NFL game every Sunday, I wouldn't turn that down. Like, that'd be awesome. But I'm so grateful for the Army games. I don't know. Regular TV rotation. Look, I'm trying to provide as good of a living as possible for my family talking about football. So if there was a regular TV rotation that was lucrative, then I would certainly consider it. But that also sounds like a lot more time away from home, which I'm not as interested in, Ted. So I think I like what I'm doing now. If I could just, move up the ranks on the games I broadcast, that'd be great. But that's it. I love doing Westwood One NFL games on the radio, and I love doing Army games on TV. And I love doing the Eagles preseason games. So I think I like it the way I am now, because if you have one of those regular TV rotations and then you get fired, then you have nothing. Then you got nothing. So I kind of like that I have a diversified media and business portfolio. Good question, Ted. I love them. Shout outs to Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Evening. We're just down the road from the All-Star game here in Denver. Hello, Coors Field. Just how it timed out, man. 8 o'clock game, All-Star game's going on. We got simulated football right around the corner. But then again, Freeze Pops, we are in Simland. We are in the Sim bubble. But we can pretend because we're allowed to do whatever we want in Simland, usually. So here we are, Denver, Kansas City.
Got to look out for one of those home run balls. They fly out there in Denver. Look out! Ah!
So Tom is our technical director tonight, and folks can see into my kitchen. You can see my microwave.
Yeah, there we go. A little microwave action. Was that done
dude.
purposely, or is that coincidental?
So I'm out here tonight. Sarah's getting an early bedtime because she had an appointment earlier today. So I was nice and moved all my crap to the desk.
Look at you.
Here we are.
Here we go.
So,
the microwave bros.
Yeah, man. I'm kind of bummed you're not on for Madden After Dark. I can't set my microwave with you.
Oh, could have done dual microwaves. You could still set your microwave for Madden After Dark.
I want your permission though, because that's your thing.
All good.
Thank you.
It's rare that you get to use the microwave, so I'll allow you to do so.
See, we're fair hosts here on the Dream Stream.
Very fair.
We have integrity. We ask for permission when we steal other people's ideas, such as dressing up and using microwaves as buzzwords.
100%.
So I like that about you. Others, they could learn. Which maybe not. Maybe they're just that much of a pain. What does your lineup look like for Chiefs at Denver?
Not gonna lie, I really don't love my lineup for this one. I went with Tyreek Hill in the captain spot because I'm never not gonna put him in my captain spot for a Chiefs sim ever again, because I got burned so badly one time for fading him and he just went off for like a historic game. I'm just never gonna let that happen. So he's in my captain spot, tried to build around it, wanted Mahomes in my lineup as well, so I threw him in there. I got Robinson, I got Watkins, I went with Butker. I figured in Denver, maybe we could get a long field goal. And I got the Hamler for my Broncos representation. I don't love it.
I don't love my strategy either, because I never play this guy, and I'm doing it tonight because why not? Sammy Watkins is my captain.
Yeah, he's in mine too. I never play him either, but I just was doing all sorts of lineup construction, and he had to be the guy in there. And as I say that, he makes the grab here for a nice game.
It's 31% owned, 6.7% in the captain, $250 free showdown. We have our smaller free roll that we are talking about. Watkins is my captain, the big three, Mahomes, Hill, Kelsey, the Hamler, and one of the most popular punt plays in our simulations, Ricky Seals-Jones.
Yes, the 90s child star, Ricky Seals-Jones.
My guy lately in Chief Sims, it also shows it's been a while since I've done a Chief Sim, is CEH. It's typically been my dude in the captain to kind of get the flexibility, but his price has gone up a tad. So
I've had him in my lineup quite a bit for Chief Sims as well, but couldn't afford him today.
Mahomes delivers, and CEH fumbles picked up by the Broncos.
Look at that opening drive. So the Chiefs need this win to get in the playoffs, or are they going to get in either way, Glash?
So through our mini pre-production meeting, which lasted about 5 minutes, and that's not fair, because there's a Slack channel that goes out well before the sim starts. But while we were all together in voice form, looking at our standings, the Chiefs are going to get in, but they're going to be a wild card team. They're not going to be a division winner. The Chargers won earlier today. They finished the 2021 DraftKings Madden Stream NFL schedule simulation. Big title, fancy title. They finished 11-6 in the 17-game season. So, Chiefs can't catch them. They're 2 games back. But looking at the other teams in the AFC, Tennessee locked up the South. New England has the East. Pittsburgh and Baltimore battling for the North. Those teams are both 9-8. Houston is 9-8. So it's likely going to be Houston, Baltimore, or Pittsburgh. Who is this?
Is this Hamler?
And Ron, I think you're right, my friend. That is the Hamler!
Yes!
Wow.
Yes. We both love to see that. That's awesome. Okay, I feel good about my lineup now.
54% owned in our contest. I'm pretty sure that's him. Yeah, 13. KJ Hamler. Yep.
Love it.
Wow, dude. Let's
Hamler.
go.
The Hamburglar.
So off the turnover by CEH, 78-yard touchdown. Drew Lock is 1 for 4. And that's the one that delivers.
Of course. Drew Lock is such an anomaly in this game.
Wow.
You love to see
by
it.
the way, 43% owned, 13.5% of the captain. He fumbled to set up this touchdown.
Unbelievable.
So to answer your question, I think it's going to be Houston, Baltimore, or Pittsburgh, and then Kansas City. Those are your 3 wild card teams.
How weird is it that Kansas City has become like this middle-of-the-road team in these Sims after being one of the best teams throughout the fall? And, like, nothing changed. I know that we had the update, but it didn't negatively affect the Chiefs. It's been strange. Like, since the Super Bowl,
yep,
they have been pretty mediocre.
Mahomes throws on the run, complete. Wow,
Go,
CEH is going to make up for it. Touchdown.
I thought it was Hill for a second. CEH gets the score. I'll take the Mahomes points. 69 yards.
Nice. What the hell's going on here?
This game is awesome. This looks like the home run derby last night.
Right? Back. Go!
An all-time great buzzword.
Legit.
All right. We got a ball game here, folks.
Yeah. Casual 112 passing now for Mahomes. Craziness. The Hamler, 37.8% owned. 4.1 in the captain. He's got the touchdown for Denver. CEH, as we mentioned, 43% owned. 13.5% in the captain. He's got the touchdown for Kansas City. So you know something to make your point, to illustrate your point even further? Tyreek Hill is now an X-Factor player. I'm pretty sure going into the year with the suspension and stuff, but that might have been the year before.
Yeah, he didn't miss any time this year.
Right. 2020 feels like it didn't happen. I'm sorry. Like, that's one of those things where I'm like, oh, yeah, right.
Yeah,
different.
It was a weird year for everybody.
So that's a good call. So Tyreek Hill got the X-Factor stuff going into 21, did not have them in 20. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's strange. It's really weird. I can't figure it out. Did the other teams get better with the updates so much so that they caught up to the Chiefs to a level where they become a mediocre team? It's really, really weird.
I mean, to be completely transparent with the people, all that really changed is the superstar traits and X factors.
Yeah, I know. It wasn't even like it was this crazy update.
Right. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Right. You'd think the Chiefs would still be far and away better than everyone else.
Right. Like just a few different guys changing X factors shouldn't affect how much better the Chiefs are than everybody. Because when I first started, those first few months, the Chiefs were unstoppable.
That's a catch for a first. Nice pass to Noah Fant. Javier Flores, Hamler 15% of the time gets a 0. Javier, you're wrong. Because last time out he had 13.6. 2 sims ago he had 11.5. 4 sims ago he had 24.1. As a matter of fact, most of the sim fam would disagree with you because KJ Hamler in our contest was more than half owned. 54%.
Yeah, he's one of those sneaky guys. He's going to be another guy that we're going to have a vigil for at the end of Madden 21. There's no way that KJ Hamler is going to be that dude.
Yep, he will be part of the Wideout 3 vigil.
Yes. big time.
It'll be a sad day. Can I, on the subject of that, because I know we were talking about this last night.
Yeah.
I will never forget, ever. There's Philip Lindsay. Are the Chiefs going to play defense? Wow.
No.
Gain of 9 yards. The day before we moved to the new game. So from Madden 20 to Madden 21. Some of you watching might remember this. Ryan Fitzpatrick suited up one last time as a starting quarterback with the Dolphins going into the new game. He threw for 500 yards in a sim. It was
in
amazing.
Simland.
Yes, it was amazing.
A 500-yard game?
Yeah.
Wow.
Someone back me up on this. It was awesome.
That's incredible.
Yeah, dude. It went to overtime. It was fantastic.
That's got to be the most ever. No? I've never seen a 500-yard
there,
game.
dude. It was amazing. It was unbelievable. Yeah, producer Michael was there. Perfect. He is my witness. It was the last day, because we started Madden 21 on a Friday. And it was amazing. It was fantastic. Jordan Lindenbaum, yes, I remember this. That was the proper send-off for Ryan Fitzpatrick. Kylie, thank you. Evans, yeah. Jakeem Grant was good. I guess I don't remember that part, but Jakeem Grant had a good game. Michael Hestan, you guys are great. Thank you. Yeah, dude, it was awesome. It was freaking
so cool.
awesome.
Gotta love when Fitzmagic comes to play, baby.
Quick throw here to Fant. This is weird. Denver's moving the ball. Drew Lock has 150 passing yards in the first quarter.
Every now and again, Drew Lock will just pop off.
We talked about this too before. It might have been to both of us. I'm curious what the decision will be with Denver. We have to see how camp plays out. Lock or Bridgewater.
And I'm team Bridgewater. I don't even think it should be a debate. I think that Bridgewater should have that job until he loses it. I know that Lock is the incumbent, but I think Bridgewater has shown way more as a pro than Lock has. And I know Lock maybe knows the offense, but Bridgewater's veteran enough to pick up and figure it out. And it's not like the Broncos are running this complex offense.
Yeah. Litzau quotes me, "This is weird. Denver is moving the ball." Well, it's true. Normally they're incompetent.
Denver might be one of the most frustrating teams in Madden.
I'd agree with that.
Just because of the quarterback.
Chris Adams, say hi to my girlfriend. Joni. Okay, well, see, I don't know many Jonies. No offense to Joni, but I was making sure I wasn't.
There's a pizza place in our neighborhood that's called Joni's.
I wasn't trying to walk into another, Hawk situation.
Ah, yeah, okay. So you wanted to take your time with the name,
Yeah,
really
well,
think
it's
about it
also,
before you said it.
Right,
Yeah. Who's Mike? Hey, end of quarter, right on the 1 yard line. Ooh, I wonder if they're going to score when they come back. Ooh. All right, Glash, I decided I'm going to be a guy that holds a football on the broadcasts.
Oh, Rossi does that, dude. Better ask him.
No, that's not a bit. That's like a thing. Like, people do that.
Well, Rossi also uses a light-up ball. You have a...
No, this is a real... Yeah, it's a leather football right there.
Different.
Yeah.
It's okay. We'll allow it.
That thing's made of pigskin right there. At least for today, I'm going to hold it. Because I got it in the mail today, and I inflated it. And I want to hold it. I hope that's okay.
So Drew Lock, 7 of 9, 150 yards.
Early candidate for the wooden nickel, Drew Lock.
Javier, but Hamler's owned in 54% of lineups. People are into him.
Exactly.
I don't know,
That's
man.
the difference.
You're onto something there, though. That's fair. It's a fair point. The zeros, guys that have goose eggs, they don't get put in the game logs. There's some truth to that. But, I mean, KJ Hamler's a good wideout 3. He's got 2 for 86. Now, we might not hear from him again tonight.
Right, exactly. And that's why he's good at the price that he's at. Like, he'll pop off, good value. I'd never
our
put
man
him in the
Justin
captain spot.
last night is back. You two are calling an excellent sim tonight. Keep up the good work.
Thanks, Justin.
Justin, come back at 10:59 and then see how you feel.
And try not to hit the unlike button. Dislike. Thumbs down. Whatever you call it. Because some people have a hard time not doing that during the buzzword.
Yeah, that's all right. We understand. A lot of dislikes tonight. What happened?
Uh-oh. Was Kenny on?
Who got you guys angry? We haven't done that to you yet. Maybe that starts it.
Michael says, yes, Kenny was on today. Okay, that explains it. I think that those correlate. Like, I'd like to see the math on that, like what the average dislike is per broadcast with Kenny compared to other broadcasters. He just knows how to rile the people up.
I don't know, man.
So, and they get stopped here on 4th and goal. So the Chiefs take over 1st and 10 from about the 2-yard line. There you go. Chiefs defense stepping up. So of the teams that are going to make the postseason for the AFC in our simulated season, I want to say 2 of those probably aren't going to make it in real life. I can say with confidence that Houston is not making the playoffs.
Yeah, that doesn't look good. Nope.
And then for me, I don't think New England's making it. You could argue that Pittsburgh won't make it, but I'm not high on New England. The fact that Buffalo is not in that group, you have to get them in somewhere. So I'm replacing the Patriots with the Bills.
Yep, I think that's fair.
I think the Steelers have a better chance of making it than the Patriots.
I don't think the Colts are going to go 4-13, but I still think the Titans. I like the Colts roster more.
I'm picking the Colts in real life. I'm just saying, like, of the group that we have going in, it's realistic if you remove, for me, the Texans and Pats. And I guess you would then add the Colts and Buffalo.
What about Cleveland?
Taking out those two. Oh, wait, so Cleveland didn't win the North?
No, Cleveland's 8-9.
Okay. So that's good.
The North is going to come down to a tiebreaker between Pittsburgh and Baltimore. They're both 9-8.
Yeah, you got to get Cleveland in there too. So maybe you do have to drop Pittsburgh. Because I think Cleveland and I think Baltimore has a better shot at the postseason than Pittsburgh in real life. So
the Colts roster is really, it's hard to ignore. It's a good roster.
They have such a hard schedule, though. Like, we've gone over it a bunch of times. I've been picking them almost blindly because I like their roster so much, but there's a world where they could start the season with an awful record, especially if Wentz isn't good. Yeah. I think Wentz will be better because I just think it's a better situation he has there in Indy, but it wouldn't be, like, incredibly surprising if the Colts didn't come out of the gate super hot because of their really tough strength of schedule.
Now, you got to remind me, they won the division last year, right?
I don't believe.
They're a wild card team because they played at
Tennessee
Buffalo.
won. I think Tennessee won the division.
Interesting. I haven't looked at the Colts schedule yet. Take a look at
here.
it.
I got it. I'll pull it up here. I have it written down because I've done the schedule game with the Colts. With Jeff, I believe.
It's Kelsey with the catch. Mahomes is 9 for 9, 160. Drew Lock's been playing out of his mind. Drew Lock is hearing us talk smack, and we believe in Bridgewater more than him.
Week 1, they host Seattle. So that's a toss-up. Week 2, they host the Rams. Toss-up. At Tennessee, Week 3, toss-up. At Miami, Week 4, I think it's a toss-up. At Baltimore, Week 5, toss-up. Week 6, they host Houston. That's their first, I think, guaranteed win.
Yeah, that's a tough start. Those first 5 games are no joke.
It keeps going. Week 7 at San Francisco, if they're healthy, toss up. Week 8, host Tennessee, toss up. And then they get the Jets week 9. So, again, there's your second guaranteed win.
Real quick,
week 10 is Jacksonville.
Real quick, what was the NFL thinking putting the 2 matchups with Tennessee and Indy at the beginning of the season?
Yeah, I've never really been able to figure out the divisional matchups, like where they lie. I'm always a fan of like having a few at the beginning and a few at the end. I like when it staggers like that, but sometimes you get this weird stuff in the middle. And then week 11, week 12, back-to-back at Buffalo and then host Tampa Bay. So the first 12 games, Glash, they probably only have three games where you can confidently say the Colts are definitely going to win in those first 12.
And that's with a new quarterback, a quarterback that like needs some confidence. Like, this is a team that wants to contend this year.
It helps when they have as good of a defense and offensive line that they have. With those great running backs, good skill position guys. Wentz clearly has talent, and he has a relationship with Frank Reich. So you have to hope that he's able to compartmentalize all of the stuff that has hurt him in recent years. Got another touchdown here. Robinson in my lineup.
Nice, dude. You must be feeling pretty good about this right now.
I feel pretty good.
He is
pretty good.
Robinson, 27% owned in the free contest, 3.8% in the captain. What's up with the All-Star game? So it's underway. Is Ohtani still in? Ohtani did pitch, right?
I believe this is the first half inning, so Ohtani hasn't pitched yet. Scherzer pitching for the National League, American League batting.
Okay.
Yeah, it's top of the first. I was not paying attention to see Ohtani's at bat. Because he did lead off, I believe.
Right.
At least he was supposed to. I don't know if
grounded
that
out.
changed because of last night.
Producer Michael telling us he grounded out. By the way, shout out to our great team. Producer Michael, Tom, we have Patrick tonight from Game Ops. Hit that like button for those guys. They're great. Jordan Lindenbaum, there are no guaranteed wins in the NFL, not even Houston. Yeah, no, that's fair.
All right, Jordan. Okay, cool. Yeah. Any given Sunday.
Those first 5 games.
Colts could start 0-12. There's no guarantees.
Happened in Simland. 0-11.
Like, don't be that guy. Yeah, we know there's no guaranteed wins.
Oh, yeah, great call, Tom. And as Kyle Shanahan told us about 2 months ago, we don't even know if we'll be alive on Sunday.
Right. Who knows?
What a great
heavy Kyle Shanahan vibes right there, Lindenbaum, with that comment. I mean, good grief. Nothing's guaranteed. Hey, Nigeria just beat Team USA in basketball. Next game, Australia beats Team USA. So he's right. Nothing's guaranteed. And they got Argentina tonight without Tatum. Is that tonight? Regardless, Tatum not going to be playing in their next game. Argentina, traditionally a good basketball country. I'm not going to sit here and say they're going to lose 3 consecutive international games, but I'm not going to be surprised at this point.
You know, part of me thinks they're just going to roll teams once this thing gets going.
Yeah, like, are they just doing this on purpose? They're trying to be a ringer right now?
Maybe. I heard Popovich's comments from last night. Was that last night or the night before? Last night. It was yesterday.
When he was like correcting the reporter?
Yeah, like, what are you doing? Popovich, man, like, he's got to understand. I don't know. Greg Popovich is a guy who loves to call out the fake news. Dude.
Yeah, he's a salty dude.
You kind of sound like a hypocrite because, yes, there is history of Team USA dominating 2012, 2016. Come on, man. Like, the reporter is just holding you to a standard.
Right.
And you're just pulling out the, why won championship? Well, what have you done since you lost Tim Duncan and Kawhi Leonard? That's why Belichick. Ooh, Belichick better be careful. Better win some games this year. Can't go 7-9 again.
Belichick's never going to come out and say stuff like that.
True. He just doesn't speak as much.
Like Belichick might be pompous. He's not outwardly pompous though. Like he's not verbally pompous. We'll say. Well, nah. Yeah, he is kind of too. I don't know. It's just a different type of pompous. He's more dismissive than pompous, I'd say.
Oh, so the U.S. already played. The chat is saying they won by 28.
Okay, there you go. Good job.
Good job, good effort.
That's me clapping against the counter.
Did they actually already play? That's quick. It's only 8:30.
Yeah, because I know they're playing in Vegas, so I'm surprised that happened earlier today.
Oh, yeah, they won 108 to 80. And the tweet,
I thought that was happening tonight.
The tweet at USA Basketball, back on track. Good. Glad people are challenging Popovich. Good. You're being talked about in exhibition play because you're 0-2. And yes, that does not discount the fact, as we discussed last night, that the sport of basketball has become so much more global, which is a great thing for the sport. No question about it. USA still has more talent overall.
No doubt.
From one team.
Look at the teams they lost to the last two games, too. Like, we're not talking about lineups that are even close to being comparable.
Yeah. I agree.
Kylie Callahan saying, not a Pop fan, never was. It's funny, when they were winning, everyone loved Greg Popovich. And now that they've been losing and he hasn't changed his demeanor, I feel like he gets a lot more criticism than he used to. Which is natural.
$14-10 our score. Patrick Mahomes is up over 200 yards passing. CEH 2 yards from the receiving bonus. Wow, what a rough start for him. He fumbled and we thought the sky was falling.
The Guru 805 says half the team just finished the damn season. They need some time and it will all be good. So I obviously agree with you because that's just fact. And the season ran later than it normally does, so they had less time to rest. But it's not like these exhibition games didn't happen very soon after the playoffs in the past. And they've only lost 4 exhibition games ever since NBA players started playing, and 2 of them were this week. So I do think that that's a red flag for this team. But maybe the shorter rest does have a bigger factor than I am giving it credit.
Hey,
but again, it's not like they had 3 months off in between the season and exhibition games in the past.
True. There's Ricky Seals-Jones on the board, 1 for 9. The Guru says it's chemistry.
I mean, all these guys, they know each other at this point. And again, it's not like an enormous difference in practices from now and in the past.
You could make the chemistry argument with all the other countries too.
Yeah. There you go. A lot of these guys are NBA players as well.
Kind of, because a lot of those guys, when they play overseas, they may have more.
They've been playing together for years, right? Like this Australian team, all those guys have been playing together. Right.
These guys watch the league, though. They watch games. They know. That's a touchdown for Tyreek Hill. There you go.
Hey-oh, in my lineup. What's up?
Is this a different hooligan? No one cares. Call the game. There you go, dude. Tyreek Hill, man. Touchdown. Yeah. And
Where are you in the contest here as the second quarter comes to a close?
76th.
Okay. Let me check it out.
No, we're not.
I'm in 57th, which is surprising given the success my lineup has had this half.
Who's your captain, though?
Hill.
Huh.
I guess Hill hasn't been like crazy dominant this half. He has 17 points in my captain spot thus far. 76% ownership. So a lot of people have Hill in their lineup. I must just have a really similar lineup. I guess I do have a pretty chalky lineup. Hill 76, Mahomes 79, Watkins 25, Robinson 33, Hamler 54, Butker 23. So at least a quarter ownership for every guy in my lineup. I'm in 49th now.
Timeout taken. Final seconds of the second quarter. Kansas City up 21-10. So Hill has a touchdown. CEH has a touchdown. Demarcus Robinson has a touchdown.
And that's the differentiator. I mean, I just looked at some of the top lineups. If you have CEH in there, nearly 40 points in the captain spot already in the first quarter.
Yeah, he made up for that fumble. He's only 2 yards off the receiving bonus. There's a first down pickup. All right, well, look at Denver. Not just, I mean, they're down 11, not just punting on the rest of the first down. Fooligan says, love you, mean it, Clash. It's okay. We see you, we hear you. D-Rod says, I would understand if we lost to France or Spain, but getting beat by Australia and Nigeria, that's crazy.
It really is.
I'm just like, Popovich to me has always been a pretty good players guy. Like, he was the first one to start the load management thing as far as like, allowing it. But it would have been a good spot to like call out your team. It's just gotten soft. Like, call out your team. They've stunk.
It's more of like he's worried about his ego, and that's why he had to be like pull that card. You know
what's funny too about so Guru makes the chemistry point. I got a clip. My younger brother sent me a clip from 2008 when LeBron, Chris Bosh, Chris Paul, who else was there? Dwayne Wade. They're at a McDonald's in China. Like, they're eating McDonald's, and then that night they won their Olympic game by 50.
That team was so stacked.
So here's the other thing to keep in mind, everybody. This is a younger Team USA.
It is.
And they're in Las Vegas. I don't know. What do you think's going on there? Just saying. What do these guys like to do when they get together? All-Star weekend.
I like your line of thinking here.
It's a party. They're having a blast, which good for them, in these times. And when they go to Tokyo, they can't leave.
All business.
Like the bubble. All business. And well, it should be business in the first place, but you can't go out. You have to stay in your room. You put it all together. Legs are tired.
I think I see what you're saying here. Yeah.
This chair is fun, just so you guys know.
Yeah, I love rolly chairs.
Yeah. So, maybe they go to the McDonald's drive-thru and get the Freeze Pops Diet Coke special.
Vegas, that's okay.
It's okay. We need to go to the Sweat, though. See, I almost forgot again. Our own Keddy Ducey previewed tomorrow's game for the NBA Finals. The Suns still lead the series 2-1, but the Bucks are looking to even the series tomorrow night in Milwaukee.
The Suns lead the series 2-1, but after that huge 20-point win at home, guess what? The Bucks are favored again in Game 4 by 4.5 points. So, are you riding with Milwaukee to cover the spread?
I'm not so sure I am, Jesse. Look, I think that what we saw in the Western Conference Finals with the Phoenix Suns was simply a lull, right? They got lucky in game 2. They didn't really realize it. Riding that high, coming off a 2-0 lead. It looked really flat in game 3. They lost. They won game 4, though they didn't play very well. I think that they can learn from their mistakes here in the last series. I think that they're going to buckle up. They are going to play with a sense of urgency. This is a better team. We've seen all postseason long this is a better team. The Milwaukee Bucks managed to just really win on what was a very cold shooting night for Phoenix. I think that some more shots will fall. We talk about shot variance all the time. I think that the variance is in the Suns' favor here. They should hit some more, and they have a very clear, distinct advantage inside. I know that Giannis has been very good, but DeAndre Ayton has been a force all series long. He was just about the only Phoenix Sun other than Jay Crowder, which where did that come from? To have a great game 3. So I do think that, he continues to show up. Some more shots fall for Devin Booker and Chris Paul. Mikal Bridges also isn't going to score 4 points. And I do think that the recipe is there for the Suns to get back into this one. Maybe they don't win, but they definitely don't lose by more than 4 points.
All right, we're back. Make sure you watch The Sweat weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern Time on the DraftKings Dream Stream. It's all your content, get you ready for the sports day, and then leads into the first sim of the day, which, by the way, tomorrow we are back to 6 sims because there are 6, as we witnessed this past January, which that's actually leading to, leads to a new topic. We move off the basketball. I loved the 2020 NFL postseason. 3 games on one day, 3 games on the next. So in total, 12 teams, 6 games for Wild Card Weekend. I thought it was fantastic. I thought
I did too.
Adding the extra team could make it a little clunky. I thought it was great.
I feel the exact same way. I think it was awesome. Well done.
It was just like it didn't feel like an oversaturated weekend. Felt like there was just like, and of course, in this time that we were going through at that point, we needed it, I think, too.
Definitely. And like anything with the NFL, I was skeptical. Where I was like, oh, what are they doing here? Why are they screwing up something that's already great and blah, blah, blah. No, they nailed it. They nailed it with the extra playoff team. And I've come around, and I think they're nailing it with this extra regular season game. It's going to cause all sorts of chaos at the end of the season.
Yeah.
Weird stuff's going to happen.
So, and then the next step, if I remember correctly, next year is when we'll add an 18th game. Is that right?
If that is the case, I did not know that was official.
I think that's the next step. They're going to add an 18th game and then have just 2 preseason games. But we'll worry about this year. So 17 games, 3 preseason games. Oh, I'm not sure about that. Maybe it's not official yet, but I thought that's the
proposal.
Yeah, going forward.
Yeah, I don't remember that becoming an official thing. There's always like all sorts of funky proposals being thrown around. I mean, this one that we're in now was one that was tossed around for years.
Mike Bizzle says, yeah, Devers. Did Devers do something good?
Looks like he just hit one down the first base line.
Oh. What do you think? So you're not working Madden After Dark. You think the All-Star game is still going when Madden After Dark's over?
Oh, yeah, it's baseball. With all the pitching changes?
With all
Absolutely.
the changes, too. I didn't think about that part.
Yeah.
Dumb question. My bad.
Come on, dude.
Devers with a double, says Mark.
Devers. Love Raffy.
Back to the ground with Gordon. He has 6 for 4. Yeesh.
Not good.
CJ71 on Twitch. The basketball players, they'll get out of their rooms. Flash will mail them his fire alarm so they can go out.
Melvin Gordon is a guy that I am not touching in fantasy this year. I forget who I was on this stream with, and they were randomly bullish on Melvin Gordon. It might have been Rossi.
Who the hell is he
Rossi
playing for now?
He's on the Broncos still, according to Google. Yeah, I feel like he's the type of guy that might be out of the league within the next 2 years, maybe even sooner. It's sad because running backs, man, it's just classic case. So good for such a finite period of time, and then they're just out of the league. Just a shell of their former selves. And a guy like Melvin Gordon just got so much burn in college, too. A lot of tread on those tires.
Devin Jackson, where are the Raiders? The Raiders, well, they're in Vegas. That's where they play. But I think answer what you're asking. Vegas in our season finished 6-11. They are not making the playoffs, so it will be a while until you see the Raiders again in Simon.
That feels right for real-life Raiders this upcoming season as well.
Uh-oh. Congo Cab, what do you have to say to that?
He loves his Raiders.
If they go 6-11, I mean, we got to keep this stuff in mind. Like, Drew Brees won't be here anymore. Phillip Rivers won't be here anymore. There's a lot of stuff that's going to change. But, I don't know. I won't say the lot is the same with Vegas, because then Congo Cab will remind me of all their upgrades, which...
Yeah, he's big on saying that their defense is going to be, like, crazy good next season. I've heard that argument from Congo a few times.
I think we just saw CEH hit that receiving bonus.
Hey-o!
7 for 128. He may have already had it already, so my bad. But
he's the leader in the clubhouse for that wooden nickel now. Juan Flores tells me to shut my dirty mouth. He must be a Raiders fan.
Who said that?
Raiders.
Oh, wow.
Juan Flores on YouTube.
My bad on that. So, yeah, CEH already had it. There's Kelsey. 7 catches for CEH.
So, C-Cards 1278 saying they'll probably be like 8-8. So, C-Cards, you're doing something that we're all going to do for, I'm telling you, like the next 10 years. You have to say they're going to either be 8-9 or 9-8. 8-8 is no longer a record that will exist in football. You can't be exactly 500 anymore. 17 games. It's going to take some getting used to when you do these record predictions.
Devin Jackson, say what you want about the Raiders. The culture is Las Vegas. It's unmatched. Yes, it certainly is unmatched. How does that equal winning games? That actually
also,
what's
games. The football culture of Vegas? They've only been there, X amount of games at this point.
You got to go back a long time. Hustle. Cowboys will win the NFC East and get past the first round.
I don't know about the first round part because I'd want to see how the rest of the conferences the divisions shake out in the conference and how things get seeded. But I do think they will win the NFC East. They are my choice at this point. If Dak is healthy, I feel confident with that. Kylie Callahan does not feel the same way about the Cowboys.
Congo Cab. Glash, so he manages to put a shot in there, which is well done. Glash, because you don't watch and keep up with us, you don't realize how close we were from being 11-5. 3 games we lost late after we scored. But that's the league.
That's the point. But that's the point, right? After we scored, we lost because your defense is bad.
But, right, that's the league. You got to get the stops. Congo Cab, let me ask you this question. You don't think any other team in the league could play that same game you played?
I've heard every Patriots fan I'm friends with say it. Dude, we were so close to being like 14-2 last season.
Oh my God. CEH, another touchdown. Of
Incredible.
the receiving variety. Mahomes adds to his big day. So does CEH. Wow.
CEH is having a day. And we specifically both talked about how we faded him in this one, too.
So that's why I said earlier, it was so annoying.
It's just ridiculous how
I
that always happens.
The one day I play Watkins, one catch. Man, oh man. Congo Cab, we'll see, man. We're filling the time, as we like to say. We've got to talk about something to fill these 12 hours every day. It really does come to show every year that goes by in the off season. Just we need it. Let's get to football season. Can we just skip? I love summer, but get me to week one.
From a content perspective, get me to the fall.
Get me to the fall.
D-Rod saying, so answer me this question, guys. Will you rather take talent or chemistry? D-Rod, I would take talent over chemistry 10 out of 10 times in any sport, because if you're talented enough, chemistry will come. Like, I wouldn't stick with my team of sixth men because they play well together over adding like 2 stars and vaulting myself into the championship discussion like the Lakers did with their, 2-year overhaul of their roster, bringing in LeBron and then trading for AD. I'm doing that all day, every day, over sticking with that group of young guys that they had that wasn't making the playoffs for years. And I'll use that formula across any sport. Talent over chemistry all day. Chemistry comes. If dudes are good enough, they'll learn to play together in a winning fashion.
Patrick Mahomes has thrown 4 touchdowns, 2 to CEH, 1 to DeMarcus Robinson, another to Tyreek Hill. Denver score to tie the game at 7. KJ Hamler, 78 yards. Brandon McManus kicked the field goal. And that's how we get to 28-10. We have about 90 seconds left in the third. I think D-Rod is arguing with someone in the chat from earlier about the Team USA
gotcha.
stuff. So that's not really at you or me.
Well, I give my answer, D-Rod.
AD Poker 89. What's wrong with just saying, yeah, our D isn't great. Our coaching staff can't scheme up offensive plays well enough to utilize the speed in our wide receiving core? Congo Cab, you know how much I can't wait to revisit this, Flash. I got names, and you are all going to hear it from me on every platform. Okay, that's fine. But if we're right, are you going to disappear and then go crawl in the basement and hide, or are you going to come back and watch the dream stream? That's what I want to know.
That's the beauty of this, Splash. Like, that's allowed. He can do that. We have to wear it.
We have to keep coming back.
We have to wear it. That's why I love it. That's why I love what we do. We got to own our takes. People hold you accountable.
It's a repetitive example, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm sorry if you're watching Fantasy Hawk, you are the number one culprit of this. Once Tom Brady beat Aaron Rodgers in the NFC Championship game, it's weird. It really is weird. We didn't hear from Hawk for a couple weeks, and then after Brady won the Super Bowl, because Hawk came back and started yapping, it's weird. I think Hawk was the guy who got caught on the stadium running. He was confiscated. I think that was Hawk. It's interesting. You didn't hear from him for a couple days.
I will say this, though, Glash. As someone who wasn't forced to do sports things because of their job after my team or like the thing I hated would win or if my team would lose, I would step away from watching ESPN and reading things online for a couple days afterwards. Maybe he hates Brady so much that he did that. Like I don't blame him. I used to do that all the time growing up.
I
wouldn't say it's
Hawk's a grown man now.
Well, what I'm saying is, had I not gone into this world, I'd probably still do the same thing. You don't want to be faced with the thing that makes you upset. You know? I get it. I'm kind of defending Fantasy Hawk here. These people don't have to own the takes. They're allowed to fire off and then hide. It's kind of a beautiful thing. I kind of like it.
No, Jordan, he came back. He did. It just took him a while. Just saying. We don't have the luxury, if you want to call it that, of just saying, hey, my take wasn't very good. Can I get a couple days to go into hiding? No, we don't get that. So here we are. What a game. CEH, 8 for 137, 2 touchdowns. That's receiving.
Incredible.
Where's the hammer at?
Should I just give it to him now?
Probably. I mean, I don't think much is going to change. If anything, he's going to keep running the ball.
He's got a few of these. They have some of these in Kansas City, actually, Lions choice.
So John is asking who has scored. Okay, John, 2 touchdowns for CEH of the receiving variety. Demarcus Robinson, Tyreek Hill, and KJ Hamler. There's your 5. Hamler has done nothing since the end of the first quarter. 2 for 86. The freak of nature. Glash has a way nicer microwave than you, Tommy.
Oh, those are fighting words. Your microwave does look nice, I will say. But my microwave has like a good rhythm to it. You know? Like it's very consistent. You know that if you put certain items in at a certain temp, they're going to be perfect. Whereas your microwave looks maybe a little too fancy, a little finicky. Mine's a blue-collar microwave. Gets in there, gets the job done, punches out, goes home to his wife and kids. Eats dinner, wakes up at 6 a.m. the next day, gets back into the office and grinds. That's my microwave. Main Street versus Wall Street.
I don't want to be there when that thing dies. Wow, you have such a connection.
It'll be a sad day. I mean, look, when I move out of here, I can't take this thing with me. It's built in. That's why I bought the mini microwave. Have I shown you this?
Yeah, you have. I forgot about that. Very nice.
So I'll always remember this guy. Reliable microwave.
Patrick from Ops, your favorite person, Jason, is here. Jason is commenting on your fantastic job, loves the Dream Stream, loves the fine efforts you put into your job. Jason, good to have you with us.
Luke Murphy has a hot take they want us to be the judge.
Read this. I like this.
Calvin Ridley will have the most receiving yards in football next year, and the Rams and Titans will be the Super Bowl matchup. So let's go take by take there. I'd say of those 3, because I think those are 3 different takes. The one that's most likely to happen for me is that the Rams will win the NFC. I know a lot of people are really high on the Titans. I personally don't think they're going to be that much better with Julio. Personally. Because I think that they're going to run the ball a ton with Derrick Henry still, and I know Julio's going to help open up the field more for Derrick Henry, but realistically, how much better are you going to get if you already are a ground and pound team, and that's what you do and you do it well? I don't know that it's going to translate to that many more wins. And then, as far as Ridley leading the league in receiving yards, I like Matt Ryan, but I don't know that I trust him enough to help Calvin Ridley be in that position.
Oh, I do. They're always good in fantasy. I actually think that's like the most. I think that's the one that has the chance of being the most right.
Well, Calvin Ridley is a guy that he gets red zone targets, but Julio Jones was always the guy that kind of helped them get upfield. So I haven't seen Calvin be that guy yet. And he had a great season last year. Don't get me wrong, he was on my fantasy team. But that's just why I'm a little hesitant on that one.
Okay.
But the Falcons probably will be playing from behind quite a bit. Their defense not that great.
Going back to our conversation the other day about the chance of Tampa being in the Super Bowl again, while we did have that discussion, if I had to go pick apart Luke Murphy's hot takes, as much as I don't believe in I believe in it. I just think people need to chill out with this Stafford thing, did you see that ESPN.com list of top quarterbacks, top 10 quarterbacks going into this season?
I heard about it. I didn't look at it because the only quarterback tier list I subscribe to is Mike Sando. That awesome list he puts together for The Athletic every year. Every other list, get out of here with that.
Jeremy Fowler surveyed, I believe, 50. What the hell was it? It was executives, coaches, GMs, and players. A combination of those. And that's how he pumped out this list. Top 5, I really have no problem with. You could put these top 5 in any order, except Mahomes 1, and I really wouldn't care, to be honest. Mahomes 1, Rodgers was 2, Brady 3, Russell Wilson 4, Josh Allen 5. Guess who was 6?
Stafford?
Yeah. Guess who was 7?
Dak?
Yep. Guess who was 8?
Lamar?
Yeah. You got this in front of you?
No, I really don't. I'm guessing.
I don't think he'll get 9.
Is it I'm going to try and think of an out of the box. Kyler?
Close, but not Kyler.
Close in that it's in that division?
No, close I'll just tell you. Herbert 9, Kyler 10.
Herbert 9, wow.
Yeah. But we're already there on that Stafford. We're putting him 6. I know McVay, great coach. I mean, can we see what it looks like?
The reason why I guessed Stafford at 6 is I was trying to think of someone that would elicit that reaction. But think about the bottom half of that top 10. Who should really be above Stafford? I mean, maybe Dak.
Well, they did not. They left out Deshaun Watson on this list. Completely.
Right.
And it's just top 10. That's it.
It's hard. It's hard to when he is active and he's going to be active. You could make the case that Deshaun is in the top 5.
I'd put Lamar ahead of both of those guys.
Yeah. Well,
Lamar had a good year, man.
Yeah. Well, he didn't have as good a year as he had the year before, and maybe they're looking at his arm talent and if he was able to progress as a passer, and he didn't really progress all that much, if at all.
Yeah.
I kind of CEH getting in the end zone, just having an absolutely monster game.
What a sim.
Behemoth of a game. Might have to give him 2 wooden nickels. I like Herbert being in the top 10, but
I think we've talked about this. It just highlights that after those 5, even Allen being 5 is I think he's good, but man, it shows there's a drop off, man.
Yeah, you and I have definitely talked about it. It's that 5, and then let's throw Deshaun Watson in that mix, and maybe Dak. So there's 7, right? I mean, before his injury last year, Dak was balling. But if you don't want to include him, that's fine. Outside of that 6, you could put a question mark next to every single one of those names.
Yeah, I don't know.
How high was Cam? No, I know it was only a top 10. I'm only kidding.
Must be. Where do you think Cam was? Must be would have him at 4. Morgan Smith, no Trevor Lawrence. Come on. Okay. Pump the brakes. Let's watch him play a game. Really.
I do think he's going to be
his
pretty
hair. I should put him in the top 15. Morgan Smith. Come on. Grow up.
What about Tebow? He's playing tight end now, but
so I'll be fair to Congo Cab's point about me not watching the Raiders. Yeah, I don't watch many Lions games, but here's what I can tell you: watching Red Zone, or when you watch CBS or Fox, and the game you're watching at one ends, and they're like, "Oh, let's take you to this game for the final 3 minutes of Lions and."
I always switch
Vikings.
off of that. Yeah.
And guess who's like always making a mistake in crunch time? Matthew Stafford. Yeah, but he doesn't have protection. Or like, how about, I don't know, like he's always the one like making a freaking mistake at the end. I don't know, man. Like 6? We're there already? 6? All because he changed teams? I'm telling you, man, the Rams, if they're any good this year, at least folks are more high on the Rams. Like, if they get rid of Goff and they change the quarterback, they'll be good. It won't be like this Tampa stuff last year. Well, Tampa just needed a new quarterback. Everything was going to be fine. They're a Super Bowl team. At least we're hearing that now about the Rams, and not when it's December and they're 13-3. Because at least people are saying now the Rams are a Super Bowl team.
That's why I felt the most confident about that take of the 3 that were presented to us. Because I just think they have a good roster, and they upgraded at quarterback. I just think that felt like the most realistic to me. You made a compelling case for Ridley. We have a question from TP over on Slack asking if you would take Ridley as a number 1 receiver in fantasy. I would. And I know I just said I don't think he's going to lead the league in receiving, but if he's my first receiver off the board, I feel good. He's going to be a number 1 target guy in Atlanta, no doubt. So I don't have his number. I don't have his numbers in front of me, but is Travis Kelce the babysitter Billy? I don't remember his name at all today.
No, he's caught some passes. If I had to pick someone, I'd pick the guy I captained. Watkins is 4 for 98 now. He's actually picked it up. Kelce 5 for 63.
At his ownership,
48. It's not high. It's really not that bad. I don't think.
Okay, who you putting in there, Koff? And I did that on purpose.
Why does Koff do that to you?
He always just vetoes me.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Vetoed. No, Koff, it's on you.
I don't like that just happened. All right, man, you know what? Like, can't find another better pick. You might be right.
That's right.
Okay.
In your face, dude.
Well, you asked.
And you didn't have a good answer.
You're fair. I wasn't ready. I suck.
CEH, man. What a day.
Next time, just give it to him, then. Don't ask me.
Hey, just trying to have some conversation here, dude.
It's true.
That's what we do. We converse.
Hey, good sim. It was a good time.
It was fun. Good topics. Shout out to the chat. They
Chat
drove
was good
this
tonight.
thing. Good chat.
Good chat tonight.
Good chat. Good chat.
So let's read some of these stats. Mahomes, 25 of 25.
Wow.
382. 4 tons. Even Drew Lock, 286. And a touchdown.
25 for 25, baby.
Good for him.
What a day.
Got Patrick from Ops here with us tonight. CEH, 14 carries, 56 yards rushing, 1 touchdown. This was not a good start for him. He fumbled. He started with a -1 and whatever yards he got. Crazy.
Proud about that.
Yeah.
Juan Flores asking who Rookie of the Year is going to be. I think it's going to be Jamar Chase.
And keep your eyes on the game center here, just to read off some notable. CEH, 8 for 137 receiving, 2 touchdowns. Was his best scoring output in his sim career.
Crazy.
What was his final number in the flex? Here it is, 47.3.
Woo. You
In
had
the
him in your captain spot. Congrats.
70.95 in the captain.
That's a big boy game right there.
Wow.
I've never done this before. He's getting 2.
Wow.
Yep.
You're a nice guy.
Doubling up on the mini cones because 1's not enough for that performance. Congrats, CEH.
You are back tomorrow night at 10 for Madden After Dark. We'll have the final wild card sim of the day because the postseason starts tomorrow. Good stuff. Looking forward to it. I'm back for one more, everybody. Seahawks, Cardinals. So we'll talk some Stafford. I haven't worked with Jeff in a while. So
hey,
and remember what we talked about last night.
Let's not bring it up.
You're right. Trying to have some fun.
Let it happen.
Next sim. Wrapping up the final regular season sim of our DraftKings 2021 NFL schedule simulation. So please join us. We'll have fun. We'll do moose calls too. Because I know some of you will just be aggravated by that. But you know what? You'll get over it. Thanks to producer Michael, Tom, our technical director, Patrick from Game Ops, who has many fans in this chat. Coming up here on the Dream Stream, Pat Mayo, Jeff Feinberg, they give their picks for this week's Open Championship from Royal St. George's in England.
I want to give some shout outs before we get into this, just very quickly. Sky Gibson threw 1 entry into the $15 contest on DraftKings. Jeff, do you know how much money he won?
Tell me.
$200,000.
Oh, yes.
A
Gibson, way to go, buddy.
A Sky Gibson single bullet with Cameron Champ. That's how you do it. Adam Moffat wins himself $5,000, won the PME Open. Whit Greer turned 20 into 512. Shannon won $2,100. And our guy, there's a bunch of tickets out there for Lucas Glover. I did not have them. You did not have them, Jeffrey. But Kyle Creelman hit it at 55-1 to begin the week. And then after Thursday, he hit it again at 45-1 using the live in-play tools from fantasynational.com and doubled himself up. So congratulations, everyone out there who got themselves a winning ticket on Lucas Glover or our guy Min Lee over in Europe. Killed my guys, but it's nice to see a huge winner. Some people were on it. I like it. You've won on Minwoo before.
Yeah, I hit Minwoo, I guess would have been his first win in Australia. And I don't know, we were on the wrong this week, Pat, also in our lead up for the championship, time to be determined. Always enjoy the Open Championship Cut Sweat show.
And hopefully we can do that. I have an engagement that conflicts with doing it at the moment. I'm going to try to get out of it. If I can't, we might not have it. But I'm really hoping we're going to have it because it's like we can actually go out afterwards and like have the rest of the day to ourselves.
Yeah. Okay. I apologize for maybe you didn't bring it up for a reason. So I'm an idiot. Sorry.
No, it's okay. You can also watch the Jeff Feinberg Show, 10 p.m. Eastern Time on Wednesday evening live on ftndaily.com if you want to check that out. You want to bring him in right now before we get into our picks?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So, a man who beat me in a head-to-head golf game last evening to bring the score to 2-1 for me still in our season-long wager. But I think all of the Ander curse didn't go on to himself. It went on to Italy, who he said had no chance of winning versus his pick before the tournament of England to win. It is Tim Undergust.
Tim Undergust. That is not my name, and I don't accept that premise of any curse. The English lost. That's not up to me. I was thousands of miles away.
How come I saw so many people tweet me that they had all of these Italy tickets that they only played because you said that not only could England not lose, that Italy could most definitely not win?
Coincidence. Purely coincidence.
Okay.
That's what I'm going with.
All right, that's good to hear. So we're here to get your 3 cursed picks for the Open Championship, and you have made the proclamation at the beginning of the year, none of which is coming true, by the way, that Rory was most definitely going to win a major this season. He has one more chance. Does that make Rory your pick?
He is my pick, and he is my one and done pick.
He cannot be your one and done pick. You have used him already.
Did I really? Okay, well, fair enough. I didn't realize that I had done so. I guess I used him at the wrong time. Maybe I used him at the players. I don't know.
You used him at the API, and then you picked defending players champion, according to you, Hideki Matsuyama, who's not playing this week because he has COVID.
Not according to me, like he was the defending champion.
It's not true, but okay, continue with your picks.
So my 3 picks are, and I'm sorry, there is a lawnmower now going on behind me. If you can hear that, that is me. I didn't realize, but that is definitely me. Let me close the door here. Just 1 second.
Oh, just coming in hot, Tim.
Maybe I can cut down on the sound a little bit. I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
Okay. So yes, Rory's my pick. 18-1. That's actually very good odds on Rory. So for a player his caliber, and he's won this year. So I like Rory here. This is a good spot for him. It's like the exact opposite of the last Open Championship when all the pressure in the world was on him at Portrush. There's no pressure on him at all. I expect him to play and swing pretty freely. So he's my pick. My second pick is Adam Scott. He's at 66-1. I like Adam Scott quite a bit. He's almost won 2 Open Championships in the past. This is a course where I think just good ball striking and good putting will be really important. Good strokes gained on approaches, really good putting. I think that he sets up well for a course like this. If his putter it doesn't let him down, he should be in the hunt on Sunday.
You need to shop at DraftKings Sportsbook, sir, because he opened at 100-1 this morning, already up to 110-1 as we speak.
Wowzers! Those are very good odds. And the last person I am taking is Guido Migliozzi. I said this a couple of weeks ago that I was taking Guido here. Another Italian victory in England, perhaps, after the Azzurri win at Wembley, the second-rate stadium in London, Wembley. After Italy won there, Guido could win in Sandwich. We could have 2 Italian. We almost had 3 because, of course, there was an Italian player in the Wimbledon Championships, but he did not win. But could it be another Italian champion in England with Guido? So those are my 3 picks.
So
you're a sick individual.
Jeff, how do you think Sky is going to feel about Guido being Andercursed?
Like, I didn't even, Guido's deep on a list of guys I'd be considering, but for the fun and the party, I just can't believe you do this to guys that you really know nothing. Like, you see them like a fart in the wind, and then you make these decisions and you just upset people.
Well, to be fair, when I said I was becoming a supporter of Migliozzi, Sky immediately said, "Welcome to the group. There's lots of room."
When you picked Phillip Rivers to win MVP, I said, you know what? This is a good thing. Curses are meant to end. He threw more interceptions than anybody, and he never played for the Chargers again. So, like, we've all been there when we're like, oh, no, this isn't bad. Tim watches sports, and he's supporting my guy. Yay. Also, your, like, egregious shot at me in there, which isn't even worth the time for this broadcast.
But we'll spend time on it right now when you bring it up.
No, we're not. We're not, because he's ridiculous, and I've already rebuked him. Like, he's so out of his mind. Yeah, whatever. Good picks. I don't mind any of your picks. I have my own Adam Scott. Adam Scott is owed something by golf gods on an Open Championship. When he lost to Ernie,
yeah.
I was like, I don't know. I lived alone. I don't think I was married yet. I certainly didn't have kids. I certainly wasn't married. I was so that I lost a huge bet on Scott. I was so disheartened, like broken, and I put myself in like a blackout place and went to go see whatever Christopher Nolan movie Batman was in theater at the time. So I didn't want to live in the world people were living in that afternoon.
And then the next year at Muirfield, he and Westwood both had real cracks to win that thing, and neither could close the door, and Phil had 66.
But Scott did go on to win the next Masters the very next year.
That's correct.
He beat that guy who's in jail now.
Huh. saw a great tweet like, "Oh, I lost my Gary Player, first former Masters champion to go to jail prop."
Yeah, Angel Cabrera, not a great dude, is currently serving a 2-year sentence in Argentina at the moment. Or at least he's not currently serving. He was found guilty and will be serving a 2-year sentence in Argentina. Tim, I'm stunned you didn't pick Westwood.
I thought about it, but I picked him at Augusta and he didn't play well. And so, like,
shocker.
I'm not taking him. But I mean, listen, if Lee's in the final couple of groups, he will have my full support because a Lee Westwood championship would be great. But no, my gut, and as a big game hunter, I follow my gut at these things. And Adam Scott was the guy that I was sort of drawn towards. So that's where I'm going.
I mean, very noble card, I must say, to give you, like, you've got one guy near the top, and then you took two guys that people could find it over 100 to 1. So
yeah, Cust isn't coming on here like he works for like PGA Tour and be like, you know who my 3 picks are this week? John Rahm, Brooks Koepka, and Rory McIlroy.
Yeah, no, so I mean, I'll give him full credit, and he could pick any 3 guys. He could pick 3 guys near the top. I do like. I mean, I see that number on Rory, and I smile ear to ear that he didn't really perform well last week. I think this is a great opportunity and a great place for Rory, and he's on my short list, and I've already made some exotics with him last week when the England semifinal and the game the Habs got the cup ended. I parlayed with Rory, so I've already done something fun with Rory. So I'm kind of sad Tim's on him, but yeah, I'm pretty bullish on Rory this week in some ways.
And if you look at, this will be the 7th major in less than a year that we've had. And if you look at all the winners, Morikawa, Bryson, Dustin, Hideki, Phil, and Rahm, other than Phil, it's been top tier guys all the way through. So one would expect a top tier guy has a really good chance of winning this thing. And that's why I'm going with Rory.
You would think that, but if you go back and look at the past few Masters, that's been the case. The U.S. Open that's most definitely been the case, especially over the past like 6 or 7 years. The PGA Championship can be a hit or miss, but it's usually one of the top guys. And then when you look at British Opens, especially this one at Royal St. George's, Darren Clarke won at 150 to 1, and Ben Curtis won at like 500 to 1.
I'm not even paying any attention to that. I'm not. I've decided those are like extreme outliers. I don't care. I just looked at the world rankings of pretty much the last like 15 champions. When they won, they were all good players, but like 3 of them. Those 2, and the only other one that I want to say ranked higher than 50 was Louis. But we could argue, I mean, I don't even know how old he was when he won, but we could argue, history has been kind, maybe he was a late bloomer or he's developed into an all-time class player. You could sort of debate where, I don't mean like an all-time great, but an all-time class player. And I was also shocked. I'd have bet $100 one of Westwood or Louis would have been on Tim's card as well. But back to the point at large, I'm not deviating. Like, the winner is not leaving the top 40 in the world ranking outside of maybe 3 or 4 guys that I'm sure we'll talk about in this show.
Turn it the other way around to sort of give Pat some credence. Look, 12 L's, older guy, not in the top 50. Phil, an older guy, was in the top 50, but still. Stenson, who had sort of come back from nowhere to win at Troon.
What do you mean won? That he won in the lead up.
But like, this is somebody whose people had kind
you're going to make all these
was well past, right? People
every single person you're about to name had probably great form leading to that win outside of 2 guys.
Yeah, form has been a key indicator at the Open Championship over the past decade or so. But I think Tim's point is somewhat well received. Like, Phil was in his 40s, Darren Clarke was in his 40s, Henrik Stenson was in his mid to late 30s. Els was in his 40s.
There's a crafty path. Absolutely. I certainly agree. We're seeing experience, and shout out to I'll give the Bamford Golf Podcast, Pat. The average Open appearances of the last 9 winners is 12 appearances. You have 2 outlaw, like the 2 extremes on that are Spieth at his 4th appearance and Els in his 22nd appearance. But I mean,
Darren Clarke was his 20th appearance.
Yeah. So, there's a whole other.
Had Lowry made many starts, maybe 4 in the Open?
He had made 7, I think, because he had missed 4 consecutive cuts at the British Open and then won. But he had a top, I think he was T6 before he started his missed cut streak.
Fair enough. Okay.
So either way, and like Lowry is someone in my mind who's 47 years old, but is actually younger than me. So that's one of those weird ones. Louis was.
Yeah, I just had to look up how old he was. He's 33.
Louis was 27 when he won the Open Championship. But here's the big thing that we need you to tell us, Tim, because you said that if Westwood gets in contention, you're going to be rooting for him. Therefore, he's going to end up being cursed like he was when he was in contention. And then you expressed your public support for him at the time, despite not picking him. And then he just whittled away. Who can't win this British Open?
Oy.
Cannot win. I don't think Brooks has much of a shot to win this.
Oh my God.
I don't think Brooks's game sets up well for this course or for English golf in general.
And the numbers and his results at Open Championships would disprove that.
Well, sort of. I mean, what did he do at Port Rush on Sunday? He shot like an 80 or something, right?
No,
on Sunday.
Like he played terribly. Well, yeah, but when it mattered most.
But he doesn't have enough success when it's mattered to.
I also think you can cross off all the top tier Englishmen. So, for example, that means I think Hatton has no crack at it. Fitzpatrick has no crack at it.
Ooh.
Well, who else? What do you mean top tier Englishman?
That's about as far as I'm willing to go down the board. I mean, you could talk about Fleetwood, but he doesn't win.
What? Like Fleetwood, Casey? Like why? What do you mean? Why?
Well, no, I just think that the pressure would be a little bit too great on the top tier guys. So Hatton, Fitzpatrick, I would cross them off too. So my 3 cross-offs would be Brooks, Hatton, and Fitzpatrick.
Since you've misremembered,
I'll together and set it on fire.
Since you've misremembered what happened at Port Rush, Brooks shot 74 on Sunday and came in 4th.
No man, 80. No man, 80.
Oh no, then it must have been his playing partner.
Yeah, he played with JB Holmes, who shot like 90.
Thanks, and cost Brooks probably 2 strokes and spazzing.
Okay, well, either which way, cross Brooks off, cross Fitzpatrick off, and cross Hatton off.
Okay. See, this is good. This is good information to have coming into it. So
put money and kerosene and set it on fire, just as effective.
Because I was thinking, go ahead, Jeff.
No, finish this.
No, I was going to say, because I've gone to the top of the board with one of my selections already, but I had nothing after. Like, I have nothing after that. My next closest one is Neiman at 125 from way back in December. So
Christmas.
And Keimer at 150, which I just impulsively made like 2 weeks ago before he was even qualified. But it turns out when like 35 people WD, your guys are going to get in to the Open Championship. But like, I have no qualms about just saying, you know what? Maybe I'll take another guy from the top like I did at the U.S. Open. It didn't work at the U.S. Open, but I had 2 guys making the turn on Sunday who I thought were going to win.
What do you have DeChambeau at right now?
What's that?
That's...
You have DeChambeau at right now.
What are his odds right now?
Yeah.
They're
25?
35 to 1 at DraftKings Sports.
Like, I don't love him this week, but I think that's great value, and I would throw a dart.
If the weather's great, he could be a move, I guess.
It's like you can imagine a circumstance in which he just overpowers the place and shoots 18 under par.
No, I agree. You could build a great card where you like own DeChambeau, but you also bet on like Patrick Reed, where it's like you're maybe playing both of it, or in sort of other angles. But sort of like you, Pat, I actually haven't made a move at the top, and I'm kind of happy I've waited. The odds sort of got better. A couple guys stayed the same. Most of them got better. We have that huge gap. And yes, Rahm won the U.S. Open, and then he went on to have a very quality Scottish Open where you could argue he even like gave it away.
He did. No, you don't even want to argue that he gave it away. He lost so many strokes putting that he should have won by 9.
So weird.
And he should he was winning Memorial by 8 strokes before he got COVID and had to withdraw. So he should really have 3 tournaments in a row with a win.
I guess. And the gap between him and the second tier, it's a big gap. And, you could bet 2 of those guys are 2 of those guys are one of Rahm. So there are decisions to be made, but it's still that major championship hot pocket of probably like 30 to 60 to 1 that I can't resist, on top of making a move or 2 at the top. But Tim always considers himself, whether it's self-proclaimed or valid, an aficionado of major championship golf and history. So I'm curious what he expects from the course and the winning score and how comparable it might play to the past. Like a lot of people out there, I've watched that Darren Clarke. I watched that Ben Curtis, or pieces of it, and give it the whole time. I've read some of the quotes of guys from those weeks. How do you expect it to play?
Based on the little bit of weather that I sort of talked with Pat about yesterday, and then looked up myself, and based on the quality of players in the tournament, I would put -8 as my winning score.
I think that's completely fair. I want to give you an update. And again, I'm going to have the updated weather links. It's both in my column on dkplaybook.com, and it will be in the Mayo Media newsletter both on Monday and Wednesday evening, so we can track that. It's gotten even worse. Now it's saying that constant winds of 17 and 18 mile per hour with gusts up to 36 on Thursday morning.
Wow.
I love it. I love that when Bubba withdrew from the tournament too. He's like, I pray for wind and rain because I'm not going to be there.
I saw that. Can I ask sort of as a fan question, because I'm sure you guys have got people listening who don't listen every week to golf podcasts, who are looking at these odds and will ask, as I would ask, why is someone like Xander or Spieth so much shorter than Bryson? What's the argument for that? Because
you just put Spieth and Xander in the same number.
Their odds are the same.
Actually, so I can explain this to you, because at DraftKings Sportsbook right now, Xander is actually the second favorite behind Rahm. Rahm is 8-1. Xander is 18-1. There's a bunch of different factors that go into it. One, odds are not based on value. Odds are based on how much money they expect to take. So if they expect to take a lot of Xander money, they can cut his odds to whatever they want to, and people who want to bet Xander are just simply going to bet Xander. Then you also have to look, too, that the top 5, top 10, and top 20 odds have to correlate with whatever the outright winning number is. And as we've seen over time in major championships or just whatever event it might be, a top 5 bet, a top 10 bet, or a top 20 bet on Xander Schauffele, a very profitable bet. So they don't want to hang them at like a 35-1, where then all of a sudden you're offering like plus 650 on a top 5. You hang them at 18-1, where it's like 3-1 for a top 5. And plus 175 for a top 10 instead of 3-1 for a top 10. I believe that's why that is the case.
Fair enough, because I'm looking on DraftKings Sportsbook. I see Xander at 18-1, Spieth essentially at 20-1, and DeChambeau at 35-1. And I just think, wow, that seems hard to justify. But your explanation makes a lot of sense.
That's actually, I think it's Spieth and Xander shouldn't be in the same. It's funny enough that they're in the same category. Bryson is, as Pat said, it's indicative of what they feel the market will bear. Yep. They're not taking any money on Bryson. They probably had it at 25. They didn't take a cent, like a football line. Okay, let's see if they'll bite at 28. Still no money. It's Monday morning. It's 35. We'll see. We saw guys' numbers get like really big as they get ignored in the lead up to major championships. And there's a lot of reasons that people are going to be afraid of Bryson. But I tell you, I like Schauffele. I don't think I can bet him despite him it's hard to I don't cross him off as I'm trying to whittle down a card. He survives lots of cuts because it's okay, he's still on my list, but I would like Patrick Cantlay at 35, maybe even a 40-1 potentially as we get into this thing. Double is Schauffele, all day for me, all day. Even a place like here where you got to just stay clean and composed.
It's probably easy enough. If you're doing the betting market and you're playing on DraftKings this week, just take Xander on DraftKings. And then you don't have to worry about betting him outright, because if he wins, you're probably going to win some money on DraftKings anyway. And if he doesn't, a third place finish is good enough for DraftKings. Whereas that's going to cost you your outright bet. And he's only the 5th most expensive guy on DraftKings versus being the 2nd highest in the betting market.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm ready for it. In a silly way, how many more majors are we going to, to knock down here without this guy? I don't know. He's always there. I thought he played adequately in Scotland. I saw him make some really nice up and downs. He's had some really nice finishes in Open Championships, just like every other major. And I guess he just can't make that other list that would sort of make that hot pocket of players for the trends, Pat, because he hasn't won an actual event in quite some time at this point.
Yeah, he actually does fit a lot of the trends list because a lot of it has to do with like top tens and recent form coming in and past Open Championship experience, and he does check all of the sort of trends box. If you're looking,
Yes, I know. Yeah.
If you're looking for the trends, they're in my column right now. If you want to go look at them. Before we let Tim off the hook here, Tim, hole in ones, yes or no?
I'm on a heater. The last two majors, there's been no holes in one, and that will continue. In 2011, there were two. One was from Tom Watson. He's not in the draw. The other was from Dustin, but if you watch the highlight, it's kind of fluky. So I'm going to go with no holes in one at Royal St. George's, and your description of the wind makes me feel that much more confident that we're going to go three straight without a hole in one, which is what we should want.
You say the wind, but it's really because Werenski isn't here.
Well, no, that was only the case at Torrey Pines. And by the way, you can say my analysis was silly or not silly, but I was right about that. And there were no holes in one. I dodged several bullets on that Thursday, but I got through it, and I was fine. And no free eagles for the people.
Well, before we get out of here, I did want to run through one more thing, and let's just chalk it up to a Cuss Corner mini.
Cuss Corner, it's Cuss Corner. Cuss Corner, it's Cuss Corner. He's got the hottest takes with the highest stakes. He should be president of the United States, but it's Cuss Corner, it's Cuss Corner. Cuss Corner,
So, Jeff, I was out for dinner with Tim over the weekend, and it was a Pepsi-only place. So, Tim, obviously a big fan of DC, Diet Coke for the uninitiated. And then all of a sudden, the waitress comes back like 10 minutes later, has a like liter bottle of Diet Coke for Tim, put in a champagne bucket in front of Tim on the table. The only thing that they didn't do was like uncork it and like place the bottle over on the side, like where all of our wine was. They just kept the bottle in front of him on the table.
So how does this happen? He like approaches them and asks them to go fetch him a cola, or he walks to the 7-Eleven and buys his own?
Well,
and
no.
hands it to them?
I mean, listen, first, as I've long said on the
Or
show,
he travels with them.
I order off menu. That's something that I'm able to do. But what happened was that initially the server asked whether I wanted Diet Pepsi. And I said, no, I won't have that. And she said, I understand. I'm a Coke person too. I want nothing to do with Pepsi either. So I got a ginger ale. And then every time she came back to the table, somebody, usually Patrick, would make some sort of snide remark about Diet Pepsi to the point where she felt bad enough that she showed up to the table with a 750 milliliter bottle of Diet Coke, which I did not ask for, and then it was put in a bucket of ice. I suspect they must have that out back to mix like drinks with, because no one wants a rum and Pepsi, for example. So I suspect they must have a stash of the good stuff out back. And so they brought it to me, and they brought it to me on ice. We were joking beforehand that maybe like some restaurants, if I brought my own DC, they charge me an uncorking fee to crack it open and keep it on the table. But it was great. The service was great, and I got served chilled DC in a champagne bucket in a very fancy way on the table, and it just further underscores what I've been saying on this show for a while, is that when I go to McDonald's and get a burger like a Mac, or I go to a restaurant that doesn't have Coke on the menu, I order off menu and I get it. So
it underscores something you've certainly said on this show for many years, Tim, about being a man of the people. That's certainly what it underscores.
I hold on. I will say that not only was our waitress, shout out to her for going to do this, she earned herself a very, very hefty tip on top of all that. Thank you.
She was fantastic. She was fantastic.
Thank you, Mayo Media Network, for covering the expenses. Tim and I talked about work the entire time. But another server even came up too and was just like, yeah, Pepsi's trash. It was really weird.
Oh, it was great.
Okay, so Tim ends up in this Diet Coke sympathizers restaurant, gets like-minded waitress, and she goes pulls a bottle. But I guess props to Tim.
This other server comes by and he sees the Diet Coke and he says, I understand. He said, you know what torture it is to be in a restaurant where you can have all the Pepsi you want and you hate Pepsi because it's garbage? And I was like, you people are speaking my language. Like, there are fans out there. We are the silent majority. There are fans of people who despise Pepsi, who not just like Coke, but despise Pepsi. And when we're amongst people we're comfortable talking with who also are big fans, we're not afraid to let the truth slip. That they're not comparable. Pepsi is trash, and Coke is so good.
Can I follow up on one other thing? You kept making reference to your ability to have a common trend of priding yourself in going off menu. Is this strictly a Diet Coke thing, or you will like always just like inconvenience a restaurant?
First, I don't think it's an inconvenience.
No, I don't mean it like that. Like, they have these dishes, you're like, can you just make me like a grilled chicken on a bun? And they have like chicken and they have buns for their hamburgers. So yeah, they'll do that. But like, I'm just curious to what extent you would, have someone go off menu.
If I looked at the menu and there was nothing there that was appetizing to me, I would totally say, can you make me a hamburger? Or can you make me a chicken sandwich or some chicken?
But how do you know they have hamburgers on the menu?
Pardon me?
Like, where do you, why do you assume they have hamburgers if it's not a hamburger on the menu?
Most places have ground beef. They can look after you. Honestly, they can make me a scrambled egg omelet. That'd be fine too.
Okay, we're gonna cover this more in the next full length Cuss Corner. If people want to check out entire podcasts that are just like this conversation, subscribe to Cuss Corner wherever you download podcasts or check it out on Mayo Media Network. But Jeff, I'll leave you with this tease that I don't want to get into the full story or anything that happens. I'll let Tim share it when he's ready. But all I'll say is that he is thinking about upgrading from his old car to his new car and getting a newer version of it. I believe he had a 2002 or a 2003. And before he got rid of the old car, he took his cig lighter that comes with the car out of it so he could put it in the new car, thinking that new cars have cigarette lighters that are transferable from cars 15 years ago.
I'm very excited
as I understand the charges, I plead guilty.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm excited to gather and talk about these things because I'm bursting at the seams.
I got a list of things.
I'm bursting at the seams with a couple things. And like, I am ready to plant some football flags, like before we do our normal wins and what have you in like a month and a half. Like I am, we got to get together.
All right, we'll make that so very soon. Thank you, Tim, for being on the line. That was a Cuss Corner mini. And of course, that was Tim Undercust.
Welcome in, everybody. This is Madden After Dark. It is the final sim of the 2021 DraftKings NFL schedule simulation. The schedule simulation comes to an end tonight with Seattle and Arizona. Crazy, man.
This is it, man.
6 weeks.
2021 season went by quick, didn't it? We're already into the off season. I wonder where Tom Brady will sign.
Yeah, man. His contract, it's true. His contract will be up.
I know. I wonder what team is going to, be a mercenary for next. Going to turn around the Raiders? Don't think so.
You had that ready to go. I'm impressed.
I didn't actually. I just thought of that.
I was gonna say, if you had that prepped, it's well done.
Right off the cuff. This is who I am.
I mentioned last night that we got to do Moose players, man. So give me a player, give me a pick, and then give me your lineup.
Let's go. Philip Dorsett, Seahawks. He went nuts the last time I saw him.
All right. Nice. You're ready to go. I love it. I will go with Christian Kirk.
Okay, good. Couple speedy, wide receiver 2, 3s, whatever you want to call them.
I did not play Kirk, though. My lineup, I have Hyde captain. They put both quarterbacks in there, Kenyon Drake, Metcalf, and Will Dissly.
Okay. I did play Kirk. I got Kirk and Kyler, captain DK, got the Seahawks D, Dorsett, and Wilson. So, I'm liking my lineup. I'm not going to lie. I feel like this is the night. Come to dominate, Little Madden After Dark action. I got both Moose players in my lineups. Let's go.
Here we go, man. Good matchup here.
Last sim of the regular season, eh?
Yeah, and we do know, DK Sim fam, thanks for being here. Twitch as well as YouTube. You're all filing in. This All-Star game is going on in baseball, but one of the quieter nights in sports, so thank you for being here. We do know the schedule for the front half of tomorrow because the AFC is set. The NFC is not because this game needs to happen and then all of the seeding will shake out. What we can tell you tomorrow, Kyler Murray has all the time in the world.
All day here. And there's DeAndre Hopkins.
The first sim tomorrow at noon, Texans-Titans. Second sim, Ravens-Patriots. And the third sim, Chiefs-Steelers. Chiefs did win last sim against Denver to clinch a wild card spot.
It'll be a good game. Chiefs-Steelers. Steelers definitely have some wide receivers. Could give the Chiefs a little trouble. You never know. Still take the Chiefs there. Who else?
As far as what this sim means for both teams, sadly for Arizona, they are out of this thing. They're 5-11.
Yeah,
so they're out. Seattle has something to play for because Seahawks are 12-4, Jeff.
Oh, wow.
Green Bay is 13-4, tops in the NFC. So this is for the number 1 seed.
Okay. Drama.
There's a chance Seattle could get the 1 seed with the win.
Can Kyler play upset? Captain Upset. Captain Upset.
So we shall find out. How have you been? What's good? What's new? What's up?
Oh, not much, man. Just busy. Got the new puppy going down. Just been here for 2 weeks, adjusting extremely well. I am taking applications to train your dog now, to train other people's dogs. That was a joke, but no, going good. Just busy. Yeah, summer stuff. Going outside lots. Fresh air, pollen through my veins.
No sniffles?
No. I did have a little summer cold last week, but I'm over it.
Okay.
When you get over a cold and you can taste things again?
Yeah.
That's kind of where I am today. It feels very nice, Could actually taste a little coffee in the morning.
That's good.
It's not just hot water going down my throat. But oh, that's going to miss.
Zane Gonzalez comes up empty.
He's having the worst time of his life. That was terrible. That wasn't even that long. Was it? Or maybe it was 50 yards. I don't know. Okay, never mind. But yeah, no, not too much. What about yourself? Is the WNBA season over?
First half is over. They're on the Olympic break now.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. They got an all-star game tomorrow night in Vegas.
Oh, cool.
And then the Olympics start up, and then we're not back till the middle of August, and then they don't finish the regular season till end of September.
Interesting. When does the Olympics start? Do you know?
I think July 24th, 23rd.
Okay, coming up here. Yeah. I haven't checked or anything like that, but
right when NFL training camps open up, pretty much.
Really?
Yeah.
Jeez, you scheduled me going hopping there. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, gonna have some Olympic golf. Guess I'll be covering that. Gonna have, I don't know, what else is there? Lots. Just trying to think what we'll be covering. Soccer, some guys probably. I don't know.
I'm sure we'll cover the basketball.
Basketball, that was a big one. Shrog, I was talking to Shrog about it. He's excited about it.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, basketball. I kept thinking baseball, but then I'm like, there's no baseball in the Olympics, right? Unless I'm wrong about that. I don't think so.
No. There we go. Is that our man, Dorsett?
I think that's Dorsett. It is.
All right, here we go. Time to belt one out.
I like that after all this time, you finally got like the paper roll that's empty instead of you usually just grab like a full paper roll or a full.
I just grab what's out there, and as it turns out, this one is.
I think that's the first time though I've ever seen you grab an empty one.
Yeah. Save it. I mean, as sad as this sounds, I mean, even if it is full, I put it right back on the roll and we still use it, which is pretty disgusting. But
for Sarah, for you, it's just your own
that's
germs,
it.
right?
It's just
I
us,
mean,
you know.
If my wife knew about stuff like that I did, I'd be single again. Oh no, that's Tyler Lockett. Oh no, it's like the one Seattle receiver I didn't roster. Damn it! Anyways, Lockett.
32% owned, 4% in the captain, Tyler Lockett. Something to keep in mind, as we mentioned, the first half of the day tomorrow with the 6 Sims. No weather. Wild Weather Wednesday is over. So all 6 games will be normal weather. The first 3 are AFC games. So the schedule's out. And we'll remind you before the night is over, but just one more time. Texans, Titans at noon. Ravens, Patriots at 2. Chiefs, Steelers at 4 Eastern. Those final 3 games, once we figure out who wins this game, because like we said, Seattle has a chance for the 1 seed. That's why we can't have the schedule yet, because they could not be playing next week.
Yep.
There is a big contest available on DraftKings right now, the Madden Stream $30K playoff kickoff special. $30,000 in prizes. It's $15 to enter. First place wins $10,000.
Yeah.
Right now I see 800 plus in the contest. That's good stuff.
Big contest tomorrow, guys, for the Lake Classic. Real cool one. Definitely want to get in on that. I think I'll be on one of the calls for the Lake Classic. I think the first one. Yeah, I'm on the 6 p.m. with Sir Ducey, the house Kenny. But yeah, big contest. That'll be fun, man. 3-gamer, absolutely get in on that. We don't know the teams yet. We'll know the matchups after the sim. I see you, Twitch fam. I see your question. I do not hate the buzzword, Obi-Wan. If I hated the buzzword, guys, you'd know it, because I just wouldn't do the buzzword. And as you know by watching on Madden After Dark 1 bajillion times over the last year and a half, I do the buzzword for Brendan. Like every time. So,
well,
don't know who started that rumor. If it was Kaufman, I wouldn't be shocked, but he's wrong.
Obi-Wan, I love you, but why do you have to open your mouth? Like, this was an experiment, Jeff.
What was the experiment?
Some folks brought this to my attention last night that you didn't like the buzzword. So I said, well, I'm not going to say anything. And then we're going to get to the buzzword tonight, and then I will evaluate your passion for it after the fact and go, oh, okay, it seems like he enjoyed it. So now Obi-Wan had to ruin it and already bring it up in the chat. So now you could fake it. But it sounds like I thought all along you liked it too.
I'm not going to lie. I'm a little offended. When have I ever not done the buzzword?
I agree, but folks are like, oh, he just does it because he'll feel bad for you. You can just tell by the look on his face. That's what Fantasy Hawk said. You can just tell by the look on his face he hates it.
I'm a bit of a bashful guy, so I'm not out there like shouting, and maybe I'm not like as like I don't know. It's just the way I look. It's just my facial expressions. I can't help it. If I did look, I think everybody knows me by now. If I literally didn't like it, I would not do it. I just sit here and go, you go nuts. I don't do things that I don't like. Like that's
all right. That makes me feel better.
So trust me, I didn't like it, wouldn't do it.
Okay, good. That makes me feel better.
And also, the Madden After Dark buzzword is right around when my kids are going to sleep. So if sometimes I'm not doing it as loud, probably why.
True. But you get in the chat and do it.
Exactly.
You're very committed to this bit.
I'm committed.
I am. It's great. I really do appreciate it.
Part of Madden After Dark.
Yep.
It's your thing. I do it when you're on. I support whatever announcer, play-by-play person, whatever thing they're doing. Gotta have your own thing, man. It's Chris Carson. Who started this?
These time I don't come on. I don't come on here and
unbelievable.
At least I don't come on here and shame you for how big your contests are. I just let you do your thing.
That's right. If I want to make a 500-person contest that gets 80 entries, I'm going to do it. Now, on that note, there's about 70 people entered for the Moose Open. I told you I was going to make it 200 for the major championship. Let's try and get it filled. Go enter the Moose Open. Lineups lock tomorrow night. Yes, Wednesday night, like around, I don't know, midnight Eastern, something like that. Enter now, guys. Enter the Moose Open. Still over 50% left to fill. So I'm only on one sim tomorrow. Honestly, if it doesn't fill, I'll just take my $1 back. I won't really care that much. But I'd like it to run. There's people in it who want to play. Emerson's probably in it. He's easy money. Let's take his money, Kaufman might have made a lineup. Let's make some money off these goofballs. Come on, fill it up.
All right, I'm in.
Emerson's going to play John Daly. I don't even think John Daly's in the tournament, so. Rush does have a bit of a Matt Patricia look going on. Now, a much slimmer Matt Patricia. Like if he had been on
pencil. Yeah. I got to do this now too.
The pencil. Matt Patricia's pencil. Oh yeah, got to write something down. Didn't like that play.
Folks in the chat. Little thing called fatigue with Chris Carson. Okay. Settle. 4 carries, 26 yards. Madden takes into account fatigue. Tyler Lockett, 3 catches, 20 yards and a touchdown. DeAndre Hopkins, 2 for 39. A couple of nice catches to start us off. 1 Moose Call catch so far. Philip Dorsett, 1 for 23.
Yeah,
DK
Jellyfish.
Metcalf, 1 for 12.
Jellyfish, what do you think this is? Our first sim? It's fatigue. He had like 3 rushes in a row, bro. That's what happens.
That's it.
Fatigue setting. Ever heard of it?
It's okay. There are some newer people here.
It's all right.
We'll let happy to educate. Matt Patricia, man. This guy builds rockets. Smart guy. Went to RIT. I'll help you all out. It's fatigue. I'll look you dead in the eye. Jellyfish. Fatigue. Noah Moon. Fatigue. Okay? Got nothing to hide. Let's go to the second quarter. Great. Here we go. 7-0 Seattle.
Lost B's got it. Carson didn't arrive to camp in shape. Okay? There you go. Wilson 6 for 6. This should, on paper, this should be like a really good sim. I was going to say that at the start, and then we started talking about Moose calls, and people started accusing me of like being anti-Madden After Dark or something. But this should be like a real run and gun sim. I mean, 2 of the best rushing QBs in the league. Russell Wilson Wilson knows. He knows like there's a buy on the line right now. You can just tell. He hasn't missed a pass. Is that Olsen or No, yeah, it is Greg Olsen.
Greg Olsen. Hey, Russ, keep throwing me the ball. I'm eating up. Ate a boost in the quarter. Extra calories.
Unlucky gamer, as a poor Lions fan, we don't hear it. We don't like hearing about Patricia.
Oldson again.
Wow. There he is. Yeah, Miami Misfits on Twitch. Yep, last regular season game of our 2021 schedule simulation. Playoffs start tomorrow. Playoffs! 6 sims.
Playoffs?
Oh, I told Kyle he could give another catch for Olsen. Now that fatigue should be setting in here. Kyle, we do need buzzword nominations for tonight. Need a nice buzzword to wrap up the regular season.
How about fatigue? It's definitely a nomination right now. Just going to throw it out there.
2nd and 7. Wilson, another completion to lock it.
Yeah, Wilson is absolutely nuts right now. 10 for 10, over 100 yards already. Got the touchdown.
Did you play both quarterbacks?
I did.
Okay, same. Wilson, 22% the captain, 80.6% owned overall. He's got Metcalf at the top of the screen. On the pitch.
Carson.
Oh, touchdown. Chris Carson.
Yeah, awesome.
Wow, that all worked out, huh? Didn't it?
Yeah. Boy, you guys want those Chris Carson points back too? Because he was running too slow. Should we take them? Should we give them back? Should we take because he wasn't running fast enough for you guys? Should we do that?
Noah Moon, what was the time on the stopwatch there? Just curious. What'd you guys clock him in at? All right, well, Chris Carson scoring a touchdown. That might be good for some of you. Might not be for some of you. That's how this works. Someone wins, someone loses. Chris Carson, 3.5% owned of the captain, 25.6 overall.
Yeah. The important thing is his time, though.
Folks,
all we need to.
It's computer against computer. We have no idea what is going to happen. There are settings on the Madden Stream info page.
Yeah.
And I only bring that up, and I have a bright smile on my face because we realize there are new people that come to these streams every day. So not everybody has been here from day one. But some of you just get really annoying. But it's okay. Thank you for being here.
Thanks, Herb Dog. Appreciate that, buddy. Everyone should do that. Hit the like on your other device. Follow Herb Dog's excellent example.
Wow. Tight ends get involved here. There's Max Williams. 14-0 Seattle. First catch for Williams, 12 yards. Kyler in the pistol. Running the ball. Hey, did you see that? Have you talked to Reed about this yet? He took a picture with Kenyon Drake last week. You see that?
He took a picture with Kenyon Drake, like the
in Hawaii.
Really? I did not talk to him. I'll see. I'll be talking to him on Friday, so I'll ask him. But
he just
give me the story.
I don't know. Randomly out of nowhere, he's like, "Oh, I met Kenyon Drake. Wish him the best this year." It looks like they were in Hawaii. It wasn't like he was in Vegas. But of course, Reed is a Raiders fan.
Was that on Twitter?
Yeah. I'll scroll and find it. Here it is.
Yeah.
I'll put it in the. I'll put it in our our Slack channel here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go to Reed's Twitter.
Oh, he talked about it with Emerson on Monday. Of course, Emerson brought it up. Yo, dude, I loved your tweet. You look jacked.
Yeah.
You look just as jacked as Kenyon Drake, dude. Dude, bro, you could outlift him. I'm guessing that's how it went.
It's probably not very different. Yeah, Kenyon Drake, Reed stacks up pretty good. It's a good angle for him. Definitely.
Kenyon Drake is a big guy.
Oh, absolutely. He's a running back in the NFL, man. I mean,
I don't think it was a work-related thing. I think he's bumped into him.
Probably just bumped into him. Crazy. I don't even know if I'd recognize Kenyon Drake on the street. Weird. Reed meets all the famous people. Reed and Jesse, you know, those two, I tell you.
Yeah.
They deserve it, though. Good for them.
Kenyon Drake, the future of the... Well, there's Josh Jacobs and Kenyon Drake.
Yeah. Big time timeshare going on there next year. Big time. I like Kenyon Drake as a player, though. He didn't have a very good year last year, but I always kind of felt he's a little bit underrated. Good pass catcher as well. I don't know about that signing by the Raiders, though. Just kind of unnecessary.
Yeah, right. And Jacobs has stayed pretty healthy, if I remember correctly.
They used a high draft pick on him. You know, Devonta Booker was there last year as their backup. He looked pretty good. I don't know why you have to give all that money to Drake to upgrade over Booker when you have Jacobs. I don't know. Just a weird move. Could work out, though. Drake, like I said, I do like Drake. Weird move. Anyways.
Yeah, Herb basically says exactly what you said. I don't hate Drake, but I wish the Raiders would have spent that money elsewhere.
Yeah, that's just exactly. I think most rational Raider fans think like that.
CJ71 on Twitch. Reed's friend introduced them, I think. Drake flew there by himself and was just hanging out.
Okay. There you go. Reed got the connections. The connections.
CJ71, did you guys avoid my question about sending you something? Glash, I was kidding about knocking on your door. I totally missed it. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I didn't see any question there.
What do you want to send?
Repost. You can mail me anything, as long as it's not, like, dangerous.
Lockett with another catch. It's been Lockett and Olsen.
I love Olsen.
People are frustrated by Metcalf. I don't blame you. I played him too. 1 catch, 12 yards.
Yeah. Lame start for DraftKings Metcalf. Would have liked to see him at least get in a little bit on maybe a long pass. Rack up some yardage, but we still got a game. DK can go off 1 pass here, 1 catch.
Oh.
Ooh.
Morgan Smith. Many teams are going to a 2 running back system with the ability to utilize matchup with different backs. All true. Just that they're now investing a lot of money into that position, which is just
and again, like Booker was pretty good for them last year. Just not sure what like the massive need to upgrade and spend all the money there was. Even like spend a later round draft pick or something, but hey, could work out. Like I said, I do like Kenyon Drake as a player. I see the idea of needing another back behind Josh Jacobs. I at least get that, but probably need to spend that much money. 3rd and 3.
Metcalf on the board. There's one for Olsen. Another one. Russ is having a nice half. So he's already halfway home for a bonus, potentially. Olsen is 5th catch.
5 catches for Olsen.
So CJ71 is like, well, we know if we wanted to send something to you, you can go to the office. What about Jeff? That's his question.
First of all, my DMs are open on Twitter. Second of all, I don't mind if you send me something. Like I said, as long as it's not offensive or dangerous.
Okay.
Go for it. Absolutely. Just DM me.
Kenyon Drake's contract, Congo Cab. 2 years, $14.5 million, $11 million in guaranteed money. I think Reed talked to him about his contract.
I would have. I would have congratulated him. I would have been like, bro, you got paid. Good for you. You know,
I hope he bought Reed a drink or something.
What's that?
I hope he bought Reed a drink or something. I mean, geez, $11.5 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
For a Raiders fan like Reed.
I mean, Drake didn't even have a good year last year. You know, to get like a nice little guarantee like that. Coming off like a mediocre year. Good for him.
3rd and 4 from the 18. Russ. Oh, he's
wow.
first.
Oh,
No,
no.
he fumbled.
Disaster strikes. Keeping the Cardinals in it. Man, they could have assault away to this game there with a score at the touchdown. Kyler's got a chance now. Maybe get some points.
All right, so I got to make up a Moose call. I missed the Dorsett one. That's my bad. So there's 2. Christian Kirk has none. Thank you, Orlando. Thank you, Steeler YT. Congo Cap says the signing bonus is where that money went, Glash. So as far as the cap, it's Congo's all in on the deal. Oh, Adam Kaufman has dropped a PSA in the chat.
Wow.
I think that one's for you. I'll let you take that one.
What is it? Something about, oh, my contest is like sucking or something, or?
I love how he starts these sentences with, "Hey, just checking in, hoping we just cut to the chase." You know, don't that fluff. What he's trying to say is, fill Moose's contest so I can cross off DFS golf so I can win against all y'all. That's what you want.
He just came in to point out that my contest may not fill again. And he thinks this is something I actually think about. I told people when I started doing this, I'm going to make the contest. If I'm on the sim and I remember to promote it, I'm going to promote it. If you guys don't fill it, you don't fill it. It's a $1 contest.
I'd wear that shirt. If you don't fill it, we don't fill it.
Yeah.
I like that.
I don't want to say how small a portion of my golf wagering the $1 contest is, but it's not very big. So get in there if you want. I mean, Kaufman's in it, so you should want to get in. It's like the freest money ever. The guy called Graham Delete on air once, so.
Chris Carson dealing with some fatigue, as we pointed out. 6 carries, 33 yards rushing, and a touchdown.
Major fatigue.
Kenyon Drake, 2 for 6. It's another thing, too. We saw this last sim. Noah Moon. Clyde Edwards-Helaire had a much better sim catching the ball. Happens. Case in point, Kenyon Drake has 2 carries, 6 yards. Once our man Patrick from Ops, here we go. Drake has 3 catches for 11 yards. So slightly more productive catching the ball, because it happens. Tyler Lockett, 7 for 67 and a touchdown. Greg Olsen, 5 for 64. Max Williams has 3 for 17. Philip Dorsett, our Moose player, one of our Moose players, 2 for 32. Hopkins, 2 for 39. Metcalf, 2 for 19. Nothing from Christian Kirk. That's not going well.
CJ, I appreciate that. Yeah, look, guys, I'm doing 200 people for a major, 100 people for the non-majors. I feel like 100 people should fill every week. I know I didn't fill last week, but I kind of made it late. And look, it was the John Deere Classic. It's like one of the lamest tournaments of the year. So we're going to fill this week. It's the Open. Everyone wants to get in on the Open. You know, some late night, Wednesday night action. It's okay. Kaufman could come in, do his little caps typing if he wants. Can even take credit for helping him fill if he wants. I don't care. Go for it. No skin off my back.
You know, I'm starting to wonder now, does Koff actually enjoy the actual playing, or did he just like to see 200 out of 200, and then that makes his day?
I don't know.
What interests him more, the actual filling part or the actual competition?
I think the filling part, and then taking credit for the filling. Well, Moose bit off more than he could chew, but, I was out there promoting it with Zach and Kenny, and we really got that thing filled for him.
I'm so sorry. I've done this a couple times tonight. We need to go back. We need to look at you. We need to talk about golf from the sweat earlier today. The best golfers to play in the 9K range for the PGA's 4th major, the Open Championship. We need to give people this advice so they can make a lineup and dominate your contest at the Royal St. George. Here it is.
Okay. Well, Reed, how about the 9K range? Maybe this will be a little more difficult. Who do you like?
Yeah, I'm going to keep Louis. I always reserve the Louis talk for Jeff. I don't want to take his steam there because I do think that Louis is great. And look, there's game theory to it in terms of if you want to play Bryson. I don't think that I will, but I understand that if you want to. But Victor Hovland is the guy that, if we're talking about game theory, GPPs, if we want to win one of those $1 million contests, you're going to need someone like a Victor Hovland who doesn't have a ton of open experience, just won, as a matter of fact, overseas, coming into this tournament. And look, like, he's a young player, right? Experience is what you want at the Open Championship. And he doesn't have a lot of it, but he's one of the best ball strikers on tour right now. And he's playing some of the best golf, kind of harkening back to what he was doing tee to green back, I believe it was early in the, right after we came back from the shutdown. He was one of the best golfers tee to green out there. So if I'm choosing a guy in that $9,000 range, and it's not Jeff's boy in Louis Oosthuizen, it's going to be Victor Hovland for me.
All right, Jeff, talk about Louis.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, this 9K range is loaded. There's a million ways you can go. Usti is definitely a player I'm going to be heavily considering and probably using at some point this week. I'm just going to take the easy button here, though, and it's Justin Thomas at 9,600. Look, Justin Thomas is, a top 5 player in the world. This guy has a perhaps maybe the best win rate of any of the top players, maybe outside of Dustin Johnson, although he's probably about equal with Dustin Johnson. This guy won the Players, like the 5th biggest event in the world back in March, and now he's 9,600. He's cheaper than Jordan Spieth. He's cheaper than Bryson, whose career best finish in an Open is T51 and isn't playing that good. He's cheaper than Xander, who hasn't won in 2 years. This is a disrespectful price to Justin Thomas. This guy finished T8 last week at the Scottish Open. He was T11 at the Open in 2019. He's committed to trying to be a good links player, and it's starting to pay off for him. And now he's way too cheap at under 10K. I think you have to play Justin Thomas at this price. And I know a lot of people want to play Spieth. I do like Jordan Spieth. He's a great Open player. Justin Thomas is a better player than Jordan Spieth at this point in their careers. I don't think there's much doubting that, if you're asking me. And I think that he's just too cheap in this range. So, Louis, I like the Victor Hovland call, especially for GBPs. I think he'll be lighter owned than people think. But for me, the play in the 9K range is Justin Thomas.
All right, and be sure to watch The Sweat every day, every weekday here on the Dream Stream at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. It's 1 hour. It takes you into that first Madden sim of the day. Tomorrow you get 6 Madden sims, but be sure to tune in, get some Open analysis for your Moose Bonanza contest that you plan to enter and make a lineup for. So check it out. You on The Sweat tomorrow, Jeff?
I am. We're talking a little bit of NFL. It's a lighter news day. A little bit of golf coverage on there too. But I think Reed and I are going to be talking about some NFL futures. Like you said, like NFL training camp, man. I mean, we're in mid-July. This is like, it's here. I mean, we're like a week away from the NFL news cycle here, maybe 2, but whatever. I'm starting thinking about fantasy, man. I'm raring up some best balls, looking for season longs this week. It's here. It started.
Yeah, it's exciting. I think the first we were doing, me and Brandon Chris Saul were doing this a couple days ago, but the first date of training camp is July 21st. So that's a week from tomorrow with the Cowboys and the Steelers, because they play in the Hall of Fame game. And then just a day or 2 later, Tampa goes to camp because Tampa plays Dallas opening night. So, and then everyone else is pretty much full go a few days after that, like the 27th, 28th, something like that.
Yeah.
So it'll be busy. We'll be hitting baseball's trade deadline. The Olympics are going to be in full go, so it'll be fun. NBA free agency.
Oh no.
Oh,
oh
Mr.
boy.
Fatigue.
Wow.
Run, Chris, run.
Wow. Oh,
Run
yeah.
down, Chris Carson. In your face, Noah.
Yeah, wow. Oh, guys,
wait,
that too
hold
slow?
on.
Like,
Someone
should
go
we
carry him off the field. He needs help.
Should we take that back too? Was it too slow? Was the run too slow? I mean, he did outrun Patrick Peterson, who's like a 4.3 guy. We should probably take that off, right? You want us to restart the sim, Chris Carson, guys? Like what?
There is a sim god. There is.
There really is. There's definitely a sim god.
Oh, and by the way, that's the bonus for Chris Carson.
Yeah.
Wow. I am so happy that happened.
I am too.
Chris Carson. Good for him. 2 rushing touchdowns. And he's hit the bonus. 25 points in the flex.
He's nice and rested after the halftime. That's what happens.
Any given sim day.
Jordan, nice to hear, man. Took 4th. Rob ran, barely just hung on for a min cash last time. Cool. You can play the bottom feeders this week, must be. There's some dudes you can play down there. You can play Vermans. You could play Burmeister. Burmeister, Sam Burns, Chris Kirk. Yeah, you can play some scrubs this week for sure.
Alejandro says, the one time I decide not to do Carson and Lockett. It happens, man. Like in the 8 o'clock, I was telling Freeze Pops in the little pregame, I'm like, oh, I love putting CEH in my captain spot, getting the other guys in there like Kelsey and Hill and Mahomes. And what do you know? CEH has his best sim ever. 2 receiving touchdowns, 8 catches, 139 yards, a rushing touchdown. He scored 70 points in the captain spot. He's great. So it happens, man. That's what makes these fun. It also makes them frustrating.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that's a good thing because you're interested. We appreciate that. Okay, so it's 21-0. Arizona, in case you missed it at the beginning, Arizona is out of the playoff picture. The Cardinals are 5-11 in our Madden standings. Seattle, 12-4, still in contention for the number 1 seed, which would mean they would get a bye and not play tomorrow. They'd be the only team with the bye. It's going to be Seattle or Green Bay. Still tiebreakers to work out, so even if Seattle wins, they might be playing tomorrow. Those are things we need to work out from our Zach Thompson of DK Live and our team behind the scenes. They're going to crunch the numbers, look at the schedule, look at the points for, point differential, head-to-head matchups, all that good stuff. So that still needs to be shaken out. The schedule for tomorrow, we do know the first 3 games of the day. They are all AFC games. Texans, Titans, Ravens, Patriots, Chiefs, Steelers.
Oh, fumble. Jamal Adams. Oh, look at this.
Wow.
You gonna go? Wow.
Kyler might catch him.
Yeah, Kyler might catch him. Wow,
Nope.
no. Wow, Seattle smells that bye, folks, and this one is getting ugly. We had a Chris Carson break through the O-line, get into the secondary, long rush. We had Jamal Adams, the scoop and score. Wow.
Crazy. Seattle defense, highly owned in this one. Wow, 27.7% owned.
Yeah, I mean, Jamal Adams is one of the reasons why they got Wagner, Adams.
Wagner, yep.
These guys are, 95 plus, whatever, rated. Calls fumbles every time they touch another player, basically. Oof, yeah, Larry Fitzgerald got smoked.
Back to the old Hawks helmet, Larry.
Christian Kirk still hasn't caught a pass, I'm pretty sure.
He hasn't. I think Dorsett has like 1 catch, too. So our Moose players are.
Two for Dorsett, none for Christian Kirk. So the AFC schedule is set because, all of our AFC games are done. Texans, Titans at noon tomorrow in wild card round. Ravens, Patriots at 2. Chiefs, Steelers at 4. So those are all set. And then tomorrow night, we're still waiting to figure this out as far as what the 1 through 7 looks like in the NFC. Kyler takes off. He's got over 30 yards rushing. So looking through here, if I had to guess based on what we've got in our standings page, San Francisco will be a wild card team. Oh, well, actually, the 3 wild cards are pretty easy. San Francisco, at 10-7. Tampa 10-7. New Orleans 10-7. That's it. Atlanta won the NFC South at 10-7. Green Bay's won the North at 13-4. Seattle's already clinched the West at 12-4, no matter what happens tonight. And then Dallas 9-8 like Philadelphia. Dallas went 2-0 against the Eagles, so Dallas gets the East. So it's Dallas, Seattle, Green Bay, Atlanta. Wild cards, Tampa, New Orleans, San Francisco.
Okay. So there's one bye, right, with Seattle?
It could be Seattle, it could be Green Bay. That still needs to be worked out.
Well, I mean, but Seattle's going to win this game, right? So if they win, I thought they got it.
My only question is, did they play each other in the regular season, head-to-head?
Okay, yeah.
That I don't know.
Okay, so we don't actually know if this is for the bye or not, but whatever.
Well, it is, right? Like if Seattle, Seattle's probably going to win. I know what you're saying, right? They're both going to be 13.
They're going to win this game.
Yeah, maybe they come back with the same.
It's safe. It's safe to say Seattle's going to win this game. We've seen some big comebacks before. We haven't seen this. Anything close to this.
So in our Madden 21, I should say NFL 2021 schedule, they do face each other.
Ooh, okay.
So that's interesting.
Okay.
That is something I don't have on me. I can try to find it.
That is probably what will decide the. I believe it goes to head-to-head record first. So.
Try to figure this out real quick. See if we can figure it out.
I'll put some info for you. There's DK. Good catch.
I'm having some trouble finding it. Well, I'll trust the people that are smart and they'll figure it out. But yes,
you know what? I'll find it right now. I'll tell you what the score was.
Okay.
Was 20-13 for Seattle.
Oh, Mike Bizzle just mentioned that too. We found it via the game log. All right, there you go.
Game log.
So it's probably going to be Seattle.
So this is more than likely for the number 1 seed.
Yep.
This game. Again, that is not 100% confirmed. I'm not in charge of this. I'm just hypothesizing that head-to-head record, most likely the tiebreaker. So
Seattle, and then I won't give you the order, but the teams that will be in the postseason from the NFC: Green Bay in the North, Atlanta in the South, Dallas in the East for wild cards. Tampa, New Orleans both went 10-7. Atlanta has the tiebreaker, so Atlanta wins the NFC South. And then San Fran at 10-7. But other than Atlanta, it's kind of a realistic way of this whole thing shaking out. Unless you disagree. Well, the Rams went 8-9. I don't know about it. Actually, now that I think about it, the Arizona 5-11 coming into this one. Rams 8-9.
Yeah, I mean the Rams at 8-9 is a little bit meh. Arizona could go either way for me. I mean, I could see them imploding a little bit. Maybe Kyle gets hurt or something, right? There's always weird stuff like that happens that you don't expect. So, yeah.
The more I think about it too, I've enjoyed thoroughly draft night, free agency, trade rumors. I have thoroughly enjoyed talking about that division. It's fascinating, all the different changes.
Yep.
It's very possible, Jeff, that one of them stinks, just because of they're going to beat up on each other.
Exactly. One of those quarterbacks goes down, those teams are, well, with the exception of maybe San Francisco, who has legit 2 number 1s, right? So, but
it could be a situation where they finish 7-10, but they played a ton of close games and just didn't pull some out, right? Health aside, I don't know.
Oh yeah, always close games, NFC West.
So something to think about.
Seattle won the division last year. They even lost a couple close games, they lost late to Arizona in a game they probably should have won. I think they may have lost late to the Rams once. Maybe they beat the Rams late. I can't remember, but always close games. Absolutely none. You're right. One of them's probably going to stink. And maybe it's not 4-13, but it's 7-10, like you said.
Yeah, because a couple of close games just went the wrong way, some injuries.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yep.
It's hard to tell now, but could happen. The Guru, you are correct. When we started Madden 21, the Atlanta Falcons won our first tournament, if you will. We did a mini tournament to open up the new game, and Atlanta beat Kansas City in the championship, for what it's worth. So, looking at stats here, Russell Wilson, 20 of 21, 221 passing and a touchdown. Kyler, 12 of 16, 106, no touchdowns, no picks. Chris Carson sitting at 8 and 100 on the nose, 2 touchdowns. Carlos Hyde, 4 for 13. That's my captain. Not great. Murray, 3 for 31. Kenyon Drake, 3 for 6. Russell Wilson, 2 for 12. And we'll go to receivers here in just a moment. Don't forget, too, once this NFC schedule shakes out, all 3 late games tomorrow night will be part of the late slate. There is a $30K playoff kickoff special available on DraftKings. $15 to enter, $10,000 to first place. It's our special way of kicking off our NFL schedule simulation postseason, which starts tomorrow. Lockett, 8 for 76 and a touchdown. Olsen, 6 for 75. Larry Fitz is 2 for 18, but he fumbled.
Yep.
Dorsett's got 2 for 32, and then still a big goose egg for Christian Kirk.
Yeah, big contest tomorrow, guys, for the Lake Classic. So I know you men, I know Team Always Here definitely loves those. We wanted to get in on some good, obviously, it's got a couple sports winding down. It's a while till NFL starts. Still got baseball going on, obviously, but hey, we're kind of like the second kid on the block for the next couple weeks. Man, Sims are back. Got a couple bigger contests, so get in on.
We'll have some basketball tomorrow, but of course, baseball's on the break till Thursday.
Yep. Olympics are coming up too, like we said.
Yep.
Then NFL preseason in August. Crazy.
It is flying.
Crazy. August is always a bittersweet month. It's like, okay, great. NFL's starting. NFL's close. You also it's like the last kind of official month of summer. So you're like, what comes after summer? Dark. Cold and dark.
Emerson's Peloton. Glash looks like he is suffering from having gas. I just burped. I'm having a seltzer water, so full disclosure.
Look out. Seltzer, man. I had to give up seltzer water because I burped so much. I also drank 4 liters of it a day, so I just gave it up cold turkey.
I drink a lot
smoking.
of it.
Cracking Kansas seltzer.
It's not bad for you, though.
It's not bad for you. Just legitimately was I was burping all day.
I drink it. I drink